This audiobook contains 3 censored sentences and 202 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. But this will be your home from now on, but if you do want to speak, use the communication feature and contact me, where you can always just teleport to where I am. Yes, she was giving me one-word answers, so I felt a bit awkward. Well, whatever, I'm done here anyway. They'll come back tomorrow and see where I go. Best of luck then. She didn't verbally answer, but bowed to me and sat on the throne. It fit her in a way. She creates a book and starts reading away. I guess she won't be too lonely here. Japan, Kuo nighttime skyward household, so will you guys be busy tomorrow or... Mission. Jin. I'm going out again, sorry, Jean. We didn't get to go everywhere today. Rennie Bear hugged me upset about having another mission tomorrow, and Ingval was busy. No problems then. Sure thing. Have fun, and Rennie, I won't be in Greece for too long. Get some souvenirs, please, sure. Rennie, happy with my answer, starts to purr like a cat. Ingval beside me laughed at her antics. Valerie was a bit tired. I don't know why, but she's already sleeping. I was contacted by Rias earlier saying they were doing fine and asked if I was going to join them for dinner, but I said I wasn't. I did tell them that I was going to Greece tomorrow. I don't know how long I'll be there, but seeing as how long I was in Ireland, there may be some fuckery at foot. I also still have Scat Hack's duel to do. Hopefully, things go smoothly next day. Heaven's sixth heaven, Valerie, Sarah Fall, Penemu, and I were back in Michael's office. Irina and Griselda were also there. They had their white robes on as well as the weird black tight-looking battle suit. They looked quite erotic with them, especially Griselda, since she's quite curvy. You chose the wrong occupation. Woman, that body is made to sin when I said that. Griselda looks at me with a smile as Irina shivered beside her. Whatever. Ready then? Both newly reincarnated angels answered by letting out their wings. Griselda had 6 while Irina had 2. So she had 3 pairs of wings while Irina had 1. The difference in strength, they then retracted them. I look at Michael and he nods. Gabriel was clinging on to me as Seraphal was seriously glaring at her. I tend to forget that she considers Gabriel as her biggest rival. I kiss Gabriel on the forehead as she sadly lets go of me. The girls that were going with me gathered around. Let's get going then. Greece, I checked out the mountain if there were tourists there, and since it was summer. I decided to teleport to a more secluded part of the mountain. The highest peak of this mountain is called Mythica's or Nose in human mythology. That's where the Greek gods reside. I look around and see that we were surrounded by trees. I had teleported us near the bottom of the national park. I'm assuming that at the peak is where the barrier between the human realm and where the Greek gods reside. The ruler of Mount Olympus is Zeus, who is the chief god of the Greek pantheon until he sealed himself in the isolation field barrier. His son, Apollon, became the new chief god of the Greek pantheon and ruler of Mount Olympus. I will be preventing that from happening. But that's in the future. For now, I'm just meeting them and making new connections. I looked towards the top and could feel a strange energy coming from it. I could also feel multiple signatures around this small town. The town is called Litakoro. It is located at the base of Mount Olympus on the western shore of the Thermaic Gulf. The town is a popular destination for those wishing to climb Mount Olympus, as almost all climbing routes begin to the southwest of the town. So many humans are climbing this mountain. How do we get to the barrier or go through it without causing a ruckus? Penemu asked while looking at me. I nod. We'll do what I did in Ireland by the Giant's Causeway. We'll just make them all fall asleep for a few seconds and we go through. Anyway, let's make our way there slowly, just blend in with the tourists. I came out of the woods. I released a little blast of aura through the mountain range so that any officials will see us as normal tourists and won't question why we were going certain ways. Phew, it's pretty hot here, huh? And it's only rocks everywhere. At least there aren't too many humans at our current location, Seraphal Leviathan. I guess you're right. Seraphal and Penemu started to speak with one another. I don't think they've interacted that much in the novels, or did they? I can't remember too much. I look over at Griselda and Irina, both already covered in sweat. But it's kind of erotic. Are you two holding up? While the climate here is mostly Mediterranean in type, it's still quite hot, especially during the summer. B-Boss Jean, MD doing fine. I will not lie and say I'm quite warm. I nod and go back over to them. I touch both of their robes and apply a temperature-changing effect on them, much like Valerie's as she's fine. Huh, you'll be cooled cold? Warm it up, baby. The two immediately had relief wash over them. As expected of Boss Jean. Thank you, Amen. Thank you, Jean-san. No problem, but please just call me Jean. Irina, being called Boss Jean sounds weird. She goes into a cute thinking pose before nodding. Then, Jean-senpai. Good enough. I can't stop her from calling me that. At least it's more reasonable. I nod and flash step back to where I was. As we make our way up, we go past a few tourists making their own climb up. I look around and see the view from here, and it's pretty incredible. I could see the small town below us, and further beyond was the sea. Jean, cool me down too. I would appreciate that as well, Jean. Penemu and Serafal call out to me. I hadn't given Serafal her ring yet. They'll do it tonight. I flash step toward them, touch their clothing, and do the same thing I did earlier. Chew, a Levitan, chew for you, Serafal kissed me on the cheek after I did that. And Penemu had an amused look on her. You even have the Satan Leviathan in your harem? Well, we're not official yet, but I plan on doing so tonight. I reply back to Penemu. I could see Serafal turn red and laugh it off. Penemu also chuckled at her reaction. I go over to Valerie, who is silently admiring everything around her. Kia. I pick her up and flash stepped further ahead. I could see a little cliff or a side of the mountain just jutting out. She'll have a better view from there. We arrived there, and I put her down. She lightly glared at me, but turned to look at the view. Luckily, when I did all of that, there were no tourists in sight. Even the ones we had passed had stopped and were looking back down the mountain. Pretty cool, huh? I wonder what the supernatural Mount Olympus will look like. Perhaps mystical? Mystical, huh? Who knows? I had seen cool places in the Irish mythology worlds. Am curious about the ones for the Greek gods, not so much the realm of the dead, since he'll kill Hades in the future. I can't do it now, since ITLL looked like a random attack for me. For now, he hasn't done anything to warrant that kind of action from me. After looking at the view for around 2 minutes, the others catch up to us, so we join back with them. Generally, it takes around 2 to 3 days to complete the full hike up this mountain, stopping at certain refuges stops to prepare for the next part of the climb. We got a few strange looks as she ascended, since we didn't have anything, but looked like we were having a breeze going up. But using a bit of my powers, I made it look normal for them, so the look stopped. We had made considerable progress as we made our way up the mountain. We were nearing the peak, since at times I just carried the girls and Flash stepped up until we came across a normal group of tourists. I had some protests from Penemu initially, but she liked the wind blowing into her, so didn't care too much afterwards. Since we were near the top, we walked normally the rest of the way. Hello, Irina screamed as she tried to get an echo in her voice. Griselda lightly smacked her on the head as she didn't want her trainee to just be screaming beside her. It also got a chuckle out of other tourists. Valerie was ahead of us with Penemu and Serafal. During the climb, the three of them had been talking about, well, I have no idea, girl things? They do sometimes look back at me. Excuse me, Griselda grabs my arm and hugged it. I was taken off guard as she looked a bit woozy. Are you okay? Boss Griselda skipped breakfast because she was excited to go on this trip out. Irina told me the reason as to why Griselda was feeling weak, but in doing so, she got smacked quite hard by her. I shook my head and chuckled. I summoned a bit of food, just a ham sandwich, and handed over to her. I also summoned a bottle of water. Thank you, and am sorry. I have not been to Greece yet, so don't worry about it. I can understand the feeling. She smiled as she ate the sandwich while still holding on to me. Irina went over to my other side, since she didn't want to get hit again. I put my hand on her head and healed it. She seemed thankful. Griselda finished her food and drink quite quickly, but also seemed to perk up almost instantly, but didn't let go of me. I mean, I didn't mind, so whatever. We continue the rest of the climb like this. We reached the peak. Irina screamed. We indeed reached the top in only a few hours, since we did have to pretend to be normal humans going up. All around us were mountain ranges. Above us, clouds and the sun, as well as a few tourists who laughed at Irina's enthusiasm. She and Valerie walked around a bit, exploring the area. Penemu and Serafal were speaking to each other while pointing at the town below. I stood by with Griselda still clinging to me. She was teased by Seraphal and Penemy earlier, but she took it in stride and doesn't seem too bothered by it. I glanced to my left and could feel magical there. It must be the barrier that separates the human realm and the real Mount Olympus. I had a conversation earlier with Comptoir, and she said it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, so night was approaching. While I mentioned there were tourists, there weren't much, a few no. Most of them had started to descend back so they could retreat to the last refuge for the night. Night is approaching. We can cross the barrier then. Let's just relax here for now. Griselda said nothing, but she probably did agree with me. I start walking and find a large enough boulder and sit on it. Griselda joins me. Nighttime, we had been relaxing at the peak for a few hours until the sun went down and no more tourists were here, or at least had gone back down to set up camp. For whatever reason, Griselda stuck by me during those few hours. I didn't mind more company, but I could have just passed the time at the Dragons, Rudra, and Comptoir. I had gathered everyone at where the barrier started. I looked back at them, and they were ready, so we walked through it. Everyone was left speechless. In front of us was a long and wide terrain. Large hills, trees, small leaks, and some houses were everywhere. Beyond that was a large mountain. Above that mountain was a floating city which was high above the clouds. I could see some waterfalls coming down from it. It was also had different layers. At the top, there was a sort of castle structure. There were lightning strikes constantly hitting the mountaintop. So that's the real Mount Olympus, huh? Then, what the hell is in front of us? Is this some kind of city or town? Do the gods here let them stay here? This is quite something, then, so I can assume not all of them are assholes. Oh, new visitors? Welcome to the small town of Little Olympia. In front of us was a young man in old Greek clothing, a tunic, or cloak. I think they're called peplos, or chiton. I'm not entirely sure, though. I think the chiton is worn by men, and the peplos is worn by women. He had curly green hair, green eyes, and had 2 big front teeth. Anyway, it was mostly green, and he wore some sandals with him. He had a bright smile and had a welcoming aura. He looked like a walking broccoli. Little Olympia? Is the floating island thing Mountain Olympus, then? Precisely. In front of us are the gates towards Little Olympia. It's quite large, so get ready to be surprised. He says happily and starts walking towards it. Now that I look at it closely, in the center of the city, I could see there was a huge tower. The city also had walls surrounding it in a circular shape. The walls were quite high and were mostly peach or gray in color. So what's Little Olympia like? Irina asked, and the guy let out a hoo-hoo type of noise and starts to speak. It's where the gods come down to relax. While they do relax over at Mount Olympus, they come here for more human-like activities. There's a gladiator-style arena in this town where we occasionally hold tournaments called Tournament of Power. The mightiest mortals will win a favor from the gods, and they can wish for, well, nearly everything. You can't wish to become a god, but you can ask to be trained by them, though not all gods are in favor of this. But the leader of our pantheon, Zeus-sama, is a great guy. He's friendly and quite easygoing. Don't believe any of that nonsense your books in the human realm say. While some gods are accurate, some aren't. There are many shops and inns here, as well as normal houses that residents live in. We use human currency, as many of us go to and from this realm and to the human realm. Interesting. This is such a weird setting. We were slowly approaching the gates, and I could see guards there. Guards again. The green-haired guy gets to go without being stopped, but we were. Halt! State your business. I summoned the invitation I received from that messenger of theirs and hand it to the guard. The 2 of them read it and their eyes widen. To add to it, I summoned the boosted gear and they nod furiously. Midla Mansama, welcome to Little Olympia. Please go ahead. The gods are waiting for you. My invitation was handed back to me as the green-haired man was stunned to his spot. I tap him on the shoulder and he comes back to us. Holy moly, you're the middleman? Ha! Lucky me. My family owns a shop. Please come and buy something from us. Talk about a change in personality. The houses here were mostly made out of stone, the roofs with redwood. They ooze some magic out of them, so they're not normal houses. What's that tower in the middle for? Valerie asks the man as she points at it. She nods sagely at her question. That's the Tower of Heaven. It has many high and luxurious shops in there. Each level is a different shop. while at the top is a teleporter that will bring you to the top of Mount Olympus. You'll need a sort of invitation to use it, but seeing as you have one, then you can use it. There are many shops in there that sell armor and weapons. The goddess Hephaestus also goes there on occasion, but she mostly stays in her own workshop in Mount Olympus. Goddess Hephaestus. Goddess? I thought Hephaestus was a guy. Hello. Oh no, please don't tell they're like from Oya. Tahami boy. Who might these lovely people be? In front of us was a man. The man has blonde hair and orange eyes. He wears a feathered hat. He is slender and of medium height, with skinny arms and legs sticking out his clothes, with orange hair with flowing locks. He also has effeminate looks and an overwhelming charm. Ashashame-sama. This man is the Red Dragon Emperor and middleman. He's brought his harem here to meet the gods. The now-named man, called Tahami, tells the god Hermes he looks awfully like the one from Damachi. Didomashi? Wait, Hephaestus is a goddess here. Hermes looks like the one from Damachi. Oh? God don't tell me yo. The great middleman has graced little Olympia with his presence and his harem of beautiful women. Oya? Why does he look pale? Calm yourself. Jean, deep breaths, slow down. Don't kill him. I calm myself and look at God Hermes in front of me and nod. I put my hand out for a handshake. Jean skyward, middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. I was invited here, so here I am. He smiles at me and shakes my hand enthusiastically. I am Hermes, a god. You could say it's nice to finally meet Mr. Thor Beater and Rogue Fallen Exterminator Supreme. I'm sort of a messenger for the gods here. I guess I can take over then. Nice work, Tahami. Why, yes. Mr. Jean, please come and visit my family shop. Tahami then ran away at full speed. He turned a corner and disappeared. We were left with the god Hermes as he smiled at me. This is Valerie, Seraphol, Penemu, Griselda, and Irina. They'll be accompanying me if that's okay. No problemo. Come, we'll go up the Tower of Heaven and get to Mount Olympus quicker that way. You're in luck, Jean. Miss Hephaestus is in there today. We can all go back together, right? He then turns around and starts walking in front of us. I follow him as everyone else walks beside me. Why did you look so pale earlier, Jean? It's nothing. I thought I saw him from somewhere before, but just mistook him. Valerie asked beside me as I just sigh. I more or less know what to expect in this realm than DXD Greek gods, some based on my old world and Damachi Greek gods. This may become a lot more hectic than I imagined. Really? Yes, come on, let's not fall behind. The girls didn't believe me, but it was not the time for that. As Hermes strolled through the streets, he was greeted by the residents. Much like Asgard, this place, Little Olympia, had more than just gods and goddesses residing in it. Humans, elves, dwarves, other creatures, yokai, and all types of supernatural beings were walking around the streets. They all seemed to like Hermes, so they went out of their way to greet him. Some even went up to him to chat briefly. We eventually reached the Tower of Heaven, and the guards in front of them let us through thanks to Hermes. He whispered that I was the middleman, and they had no problems letting us through. Once inside, there was a sort of reception area. I was quite a few beings in here, just standing or sitting around, a few asking the receptionist a question. To the left of the reception desk were stairs going up. To its right were stairs going down, but it was blocked by a sign saying no entry. To the left side of the room was a bulletin board. I could see advertisements, flies, and other posters up, even some requesting help and you'll be paid. To the right was an elevator. Above us was a big chandelier powered by magic as it just floated there. As you can guess, this is the reception area. There are 7 levels in total, including this one. So 6 more above us. Each level is a different suited, as I mentioned before. We'll be going to the 5th floor since that's where she is. Hermes explained and gestured for us to follow him to the elevator. Even here, he was greeted like a celebrity. He pressed a button going up, and after a few seconds, the elevator came. We all stepped inside, and it quickly went up. We arrived, and he left first. When we stepped through, I could see multiple doors leading into different rooms. But what was obvious that what was being sold here were just armor, weapons, and other items of that sort. Hermes was already walking in front of us, but soon stopped by a door. He pushes it open, and we follow him inside. The inside was a lot different from the outside. It does fit the expensive shop look. Red carpet as flooring, gold, red and blue wallpaper with glass cases covering the more expensive weapons and armor. A few armor stand with some armors being put there as a preview. There were only a handful of customers here, since this place is supposedly expensive. This is the second most expensive shop here. The most expensive one is the last door before we take the next flight of stairs up. Ah, there she is. Hey, Hephaestus. Hermes tells us as he looks around the shop, but he eventually spots his target and started to shout her name. She looked a bit annoyed by seeing him, but still nodded in our direction. We make our way there, and he introduces us. Yeah, I wanted to come across you today, Hephaestus. I brought an interesting guest. This is Jean Skyward. The new middleman, well, surprised. Hephaestus has a crimson eye and red hair reaching to the neck. She has a rather sharp face and slender body with an eye patch over her right eye. She wore a white shirt with one button unbuttoned, making a bit of her cleavage show. Black skinny fit pants, knee-high brown boots, as well as wearing elbow-high gloves. She had a little attachment on her belt where she had her hammer with her. She had a small look of surprise as she looked at me and the girls behind me. From what I can remember, she has a complex due to her deformity on her right eye, belittling herself as a woman with no charm and having resigned and not getting a partner. Hestia and Welf were the only ones to see it and not run away in horror, in turn making her fall for him. Easy way to win her over, huh? Do not be scared, or offer to heal, or fix it you two, and Maiden's heart is more complex than that. Comptoir. Answer. They're hopeless single dragons. Leave them be. Rudra. Jean Skyward. Pleasure to meet you. I put my hand out for a handshake. She stares at it for a few seconds before shaking it. Likewise, Sir Middleman. I hope you have a pleasant stay here. Hephaestus. Suddenly, a small girl hugged the Greek god of smithing. Hestia, please don't just suddenly hug me from behind. Hephaestus let out a frustrated sigh as she turns around to the now pouting goddess Hestia. Hestia is a beautiful and petite goddess with a youthful appearance. She has blue eyes and mid-thigh length black hair, tied into twin tails that reach down to her mid-thighs. Her hair is tied with hair accessories that feature blue and white petals along with bell-shaped ornaments. She has a small frame, 47. Her usual attire is a white mini dress with a blue ribbon around her neck and one tied under her breasts around her arms and a pair of white gloves. She was barefoot. Why? Doesn't that hurt to walk in just your bare feet? Who are you trying to appeal to? Oh, Hermes. Who are they? Hestia reluctantly agreed to Hephaestus' complaint. She looks behind her to see Hermes and then us, and she points at us asking both gods. The middleman, he got an invitation here, so he's come to visit with what he'll assume is his harem. That's right, Hephaestus explained, and I confirmed while nodding sagely. Smack. As far as I know, only Seraphal and Valerie are in your harem. The rest of us are just here to accompany you. Penemu smacked me with a clipboard. I have no idea where she pulled that out of. Hermes laughed at what just occurred. It's almost comical, like a planned-out skit, due to my zero reaction to being hit. Oh, Hestia then trots over to me, circling me and poking at me. Since I was 63 and she was 47, the size difference was quite notable. Almost like an adult towering over a child. My God, you're like a lolico smack. Thud. He's knocked out. Comptoir. Was that really necessary? What the fuck happened? Albion has fled. Meanwhile, Comptoir hit Drake quite hard and is currently knocked out. All right then. You pass. Huh. Don't mind her, Jean. She can be a bit quirky. Anyway, am taking him and his girls to Mount Olympus with me. Will you ladies join us? I have no idea what Hestia meant by me passing, so I just shrugged it off. The two goddesses look at one another and nodded. We are pretty much done here, so let's go. Answering for the both of them, Hestia pumped her fist up as Hermes chuckled and gestured for us to leave the shop. During all this time, the shop clerk had a bored look on his face. I guess he's used to this kind of thing. We left the shop, and Hermes resumed guiding us. We reach a doorway with a flight of stairs going up or down. We obviously went up them. There were some vertical rectangular shapes cut out as would-be windows. We reached the final level, the 7th level of the tower. Once there were another pair of guards, and that was it. There were the rectangle windows and a few pot plants, but that's it. God Hermes, Goddess Hestia, and Goddess Hephaestus, welcome back. Will those guests be going with you? They nod, and Hermes gestured for me to show the invitation. I walk up and give the guard my invitation. He nods and gives it back to me. Welcome, Sir Middleman. Please go ahead. You brought some companions, yes? Yeah. He nods again as both guards tap their spears to the ground and let us through. There was a small little platform that had a symbol on it, a bolt of lightning, probably because of Zeus. He is their current leader. We all stand on it. It's a little cramped, but we all fit. I was at the back with Valerie, Seraphol, and Griselda squeezed up against me. Hermes opted to be at the front. The platform underneath us glowed until we blipped out of existence in a form of a lightning strike. Mount Olympus entrance platform, I wasn't expecting that. It's cool, right? Being teleported around by those with lightning strikes. I'm still quite excited about it. Anyway, we're on the first floor, the entrance platform, you could say. Most gods and goddesses reside here on Mount Olympus, including me, I see. In front of us was a giant man-made pool, lake, whatever it was. There was a big waterfall that was coming from the top, just below that castle-like structure I saw earlier. Above that was another pool of water, as well as stairs to the right of it. It seemed there was a path to the left that then goes up to the right. Why make it so long? At least the path was made of stone, and it was quite well maintained. There were small trees that were trimmed to the exact same shape, vertical ovals. Now follow me. Ladies and gentlemen, Hermes went ahead of us. He seemed quite excited, maybe because I'm about to confront the Greek gods? Well, more of them. Probably some troublemakers, too. He's looking forward to the conflict. He's not that innocent, huh? Little sadistic bastard. Hey, Jean, is it true that you became the middleman because you wanted a harem? Hestia runs up, and in front of me, she starts walking backwards and asks me that question quite excitedly. Griselda was still latched onto my left side. The rest of the girls were behind, taking in the scenery. We were above the clouds, after all. All around us, we could see for miles on end, mountain ranges, forests, lakes, and other naturally made structures. Hephaestus was to my right. She also looked interested in my answer. Though it's quite obvious at this point, I have a literal nun attached to me. Isn't that already risky? Yeah, it is. I want a harem. If working towards uniting all of the supernatural factions and pantheons means peace, then it's worth it, since I can just laze around with my lovers. Oh, I like the honesty. So how many? How many? I haven't kept count. Let's see. Officially, I have 14 right now. Unofficially, 20 others, and more that I haven't met yet. More that you haven't met yet? That's pretty ballsy of you. So to the ones you have an idea of, how many? The 47 women for now. Hephaestus was left speechless, as well as the rest of the girls, and apparently hearing me. Hermes was howling with laughter. There's still more in the future. Who knows who we'll meet? But from my personal count, it's that many. For now? For now. Jean, that's so many. Seraphol screamed from behind me. When I turned around, she was furiously pointing at me, in a way silently screaming me. When I did say I would try to make it official tonight. Or was that the day before? I'm not too sure anymore. Ha ha ha. 47 women in total for now? You're going to be on par or exceed certain gods' harems of the past, Jean. I wish you luck on that. We finally made it past the path, and we went up a little hill. When we got up it, there was a large entrance with some pillars above, and beyond it looked like an arena. It was quite large, seeing as how we can see it from here. That's where some beings that asked to be trained to go for, well, training. If they won the tournament of power, they're trained there by the god or goddess they chose. Though most of the time, it's them getting a training regime and left to their own devices, only being checked up on occasion. Currently, there are no apprentices or trainees, so it's quite empty and barren. The other use is if gods or goddess here have differing opinions, want it to be pushed. Fight it out, whether it be an outright brawl or fighting in a different way. The most entertaining one is a cooking competition, since most gods and goddesses suck at cooking, since we have our servants and staff do that. It's a lot more amusing to have them cook. Of course, we other gods are the ones that have to eat the food made. Haha. That's the worst part. Food wars, but with gods who suck at it. Interesting. So, you're saying all the gods here are masochists? To our immediate right was a building. In front of us, before the giant entrances, were large bushes and a fountain in the middle. To our right was the path that continued one. Hermes finished his little explanation and started to walk that way, so we followed him. To my left was a small waterfall. Looking up, it was just coming out of a man-made hole. We kept going and went up some stairs. To my immediate right was a large tree trunk. What happened to that? Irina pointed at the destroyed tree trunk. Hermes and Hestia laughed at the question, making the girl confused. One drunken night many years ago, though he's nearly drunk every night though. Zeus, our current leader, was drunk. He had a little quarrel with his wife Hera. Mind you, he only ever married her. Don't believe those human myths. Anyway, he drunkenly struck it with lighting. We never removed it as a reminder to him. Draconic Deus is really playing Zeus to be a good guy, huh? Then who are the assholes here? So, who are the asshole gods I have to look out for? Ptah. Nice question. I was waiting for you to ask. Gene, to answer your question, there are many, but the ones who are here today are Hades, Erebus, Nyx, Tartarus, Ares, Athena, Eris, Hecate, and finally 8. They're the ones here with the other gods and goddesses that are somewhat normal. That being said, let me contact Zeus. He summons a circle and speaks through it. Sounds like he's informing Zeus of my arrival and to gather up all the current gods and goddesses here today. He turns back to me after dismissing the circle and gives me a thumbs up. Hestia, Hephaestus, and I will be there. You'll be meeting a lot of us there, Gene. Look forward to it. Finished with our little talk, we continue on our journey to the top. We pass by 2 buildings of the same structure and design. These are apparently homes to some of the god. We turn left and go up some stairs. Then we come by another home and then go up another flight of stairs. Strange, there are no birds here. Valerie spoke up. That's true, I haven't seen any birds or animals here too far. While down at Little Olympia, there were quite a lot of them. What animal would dare to come near such a treacherous place? A place of gods and goddesses where a plethora of divine energy is located at, as well as the constant lightning strikes at the mountain below this place and the wind's barrier around it. Unless they're looking for a place to pass quickly. Valerie looked at Hephaestus awkwardly at her rather blunt reply. Hestia lightly smacked the goddess on the back and laughed. Don't mind her, she can be a bit blunt and grumpy at times. But she's kinda hard. Just get close to her. Not that many have. Sure, we arrive at a relatively large area with a building to our left. The waterfall from earlier that connected to the bottom 2 pools of water was also running past here. A small bridge that connects to the connecting path that seemed to go underneath this place. How we get up there? Hermes points at where the waterfall starts. See that mini waterfall above the bigger one? We'll be teleported up to that platform. The teleportation platform is in that building over there. I can see you're curious on where this path leads, so we look up at what he was pointing at, and yes, it does seem like a platform is there. Interesting. I'll admit, I'm also curious about where the rest of the path takes us. Well, keep that a secret for now, shall we? Maybe Zeus will tell you, keeping the area a secret from me. That's understandable. Hermes chuckled to himself and then turned to walk towards the building. It wasn't a long walk, and we arrived there in a minute. This time, no guards were here. No guards are here since, well, ITLL take a lot to get here, from the entrance guards at Little Olympia to the guards by the teleporter in the Tower of Heaven. They see no point in appointing guards here. Greek gods are powerful. However, the only one to be in the top 10 in canon is Hades himself. Everyone else just falls short of it. But I'm sure they should be in the top 30 or 20. We step onto the platform again as we are teleported away in a flash of lightning. Once we arrived at the little platform, Hermes takes a huge gulp of air. I've been meaning to ask, it's nighttime out in the human realm, but daytime here, why? It usually follows the time in the human realm. Huh, wasn't it dusk earlier? Hermes looks at Hestia and Hephaestus, and they also become aware of the strange phenomenon. Then Hestia smacks her hand with her fist, figuring out why it was daytime again. Nyx, she probably figured out you were here through her own means. Nyx, huh? Nyx is the primordial goddess of the night and a younger sister of Erebus in Greek mythology, and one of the creators of Thanatos, Hypnos, and Oneiroi. Nyx and her brother joined Hades and the Alliance of Hell to eliminate the DXD team, Longinus users, chief gods of each mythology, and Ajuka Beelzebub. She also kidnapped Ingvild and used her sacred gear to try to control Drake, Albion, Ophis, Great Red, and Krumkruch, the Crescent Circle Dragon. Or it could be Erebus. He is another primordial god of darkness and is the older brother of Nyx, creator of Thanatos, Hypnos, and Oniros. Hephaestus adds to Hestia's comment as the lowly goddess nods. Whoever it is, we'll just get them to change it back. I doubt Zeus is liking this change either. It's messing with everyone's internal clock. Now, let's go, we're nearly there. Hermes leads up into a hall more like a grand entrance hall. Bigger and flashier than what the Gremory, Astaroth, and Citri had to offer. Flags propped up everywhere, fancy colors. Red, yellow, gold, purple, and white. The walls also had paintings of people, probably the gods here, I could tell one. It was Nyx. Looking around, there were also Hestia, Hephaestus, and Hermes on there. In front of us was a mini statue of Zeus made out of white marble. Fancy. I was the only one to comment since the rest of the girls were staring in awe. Hermes just chuckled and started to walk away. Behind Zeus' statue were two staircases that went the same way. He went up them, and we followed. Through the door were more hallways and staircases, so we silently followed after him while admiring the structure of the place. Throughout the hallways were stands with the heads of gods made out of the same white marble from earlier. Well, I better change. I was meant to do that earlier in the morning, but held back since we were going to go up Mount Olympus in Greece. Penemu, Griselda, Irina, and the three gods look at me funny. I shake my head and snap my fingers. I had changed into my black suit with the gold tie that I wore for the peace conference. Since I have a feeling I may need to be a bit more authoritative, they'll go with this look. My usual look is a bit more casual, even though it's still a bit formal looking. Griselda wore her nun outfit with the white robe, and Irina her outfit she wore during the Kokobile events. Valerie wore her usual outfit, Seraphal her business outfit, Penemu a black and purple shirt with a black skirt, black nylon tights, and black pumps. How she managed to climb a mountain with that is beyond me. Oh, you could change clothes on the fly? That's amazing. Hestia comments as I look at her strangely. She couldn't? She could see my confused expression and puffy upper cheeks. No, I can't do that. I'm the virgin goddess of the hearth, not the snappy fingers goddess that make clothes appear out of thin air. Can we make that into a title? Sounds interesting. I nod at the angry, lowly goddess, and we continue on our way. It didn't take too long to arrive at a relatively large door beyond here, is where they all should be at. It's quite spacious inside. We can expand it if the need arises, if other gods join us, or other beings. Jean and your companions. Are you ready? I glance at everyone as they had serious looks on them. Seeing this, I nod at Hermes as he smiles and pushes the door open. We wait for the three gods to go through before going in ourselves. Once inside, I close the door behind us and all heads turn to us. Hermes bows and introduces us. I could see a lot of gods and goddesses here. The ones that Hermes mentioned and a few more that I wasn't expecting. I'm here, old man, Zeus. Hi ha ha. Stop calling me old man, you old man. So that's the rumored middleman, huh? Zeus laughs at what Hermes called him, making the other gods roll their eyes. Some had amused smirks, while few had zero change in expression. Zeus looks at me with a wide grin. I could feel he was genuinely excited about this. Yes, allow me to introduce to you Jean Skyward, middleman, and this generation's Red Dragon Emperor in the flesh. Sup? Chapter 8, Part 2, Greek Gods. Ares and Hephaestus mount Olympus. Jean Skyward sup. I greet the gods and goddesses bluntly and casually while maintaining a serious look. Zeus and Poseidon grinned at me. Hermes, Hestia, and Hephaestus walked over to the floating seats that were elevated. A semicircle shaped like a courtroom. I feel like I'm in a fantasy court. However, there were a lot of gods here, more than I anticipated. I did feel a lot of godly auras earlier. Zeus, Hera, Hades, Erebus, Nyx, Ares, Athena, Eris, Hecate, 8, Apollon, Artemis, Kronos, Astrea, Aphrodite, Hermes, Hestia, Hephaestus, and Demeter. Those were the gods and goddesses that were currently present. The ones that Hermes told me to watch out for were already eyeing me up like some sort of prey or tool. The normal ones, he vaguely mentioned they were curious about me. Our three companions, Hestia, Hermes, and Hephaestus, were smiling. Hermes and Hephaestus looked a little expectant, while Hephaestus wore her usual stoic expression. I checked all their names using Observe. Zeus is very tall, muscular, and handsome. He had shoulder-length dark brown hair, a neatly trimmed brown and gray beard, and bright electric blue eyes. He wears blue and white robes with gold threads and golden accessories. Poseidon is shown to have a large, muscular build. He has long, silky silver hair and a long, silky silver beard that appears to twist at the end. He appears to wear a turquoise sash and multiple gold accessories. Poseidon has golden yellow eyes and wears a golden crown that signifies him being king of the seas. Hera has long, aubergine hair that is seen to be tied in a braid with gold and silver ribbon weaved in. Hera possesses cyan blue eyes and is taller than the average human like all the other gods. Hera is incredibly beautiful and appears to be a magnificent woman. She wears a floor-length pastel purple dress with a deep V-neckline laced with golden trims that exposes much of her bust. Her dress has a high slit on the left, revealing her entire leg. Hera also wears jewelry from her royal tiara, armbands, to necklaces. The most prominent is a golden choker decorated with aqua gems and clear ornaments. She's also shown to be wearing the golden fleece. Erebus is a handsome young man appearing in his mid-20s with black hair. He wears a black cloak, and his body radiates a dark aura. Hades has the appearance of a tall skeleton dressed in attire worn by high priests. Gives off a creepy aura. Despite having no eyes, his eye sockets can glow to give the appearance of eyes. Nyx is a beautiful young woman with long, black hair and pointy ears. She has the face of a child. She wears a cute frilly dress called Godly Virgin Killer Clothes that has a corset jumper skirt. Her body also emits a tremendous dark aura. Ares wears an all-black chest plate and black terrages, skirts worn by Greek-Roman soldiers. He is shown to be having spiked shoulder pads that hold his cape in place and forearm cuffs that have spikes. He has a faded buzz cut as well as a clean beard. He is the tallest and most muscular of Zeus' sons, possibly due to the fact he is Zeus and Eros' son. Athena is a fairly tall and beautiful pale-skinned woman with wavy lower back black hair that has short bangs that part at the center of her face while curving to the left and partially hiding her left eye, narrow mauve eyes. She is slender yet voluptuous in build. She is wearing a form-fitting black dress with a low backside and no straps, black high-heel boots, and elegant black gloves with red lines running up the length to end with circles. Eris has long, straight purple hair that reaches all the way down to her waist. She has red eyes and is wearing purple lipstick. She also wore golden-colored ornaments on the left side of her face near her ear. She also had a golden neck bracelet with 3 green diamond-shaped pendants. She wore a magenta-colored one-piece long dress, which showed off her arms and a bit of her cleavage. Hecate is a pale, fair-skinned, tall woman with a pair of deep purple eyes. Her dark brown hair is tied into a bun that hangs down onto the back of her head and reaches past her shoulders if let down. She wears an attire which consists of a black dress with a white blouse underneath it and a white apron over it. 8 is a young woman with long brown hair, pulled up into a ponytail, secured with a red bow. She wears glasses and a yellow skirt suit over a blouse and stockings along with Mary Jane pumps. Apollon has black curly hair and rare orange eyes. He wears a chiton, Greek clothing. Artemis has green eyes and long blue hair with 2 long bangs, 2 strands on the sides, and a partly braided tail in the back. She wore a white and pale blue outfit, a pair of brown boots with a light brown design, a belt in which she kept a piece of white cloth and a dagger in, gold bracelets, and various gold hair accessories. Kronos is an elderly man with a slight hunch on his back. He has light blue eyes and tan skin. He has spiked white hair, thick white eyebrows, and a thick white mustache. He wears a long-sleeved black martial arts jumpsuit, light-colored pants, and Tai Chi slippers. Despite his old age, his body is lean and very muscular. and it is covered in scars. Astrea has long walnut brown hair that is tied behind her head in a dignified manner, along with deep indigo eyes that are reminiscent of a sea of stars. She wears a simple kirtle and a long skirt. As a goddess of beauty, Aphrodite is an extremely beautiful woman. She has golden hair, green eyes, and smaller breasts than Hestia. She wears old Greek clothing that's pink in color. She also has green clam earrings on both ears. Finally, Demeter is a beautiful mature woman with long, wavy, golden honey-colored hair and orange eyes. Like Hestia, she is well endowed, giving her a great figure. She usually wears a long, light pink dress and a gold belt around her waist, though she wore white gloves and a light-colored dress with darker edges. Hiya ha ha ha. It's up to you too, young one. Jean, was it? I welcome you to Mount Olympus. I've heard rumors about you, as well as many of your achievements. Since then, I wanted to meet you. Zeus greeted me enthusiastically while letting out a hearty laugh, Poseidon nodding along. You do not seem that old, Jean. How old are you? I'm 18 and in my last year of high school in Japan. Poseidon nods, but Ares scoffs at my answer. I could also see him eyeing up the girls I was with. He had his eyes set on Valerie and Griselda. Both Irina and Griselda seemed tense since we entered this room. I can't blame them. While quite a few gods here had a friendly vibe, the rest not so much, and now they were being looked at with lecherous eyes by Zeus' son, Ares. I don't want to mess this up, so if he does something, I'll make it look like 100% a defensive play on my part. You have all that power, but you still play human? For what? The same with the foolish devils of that academy. The older generation never did such a foolish thing. I also heard you were looking for a harem? Huh, you don't deserve any of them. What the hell is his problem? Did someone shit on his cereal, have his father's mess on it, and force him to eat it this morning? Or is he just a giant asshole in general? Ares, calm yourself. Jean is free to do what he wants with his life. Ares scoffs again and eyes Griselda. Sure, why not? Since coming into the room, Griselda had let go of my arm and was standing beside me with her hands in front of her in a respectful manner. However, she was clearly intimidated by Ares. It isn't easy for her to stay calm when facing beings she can't fight. Even now, her calm and stoic expression was on display as she looked at the gods. Doom, Ares, brother TCH. Zeus lets out a bit of his aura, making his son look away in frustration. Apollon just looked disappointed at him. Zeus' eyes turns back to me and gives me a thumbs up. What a great guy. Smart thinking, or I might have killed him. You're not a virgin. How cute Nick eyed me up and down as she chuckled sweetly to herself. The eviler Greek gods and goddesses hadn't said a thing and were instead staring at me. I make eye contact with Hades as we stare each other down. I'm 99% sure he knows that I know about him. You're a very interesting Red Dragon Emperor, perhaps the strongest so far, however. How high can your power reach? Or is this your current limit? Humans, that's what all Red Dragon Emperors in the past had in common. Even you. Humans will have limits. What is that foolish saying? Humans have infinite potential? Quite laughable, really. Did you really win against the god of thunder of the Norse mythology? I feel nothing from you. Perhaps he let you have the win? Is this their way of taunting me? I mean the evil Greek gods. If so, I feel like they're children at a playground trying to rile me up. Sorry to say, it's not working. Don't taunt him now, Nyx Hades. The young Red Dragon Emperor is a calm and collected guy. He won't be fooled that easily. Right, Erie's right, he's kind of cute too. Hey, got space in your harem. You hot hunk Erebus had a calm smile to him. He's quite infatuated with his own sister Nyx. I'm more surprised he hasn't made a move on her yet. After that, Eris, the Greek goddess of strife and discord, chimed in. She had a very provocative smile, almost enticing in a way. She also asked me a weird question that I want to answer. So I just shrugged and stared at her. I could feel the goddess Hecate trying to look into me, my mind, my soul, and everything else. However, to her surprise and dismay, she got nothing, which caused her to smile and focus on me more. She is variously associated with crossroads, entranceways, night, light, magic, witchcraft, the moon, knowledge of herbs and poisonous plants, graves, ghosts, necromancy, and sorcery. A woman of many talents, Too bad. She's generally on the bad or mischievous side, since she mostly looks out for herself. But I was confused as to why she was wearing maid clothes. Did she have a fetish for that kind of thing? The final one of the evil gods was 8. She was just staring at me with a bright but wicked smile. 8 was the goddess of mischief, delusion, ruin, and blind folly, rash action, and reckless impulse who led men down the path of ruin. She also led both gods and men to rash and inconsiderate actions and to suffering. So, in short, she's trouble. You'll need to keep an eye out on everyone here, maybe with the exception of Valerie, since she's above them in terms of raw power. But everyone else varies from middle class to Satan class, and those gods are low to high tier. You so tense, all of a sudden. Jean's here to check our realm out. Will all of you relax? It's not exactly a positive first impression for most of you, especially Aries boy. Follow your brother's example. The great Apollon Hermes finally chimes in and tries to break the tension. He gives us a small wave as Poseidon and Zeus nod along. Right, forgive them for their edgy introductions. That's what the young ones say these days to fit in, right? Oh yeah, it's pretty overused. They think they're woke or something. I just laughed at it. Zeus grins at me again as Hera just shakes her head at her husband's antics. Well, the rest that haven't spoken up are Aphrodite, Astrea, Demeter, Artemis, and Kronos. Greet the young man, will you? Greetings, I'm Astrea. Hello, I'm Demeter, nice to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor. I am Aphrodite, you may lick my feet. I am Artemis. Welcome to Mount Olympus, Jean Cohen, I am Kronos. The primordial god of time, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Likewise, the rest of the gods had varying kinds of introductions. Astrea waved at me. The same with Demeter, though a bit lazily. Artemis was quite blunt and on guard. She values her virgin status and avoids love at every point, but she's also quite kind. Aphrodite, I am not sure how I feel about her introduction. She seems to be of the high-maintenance type, but hopefully that is only a misunderstanding, and I hope she is calmer in private. The strangest one is Kronos. He literally looks like Bang from One Punch Man. I am compelled to befriend him. Oh, my small prank has lasted long enough. Oh well, Nyx let out a sigh as she waves her hand above her, and something changes outside. It became dark again. So you were the one responsible. Hestia and Hermes point at Nyx as she lets out a laugh, confirming it was her. Well, I just wanted to mess with the middleman a bit. It wasn't harmful, no? Jean, it is quite late. I have prepared an back in Little Olympia for you and your companions. Hermes informed earlier, so I had that done. He summons a card, and it floats to me, and I grab it. What? A small message was left on the card, but it did not say much. If my son Ares does anything foolish, kick his ass, but don't kill him. I look at Zeus as he smiled, and Hera just shook her head again, probably aware of what Zeus had just done. Well, I got permission from the guy. He'll kick his sorry ass if he touches any of them. Is that so? I appreciate it then, Zeus. You may go. Come back here tomorrow, as we shall discuss some happenings in our supernatural end. Something is happening to the Greek gods, as he didn't seem bothered by it. It's probably nothing too serious. Hopefully, it's just like what happened with Tuatha De Dan and a festival or something minor. I want to explore this place. I can just ask Zeus tomorrow. I see. Till tomorrow, then. I make a small gesture for the girls to go ahead. They'll go last. They reluctantly do so, and they all walk out of the door when Valerie, the last one, left. On my way out, I stop by the door and gaze back at the evil Greek gods. Doom, letting out a little bit of my aura, just as a warning, do anything to them, and it'll wipe you all out in your precious pantheon. Zeus once, Jean skyward, left our meeting hall. We came out of our stupor. What in the world was that? Such a powerful and condensed aura and magic from such a young human that felt draconic in nature. Wow, talk about intense. My blood felt like it froze. Was it a warning to a certain someone or group of gods? Hermes was the first to speak as he makes his usual sarcastic comment and looks at Ares, my son. TCH, perhaps he isn't entirely human. Ares clicked his tongue, and Hades, the god of the dead, looked like he was having second thoughts. His eyes briefly glowed brighter before settling back down. Well, we'll be fine. We're on his good side. Sucks to be you guys. Hestia shrugged it off, but was clearly shaken, as were the calmer-natured goddesses. To the gods and goddesses who are typically viewed in a negative light, she said, "Sucks to be you guys," which are Hades, Erebus, Nyx, Ares, Athena, Eris, Hecate, and 8. Some were wary, while Hecate had a very curious and dangerous glint in her eyes. "If she perishes, I will not retaliate, no. I doubt I could any of us." What Jean did, there was just a warning if I am right. What else is in store? He Azazel boy. What kind of creature is roaming around factions and pantheons looking for a harem? It's as you said, "Hey, old man Zeus, I heard you got in contact with the middleman, Jean." Azazel boy, of course. I sent a messenger not too long ago. I look forward to meeting him. Anyway, want a hand in finding a wife? Even if you're famous for cheating on your lovers. Hiya haha. Thanks, but no thanks. Anyway, a warning, don't get on his wrong side. I can't pinpoint what's wrong with the guy. However, he's a lot more protective of his women as of late due to what happened to one of them a few months ago. Something happened. Yeah, anyway, I know some Greek gods are super horny and don't generally care about consent. So anyway, protect your pantheon, or else it might be wiped out entirely, ah. I have to run. See you around, old man. Do not antagonize him or his women, Ares. That holds true for the rest of you. Whatever. Always the rebellious type. Why do you not follow after your brother Apollon? I look at my wife Hera, but she's as powerless as I am. If we use force, hell, just struggle even harder, he won't change that easily. That boy is stubborn. Hermes, Hestia, and Hephaestus. It seems like you were in good relations with Jean. Please look out for him during his stay, however long that may be. Roger that, boss. I want to get to know him more. He's pretty interesting. If it's an order, then I have no problems with it. Thankfully, they are complying with my order. Even if I'm the leader, not many follow my orders or commands because of God's egos. I should retire soon. When one day Apollon matures more genes skyward, I didn't feel anyone following us. So we quickly left the castle-like structure and made it outside again. We stood on the teleportation platform and were teleported back to the building further down. This place looks incredible. At night, Myrina says what we were all thinking. Since we were above the clouds, we could clearly see this realm's night sky, and it was quite a view. But not only that, but the terrain before us looked quite spectacular at night. We looked towards Little Olympia. We were quite far away, so we couldn't get a good look, but the lights it was producing were quite bright. The walls also had some light magic imbued into them, making them slightly brighter. I guess the nightlife down there isn't entirely dead, Hermes. And you guys, what are you doing here? Wow, sensed us that fast, huh? Well, we do live here. We'll be blunt with you, Jean. We were told to be careful around you, but I don't care about that stuff. I live an easygoing life. I concur. I live how I like to, Hermes, and I just let them deal with the more complicated stuff. Even Hephaestus doesn't meddle too much with the politics. The gods who came with us hurriedly caught up with us. Hermes seemed to try and sneak up behind me, but that failed horribly. At least these three are more outgoing. I couldn't sense a lie in them, so that's good. Is that so? We slowly made our way back down, enjoying the view around us. Hestia was getting along with Valerie and Irina. Hermes and I were just talking about general things, trying to understand things we like and maybe find common ground. Griselda has been strangely quiet as she walked beside me, but pretty close. Seraphol was hugging me from behind while walking awkwardly. Hermes was quite amused to see that the Satan Leviathan had this side of her. We walked to the teleporter, and before we stepped in, I spoke to Hermes. Is there anything that I need to know about the gods and goddesses I met up there? About this realm? He looks at me amused and thinks for a bit. Everyone else had gone inside, but hadn't teleported. They watched us and waited. After around nearly a full minute of pondering, Hermes nods. Well, Ares doesn't give up that easily. Even with that little threat of yours. Zeus gave you permission to kick his ass, right? Just do that. Hell, keep coming back, but just teach him a lesson in humility, and that should get him to calm down and out of his rebellious phase. Keep an eye out for those gods, the asshole gods you asked about, while some are quite malicious. Some just like annoying you. Pranks and such. Pranks, no more. Hermes laughed at me. I clearly had an annoyed expression on me. I shook my head, and we joined the girls on the platform. Little Olympia, and if he doesn't calm down, let Zeus handle it. He's a good guy and relaxed about it. He'll put his foot down if he thinks someone keeps pushing it. He did win against the fight with Typhon all those years ago. So that legend is true? Hermes had a proud smile on his face as he nodded. Yep, that legendary fight between the Skyfather of Olympus and the king of monsters Typhon. Yeah, if the human history books knew of the truth and had seen that fight, it'll tell you. No movie can live up to it. Speaking of Typhon, where is he? From human legends, he was buried on Mount Etna, Italy, or thrown into Tartaros, but that's a living being in this world, so he probably has his own little world, or is literally living beneath or inside Mount Etna. Hey, where's Typhon? He and Echidna birthed many well-known monsters such as Orthus, Sphinx, Hydra, Ladon, and Regulus, who has been turned into the sacred gear Regulus Nemea. Anyway, Typhon and Echidna have their own world underneath Mount Etna, in Italy. You could say a sanctuary or world for monsters, survival of the fittest in a way. By the way, Echidna is the opposite of her husband, Typhon. They reside there. I know that guy wants to fight strong opponents if he lost to Zeus in the world. Then what the fuck happened to him? Is he humbled? Or just still healing from the fight? You seem confused, don't be. We, the Greek gods and Typhon as well as his faction are in good terms. We did help make that little world for him, you know? Monsters, are they the same from the Monkai Association? But Typhon shouldn't be part of that unless he made some dealings with them and Cow's Brigade. Wait, what if that Black Alice chick? What if she was one of the ones birthed by Echidna? If we compare this Black Alice to the one from MGQ, then Black Alice is extremely ambitious and desires to rule the world. She claims to have had this desire ever since she was born. She was known as a monster lord in that world. It makes sense if she is the same Alice. She sided with Cow's Brigade, who knows? She may even try to backstab them at some point. Hey, Hermes, have you ever heard of a monster called Alice or Black Alice? We were walking down the streets of Little Olympia. It was still quite crowded, and the lights from before were quite brighter here. When I asked this question, Hestia and Hephaestus froze up. They looked at me like I had 3 heads. They named haha. I haven't heard that in a long time. The girls were confused. Initially, I had not mentioned the name Alice to them, only that there was a leader for the Monkai Association of Cow's Brigade. I guess she's a huge deal in this world. Let's go and have some dinner and chat about that, shall we? Tahami's family owns a restaurant that makes good food. Since we didn't know about this place yet, we took Hermes' word, and from the looks of it, Hestia looked quite excited as she started to tell Valerie and Irina about the place. Vel Herr Mishalma, Emimidimo. You came. He seemed quite excited and practically screamed that out. The few patrons there in the restaurant looked over at us before turning back to what they were doing. Hey, we're here to have dinner. He nods furiously and gestures for us to follow him. He took us near the back where there was a large table larger than the ones at the front. Are these VIP seats or something? Everything in this restaurant was made out of wood. Well, the furniture was, the walls were made out of stone, the ground was wood, and the roof was as well. It had a very old fantasy restaurant feel. Tahami came back and handed us menus. I had no idea what most of these were, so I picked them at random. The same with the girls. So, about Black Alice, any being or god that was around the time she was alive, and well-known, you could compare her power to be the same as or slightly below that of the 2 heavenly dragons. Drake? Albion? I mean, we thought she was dead, so had no reason to mention her. I had my suspicions when we found out about the new faction in Cow's Brigade. Drake and I were discussing when to let you in on about this. While you knew more or less who Black Alice was based on, well, your memories. You should know what she's capable of. Like Drake and Albion? Valerie asked, and Hermes nodded. Of course, she wasn't that powerful initially, but around the time of the Great War between those 3 factions, the Devils, Angels, and Fallen Angels, we had to deal with Typhon. Then after that, Black Alice. Typhon at the time wanted to overthrow Zeus and Olympus, so he came here by himself and fought all of us. There were many casualties back then, and some families lost everything. While I said earlier, we've entered a healthy relationship with him, there are those that remember and those that still hate him. We have no idea how Alice, or during the attack, she called herself Black Alice. She somehow went up in strength, as I mentioned before. We nearly lost lives that day, but we somehow won against her. It was just experience versus raw power. Our combined might, experience, and strategies won against her even with the large gap in power, as well as Zeus being greatly fatigued. Hestia jumps into the conversation. I was part of the rescue and recovery team. I remember that day clearly. Hephaestus was churning out weapons at fast rates. She didn't like it, as she wanted the most effective weapons made for us, but had a compromise. Hestia looks over at Hephaestus, who sighs and rubs her forehead. As Hestia said, I was the one responsible for creating most of the weapons and armor used that day. I had some apprentices back then, but they died during it from both Typhon and Black Alice. The quality was below my standards, but due to the urgency of the time, I had to release them. I feel responsible for those who died. If only what I made was much better. No one blames you. If anything, it's Black Alice. She came after Typhon. No warning. Just appeared after Zeus was finished fighting Typhon, who was temporarily sealed, and just started attacking. She started off in her human form, but quickly transformed into a grotesque tentacle squid kraken thing. Ugh, thinking about it makes my body crawl suddenly. Tahami reappeared with plates of food. He quickly left and brought more. He eventually put it all down. I've got to give this man props. Although there were other waiters and waitresses, he brought it all himself. We started to eat our food, the table feeling solemn after hearing what happened. Jean, why did you bring up Black Alice? Hermes stops eating. As everyone looks at me, I shook my head and sighed. They won't like this. But seeing and hearing them talk about it, they have to know. Black Alice may have been resurrected. Drop, drop, drop. The three gods dropped their forks and spoons while staring at me blankly. I glance at the girls as Valerie's eyes widen. Wait, is that the Monkai Association? Don't tell me. She's the one leading it, along with other monsters and Yukai that joined her. The three great powers knows of this. I tell them what I found out, mainly the part about the next dolls and the Seeker of Truth. All of them gained complicated yet horrified expressions. I continue on and tell them about Azrael's blood and how it increases powers even more. And depending on how much you consume, and if you can survive, you may contend with the top strongest in the world. That's troubling. Hermes finishes my sentence for me, and I silently nod. He leans back on his chair and lets out a frustrated groan. The other two goddesses also scrunched up their faces. I might mention this to Zeus tomorrow in private. I don't want other gods hearing it. Who knows? Maybe some of the more evil or mischievous gods and goddesses teamed up with Chaos Brigade, or made their own little organization. Hades was a temporary member of Chaos Brigade. He opted to create his own terrorist group called Alliance of Hell. The members of said group varied, but the more notable ones were Hades himself, Ungra Manu, a god of evil darkness from the Persian mythology, Tartarus, Erebus, Nyx, Akamana, Gressel, Sonolin, Grim Reapers, Fake Drake, Fake Albion, Azidaka. Some members that abandoned them were Balberith, Varine, and Zeno. But seeing as how much shit has changed and new enemies popping up left and right, I have no idea how the new Alliance of Hell will turn out, or will it even come to fruition. Those weren't the only problems, since they had allies. Nibiros, one of the 6 households that served the original Lucifer, as well as Meredith Ordenton, a magician that's related to the British royal family and the possessor of one of the new Longinus Alpheka tyrant. There's also the Hidden Cows Brigade. Other candidates that could have joined were Indra, Hel, and King Enma. But as I mentioned earlier, Cows Brigade is still quite alive and kicking hell. They seem more powerful than their canon counterpart. I can assume that Alliance of Hell may just become a faction in Cows Brigade instead of being a new group. What are you trying to say? I may just be pulling things out of my ass. Who knows? Hermes. But if you choose to believe me, then I just shrugged and continued eating. Hermes had a complicated expression as he ate as well. Hestia lightened the mood by chatting about something else. But it was clear that what I had said made Hermes think about it. Although he said he wasn't interested in getting involved in the political side of his pantheon, if the lives of the ordinary people are at risk, he may get involved. We eventually finished dinner. I gave Tahami a sizable tip, around 50,000 euros. The guy and his family nearly had a heart attack, since it's not customary to tip in the EU. I insisted, and they relented. We were currently outside preparing to part ways. Hermes was giving me directions to the inn that Zeus set us up with. Well then, good night, Jean, ladies. Til Tumurov. Yes, good night, Hermes. Hermes and the two goddesses waved to us as they walked away. We watched on until they made it inside the Tower of Heaven. I look back at the girls and start walking towards the inn right now. The streets were still lively, but not as lively as earlier. Busy tomorrow, then, shit. He'll need to text Rennie and apologize. We'll be here longer than I anticipated. Also, Aquino so she can relay it back to Rias and everyone else. Being away from them this long is quite torturous. But I mean, I have Valerie with me, so it's not as bad. The ball's on you, Jean. You have 3 females clinging onto you, and you're talking about another, as expected of the future harem god. Harem god? I mean, sure, though she has a point. To my right was Valerie, left was Griselda, and the one hugging me from behind like a koala is Seraphol. Irina was walking beside Griselda, as she was full and tired after dinner. But she was giving questioning glances at her boss, but generally just shrugged it off. I also don't know what her deal is. She's done this since we climbed up the mountain in Greece. Comptoir. Answer. Title acquired. Don't. This is it. Huh. In front of us was the inn called Tired Travelers with a smaller sign beside it saying, this was originally in the Greek language, but people didn't know how to say or pronounce it, so we changed it much like the rest of the place. It was white stone and red roof, but this building was much larger, 2 stories in fact. I pushed the door open and go and follow by the girls. Seraphol was still clinging on to me. There was a little bell sound when the door opened. Oh, travelers, welcome. A brown-skinned, bald-headed man with silver eyes greeted us. He had a muscular build and seemed friendly. Hello. Here. I summoned the card that Zeus gave me and handed it over to the man. He took a look at it, nodded, and handed it back to me. He grabbed 2 keys and gave them to me. 2 rooms, just in case is what Zeus said, haha. I glanced at Penemu, who had a thankful look. I guessed that Irina and Griselda were going to join her in the room. I handed the other key to Penemu. It had the number 34, and mine was 36. We have a bath well underground. They're separated by sex, so don't worry. Red for girls and blue for guys. Just down that way. We have towels in the rooms already. Oh, the name's Terrence, by the way. I see. Thank for the heads up, Terrence. No problem. Terrence points to a door to his right. We thank the guy and proceed to our rooms. Seraphol and Valerie were going to join me, while Griselda, Irina, and Penemu were in another. 2 reincarnated angels and a fallen angel. I wonder how that'll turn out. We arrive at our room, and it was, well, medium in size, and was comfy looking. As previously mentioned, everything was made out of wood. I look at the lights and at Valerie. She had I dare you look on her challenge, accepted woman. But before I could do it, clap. Seraphol clapped instead, and the lights turned on and off. I fall to my knees in despair. Huh, Jean? What's wrong? Leave him be, he's stupid. Seraphol sounded concerned, but Valerie brushed me aside. How cruel. Isn't that my shtick? In the clapping dragon emperor, damn it. What kind of title is that? The clapping of ass cheeks. I tend to forget that Albion just holds himself back from saying stupid things like you, Drake. Doom. Boom. Ake me piaca, come, dragons. Ora, mada. They started to fight when I came back to reality. Seraphol was sitting on the bed chatting with Valerie. Jean, we're planning to take a bath and invite the others. Just sit tight and behave here. They didn't wait for my answer as they got up and got their towels, then left. I heard them speak to the other 3, and then multiple footsteps leaving. I didn't really have much time to explore. Even if it was nighttime, I could still explore. I leave the room and go to the front, and Terrence was still there. Hey, I'm going out. If the girls are looking for me, just tell them I'm on a little stroll. You got it, boss. He gave me a toothy smile and thumbs up. What a cheerful guy. I thank him and leave the place. Once out, I flash step to the main street, and there were still quite a number of people out. It was significantly lower than when we checked in, but still more than the human world at this time. I walk toward the Tower of Heaven. Once I reach it, I go left. I could see from the distance a water fountain. Seeing this street even more empty than the rest, I go down it. A few shops were starting to close their doors, while some were already closed for the night. Hey, want to go to the entertainment district? Hell yeah, man. I'm in the mood for some fun. It's been like a week. Entertainment district? Heh, leave it to the pantheon with the most playful gods to let a place like that be established. Who are you going to try to pick? Susie. I want those tentacles all over me. I don't judge, my man, but holy fuck, that's weird not wanting to hear more of this weird conversation. I quickly power walk away. I was quickly approaching the water fountain when, singing? Someone was singing? This feels like deja vu. Wait. Ingvild, isn't this how ISC meets her? Though that was back in Kuo's park fountain. I walk around the fountain to find the source of this voice. Truthfully, it wasn't really singing, it was more like very loud humming. In front of me was a goddess I met earlier tonight, Astria. Her eyes were closed, her hand on her chest while humming a tune that I didn't recognize. I sat near to her while I continued to listen to her hum, but it eventually stops as she lets out a satisfied sigh. She opens her eyes once she was finished. She looks in front of her and then at me. Jean Skyward? Not many come here at this time of night. She had a gentle look on her. She averts her gaze from me and looks up into the night sky. I was out for a stroll, just came by this place by chance. I didn't expect to see you or hear your humming. It was just an old lullaby of Greek origin. It is meant to put children to sleep. Would you like to hear it with words? If you don't mind. She happily nods and starts to sing. I listened into the song for a few minutes. It had a weird calming effect since it definitely affected the surrounding area, including the residents sleeping there. She eventually finishes. How was it? It was interesting, but I liked the melody, so why are you out here this late in the night? I always take nightly strolls across Little Olympia. I always end it here, humming a little tune for myself. It's always been like that. It hasn't changed in many years. Years? She's been doing this for years? I'm more surprised no one tried to attack you or take advantage of you, lady. She lets out a chuckle, probably from my doubtful expression. I may not look like it, but I can hold my own in a fight. I'm still a goddess after all. Even the ones that don't fight can beat most beings that challenge us. I mean, that makes sense. You are a goddess. I take a look at her, and yeah, just like Goddess Danu, she's low-tier god class. They'll assume most gods here are around that and middle to high class. Hades being the strongest, since he's in the top 10 strongest, well, not factoring in the girls. So you're saying that there have been times in the past that someone tried to, Yes. I dealt with them quite easily. I am not a damsel in distress. Jean Skyward. Please just call me Jean. Having my full name said every time is weird. I never really expected her to be a damsel in distress. How most women of this world are anything but that. Once they get stronger, then they're the ones doing the saving. She nods, and the conversation dies out. I find myself looking at the sky again. Even if this world was made, the sky was almost better than the human world. Do you like sky gazing, Jean? Truthfully, I don't know. I just find myself looking up into the sky when I don't have anything to do well, when I'm outdoors or near a window or something. During school, too, I just stare out the window most of the time. Astria giggles. Now that I think about it, doesn't Astria and Astri kind of mean the same thing? Astria means, I think, starry maiden or starry night. Meanwhile, Astri means of the sky or the stars. Starry one, basically stars. You found another loophole, partner. First with Shuri through Suzaku and Amaterasu, and now Astri through Astria. How lucky. No comment. Is that so? Well, it's been nice chatting with you, Jean, but it's around the time I set for home. Good night, and we shall see each other tomorrow. She quickly got up and started walking away and didn't let me reply. I stare at her as her figure slowly fades into the distance. She is the virgin goddess of justice, innocence, purity, and precision. I wonder what her stance is on romance and love. Artemis is rather easy to read before she swears to abstain from sex. Additionally, she goes as far as abstaining from relationships, from her appearance. In fact, that Artemis is what she is based upon. Time ago back then, when I was close to the inn, I could feel Seraphil's aura outside. I wonder what she was doing out here. Focusing my eyes, she indeed was outside the inn. She had her eyes closed, leaning against the inn's walls. I flash step beside her and tap her shoulder. She opens her eyes and hugs me. Dada, hey there. What are you doing outside? What about the other girls? When they're back in their rooms, you stink, go bathe. Actually, wait here. Seraphil lets go of me, grins, and goes back into the inn. I didn't question it and waited for her. And she's back. It didn't take long. Her grin was even wider. Terrence said it's fine. There are no other guests staying here after all. Let's go take a bath together. I don't mind going in again. And so, I was dragged down there with Seraphol. I was in the bath. It was like an open bath, but underground with a fake sky on the ceiling. It was immersive enough, like my own bath in my newly renovated home. I had gone in first since Seraphol had to go back to our room to get her towel. I should give her a ring soon, probably during this. Sorry for the wait. I turned to look at Seraphol, and she was completely naked. I had a towel wrapped around me, but she wasn't wearing anything. My eyes are up here, Jean. I looked back up as she was grinning at me. She practically pranced towards me and sat on my lap. She looks at me all cutely, expecting something we're taking a bath, right? She started to rub herself against me, her head on my chest. Spoil? Don't most people spoil you already? I want you to spoil me, I sigh, and let out a chuckle. I summon a ring and put it in front of her. Seraphol stares at it, not making a sound, but was confused. It's for you, like the ones the girls have, like what Valerie has. I take her left hand and put on for her. She still hadn't said a thing, but was staring at it quite intently. She finally turns to me with a bright and goofy smile. Thank you, Jean. Does that mean I'm official? Yeah, sure it does. This is what I was expecting. I could be romantic if I want to be. She huffed at me and frowned. I guess the face I was giving her was of, oh really? Prove it? Kind of look. Well, she's an actress, so she can definitely pull it off. Seraphol looks down for a few seconds before looking back up at me. Very teary-eyed and blushing. Jean, love me, please? This is cute. I won't deny that, but please. PFFT, no. I'm sorry. That was cute. I swear it was. You laughed at me. I couldn't help but laugh at the please part. It didn't suit her. In turn, Seraphol did really turn red and started lightly smacking me on the chest as I continued to laugh at her. I want my moment back. Ugh, she seemed genuinely sad about it, so I'll make it up to her. I grab her chin and turn it towards me. I lean in and kiss her. MH. She was caught off guard, but didn't resist. She started kissing me back almost immediately. Going with the flow, I reach forward and grope her right breast. She let out a sweet moan, but didn't stop me. So I kept going. While they weren't huge, they were just right for my hand, a perfect fit, almost. Pushing a little forward, I invade her mouth with my tongue. Again, she's a little surprised, but goes along with it. Seraphol playfully responded to the kiss, and the two shared a sweet moment. NNH, chew half a hee-hee kiss with Jean. She seemed quite happy with this outcome and forgot about the little teasing I was giving her earlier. The scene between them grew warm and affectionate. Looks like you want some at boom. Rumble. Rumble. Wah. Seraphol and I were taken out of our little moment when the area shook and a loud explosion occurred. We quickly jump out of the bath. I poke her forehead, informing her of what the functions of the rings are. I snap my fingers and my clothes, and hers appear on our bodies. I touch her and enchant her clothing while touching her, and we teleport outside. TCH, you're pretty strong for a dumb whore, huh? Outside, then was a man floating in the air. It was Ares. This guy doesn't give up, does he? But he looks pretty beaten up. His left arm was bleeding pretty badly, and he was clutching it. In front of him, the person he was glaring at was Valerie. She looked pissed off, as was I. What the fuck is this guy, Jean? Let me handle this. I look at Valerie as she really is pissed off. This was the first time I've seen her have that expression. Her eyes were so sharp and had so much intensity. I activated the communication feature on the rings. What did he do? Came in the room by breaking the window and was about to touch my chest, but I woke up and hit him quite hard with my powers. Good. Zeus gave me express permission to beat the shit out of him if he messed with any of you. Do it for me, just don't kill him. Because I might end up killing him if I fought him right now. I guess my warning meant nothing to him. Huh? Make him regret it, Valerie. Make it so he can't have children or be with anyone ever again. Ares summons a sword into his right hand that was uninjured. He goes into a stance and releases his power. I cover the area with a barrier to prevent the houses and buildings from being blown away and destroyed. He notices this but shrugs it off. He had to focus on Valerie. Otherwise, he was a dead man by her, me, or Zeus. Jean? Valerie can hold her own. You know that she's a dragon god class being, and Ares at best is middle tier god class. She isn't limited in retaliating anymore too. Since I put a barrier around them, she can let loose. With that in mind, Valerie launches some fireballs at Ares. The Greek god of war quickly dodges, almost having an arrogant look, but Dawn. It was a distraction. For some reason, he was still underestimating her. Perhaps he's a bit sexist? Valerie's fist hit him on the face. She followed it up with a barrage of punches. Dawn, 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 Dawn. Crash. Ares was hit all over his body. He almost seemed like a rag doll in the air. Valerie ended it by kicking him in the stomach. Ares crashes into the barrier I had made. It was a physical barrier, so he or Valerie won't accidentally leave it. Ares coughs up some blood as I felt his anger shoot through the roof. Doom, you absolute jerk. He'll beat the shit out of you. Excuse you, asshole. Valerie's body is EX times 1,000. Valerie glances at me and smirks. Now, is not the time for that. Valerie doesn't reply, but manipulates the blood around his wound by, increasing its weight. Ares, caught off guard, plummets to the bottom of the barrier. She then traps him in her crimson binding, ultimately making him useless. What the fuck? Ares starts to try to break the blood chains, but was unsuccessful. He was clearly using his full power as the barrier was shaking quite furiously and his veins were popping on his head. If he keeps that up, he'll shit himself. Really? Fwash HA, what is this foolish son of mine doing? Glad you guys could join us. Behind me were a few gods, including Zeus, Hera, and Apollon. It didn't take them long to reach us this ruckus. Thankfully, the attack earlier by Valerie didn't do too much damage. Terence was on the ground with a look of despair as his inn was just blown up, well, part of it. What did he do? Oh, try to molest or violate my lover Valerie in her sleep. She woke up on time and blasted his sorry ass. I answered Eros' question as I hear her sigh behind me. Brother, stop this foolishness. Stand down and apologize to the both of them. You will have the appropriate punishment after. I feel Apollon looked at me from behind. Hey, I have the appropriate punishment when Valerie finishes this, so don't worry too much about it. Will you kill him? Zeus asked hesitantly, but I shook my head. Gods like Ares have high egos, like so far up their ass that it shot through their throats and past their mouths. Taking that away, or sealing, it would be a more torturous punishment than outright killing him. No, something better. I left it vague, so it would keep them worried about him. The crimson bindings that were wrapped around Ares started to drain his energy and blood. The guy was on his knees now, a look of disbelief and anger. What are those blood of ropes doing? Draining his blood and energy. Valerie knows when to stop. They'll step in and punish him after. I answered Eros' question. I could feel Ares getting weaker, and finally, he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Valerie, who had been floating, landed on the ground and dispelled the crimson binding. I walk over to Ares, touch his back, and take away his powers, also sealing the ability to get stronger or get new powers, like what I did with Raynar's group. I turn back and look at his family. It's done. That's my punishment. What did you do? Zeus asks while walking over to Ares. He touches him, but doesn't feel any changes, well, physical, that is. I took away his divinity, powers, and made him unable to gain new powers right now. He's as useful as a newborn baby. Once he fixes his attitude problem, then he'll give this back. I want to see his despair when the time comes, his frustrations. He didn't hear me now, but he'll find out from these three or on his own. If he comes back to attack us again, then the Greek mythology will have one less god in its rankings. I summon a little red-orange orb on the palm of my hands, and all of them look at it. Yes, this was Ares, the Greek god of war's power. If I gave this to someone, they would gain all of his powers, and then some. I put it back into my inventory. I turned to the destroyed inn and also restore it back. Terence saw this and jumped up, overjoyed. He ran up and bear-hugged me while thanking me over and over again. I just hope this isn't a reoccurring thing I see. Thank you for now killing my son. We shall leave then. I still need to serve him a proper punishment. Hera and Apollon give me a thankful nod as they disappear in a flash of lightning. I sigh as Terence had run back into his inn. We, Valerie, and Seraphol go back in too. Inside the inn were now awake Penemu, Irina, and Griselda. I tell them of what had transpired, and Penemu just shook her head. I knew that Sleazeball was eyeing us up. It made my skin crawl back in that room in the castle, but to think he would try to harm us in our sleep. In a way, it was lucky for him to go after Valerie. I relied too much on my threat from earlier 5 dragon knights. Go into each of their shadows. Protect them with all your might if anything happens. Just like that 5 shadows left mine and entered theirs. The other gods and goddesses were more interested in Jean than us, but we shouldn't let our guard down. The girls agreed with what Serafal said. Better safe than sorry, right? I summoned 3 more rings and present them to Penemu, Irina, and Griselda. The 3 looked at the rings blankly before Penemu started to hysterically laugh. Jin Zenpai? I tell them what the rings do and who I usually give them to. Irina blushed at the gesture. So this is just temporary? No, keep them forever. I won't stop worrying about all 3 of you if I didn't do this. We don't know what those evil Greek gods will do. As far as I can tell, Hermes, Hestia, and Hephaestus are trustable, maybe Astrea. The rest are still unknown until they prove otherwise. Griselda follows it up with her question, but in truth, while also a bit forceful, I want them to have them, also for them to know I'm interested in them. They glance at each other before taking the rings and putting them on. I'm still naive. I guess he'll do this to anyone I bring with me from now on, well, to factions or pantheons that I haven't been to. Unless the girls would already have those for guys. Maybe a bracelet? Or just a shadow, I'm not sure. They'll think about it. The 3 of them had their clothing from earlier in the day, so I touch them and enchant them too. They look confused, but I explain what I did. Wait, why you have all of these protections on your lovers? More or less, yes. Are you telling us you're interested in us in this roundabout kind of way? I was quite sure I was being straightforward about it. The way I treat my lovers was the same way I treated the 3 of you, no? Penemu started to ask questions, and I answered all of them. She seemed a bit stunned by my response in a rare moment. She blushed. Oh, anyway, let's just go to sleep. We have more things to do tomorrow. Next day, Terrence provided us breakfast. It was apparently part of the experience while staying there. He even said that dinner was part of it, but seeing as how we arrived late and had dinner already, didn't mention it. Let's go back to that place, then you know that. Screw the scenic route, I gather the girls around me and teleport to the small platform before we enter the castle. This should be fine, well. Geez, Jean, a little warning next time. To my surprise, Hermes, Hestia, and Hephaestus were already there. A little bit in front of them was Demeter and Astrea. I skipped the scenic route and opted to teleport here. I can see that anyway. Only a few gods showed up to this meeting. It's not mandatory, since it's just you and Zeus talking about that. It's nothing too serious. Don't look at me like that. Jean, geez. I heard about naughty boy Ares, so lighten up, will you? I can't exactly lighten up when he tries to hurt one of my loved ones, Hermes. Point taken, but still come on. Hermes starts to drag me away as everyone else followed after us. The girls were joined by Hestia, who dragged Hephaestus with her and asked about what had happened last night. I was with Hermes, Astrea, and Demeter. Before you ask, they'll say what I did to Zeus again, so I won't be repeating myself. Roger, that it seemed trouble follows you wherever you go, Jean. It also happened after we parted ways, no? Hermes and Demeter look at Astrea strangely. She calmly explains what happened between us, and they understood. Her nightly walks are well known after all. We quickly reached the door again, but during that short walk Demeter kept glancing at me and lazily waved her hand at me. I did the same just out of habit, I guess. Such a strange goddess. She's the Olympian goddess of the harvest and agriculture, presiding over crops, grains, food, and the fertility of the earth. Although she is mostly known as a grain goddess, she also appeared as a goddess of health, birth, marriage, and had connections to the underworld, but am not too sure about that last one, seeing how she is in the world. We eventually reach the door, and Hermes pushes it open. We all step inside, and I could see that Zeus, Hera, Apollon, Kronos, and Aphrodite were the only ones there. It seems like the evil gods opted not to be here. No, Nyx was to the corner. I turn around to face her. Hee to think I was found that easily high. Red Dragon Emperor, she giggles to herself and flies back to her seat from yesterday. The gods with us join them too. I stood at the front while the girls were beside me. The atmosphere was a lot less tense as yesterday. Jean, good day to you. I trust you rested well after last night's events? Yeah, more or less. Zeus strokes his beard while nodding sagely. Hermes, for some reason, was holding back his laughter. Does he need a shit or something? Zeus then proceeds to tell everyone there of what happened last night. A few of them were shocked at what I did. Show us proof. Nyx believed me, but wanted proof, so I pulled out the power I took from Ares and presented it to them. I could see a strange glint in her eyes as she grinned. That's enough, so I put it back in my inventory. So what's this thing that's happening to you? Ha 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 ha. He finally lost it and started laughing. Zeus just sighed. It's nothing serious. Jean, it's not even a request, but, well, maybe it is. We're going to hold another tournament of power. We would like you to be a judge or an exhibition match participant. Something like an extra opponent for the winner of the tournament, of course. You can decline and just be a normal judge. Usually, Ares or Apollon are the ones to be the exhibition match participant. But since you're here, you wanted to ask me to do it? Since Ares is out of action right now, Apollon will be taking over, yes? It's happening in a week, Jean. If you chose the scenic route this morning, you would have seen the entirety of Little Olympia preparing. It was in our luck you teleported here. I see. That's why Hermes was laughing. Hell, he still was while telling me that what do I choose? Fight or be a judge? Honestly, I don't want to fight. Too much effort weight. I can just have someone else do it, actually. They'll fight no, a subordinate will fight for me. How's that? A subordinate? You have subordinates? Zeus asked, confused, and I nod. However, I wasn't too sure in who to let fight and run loose. I'll decide when I see the final contestant then. I have quite a few. They'll let them come when the winner is announced. Zeus closes his eyes and seems to be thinking about this. He opens them back up and speaks to Hera and Apollon. They nod at each other before he turns back to me. I see no problems with that, Jean. I shall trust your judgment on this. You did spare my foolish son last night. Hiya ha ha. Well, that's it. You have a week before the tournament of power. You can leave and come back or stay here and explore our realm. There's more than meets the eye. After all, not only Greek gods and goddesses reside here, but also other beings. You saw them in Little Olympia. Great, we can go explore for a week before the start of this tournament. I also don't need to help out apart from being a judge and letting the winner fight someone. I'll decide before it starts. I have a week. It's a lot more relaxed than I thought. Go and explore to your heart's content, Jean. Sure. Thanks, I appreciate it. Nyx was still smirking at me, but I can't let my guard down until I leave this place hell for the three other girls' sake, since they can't compete with a god-class being as of now. Valerie was the only one with me, not including Ophis or Irene, my shadows, or the guys in my rings. So, will you go exploring today, then? I can bring you around if you want. Jean Hermes offered to be our tour guide. If it means just Little Olympia, then I don't mind. I want to explore this realm with just the ones with me. Sorry, mate. Oh, just in Little Olympia. I do have some things to help out with after all. So that's why I mean sure, why not? Sure thing. They'll join. And Hephaestus too. No, and Bus, no, you're not. Hestia, not accepting a no from her fellow goddess, stops her from protesting. Hephaestus just sighs and resigned her fate. Zeus nods and dismisses us. Everyone starts to leave. Red Dragon Emperor Chan once out of the room. Nyx calls out to me. She was looking at me with a lot of interest. She walks up to me as she basically circles around me slowly. She sometimes nods to herself or giggles. I see the future will be interesting by, she's bluffing. Yes, she is. You don't need to worry too much, Red Dragon Emperor Chan. Those baddies won't bother you too much. Unlike Ares, who's, well, stupid, hot-headed, and arrogant. They took your threat quite seriously. I can't imagine winning against you at all. Anyway, by now Nyx disappeared in a ball of darkness. I was left standing there as everyone looked at me. The other gods should know about her antics. Zeus wasn't even bothered by her insulting Ares. I guess he agreed with it. Let's go then. Hermes, ignoring what just happened, shouted cheerfully. We had arrived back at Little Olympia. Zeus, Hera, Apollon, and Kronos left us as soon as we arrived here. Demeter, Astrea, and Aphrodite decided to follow us as well. Why? I don't know. Demeter said she had nothing to do, while Aphrodite, well, she was just arguing with Hestia. Even now, they were butting heads, something about their breasts or something. Astria didn't give us a reason and just wanted to follow us. What does Jean Chan think of it? Demeter, who had been mostly silent and listening in to her fellow goddesses arguing, directed the question at me. Don't bring me into this, huh? You have a harem, right? What do you prefer? Small breasts? Medium breast? Or large breast? She asked me innocently as she smiled at me. She's a lot craftier than I thought. The arguing stopped as everyone had their eyes on me again. I can see from Valerie, Irina, and Seraph Leviathan they have medium-sized breasts. Meanwhile, Penemu and Griselda have large breasts. Where did she hear their names? I don't think I introduced them to her Hermes or Hestia. Well, whatever. I have no preferences. Honestly, as long as they're from the women I love, I don't mind what their size is. I have no preference. I have women in my harem that have small, medium, and large breasts. They all suit them, and I love them. That's right, he also loves butts and thighs. Drake's mark suddenly appeared, ratted me out, and dipped. Comptoir. Answer. Roger. I'll get away from me. You psycho. I'm glad that I don't do that kind of thing. Like how I beat you up earlier. Shut it, Rudra. That's true. Jean tends to use our thighs as pillows. He almost asks for them on a regular basis if he's not currently doing anything important. Thigh Dragon Emperor? No. You reap what you sow. You idiot dragon, you literally outed me. That also means you... Turn back time. I need to stop myself. No. Breast Dragon Emperor. But Dragon Emperor, you're quite a unique Red Dragon Emperor. Demeter seemed strangely interested in this topic. Irina was looking at her chest in relief. She saw me looking and awkwardly laughed to herself. We're here. First stop, the Museum of Little Olympia. Hermes suddenly stopped and told us where we were. In front of me was a large building. This time it was all white, made of stone including the roof, since it was round in shape. The inside was also white, but quite spacious. Each item was in its little stand with a little barrier in front of it preventing anyone from just reaching over and taking them. There were only a few staff strewn about. This houses many replicas of items and also information about events that happened throughout history. I was asked to help move some boxes here. So take your time to explore the place. With that, Hermes saluted to me and hurried inside. I followed him with everyone else. Since our main guide had left us Hestia, Demeter, and Aphrodite, Astria stayed back and watched us. She didn't speak that much. I wonder what her deal is. Is she observing us? Me? The inside was also white, but quite spacious. Each item was in its little stand with a little barrier in front of it preventing anyone from just reaching over and taking them. There were only a few staff strewn about. We arrived at the first exhibit, Zeus Thunderbolt. It looked like the one in the castle, except smaller in size. It was a statue of Zeus holding a thunderbolt, that's it. Beside it was Poseidon, and he was holding his trident. It was the same size as Zeus' statue. We moved on to a different site, and it was a shield. Is this the Aegis? Correct. Hephaestus was responsible for creating this. Well, it's a replica, but the real one is quite legendary. Isn't there sacred gear for this? I'm pretty sure it's called Aegis mineralization. It's wielded by Perseus as he carries the spirit of the hero of Greece, Perseus. He was persuaded by Cao Cao to join the hero faction, but they had different views, so he retired. The sacred gear fires beams of light that turns people into stone, like what Medusa could do. I wonder which one is stronger, the sacred gear or the real thing. Jean, are you interested in it? Hestia asked me, but I shook my head. No, just had a fleeting thought. Let's move on. They were obviously curious, but didn't ask any further. We moved on to another replica. This time it was a bow. It didn't have a name, but was said to be wielded by Apollon himself. He never officially gave a name to it, but it was gold in color. Many of the things you'll see here are made by Hephaestus. So if you have any questions, ask her. What did you use to make it? I asked Hephaestus. She glances at me and then turns to the bow. Amber with other materials found in our realm, imbued with both mine and Apollon's divine energy. It took me quite a long time to create it. He uses his divine energy to construct arrows, as well as add other elements to them, making them quite powerful. Interesting next was my staff. From somewhere Hermes joined us. It looks like the next thing we were seeing was his staff. It's called the Caduceus. Doesn't it look pretty? The staff of Hermes, or the caduceus, is a short but magical staff that's shaped as two interwoven serpents with two small wings at the top. He seemed quite proud of it since he's looking at it affectionately, even though it's a replica. For the next few minutes, Hestia guided us around. After we saw Hermes' staff, he quickly left again. The girls were the ones who asked the most questions, and the goddesses around us answered them. Astrea was still silently following us. So why the silence? I decided to hang back, and Joiner Demeter also joined us. She looks at me with her usual calm expression and smiles. I wish to accompany you. Is that not enough of a reason? Surely you have another reason. After arrest, foolish, stunt-boying Jean-chan. Believe her, Astrea-chan says the truth around 97% of the time, you know? Demeter hugs my arm and puts it in between her large chest as she stares at me with a serious expression. You'll be the judge of that. I can tell a lie from a truth. Go ahead, try me. The two seemed amused, so they decided to play along. I summon a small light bulb. I explain to them that it will turn green if they're telling the truth and red if they lied. I am a man, Demeter says, and the light bulb turns red. Please, that's way too obvious unless she just want to test it. Seeing that it worked, she tried again with another obvious lie. I have a 12-inch appendage that caused a few heads to turn toward her, making the goddess chuckle nervously. Obviously, the bulb turned red on that one. Seeing as this thing did in fact work, Astrea spoke up. I simply wanted to follow Jean today. It turned green. How interesting. Was she curious about me after last night's talk? Demeter then started saying weirder and weirder things, making the bulb turn from green to red, an almost freakishly consistent rate. In the end, we saw a lot of replicas of weapons used by the gods and goddesses here. We also learned a few more things about them, since there was a little bit of information on the placards. Hermes also joined us once we left. He was quite a fast worker, it seemed. The man led us to a different part of Little Olympia that had a lot of things that seemed to be related to different Greek gods. Did they design it like that? I mean, maybe, right? Poseidon wasn't at the meeting today because he's here. Actually, this is a small aquarium. While he usually hates these things, many of the aquatic life in there voluntarily chose to live in the tanks. Apparently, they didn't like the surviving aspect of the wild and opted to be fed by the staff instead. Poseidon was a bit amused by it, so he sometimes visits here. He's normally just in the oceans of the human realm, you know? We go into the place well down. The aquarium had a hollow building on the surface with a small reception with no staff. There was a large staircase that led down into the ground. That's where the real aquarium is, apparently. Oh, Hermes, my boy, Jean. Welcome to All Blue. That's this aquarium's name. I named it myself, since all the oceans of the world are well blue. Mostly, all blue, like the one from One Piece. I can understand where he's coming from. A lot of the natural water of the human world is starting to be polluted, and it's quite disheartening to see that humans still take it for granted. A nice name, Poseidon. Cool me. He'll be your tour guide. Ho ho ho. He offered, and we accepted. When I asked if he was busy or what, he replied that his wife Amphitrite was looking after the ocean in his absence, so he had time. Amphitrite was a sea goddess and wife of Poseidon and the queen of the sea. Hey, I only have one wife, like Zeus. Do not believe the nonsense that the human books and legends spout. While some of them are true, in a sense they're far from fact. Well, that answers my question then. I nod at him as he grins. He takes us around the underground aquarium. Most of the aquatic life here were small, nothing large or big. I mean, that makes sense. The smaller ones wanted an out, right? Hey, look, it's Boss. He's bringing around a bunch of humans or whatever they are in our home again. Hey, Boss, you seem popular. The fish that we passed by started to speak. Most of the time, they were silent or minding their own business. Poseidon looks at me in surprise, but a wide smile stretches across his face. You can understand the fish. Does this extend to all sea life? I can understand all animal know any type of creature's language. Probably supernatural too, but I hadn't many chances to test that out since they're mostly quiet. Smack, smack. Happy with my answer, Poseidon smacks me on the back. The fish also heard and had surprised looks, well as surprised as you can make those faces as fish. I heard from Aquino that you scared a poor dog when it kept being mean to you. Valerie tilts her head and looks at me. I chuckle and nod. Well, by mean you mean, asshole. Then sure, I mostly endured that crap for a few months. Another interesting ability from the middleman. Like Poseidon Hermes grabbed my shoulder and forced me to keep both of them company. They just talked and talked about this place, how it was built, who built it, and why. I basically got a history lesson. Now that I look at it, it was mostly black, blue, not just the lighting, but the walls and floor. He really tried to make it ocean-like, huh? Even the lights were glowing sea rock. I wonder if Poseidon has his own little home down there. Perhaps Atlantis? No. Isn't he just regarded as a god? But what if he remains there? Hey, Poseidon, what's your connection or relation to Atlantis? Ho ho ho. I am worshipped by Atlanteans, my boy. If this place has most statues of Zeus, then I have most of my statues in Atlantis. My home is located in the Aegean Sea, near the island of Euboea. It is masked in magic, so no human eyes can see it. Feel free to visit me in the future. If I'm there in the future, if not, my wife Amphitrite will be there. I see. I wonder who rules Atlantis then. I'll learn more about in the future. Let's just focus on this for now. We spent around an hour in all blue, with Poseidon doing most of the tour. He shared a few personal stories with me, how he and Amphitrite met and fell in love, just a typical Greek god love story. But what surprised me is they have one child, a daughter, that he didn't say the name. She's apparently not in any of the Greek mythos, so I'm even more curious about that. After that, we bid farewell to Poseidon as he had to go back. The rest of the day was Hermes dragging us around the entirety of Little Olympia while he helped around. We just explored the general area. He took us to while also eating food. I had to pay. I didn't have any problems with it. Throughout that time, Hestia became good friend with everyone, but I did get a few glances from everyone when they got together and started talking. I didn't bother finding out first, but I got curious, so I started reading their lips. Apparently, Penemu said that I may be after them as well, add them to my harem or something, since I did admit to her last night that I was interested in her. Now, she didn't do it out of malicious intent, but I guess teasing? I mean, she stuck her tongue out at me when I asked her about it. But the goddesses weren't really too bothered by it. They took it in stride, actually, which was comforting, I guess. Hermes said he wanted to take us to a special place at night. I more or less knew since I heard some youths talking about it the night before it was dusk and the sun was setting. Hermes had gone somewhere to help out again. We were just sitting around relaxing. Hey, Jean Senpai. Irina was beside me as I had sat away from the group since the girls' talk was becoming more and more prevalent. I almost felt like an outcast. Is it true that Zenobia is part of your harem? No, well, unofficially. I haven't had time to get too close to her, but we get along well enough. Why do you ask? I had bought everyone drinks, and we were all sipping away at this guava smoothie. I don't understand why Irina is asking this. Okay, maybe they did talk about love and relationships, mostly about me, throughout the day. They didn't ask me. I mean, I'm here, they could have just done that. I can answer any questions. I don't get women. Sometimes a maiden's age shut anyway. Per Irina's request, I had changed her outfit during that day. She said she was thinking of transferring into Kuo Academy starting the second semester, so she's wearing the school's uniform right now. Jean? Sorry. You do look cute in the school uniform. Yeah, you'll be in Zenobia and Asia's class then. If you do transfer in LW3, the church trio, ITLL fit you. Anyway, what's up with Griselda? She's been weird since the walk up the mountain. Irina shook her head and took a sip out of her drink. Seems like she was clueless. I don't want to read her mind, but I did read her emotions. She's just confused, I guess. Even with the new changes, her mind is still getting used to it. Angels can now reproduce or procreate without the fear of falling. That was almost impossible to imagine before, but now that I changed it, it's possible. So falling in love with someone, while it was possible, it's even more freeing now. In the past, it had to be out of pure love and nothing else, or risk the chance of turning into a fallen angel. Maybe Sister Griselda likes you, even with the limited interaction? Hi. Irina put out an outrageous theory. She tried to laugh it off, but a sudden ominous aura was directed at her as she shrieked and hid behind me. We look over and could see Griselda smiling at us. No, Irina. I'm Sully. I was really surprised at how well Griselda got along with Seraphal and Penemu, and in a short amount of time as well. While Griselda wasn't against the alliance, and befriending Seraphol and Penemu. I have no idea what her origins are. I also have no idea what caused her to join the supernatural part of the church. I have no idea about the past of Seraphol or Penemu. They're a mystery. I want to find out. I can probably ask Seraphol since she's my lover now. Her smiling stopped, and she started to talk to the women around her again. Oh, sorry for the wait, Jean ladies. Time to go to the last stop of the day. Follow me. Hermes appeared out of nowhere and started to walk away from us. We followed after him. And yeah, from the look of the goddesses, it was clear where he was taking us. Seraphol, Penemu, and Griselda caught on quickly. The only one clueless was Irina. As we walked, the lights above us were the color of red, orange, and yellow. Many of the buildings there had very explicit names and signs, such as "Come have a good time" or "Blow from me to you." That one made me chuckle. I looked beside me, and yeah, Irina caught on hell. She's completely red now. She was staring at the ground, but turned to look at me. She cutely gripped my arm and said nothing else. The sun had fully set, so the entire district was lit up by lights. Jean and ladies, welcome to the red light district of Little Olympia. Hermes winked at me, and I blankly stared back at him. The women with us, not including Irina, were not amused by this. It is rare to see Astria look so angry. Her face looked calm and pleasant, but she radiated hostility towards Hermes. As he feels all the anger from the women, he looks to me for help. I just shrugged. Not my problem, dude. You brought this upon yourself, you deal with it. With that, I am gone. Good luck and have fun, Jean. Hermes ran out of there. He was pretty fast, but I could follow him. It almost seemed like it was slow motion. However, when he passed me, he saw me looking at him, and he gave me a surprised look. Zoom, FWS, he left a small trail of dust as he ran away. I guess you'll need to be quite fast on your feet as the messenger of the Greek gods, huh? The ladies turned to me, and I shrugged then. I point behind me. They seemed to understand what I was getting at and started to walk back. I also turned back to start walking when, hey, cutie, want to have a good time? No, pick me. I'm much younger than her. You look like a Lolic. I walked past them, especially that last one. I did not look like a Lulicon, damn it. Ophis, Asia, Chiron, Hestia, Iriuka, and Ravel. Don't they count as Lolis? Draig, they're just young. Well, maybe not Ophis, since she can change her appearance. I'm sure Ravel and Iriuka will mature more as they grow older. Hell, Chiron has had a growth spurt thanks to the pocket dimension training. Okay, then Hestia. Stop. Let it pass. I'm not a damn Lulicon. So your thing, partner. Let's go. This is getting annoying. The women in this district kept bugging me, as did the males who kept on attempting to hit on the girls. Well, tried. However, the girls were already giving off a very hostile aura around them. So only the ballsy ones tried to grab at them, and it didn't end well for them. I had grabbed Irina's hand and pulled her with me. Oh God, why are they topless? And underwear or less for the guys anyway. I don't want to see any of this. We made it out of there. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, though. There were clear signs of abuse from certain owners of those brothels to their staff. I don't think I can get too involved. I mean, I'm still nameless here. Middleman, as I mentioned, before him a glorified mercenary, so while some may know me and perhaps respect me, most don't care. They have their own lives to deal with and worry about. If I just walk in, what can I do? Do you want to provide temporary relief, or do you want to make things worse? They do need that job for their livelihood. They must already have tried to find a normal job, right? Hey, let's get dinner together. The girls agreed, and I went along with it. There were apparently a few more shops below the Tower of Heaven. These were mostly reserved for gods, goddesses, and anyone they bring there. Hestia looked like she could be homeless with what she wears ill pay. Many thanks, Jean. Safe to say, this place was fancy like fancy. The tables were made out of some hard-to-get wood here, which was the color of silver. The same with the chairs. The plates and utensils were made out of gold, and the wine glasses were diamond. The waiters and waitresses were also wearing pretty fancy attire too. I honestly felt so out of place here. Before they walked in, we made a small detour to get changed. Everyone was wearing fancy dresses. Still wearing my black suit and gold tie, I was already ready to enter. Valerie was wearing a red and gold one-piece dress. She also had her makeup done the same as everyone else. Seraphol had a peacock green dress. Her hair was tied into a bun. Penemu had a lilac-colored dress, and Irina had a white colored dress and had her angel wings out for some reason. What I was surprised about was Griselda. I've always seen her as a nun or sister, so her being out of that was a bit weird. I did bathe with her once, but I was a bit distracted at the time, so I didn't remember what she looked like without her hood. Griselda had olive green hair. She had blue eyes, so her dress was a mix of the two, which strangely suited her, but she was a blushing mess already. I don't think she's worn well this less clothing since she became part of the church. Astrea, Aphrodite, and Demeter didn't need to change since they were already wearing proper attire. Only Hestia and Hephaestus she protested hard but relented in the end. Hestia was wearing a light blue dress and Hephaestus a red one, but she was still frowning. All right, time to eat. Hestia was quite pumped the rest of the girls were hungry. Who, am stuffed. Thank you for paying, Jean. That didn't make you go broke, right? No, I'm fine. I'm quite well off. Dinner was normal, well as normal as you can get with that place. Everything was high quality and expensive. Even the goddamn water was 200 euros. What the fuck? It better be made from a goddess piss. I don't mean from an actual goddess piss. Drake, what the fuck? He may be into that doom. Fuck you. Fuck you too. I don't judge, Drake. Partner, I'm not into that owl. Eyes on a fight. Idiot. Astrea and Demeter departed for their home after dinner. Hestia and Hephaestus came with us to our inn. Well, Hestia wanted to, so she dragged Hephaestus along with her as she wanted to see where our inn was. I swear these two are like best friends. Valerie, Seraphol, Irina, and Griselda had taken Hephaestus with them and were speaking with her ahead of Hestia and I. She did speak with them throughout the day, but not this closely or intimately. She had some sort of, I guess, aura or barrier. I don't know how to describe it, but almost like, are you curious? I can tell from your expression that you're curious and confused. I look at Hestia as she was grinning at me. I was 63 and she was 47. This may look really weird to anyone looking at us right now. Yeah, why does she have that feeling? And why does she wear that eye patch? Are the legends of her true? Hestia shakes her head, causing her chest to shake as well. Hey, eyes up here. Sorry, continue. None of the human tales about her are true. I mean, he is a she. No? Anyway, it's just a deformity. When she first showed it to us, most gods and goddesses were repulsed by it. So, she hides it with her eye patch. But the ones who did nothing are also at fault. They confided in me that they didn't really think much of it at the time, but later said they regretted not saying anything. They've tried to address the topic with her, but she shuts it down quickly. That's why she's just as big of a virgin as me. Hoo. I don't know why you're proud of that, Hestia. I mean, nothing's wrong with being one, but you wear like a proud badge. I guess you are sometimes referred to as the goddess of domestic and civic hearth, sacred and sacrificial fire, virginity, and family. Do you want to see it? I can see you're curious about it. I'm her friend. Maybe I can convince her. But if you run away or be disgusted, it'll hate your guts, and so will Hephaestus. I mean, I'm curious, but I won't try to force out of her you don't need to, Hestia. We're here. Irina interrupted us once again as we arrived back at the inn. They looked at Hestia and I, waiting for something. You guys go ahead. I need Jean and Hephaestus for a second. But geez, this is the place Zeus set you guys up in? I mean, it's fine, but it's at the lower end of accommodations. It's fine, Hestia-sama. It's quite a comfy inn, even an underground open bath. They also serve breakfast and dinner, so it's quite a sweet deal. Irina answered her enthusiastically. She liked this place that much, huh? I'm glad then. Terence is a pretty chill guy after all. The girls were a bit confused but complied, so they walked into the inn first. Hephaestus looked at Hestia with a questioning gaze, but she waved her off. Hephaestus, you guys go ahead. I need Jean and Hephaestus for a second. But, geez, this is the place Zeus set you guys up in? I mean, it's fine, but it's at the lower end of accommodations. Why does she want Jean and I to remain with her? I wasn't too sure why, but I had a weird feeling about it. The reincarnated angel, Irina, was quite friendly, easygoing, and chatty. I had a hard time dealing with her early on, but she's quite simple-minded. I like her. The rest were also fine women. Jean at least knows how to pick friends and allies. Never in my life would I have thought I would get along with angels, fallen angels, and devils. Yet here, I waved goodbye to them as I stared back at Hestia, waiting for her to continue. The red D Jean looked a bit uncomfortable. It's Hestia again. Once she sets her mind on something, she can be quite stubborn and won't let it go. He is a victim, as am I. I glared at my self-proclaimed best friend. You don't look at me like that. Hep, come on, we're besties. So, what did you want me for? I stare blankly at her as she nods. She looks at me, then back to Jean. It has something to do with him? Can you take your iPod? No. Oh, it's about that. Hestia, you already know my stance about that. I will not make any exceptions, even if it's you. I remember those looks from them. It's something that won't leave me. You know how it makes me feel. How it makes others feel. To take this off and show anyone is just asking for trouble. Please. This is the mad dog, god dragon red thigh boob, but emperor. He threatened us last night. Beat up Ares well, Valerie did, but still. He's fearless. What the hell kind of title is that? Jean was looking at Hestia like she was some otherworldly being with 8 breasts with 12 nipples. Huh? Where did that come from? That has she been influencing my vocabulary? I need to stop. I wasn't sure, so he'll stay silent for now. If she really wants to, I got rid of the rare devil sleeping disease of 2 devils. I revived the Welsh dragon Drake. I can probably heal or fix whatever you have under there. Oh, so it's true, huh? You revived the Welsh dragon. Can we see him? Sorry, he's a bit busy right now, maybe tomorrow. I was left speechless. So those rumors were true. But fix my eye? Could such a thing be possible? Do I even want it to be fixed or healed? I've lived with it for so long that do you really need to think about it, Hephaestus? Isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? I don't do transactions for free. You must want something in return, right? He gave me a strange look. And so, did Hestia did I say something weird? Hep, I did just say he wants to see your eye. I guess that's what he wants? If he sees it, then hell fix it. You both win in the end. I guess she did, but that doesn't benefit him at all. Why? Why? Why, huh? It doesn't benefit me in any way, shape, or form is what you're thinking. Huh? You're right, it doesn't. But I do things not just because I want something from it or try gaining something from it. He pauses before continuing. When my friend from Grigori, his current fiancée, was in bad shape, we started out as strangers to business partners, and now we're friends. I help heal her because I wanted to, not because I was expecting something out of it. Friendships start somewhere, Hephaestus. However, conventional or unconventional they may be, I have suspected it since I met you. You keep people at a certain distance at bay. You don't want them straying past a certain point. We've known each other for barely any time, but thanks to this lowly goddess with giant boobs, I feel like I've known you guys for a long time. She's just that easy to get along with. Ahem. Hestia puffs out her chest proudly. Yes, that is something to be proud of. It's impossible for me, but it's as easy as breathing for you. You did the same thing with me back all those years ago. So why not start here, Hep? Jean doesn't seem like a bad guy. Well, he's a pervert, but not a bad person. Oi, flick ow. Hey, you can't just flick a goddess ow. Jean flicked Hestia on her forehead, and she stumbles back a bit. She angrily looks at the young man with teary eyes. She tried to protest, but was flicked again. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle at their interaction. All right, they'll show you, Jean. You better keep your promise then. I win. Shut up, lowly goddess with boobs. I slowly take off my patch. This has always been on when I go out in public, when I'm with other people for the first time in a long time. It's been a long time since I saw this. It hasn't changed, huh? He was staring at it, but with no reaction whatsoever. He seemed fascinated by it. It's just a weird defect, it's nothing special. So, can you do something about it? Let me analyze it. I need to touch it, can I? They both look at me. Asking for permission, I sigh and agreed to his request. I felt strangely nervous. He approached me and put his palm over it. He then closed his eyes. But he quickly steps back. Did he fail? I look at him, and he had an amused look. Well, easy enough. I can fix it now. All right, hold up. He opens his palm and summons a hand mirror. He hands it to me. Look at yourself. Look at this for one last time. Remember it well, because after that defect will be gone forever. I was a bit surprised. I look at Hestia, and she did the same thing. We stare at each other for a few seconds before I nod. I bring the mirror up to my face. I cringe as I see it. I put it down and close my eyes. I'm ready. Sure thing. He answered back nonchalantly. I felt him put his hand over my right eye and done. Eh, eh, done? What do you mean done? That was too quick. Did he dupe us? I opened my eyes to glare at the man, but when I did, Hestia gasped. W what? Why did she gasp? I look at her, but she didn't answer me, but kept on pointing at me my eye. I brought the mirror back up, and I was left speechless again. It the defect, it was gone how? I've resigned myself to a life of solitude and loneliness. I always thought it would be with me until I die one way or another. You guys are making a bigger deal out of this more than anything. It's done. I should get going since the girls are waiting. He just brushes it aside like it was nothing. What do you mean, Gene Skyward? This has plagued me my entire life, and now you. You just waltz in and fix it in less than a second. I looked back at him, and he was grinning. Hestia and I were both confused by his reaction. Maybe nothing in this world happens by accident. Maybe everything happens for a reason. That's what I think anyway. After he said that, Gene looked amused? No, he had a look of did I really just say that? I don't think he truly believed what he said himself. He looks rather doubtful of himself. Our destiny slowly takes form. Hey, hip. Hestia continues as she looks back at me with a wide and bright smile. I guess both of us living this long was worth it, huh? I'm starting to think about all those years of I said you're making this into a bigger deal than necessary. Anyway, I got to see what I wanted, and that defect of yours is gone. We both win. Anyway, good night, you two. Hestia and I looked back at Gene, and he was grinning at us. Thump, thump, Gene, skyward. I waved to the two as I entered the inn. They were just staring at me. What the hell's wrong with them? Whatever, I have a long week ahead of me. Nothing major is happening. It's just a very long wait for the Tournament of Power. I'll just use this time to explore more. Since we had Hermes give us a tour of Little Olympia, if I come across him tomorrow before we set off, he'll ask more about this world. Like what things to expect. By the time I get to my room, both Seraphal and Valerie are lying on the bed, seemingly exhausted. I quickly join them as they cuddle closer to me. Tomorrow, we will begin exploring this world. You guys better be ready. Levi Tan is always ready. Gene Tan, I already said I was sticking with you for the entire summer, Gene. That's reassuring then. Chapter 8, Part 3, Sirens, Harpies, and Little Olympus. Gene, skyward morning came, and we were all downstairs having breakfast that Terrence made. It's really good. Hey, Terrence. What's up, boss? I've only eaten breakfast here for 2 days, and probably for the next week. It's really good. So, how much for the recipe book? Terrence was still reading a book a table away from us as we ate our breakfast. As per usual, Seraphal wasn't a morning person and looked like she was dug up from her grave and became a zombie. I appreciate the compliment, boss, but I don't have one since all of the food I've made has come from my own head. The recipes are in there. He looks up from his book and taps his head with a grin. I see. Unfortunately, the girls seem to like it, especially Irina. She's already having her second helping. Feed me, complying with Seraphal's cute demand. I take her spoon and put it toward her mouth. She lazily and tiredly takes a bit, chews, swallows, and then sighs satisfied for some reason. She was sitting to my right, while to my left was a silent Griselda, is eating. She looks weirdly elegant while eating. I hadn't noticed that back then when she had dinner at my house. I guess I was too preoccupied. Across from us was Valerie with Irina to her left and Penemu to her right. On Valerie's lap was Ophis. Since her confession, she had become even more open with everyone else. I mean, she was already on the way there. But I guess thanks to that, she's a lot friendlier now. That's why she was sitting on Valerie's lap, feeding her at times. This would have been impossible to think a few months ago. She only ever did that for me. But seeing the scene in front of me was quite special. She's learning to trust more people around her in a more healthy way, unlike what she did with Cow's Brigade. She sees me looking at her. She tilts her head while smiling. Yeah, she does look cute with a smile on her face. So, what are we doing today? Gene? We still have around 6 days left before the Tournament of Power. After that, we'll be leaving, right? Will you try forming an alliance with them? Penemu stops eating her share as she asks me a question without looking up. She's been enjoying her time here. I doubt she would want to leave so suddenly. I want to find Hermes and ask him more about this world since he's a god and all. The more information, the better, right? As for an alliance, they'll see in 6 days. If I get a better reputation in this place, they might just ask for it. But this is more of a meet and greet, like what I did with the three great powers back then, the same with the Fae in Kyoto. If that's the case, I can tell you more about our realm, boss. Anything, in particular, you want to know? Jumping into the conversation, Terrence puts his book down and looks at me with an expectant look. One nice guy. Gotta tip him well before we leave at the end of the week. Honestly, anything at all. Are there other races spread out in the realm? How big is it? Anything dangerous to look out for? Any significant places to look out for? Terrence nods and closes his eyes. He remains silent for around 2 minutes, and during that time, we continue eating our breakfast. You may know that the monsters like Typhon are located at another place in the human world with their own realm, right? With that in mind, we do have other races and creatures here. While it wasn't as big and diverse hundreds of years ago, Zeus has become a lot more open-minded, probably due to your actions across the supernatural world. Anyway, there's a large body of water, well, an ocean to the west of Little Olympia. There's a small, quaint city that is mostly inhabited by sirens, both men and women. I trust you've seen some here? I nod. Yeah, I have. Well, I've had my experience in the red light district so far, but I assume there are others as well. They're quite friendly, but only a few years ago, their tyrant leader almost brought it down. If our leader is Zeus, then that siren was more or less a mayor of that town. They had power and influence at that very place. So, is it like an underwater city? No, they can live both above ground and underwater, but there are 3 types of sirens. 1, like the mere folk, like harpies, and a hybrid, which are rare. Hybrid sirens have the top half of a harpy, so wings and feathers, and the bottom half of merfolk. Their city is both above ground and underground. The sirens like mermaids have no problems going above ground and staying there, but the ones with wings have a more difficult time staying underwater. Hybrids possess both advantages, so they're in a way, the top of their race north of Little Olympia is where harpies abound. They live in a city in the sky. They made it themselves. It's like a floating city. Like the sirens, they have their leader that leads them. They don't get involved in the political side of our realm, since the gods have the last and final say. They're an interesting bunch. They like asking for sex. I've seen way too many in the red light district when Hermes dragged us there last night. Terrence let out a small chuckle and nodded. Yes, they're quite concupiscent. That's why their leader has made it that they can only have 1 or 2 children per household. Otherwise, there would be way too many of them, a shortage of food, housing, and other things will. You know, east from here is the territory of Elamias. They're made up of only women. They need to take male lovers from different races to populate. Even then, only females are born. Such an odd race they are. So, they have a queen and a temporary king. When he dies, they'll find another. There is a limit in how many men they can bring, and that's 1. Sound a lot like Tir Na Nog, except for the only one-man part. It's like an infinite harem for that lucky guy. South from here is actually a shared territory between 2 races, the Minotaur and the Orc. They mostly share their land, so there have been Minotaur and Orc hybrids popping up over the last 100 years. The race can have both females and males. Both their races pride themselves in strength, so they joined hand in hand, and they have a king and queen in that city of theirs. Generally, they want 1 Orc and 1 Minotaur as king and queen. It doesn't matter which is which. Currently, there's a queen Orc and king Minotaur. Also, don't think those are the only races found out there. While they're the more prominent ones, there are smaller groups around and in between them, such as elves, yokai, and others like the Gorgons that live here, but they're quite few and far between. Most have been forced into hiding in the human realm because of a certain incident and myth. You've heard of them, right? The 3 Gorgon sisters? Was Athena responsible? He silently nods. I see. So, Medusa does exist in this world. Then what about the other 2? Stheno and Euryale? Wait, what about Chow Chow's Medusa? Oh, what's going to happen to that? They look nearly identical. The stranger part is they don't look like your typical Gorgons, which was what made them famous. They had humanoid bodies. Anyway, Stheno and Euryale are quite close. Meanwhile, the 3rd sister, Medusa, is an outcast. They have bad blood, I guess. This is getting complicated. How does Perseus tie into all of this? And how does the sacred gear, Aegis mineralization, come into it? Doesn't it have the powers of Medusa? To be able to petrify things? Comptoir, where are they? Comptoir. Answer. Stheno and Euryale are dead, recently deceased. They died around 12 years ago. Meanwhile, Medusa Oha vanished. I cannot locate her. So, she got to meet her, huh? A powered-up Medusa by Nyarlathotep. I wonder if she can be talked out of it. Did she have a grudge against her sisters? Hey, can those two be revived? Comptoir. Answer. No. With Nyarlathotep's help, their souls were completely erased from existence in this world, this timeline. So maybe we can assume she's part of the Monkai Association? Or just lying low somewhere in the human world, thank you, Terrence. We'll take a look at all of these then, and of course whatever else we come across before the start of the Tournament of Power. Glad I could help, boss. But please don't hesitate to ask Hermes. He may know more than I do. He gave me a thumbs up and turned back to reading his book. When I turned back to look at my food, it was all gone. I look at Seraphol. She hasn't recovered yet, so she isn't the suspect. Next was Ophis. She wasn't guilty, I can tell from her emotions and confused look. Valerie is also a no. Penemu was staring at Griselda. The same with Irina, though she looked horrified. I turn to look at her, but she has her face turned away from mine. Griselda, were you that hungry? You could have just asked for a second serving. Forgive me. Your conversation with Terrence lasted longer than my stomach anticipated. Growl. It's fine. They'll get another serving for the both of us. Roger that. Terrence quickly left as Irina held her laughter in due to Griselda smiling at her. I wonder how long it took her to perfect that smile of hers. Though, she was also blushing. Terrence quickly came back with our food. Cool, im stuffed. That's what breakfast should be like. I can live a happy life if I can eat like that. Every day, Irina patted her stomach as we left the inn after finishing our breakfast. Ophis had slipped back into the necklace after greeting everyone. As of now, our current goal is to find Hermes. I already pinpointed his location, and we were on the way there. He's already out and about helping out the residents of Little Olympia. Then why not move in with us? Irina, you said you wanted to transfer to Kuo Academy, right? Jean's home is pretty close, and you already tasted his cooking. Valerie suggested Irina move in with me while providing very enticing reasons. Irina herself looked at me with starry eyes, almost begging me to say yes. I don't know what to say. I mean, isn't it up to whoever your superior is? It's Michael, right? Also, wasn't the reason for you transferring to Kuo Academy to complete a mission? It would be a benefit for Michael to have someone in his faction in Kuo. In Kuo, the devils already have plenty of their own. Azazel himself was present, and soon Irina will join them. Bo's sister Griselda. It is up to Michael Sama. However, I do think he will agree to it, seeing as how we need an angel in Kuo Academy, as the three other powers have their own members there already. It's time for heaven to join. I will suggest that the both of us go. Perhaps I can become a physical education teacher, or even a nurse. I didn't expect that, and neither did Irina. She stared at Griselda in shock. If she becomes the P.E teacher, then Roygun can still become the nurse, though having two nurses wouldn't be bad, right? A sister and devil. Yes, boss. Smack. Yes, Sister Griselda. Oya? If it isn't Jean and his merry harem. How can I help you? Griselda lightly smacks Irina, and she quickly corrected herself. Hermes came out of shop as he pats himself down. He greets us as he looks quite tired already. We're looking for you. Actually, I proceeded to tell him why I was looking for him. I also told him what I knew and who provided me with that information. Hermes nods along. I see. Well, that an owner basically told you how this realm works. Other gods sometimes have their own little domain across the world, or they just go wandering about since Zeus is the leader. We only ever assemble when he calls us. Of course, not all of us appear. As you know, not all Greek gods came to meet you that day. The elves. Artemis frequently visits them as she teaches them archery and swordsmanship. While she's better at using the bow, she isn't terrible with a sword. Demeter visits the Lamias and Harpies quite often too. Kronos is in good standing with the orcs and minotaurs of the south, as well as the sirens of the west. If you're lucky, you'll see them during your visit. Unfortunately, there are no immediate dangers in our realm, as Zeus and the other gods. like myself, took care of those problems in the past. So, there are no known present dangers here. So, just venture out and explore without worrying too much. Apart from the evil gods, you have a point. Nevertheless, I want on my guard down, but those gods and goddesses do visit these places, don't they? At least I can interact with them then. Okay, thanks for the heads up, Hermes. Let's get goy tapping. I turn around and see Hestia and Hephaestus. Where did your eye patch disappear to? Wait, your eye. Oh, sweet panties in a fryer. It's normal. Hermes proceeds to freak out behind me. From the tone of voice and the emotions, I felt he was genuinely surprised. The calm look on Hephaestus' face changed into a glare as she glared down at Hermes, who let out an ugh sound. Hestia and Hephaestus, how can I help you? But you do look good with or without that eye patch, Hephaestus. Oh, Miss Hephaestus wanted to see you avow. Bonk. Hephaestus smacked Hestia on the head. It did feel heavy, too. She was sporting a small blush. She turned back to me and nodded. I didn't get a chance to thank you last night. Thus, I am here to do that today. Thank you. And if you need anything in the future, any assistance you deem necessary, don't hesitate to do so, Jean. She puts her hand out for a handshake. I looked at it and couldn't help but smile. I firmly shake her hand. Sure thing. I'll friendship. I look at the girls and nod. We'll get moving then. They'll see you guys around, probably when the Tournament of Power starts. Actually, hey, erase my phone number, assuming you guys have modern phones. I pulled out 3 pieces of paper and gave it to them. Hestia huffed as Hermes laughed behind me. Of course, we have phones. We're not cavemen or women, Jean. Thank you, though. I gave Hestia an amused smirk before turning away. West first, then, to the sirens. I rarely use you, Drake. So let's go. I summoned the boosted gear and Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Oi, am I just a transportation vehicle now? Ignoring him, I brought out my wings, and so did the girls. Valerie opted to be carried by me as she jumped towards me, and I caught her sheesh. As we flew up, they waved at us, and some residents were staring at us. I heard a few shouts indicating some recognized me. We then started to fly in that direction. One of the reasons as to why I wanted to fly there, and instead of just teleporting, is, well, Terrence said it himself. There are more than what he mentioned. I also want to see the scenery and landscape here. I looked behind me as Penemu had slowed down to help Griselda and Irina. Right, they're not used to this. It was only recently that they became reincarnated angels. Looking below us, it was still wide fields and a few trees, a small body of water, and a few giant boulders around. We can land for a bit and help them get accustomed to flying. Hey, let's land. I forgot you two just received your wings. We can help you get used to it very quickly. Irina gave me a thankful look, but props to her as she managed to fly for a full 2 minutes before I turned around. We landed on the ground as Penemu gave instructions to the pair of them on flying. Even though I said I would provide pointers, I'm still as useless as ever. It just came naturally to me. Instead, Drake came out and gave them instructions. They were surprised and in awe to see the Welsh dragon in his human form and in the flesh. I feel like the dude is starting to act more and more like Veldora. He is almost like a fanboy. It's weird. I wish you luck on the day they meet, Jean. I have a feeling it will be quite exhausting when that day does come. It's like this. You idiot. No, wrong. We are angels. Even if I'm a fallen now, I was once a pure angel. So it's like this. The two of them started to argue. Meanwhile, Irina and Griselda started to float and fly around a bit, flapping their wings and seeing how they could move around with them. The two nodded at each other. I thought that was fantastic, fast learners. Clap. All right, you two, enough. These two learned already. Both of you pointers help. Let's go with that. All right. They stopped arguing to look at the two angels. Drake had a victoriously smug look on him as Penemu looked irritated at the dragon. He does a weird pose and gives a victory sign before vanishing back into the boosted gear. I hate him. Just leave it. Let's keep going. I hadn't left my balance breaker state during that time, so I just summoned back my wings and flew back up. I flew forward while looking backwards to make sure the two of them did get the hang of it and could keep up. Valerie had opted to fly by herself this time and was enjoying flying up and down while looking at the scenery in front of us. Why is he here? I thought Terrence said he would be at whatever. Well, see soon enough. After a few minutes of flying, we were traveling at a fast pace, so we covered a lot of ground. We could see man-made structures on the ground, mainly out of wood, stone, and mud. Were these yukai? I could see them from distance. We were slowly approaching them, and some spotted us, and they waved at us. We went down toward them after I looked behind me and signaled to go down. Greetings. Oh, the Red Dragon Emperor. Welcome to our quaint village. We are monkey yukai. We journeyed here because we were mostly outcasts and wanted to live in a more isolated place. The Greek gods were a lot more welcoming than we had thought. I am Mojo. I am the leader of this remote village. To my right is my wife, Cydia, and to my left is my son, Jojo. Holy fuck, it's Mojo Jojo, but split into two. These monkey yukai were more like apes than humans. Mojo had black hair all over his body. His Cydia wife was pink, and Jojo was dark red. They looked quite happy. Mojo looked to be 911, while Cydia was 84, and Jojo was 93. They all towered over us. I was 63, and I felt like a baby in front of him. Imgene, you heard of me. How many are in your village? We are 12 here, all couples, and only 2 of them are pregnant. We expect to expand our little village. We have our own vegetables and fruits growing here. We started walking towards their village as she told us about their situation. There were multiple banana trees, a few patches of vegetables around us too. There was a river not too far from us. Therefore, that's where they go to drink from. We arrive at a clearing. No, I guess this is the center of their village. There was a pole in the middle with a large ball of fire, probably used to light this area up at night. Can I use magic? But when I looked around, there weren't those floating lights. Mojo was greeted by his villagers, and we did the same. Where are you headed to, Gene? I'm heading to the Siren City. I was told my Hermes and our innkeeper about them, so my group and I are going to visit them before the Tournament of Power starts. I see. They are a peaceful group. We rarely interact, but the times we did, they were quite pleasant. Will you be participating in the tournament? My son, Jojo, will be participating. No, there'll be a judge, but I'm a bit involved near the end. He'll keep that a secret. But good luck in it, Jojo. His son smiles and nods in my direction. He wasn't a slouch. He was at least middle class in power, probably about to break into high class if he keeps training before the tournament starts. Well, keep moving. Sorry for intruding your village. Don't mind it, Gene. Feel free to come visit us. We rarely get visitors. Farewell now. We summon our wings again and fly back up. I look back down and wave to them. I wasn't expecting to come across a small yukai village there, but it was welcomed. I also know a participant in the tournament, huh? After another few minutes of flying, the scenery was mostly the same, a field of flat grassland or rocks with the occasional waterfall, pool of water, or river. There's also a little jungle area, but nothing was there. It was mostly uninhabited. But that soon changed when in the distance I could see a large structure. Though it did not reach the same height as the clouds, I could see the structure descending into the ocean well. I assume it is the ocean. And what I think was the center of the home of the Sirens was a statue of sort. The roofs of their homes looked quite interesting. Some are steep with a slant, and others are flat. Much like Little Olympia, the walls were made out of white stone. The tower also sank into the ocean, but I couldn't see the pointy roofs anymore as they were mostly flat. On the surface were boats? Why would they need boats? I could see many sirens that looked like merfolk swimming around down there, and also a few flying around on the surface. There were multiple walkways or small bridges connecting other areas of the home to another. This was a very compact home for them. I expected something more spacious as they have, well, wings like, I don't know, they want to hang around or something, but there was another structure beside it, probably just an extension to their home. Now I'm only seeing the front, but I can assume it looks the same at the back. This means they probably have a lot of houses, shops, and maybe even places of entertainment. Do you think those boats are for tourists? Probably. Irina floated beside Valerie as they watched. No, everyone watched, looking at the home of the Sirens in fascination. Hey, we look up and see a siren approaching us. They looked quite cheerful. It was a hybrid. They had the bottom half of a mermaid and the top half of a harpy. She had red and white curly hair with orange eyes. Oh, the Red Dragon Emperor. We heard some rumors that he was in Little Olympus, but to think he would visit us, welcome. Yeah. Imgene, you are? Ah, Ellie. Welcome to Anthem our home. Anthem Isn't that the equivalent of the myths of the human realm? There were two mythical locations pertaining to sirens that I knew of. According to the Roman poets Virgil and Ovid, the Surinam Scopuli were three small rocky islands where the sirens of Greek mythology lived and lured sailors to their deaths. Similarly, Anthemoessa, or Anthemusa, was the island home of the sirens in other versions of the myth, although the name no longer exists. Varying accounts attribute Anthemoessa to the island of Ischia or Capri in the Gulf of Naples. Our queen is waiting. She's below ground and you guys can breathe underwater, right? A bit worried, Ellie looked at us, but I nodded in response. Yeah, we can. Lead the way. I point my right palm at the girls and give them the ability to breathe underwater. Ellie nods and dives into the water. We follow quickly behind her. I was kind of expecting the queen's throne or whatever to be above ground, but I guess she prefers to be underneath the water. After dismissing my scale mail, the girls retracted their wings, and we all started swimming after Ellie. The underwater portion of their home was relatively the same, structure-wise. However, there are some standalone homes, and even a small village as I could see some buildings that looked like shops. It was a normal day for the sirens as they carried on with their daily routine. At the bottom was an entranceway with a large open door, the top being a semicircle. When we stepped inside, we landed back on our feet. The waters disappeared. Is it like this everywhere inside? Valerie asked Ellie as she shook her head. No, just where our queen stays since the sky sirens need to be able to breathe. If a water siren comes here, a circular water bubble will appear around their head so that they can breathe. The sky sirens just need to hold their breath until they get here. I'm guessing the queen's a hybrid? Yes, generally speaking, our leaders are hybrids because they can do both business here and above, so they're not restricted. And the ones that leave are generally just sky sirens and hybrids. This led me to wonder if this was the source of conflict in the past. That apparent tyrant Terrence mentioned. We walked through the brightly lit hallways and corridors of the underwater portion of their home. I could feel magic was used everywhere as there were vertical rectangular windows, but the water didn't spill in. The areas were also lit up by glowing rocks. I think these things are called euperlite stones. The rocks are composed mostly of syenite, a type of granite, which resembles any other dark stone or grayish stone. But there is a twist. Euperlites are rich with fluorescent sodalite, which glows a vibrant orange or yellow under ultraviolet light. However, I sensed that they had altered them for their purposes. There was a potent magic to them. I wonder who made them, or were the Greek gods the ones responsible for them? It didn't take more than another minute of traveling, and we reached a large door. Ellie pushes it open and Red Dragon Emperor, Jean. I did not expect you to visit the land of the sirens first. In front of us was Kronos, the primordial god of time. He was wearing his usual outfit, but with a robe on as well. It looks like he was speaking to the queen. She resembled Ellie, a hybrid, but she had dark blue hair with white eyes. Hello, Kronos. I greet him as we stand beside him in front of the queen. She had a calm smile, but looked quite stern. Greetings, middleman. I am Philomene. I have heard from Kronos that you may be visiting some of the other races within our realm. I wish you luck. If you wish, you may stay here, though I have not found an opportunity to make arrangements. No, it's fine. We're only here for the day. We'll be leaving later on. We'll come back another time to be more acquainted. Is that so? Very well. Then please enjoy your time here if you'll excuse us. We were having an important discussion. Kronos winked at me, and so we left the throne room. That was a bit anticlimactic. I had felt his aura earlier but didn't know why he was here. Hopefully they'll be done soon so we could talk. They seemed friendly with each other like old friends. Do those two know each other? They seem like old friends. Penemu asks Ellie. I was about to, but she beat me to the punch. We look at her in anticipation. She sighs and nods. We may not look like it, but she is my aunt. Kronos has known my family for several generations. He knew about my aunt, and they were friendly with one another since she was young. I suspect she may have romantic feelings for him. Oof. I tried to not think about it earlier, since her emotions were off the charts towards him, excitement, love, and lust. Jesus Christ, but I do wonder if he'll reciprocate them. Kronos won't. He's a free spirit and a wanderer who visits many of the races here, as well as the outside world of the humans. That is why he has never had a lover, not once at any point in time. He doesn't like being tied to anything. Ellie sighed once again and bowed to us. Please feel free to explore our home. While it isn't anything spectacular, we do have 2 other islands. You can call this one the main island, while the other 2 are mostly housing and entertaining districts. We do not have a king either. My aunt, as I mentioned, is set on Kronos. With that, goodbye for now. Ellie quickly left, and we were left to our own devices. I glanced over at the girls. Irina and Valerie looked like they were eager to explore the place. Seraphal tried to hide it as well. Why? You've always been upfront and honest with your feelings. Don't hold back on me now. Valerie, Seraphal, and Irina, have fun ahead and explore, but try staying with each other. They'll stick with these 2 ladies. Yes, boss. Irina answered back cheerfully. Valerie and Seraphal agreed to it, and were the ones that dragged Irina away, much to her surprise. They quickly left our field of vision, and I felt them moving up to the surface. While there is a queen here, I haven't seen any guards. Do they need any? Did they get rid of them because of the tyrant from before? It didn't take us too long to arrive here. I can teleport us back to Little Olympia once night comes. We can eat here or there, I don't mind. Anyway, it's still early in the day, so let's take our time to explore this place also. I feel like Kronos will speak with me later on. I don't mind. I am here to accompany Eugene. I'm also curious about this place. I can't wait to see more. The Greek gods weren't as terrible as I thought. Well, some of them at least. Boing boing, both ladies hugged my arms, and I was a bit surprised by this. I looked at both of them. Griselda had her usual smile, and Penemu grinned at me. You did say you were worried about us, so I'll take full advantage of that. Be our personal guard for this short trip, then? Sure, that was the plan. You guys aren't as strong as Valerie yet, so I have to keep an eye on all of you, though I already have some of my shadows protecting you. They look at me puzzled, but I didn't elaborate. I started walking, and we walked out the same way we came in at. But instead of returning to the surface, I decided to explore the quiet town down here. The buildings here were small to medium in size, white stone and flat roofs. There were quite a number of male and female sirens going about their day. Is there a school here? They have to get an education somehow. Tug, tug. I feel Penemy tug on my arm and point at a shop. A bakery? See bread? Okay, I'm curious. I nod and let her pull us there. Once inside, it was unlike the place Ellie brought us, as the water was still present here. The bread looked green, and blue. There was a sign in front of it, probably for tourists, and it said green is hard bread, and blue is soft bread, whatever that means. Since they're still part of this realm, they use human currency too, so the euro. Neither I nor the 2 women knew what they tasted like, so I bought 2 of everything. The cashier was a bit shocked, but was happy to ring them all up. The total came out at 103 euros. I tipped the guy an extra 100. I spoke to him telepathically and winked at him. I put the goods into my inventory, and we left the bakery. We swam around for a little bit, and the place mostly had homes and a few shops with a few bars, clubs, and a game center. Using my powers, I scanned inside and discovered it was mostly a fighting arena. The game centers are just training areas, so why do they name them that? Or make it look like that? Having the Uperlite stones around the outside made the place look bright and friendly. Seeing as there was nothing else to see here, we returned up to the surface. Since both women were still clinging to me, I just carried them up with me. I landed on one of the bridges or walkways without sirens, and we sat there for some time. I took out the bread from my inventory and gave them one hard and soft bread. We all had a taste, huh? The hard bread tasted a bit like clam chowder, seaweed, and bagel. I took a bite out of the soft bread next tuna, apple, and soda bread. I wasn't expecting that, and since I have a weird sense of taste, I would rather say I had unique taste buds. I liked them. I glanced at Penemu and Griselda. They both had strange expressions on them. So thoughts? It's unique. Yes. Unique. I don't hate them, nor am I too fond of them. Both of them agreed with each other's opinions, but still ate them, so I guess they didn't hate it. That's all I'm saying. I left the rest of what I bought in my inventory for the rest of the girls. The next stop was the entertainment district island thing, since Ellie did mention having 2 others besides this one. We got up and flew toward what I thought was the island. It was quite close, so it didn't take that long. This island was still the same, except the buildings were a bit larger. I could see casinos, hostels, inns, and brothels. There were also other little areas, a basketball court of sorts, but they played it in the air. I watched for a little bit, and from what I could tell, you could only move for 2 seconds before needing to pass and shoot. It was pretty popular as well, because there were many sirens just floating there and watching them. I felt that the other girls were also here in the entertainment district, so I located them and we headed towards them. Once we arrived at where they were looking at a group of sirens. A hybrid was being bullied. It looked like the sky sirens were bullying her. No, I shouldn't be surprised. If the devils have it, these guys should too. Discrimination is not isolated to one race. It works both ways, whether it's humans discriminating based on color or race, or devils discriminating based on your status in their society. We fly over to Valerie and the rest of the group. I don't know what to do, Jean. Do we interfere? Or just let it go on? We're outsiders, and if we get involved, why hesitate? If you feel that strongly about it, then go for it. This isn't some political or war situation. Valerie, well, knowing what I can do, I can just do it. Just watch. Oi! I shouted loudly towards the group that were physically hitting and verbally mocking the hybrid. The group stops and looks up at us. Huh? The fuck you all high? Thud, 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 thud. Releasing a very, very weak blast of Conqueror's hockey. The leader's lackeys or friends all fell to their knees, shaking violently, probably due to an automatic fear response. I blink in front of the young sky siren as he looks utterly horrified now. His friends also look up. I raise my hand and summon the boosted gear. Dr. Dragon. You know what this is, huh? And you're probably aware of my current goals, right? Peace, unity between the factions and pantheons. That also means no racist discriminatory crap like this. Now, I'm still new to this realm, but a little word of advice, kid. You better stop, or else. He didn't answer me. As I stopped my blast of Conqueror's hockey, he and his little lackeys just ran away in a panic. I look over at the hybrid still on the ground. Griselda was holding on to her as she was healing her. The hybrid had bruises just about everywhere. I would guess that this was a common occurrence, seeing how fresh some of those injuries are. Thanks to Griselda's healing, the young female siren wakes up. Jean, that was a bit much, don't you think? Shine. Bullying bad. They deserve that. Ophis came out of my necklace as Penemu. Irina and Griselda look at her in surprise and then with disgust at me. Valerie sighed and pat Ophis on the head. Ophis, that's a bit of an overreaction. Ophis disagreed and shook her head. She looks at the siren, touches her forehead, and instantly healed her. When did she learn healing magic? Asia, twilight healing. I mimicked the healing. Good job here. I pat her on the head too. I summoned the bread from earlier and gave it to her. I explained to them who Ophis was, and safe to say they were shocked. But we had to move on, as the female siren was overwhelmed by all of this. Thank you. I'm fine now, G, goodbye. She quickly pushed herself off Griselda, bowed, and then flew away. I guess she's a lot tougher on the inside than she was on the outside. Huh? I better bring this up to Kronos and Queen Philomene. Tough girl. She should be fine. Let's keep going. While they were still worried about her, they decided it was time to move on. I would have healed more of her older injuries, but she left rather quickly. If I see her again, I will. It's been 4 hours since the incident, and we have explored most of the place. It wasn't big by any stretch of the imagination. It was quite small even with all the 3 islands combined, as well as the underwater portion. Ophis had gone back into the necklace, since she only wanted to heal the harpy. We had lunch at a restaurant earlier. They had a unique menu too. We had to be adventurous and tried quite a lot of it out. I mean, I'm all for different types of dishes since I'll be starting a restaurant in the future, so any dishes I come across are welcomed. While it was still around noon, we were nearly done here. We could move on to the next place. How about North End? To the Harpies, we were currently sitting by the same empty walkway when Fwip, Kronos, Jean. The girls look at him. Valerie, who was beside me, scooted over as she let Kronos take a seat beside me. We stare out at the view in front of us before talking. You had a lengthy discussion with the Queen, didn't you? I have known her since she was a child, so you could say I see her as a nephew of sorts. Now then, where do you plan on heading after this, Jean? Probably north to the Harpies. Their home is apparently in the sky, something like the floating islands in the land of heroes and giants. I want to see it for myself, and I'm sure the girls are also curious. There's also a chance that we'll meet Demeter there. She seemed interesting. She also seemed lazy and aloof, but she's quite sharp and has a sense of humor like me. I think we'll get along quite well. I heard you were friends with the Minotaurs and Orcs. Mind putting a word in that it'll arrive there somewhere in the next 5 to 6 days? Ho ho ho. Of course, I am friends with them. Like Queen Philomene, I have known the current king's great-great-great-grandparents when he was a young lad. Add more greats to that. I don't mind sending a little notice to them. Thanks. So, there's quite a bit of racism speciesism here, huh? I saw a hybrid being bullied, both physically and emotionally earlier. I look at Kronos as he had donned a sad expression. Looks like he was aware of this. It's not wrong of me to assume that he's tried to help in the past, since this isn't really anything new. He solemnly nods. Yes, I'm aware of it. It has been like that since her multiple great-grandmother and grandfathers. But in the end, I deduce that it's up to them as a whole to get past this. Perhaps they need to take note from the devils and humans. While not perfect, they're at least getting somewhere, even if at a snail's pace. Exactly. It's been a slow process for both humans and devils, but I think they're going at it at a similar rate. Both are being held back by older generations. Now, I'm not saying that the older generation is the sole blame, because even the younger generation has their own problems. I wonder how this version of the underworld and its government will change. I'm definitely not becoming a Satan, because that's what ISC was being set up as. I don't want that. In EX, the next 200 years or something of his life was already packed and scheduled. I don't want that. Hell no. Freedom. I want to be free. That isn't freedom. It's a hassle. While it's necessary, it's just not me. Would you like to talk to her about it? Do you have a solution? I did want to, but after hearing what you said, there isn't really a point. You said it yourself. It's up to them, the sirens, to change this. We can try giving them a push in a certain direction, but two more things. What or who was the last tyrant here? And do the other more prominent races here have some sort of conflict or problem? Kronos nods. I summon some sake in 2 cups. I offer it to him, and he happily accepts it. I pour some for him, and we drink some. I put the bottle of sake beside us, so he can get some by himself. Let's see, the last hybrid was a male. He wasn't part of any royal bloodline or anything. He was just born as one. His name was Dolian, as his name suggests. It means deceitful. At first, he was such a hard-working and charming young lad. He was bringing up some excellent ideas for change in their society. Hell, even I thought Philomene was in love with him. But it all came crumbling down when he was crowned king and his tyranny started. Long story short, even the Greek gods we heard of it and put a stop to it. It was only a few years ago, but it left a deep scar in this community. Philomene partially blames herself, and that's why she vows to do good. But they have not had a king in a long time, only a queen. Though they may have the best intentions to do something at the beginning, their personal experiences can slowly sway those views over time, right? That's happened multiple times over history. For your last question, no, though that was around 2 months ago, so things may have changed. However, I doubt that. Kronos takes the entire bottle of sake and downs it in one gulp. He looks at me and grins. I mean, I can do it since I can't get drunk, but being labeled an alcoholic is pa. He'll get going then, Jean. He'll go and visit the south to tell them of your visit. The Harpies are a lively bunch, quite frisky, but it's all harmless fun. Good day to you, and to you, ladies. Adieus. Kronos got up and waved to us, then stretched his body before disappearing when a clock-shaped magic circle appeared from beneath him and flashed a yellow light. It was a flashy way to leave. So, we're heading to the Harpies, Jean? Yeah, unless you girls want to stay here a bit longer. I plan on teleporting us back to Little Olympia and flying from there again. I want to see the scenery and see if we come across other nearby settlements like the Yukai from earlier. The girls beside me didn't mind and agreed to it. I wasn't the only one curious. Well, that makes sense. Most of the time they're stuck to their own territories or factions, rarely venturing out to new places. I guess the exceptions are Seraphal, Irina, and Griselda. Since she's in charge of foreign affairs, it would be Seraphal. As former exorcists, Griselda and Irina were probably sent out on missions to help combat the evil side of the supernatural. I stand up and look around the place one last time. I want to come here again. I don't know what it is, but I have a nagging feeling here. Nothing about my past or anything, but it feels like some unfinished business is still here. But for now, you guys ready? The girls nod, and we go back to Little Olympia. Little Olympia, Jean-Sean. Can we take an hour's break? Serafal asks as Valerie, and Irina agreed with her eye. Sure. Why not? We have 5 days left here. I look at the other two, and they didn't seem to mind, so I agreed to it. Thanks. Serafal gives me a hug and kiss as she skips away, followed by Valerie. And Irina, what happened to those three? They're all close all of a sudden. I turn to Griselda and Pinemu as they look at me amused. What? Nothing, Jean. Shall we go back to the inn and have a little rest? Sure, I don't mind. They'll assume this is where we'll be meeting back up at. If not, they'll just contact them through the transceiver if they're not here an hour. The three of us, Astria? In front of the inn, Astria silently waited. She saw us and waved us over. We go over to her. What are you doing here, Astria-sama? I have been waiting for you two, Jean. May I speak with them? Sure. The two of them seemed confused but complied. They enter the inn, and I followed suit. They go to their room, and I was left alone. Well, it's just me. They'll go lie down for an hour or something since I wasn't exactly needed anywhere. I'm mostly relaxed. You were moping. Liar. I had arrived back at the same spot from earlier after an hour passed. A minute had passed, but that was fine. Everyone had things to do. I was staring up at the sky when don't ignore me. Jean, you're back. I glance to my side and see Hephaestus, and on a rare chance, without Hestia. I nod at her, and she joins me. Yeah, we got back an hour ago. We're going to the Harpies' place soon, and just waiting for the girls to join. We'll be flying over there since I want to see the other villages or towns we might come across, as well as the scenery, you know? I see. How was it? Interesting place. Heard some history from Siren called Ellie, and Kronos was there. We'll probably end the day with the Harpies if we can stay there. Then we'll be back here in the morning. After that, we'll hit the Lamias, probably elves, and then go south. Maybe spend a few days in each. We still have 5 to 6 days left. But seriously, everyone's excited about this tournament, huh? I look around us as if everyone was still busy preparing and putting up decorations. Even during this stressful time, they were still smiling and having a good time. Yes, it rarely happens since most participants want to train under us gods and goddesses. That makes sense. Who knows how far you'll go with their guidance regardless of what you want to get better at. In Hephaestus' case, probably smithing, right? Jean, why? Why did you want a harem? This question again, I still don't know the real answer, but for what I've gathered so far, it's probably Jean. We're back. Before I could answer Hephaestus, I heard Irina's voice. I looked to my left, and everyone was there, including Griselda and Pinemu. Astria was missing, so she probably left after their talk in the inn. To quickly answer your question, I have no idea, but I'm probably just scared of being alone. If I factor in everything I've found out so far, then that's the conclusion I came to. Is it true? I don't know. I still need more answers. She looks a bit surprised at my answer, but I quickly wave her off. We can talk about this another time. I still have somewhere to be. Maybe another time. Hephaestus, we'll get going now. Okay, be well, Jean. She turns around and starts to walk away. By the time her figure starts to become smaller, the girls finally arrive at our meet-up spot. Hephaestus-sama, when did she get here? Not too long ago. We were just talking about the tournament coming up. Now then, we're all set, right? I answered Irina's question and asked if they were ready, and they were. Whatever they wanted to get done was well done. Instead of using the wings of my scale mail, I opted to just fly without them. A few minutes of flying later, we could see this part of the world had larger mountains with snow at their peaks. They also had quite a number of ravines and cracks in the earth. I wonder what happened here. Not going to ask what we were doing or where we went. Serafal had joined me as I was going at moderate speed, not too fast or slow. They'll admit that I am curious, but if they didn't want to share, I won't force it out of them. So I just shrugged. If you want to share, then please. But if not, then it's whatever. Moo, at least act interested. We want to check out the fancy shops in the Tower of Heaven. Valerie-chan, and I wanted to check them out. We just dragged Irina-chan with us. I see it was for lingerie to wear for you. Sexy, cute, and in between. What are your preferences? Valerie Chan said you didn't have any, but you have to at least have some. Birthday suit. Sarah Fall blankly stared back at me as I deadpan at her. She slowly turned red. Why? You were literally like that not too long ago, how we were interrupted by Aries. Birthday suit means naked. Fully like the day you were born. It'd be weird if you had clothes one after coming out of your mother's. I see Jean Chan is a massive weirdo. Birthday suit, I never denied that I wasn't. I'm just a closet weirdo like most people. I mean, I spend regular enough time with my lovers. Sarah Fall. Aren't you part of that now? We're official, right? Well, reach that point eventually. Hell we are. Stop. I get it. I'm not mentally or emotionally ready for that yet. She flew backwards while hiding her face out of embarrassment. I don't get her. She is borderline, nearly sexually harassed me in the short times we met before. And now she's embarrassed by that? Sarah, this was unexpected. As we kept on flying, we came across some hot springs and geysers. They weren't regulated or anything since they were natural. The geysers also erupted quite regularly, so while we went through here, we had to dodge them while they did. I didn't need to. Irina was the only one panicking any time they erupted. The rest were more or less ready for them after the first eruption. I guess age comes with it. Valerie was just used to stranger things, though the area that the Harpies picked for their home was interesting. The things you had to cross were quite dangerous and rough. The Rocky Mountains, rocky ground with large rocks and boulders. Giant ravines and cracks in the ground. Now very warm hot springs and erupting geysers. Jaya, no more. I turned back to a completely soaked Irina. She was comically crying as she looks at Griselda for help, but she shook her head. Irina, please look at this as part of your training. Irina became slack-jawed as she stared at Griselda. Damn, she's kind of hardcore. Wait, all of them were wet because of the water. Their clothes were sticking quite close to them. This is a rather nice view. I take a look at all of them nice. They noticed me staring. Irina immediately tried to cover herself with her own hands and arms. Penemu and Griselda just had smiles on their faces. Valerie already dried herself, while Sarah Fall was pushing her breasts up and pointing herself towards me. As I said earlier, pick one. Woman, are you going to be embarrassed or proactive? I sigh and shake my head. I continue on the journey with him. Oh, so that's it in front of us. The terrain for the hot springs and geysers ended almost like a cliff, and in front of me was a spectacular sight. Open skies with floating islands. When I looked down, I couldn't even see the end. It's like the void of Asgard, but there were clouds underneath and above the islands. To my right was a little floating island with a single house. Can I even call that a house? A structure. It had a round red roof, probably made out of tiles, peachish colored walls, and a little chimney. It was made directly into the side of the floating island. In front of it was a singular tree. I wonder what the purpose of that building is. The rest of the floating island only had grass, a bit of its terrain jutting out, and what looks like stumps. Wait here. Not waiting for a response, I fly down and look at the underside of the floating island. This one wasn't as big as the others, so it didn't take me long to reach the bottom. Underneath them were glowing crystals like the ones in Tir Na Nog, except they're the color of maroon, a shade of red. It was emitting a low, red pillar towards the void. Is this what they use to keep these things afloat? I could feel strong magic coming from them, Jean. Hearing Valerie's worried shout, I go back up. At least I know what's keeping them up like this. When I got back up, Valerie lightly bonked me on the head. I looked back forward and could see a total of 5 islands if I include the one I just inspected. The left one had a large air mountain. Is it even a mountain? But I could see many homes on it and a few farmlands and animals that may be just some kind of outskirt home or village, as I could see a church. Do they have some kind of harpy goddess or something? Beside it, a little bit forward, was another floating island. It also had a little town or village on it, and also a lack. Oh my, what is that? My thoughts were interrupted by Penemu's shout. As she points up, I follow her finger and could see. Flying fish? What? That thing? No, those things aren't like the exocoetidae. While in the human world, they're flying-ish, but they barely lift off the water. These things were literally flying. Is this a source of their food, then? These flying fish behind that island was what looked like the main city, since I could see a castle-like structure and, many buildings behind, there was a lone island with a very large mountain. I could feel animals or creatures on it, and there are a lot of them. Let's get going then. Continuing forward, we ignore the first 3 islands and go to what looked like the capital. We pass by the flying fish, and they seemingly run away from us, so they're not aggressive. That's reassuring. I hate things that randomly attack me for no reason. As we get closer, I start to scan for a platform to land on, and I find one. It was like the one on Mount Olympus, but larger. I fly towards it, and I could see female harpies, probably guards. As soon as I land, they're alerted and look at me in confusion. What seemed like another harpy arrived. She looked like an official or something. She was wearing a black and gold suit that covered most of her body. The harpy had blue and black hair, tied up into a ponytail. She had glasses on and looked at me with an intense gaze. The other 2 harpies had pink-colored feathers. The high-ranking one had light blue, who I summoned the boosted gear before she could continue talking. Her stern gaze lightens a little bit as she nods. I then desummon it. I see. Welcome, Red Dragon Emperor. Goddess Demeter has mentioned you. Our queen also awaits. You please follow me. She has. Wait, she's here? When did she even know? She's smart, so probably assumed I would go and visit these places. The girls had landed behind me and listened in to the short exchange I had. We go past the gates that were made with metal once. Through the houses of the harpies were mostly made with the same materials as I saw from the little shack on the first island. Red tile roof, white or peach color bricks. The windows were also the same as Little Olympia. It was just vertical rectangular holes. Is that popular here or something? But it was just like any normal city. Houses, shops, and everything in between. The only thing that was strange was that all the harpies were female, not a single man here. Terrence didn't mention this at all. He said that was the case for the Lamias. What's your name? Forgive me, I forgot to mention such a thing. I am called Aelala. Pleased to make your acquaintance, middleman. Aelala, it kind of sounds like Aella, which means whirlwind, since that name comes from an Amazon in Greek mythology that was killed by Heracles. We silently followed after Aelala, as she didn't continue the conversation. We took many twists, turns, and went up a few flights of stairs, but we eventually ended up by the entrance of the castle. There were also another pair of harpy guards, but seeing as how we were with Aelala, they let us through. You may be wondering why there wasn't a single male harpy. That's because that's natural. Most harpies born are female. There are rare instances that a male harpy is born. That is why we look for males from different races to procreate with. It's the same for Lamias. While they boast about only having females be born, it's not entirely true. On rare occasions, a male can be born. It's just that it hasn't happened in a very long time. I see Kyle maybe did mention that at one point, but for a male not to be born in a long time, that's pretty crazy in itself. Aelala leads us through the large entranceway. Once inside, it was quite normal, actually. One chandelier, red carpet, a few decorations on the wall, and pictures of past queens, I think. Apart from those, it wasn't as fancy as the other castles I've seen. I wonder if the current queen is modest? We continue to follow Aelala, but it was only up a few flights of stairs, 2 turns, and we ended up in front of a large door. She pushed it open immediately and stepped in. We followed her. Man, what's up with supernatural beings and royalty? Even the Lamias, orcs, and minotaurs have some sort of royalty system going on. Maybe since they prefer using older systems that humans used to use. Queen Fennel, Goddess Demeter, they have arrived. Demeter was her Gua. I was suddenly hugged by someone. They felt human, and their boobs were huge. My face was buried in them as I felt them stroking my head with human hands. Yeah, it was Demeter. Also, by the confused and shocked yelps from the girls behind me, I pulled myself away from Demeter as she winked at me and giggled to herself. I didn't know. She was like teasing people. Oh, hi. Jean, I'm glad you could come here today. I've already discussed it with Fennel. You can stay the night here. Did Kronos teleport here? Did he not only go south, but to the other groups too? I mean, thanks. That saves me trouble, is that so? Then thank you, Demeter, Queen Fennel. Yes, you are welcome. Jean, forgive me. Demeter has already spoken of you in relative detail. She has showered you in much praise as well. Queen Fennel, a golden-colored harpy. She fits the royal vibe all too well with the color of her feathers. She had long, curly green hair and yellow eyes. She also had a very friendly and kind vibe emanating from her. Demeter looks at me with a lazy smile and winks at me. I mean, thank you, but Jesus Christ, woman. You didn't need to go this far. I was fine with doing it on my own. It'll take them on a tour, then I'll see you later, Fennel-chan, Ialol-chan. Still going at her own pace, she hugs my arm again and grabs me out of there. The girls were still stunned as they hurriedly followed us. Fufufu. She never changes. Huh. Even since I was a child, those were the last words I heard from Queen Fennel. I also heard Aeolus sighing in a defeated tone. Everyone was no match for the weirdly motivated goddess Demeter. This place is called Harpy Haven. It's not too unique, but is straight to the point like Fennel-chan and her parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, and so on. And yes, her family has been ruling for many generations with her own jealously spiking. Valerie had hugged my other left arm as Demeter to my right squeeze. Serafal has also joined as she had latched herself on my back. This has to look weird, okay? Maybe not, since whoever the lucky guy that's brought here, he has a harpy harem, right? And yes, my theory was correct. I was not spared a single glance that lingered. They were quick side glances, and they kept on going with their day. In a way, I'm thankful. What are those crystals beneath the islands called? They seemed like the ones used in Tir Na Nog, but they were used to ward off danger, keep warm, and provide light. Demeter looks at me with closed eyes as she tilts her head. Tir Na Nog. The Irish god's Queen Mia, was it? Mia-chan, he. Yes, I'm aware of them. I guess so. They're different, but shaped the same way. Is that so? I wonder if there was a past harpy or another creature in Tir Na Nog. I was just being pulled, guided by Demeter when... Jean, this is honestly baffling to see. I can just think this has happened many times before that. It doesn't both you? Jean's just weird. I agree with what you say, Penemu, but Valerie also makes a good case. I'm just weird. Maybe I do go on my own pace too. Well, whatever the case may be. I'm not bothered by too many things. As we walk around Harpy Haven, we could see that goddess Demeter was quite popular. I can just assume from what Queen Fennel, she like Kronos, is on good terms with the Harpies, probably going back multiple generations. What kind of things are here? I mean, brothels can't be here, right? Demeter gave me a strange look before laughing at me. You do know that some harpies are lesbian or bisexual, right, Jean? Oh, I completely forgot about that for a second. I guess you're right. Seeing as they don't frequently go and get male mates, then some may turn to those pleasures, or were already that way. I look around and could see that these harpies were quite cute. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. I hadn't said a word for a few seconds, but I felt all three women that were attached to me squeeze me as for other entertainment. I guess fighting? While they're not a race that focuses on power like most supernatural beings, they do want to be strong. There are also harpy-specific games. You may have seen one in the Land of the Sirens. The ball thing? Demeter smiles and nods. Interesting. I didn't expect them to have the same game. Sport? I could feel a large number of auras gathered at a point in the city, and it looks like Demeter was bringing us over there. Once we reached the place, it was a building. She pushes the door open, and we enter. Once inside, we could see it was quite large. Did they use some kind of magic to expand the inside? I hadn't seen anyone else in this realm do it, but I guess it's possible for them. There were two teams of harpies. They were playing the same ball game that the sirens were playing from earlier today. There was also a large crowd watching, and they all seemed excited. Hey, Demeter, why are you close to the harpies and Lamius? I felt Serafal and Valerie let go of me as they joined Penemu and the two angels in free spaces on the benches or bleachers. I heard Demeter humming beside me, seemingly looking for the right words to answer with. So I kept on watching the game in front of me. They were quite competitive. I guess that can bring out your fighting spirit. The same thing with humans and their sports. I just accidentally wandered into their little homes back when this realm was first made. I wasn't alone since I had other gods and goddesses with me. But I was the only one who stayed in touch, I guess. As to why, I guess it was on a whim, no special reason. But I grew fond of them over time. They are like children to me, in a way. I won't forgive anyone if they hurt them. Any parent would do that for their children, right? Fight for them, love them, and care for them. I don't know, maybe? Well, from what I could see from Rias and Aquino's parents, then probably Surzex will certainly go above and beyond for his little sister and son. The same with Zeoticus and Venelana. They did those things for Rias out of concern. They had good intentions at heart. What? The crowd went wild after a harpy for one of the teams did a flashy move and scored. I didn't see it, but I guess it was a big deal. I glanced at Demeter as she was waiting for me to say something I guess. I mean, I'm still young and nowhere near being a parent, probably for a long time. No one in your harem has asked you to impregnate them? Well, Kuroka at the start. But she's not fixated on that anymore. Rennie also said she would want a kid in the future, so I'm not against the idea. But seeing we have long lives, save for a few, then having kids isn't exactly in the immediate future. We're in no rush. Two so far, but ITLL probably happen long into the future. I mean, I'm still 18. Demeter nods and brings me over to the other girls as we watch the rest of the game. Blom and Fuvush, and then added a tap Bababa, and they jumped and swash. Irina got pretty invested in it, and I'll admit it did get heated towards the end. Apparently, this version of the game for Harpies, they could use some magic to help themselves, but not cause direct harm to their opponents. So, they did start using that towards the end of the game, mostly wind magic or strengthening enchantment magic. Irina was doing her best to describe what had happened as she was on a call with Zenobia. The day had turned into dusk. The game lasted longer than I thought. I wanted to explore the other island with the giant mountain tomorrow. I hadn't asked about that, yet Demeter was the one leading us to our hotel. It was quite fancy. Hell, it looks fancier than the castle. It looked like it was made out of red marble with its red roof. Hell, the glasses were tinted a shade of red. We go inside, and thankfully it wasn't just red, but still looked fancy. Purple, blue, and yellow were everywhere. The chairs were royal brown with a lot of polish, and it made them all shine like a damn diamond. The female harpy receptionist was also wearing top-quality clothes. For my time here, no harpy wore pants, just clothing to cover their top half. I guess that makes sense. They need the use of their legs, claws, talons. But isn't that restraining for their wings? I was pulled again by Demeter as she stood in front of the desk. She hands something over to the receptionist as she looks at it and nods. Welcome, Goddess Demeter, Red Dragon Emperor, and his harem to the Kippy Hotel. Please enjoy your stay. She hands Demeter 3 keys. She gives one to me and one to Penemu. Jean has his room, so whoever stays with him, just go with him. The same with Penemu-chan. I have my own room. Looking at the key, it had a number of 04. So following Demeter, we arrived quickly as it was on the ground floor. I stepped in followed by Serafal and Valerie. It was as fancy as the rest of the hotel, with the same color scheme too. But it was powered by light switches from the looks of things, so I couldn't clap my hands. Oh, I never forgive them. I can't clap to turn on and off the lights. Jean, this hotel also serves dinner and breakfast. Let's go. Valerie sighed at me, but Demeter came back with everyone else. Cool, free dinner? Unless we have to pay. Then whatever, I can afford it. I'll ask again. Those weren't harpy eggs or something, right? For the last time, no. Dinner was interesting since they served us with a number of dishes. It also looked like we were the only guests here. Anyway, the dinner had many dishes which tasted good, but the eggs, they aren't cannibals. Jean, geez. Also, there are no current males here. The queen is in search of one, as are their inhabitants. Right now, we were relaxing by the lobby and reception area. The same harpy was still there, but she was sitting on a chair reading a book. I was speaking with Demeter, as the girls were mostly speaking to each other. The exception was Griselda. She was using my lap as a pillow since she was feeling a bit woozy. She was forced to have some wine by Penemu. Penemu had tolerance to it. While she isn't an alcoholic or drinks much, she said it was just a unique trait to her, but unfortunately for her, Griselda wasn't much of a drinker. She is part of the church. She probably abstained or something. I offered to remove the feeling from her, but instead, she asked to just ease it a little. She said it was a new experience she needed to. Well, experience. I mean, sure thing, lady. Whatever floats your boat. Hey, Jean-chan. I hear Serafal call for me, and I turn to look at her. She and the other two had very expectant looks. I bravado a brow and wait for her to continue. This just made her giggle to herself. So, do you plan on marrying all of us? When will you start proposing? That's what they were talking about. Well, I already thought of this. I'll propose to the first 3 that's been with me the longest, which are Aquino, Kuroka, and Rennie. While Ingvild, Grafia, and Ophis have been with me just as long. They'll be next. After that, ITLL be at random, since it will depend on where my current relationship with that said individual is at that moment in time. As far as I'm concerned, I know the first three want that. Graphia, honestly, it already feels like we're married. I don't know about Ophis, though. But I can assume that she basically assumes we are. I mean, okay, maybe not. She has grown and read up a lot. We'll just ask her about it, don't tell them about it. I want to keep it a secret. The girls agreed to it quite quickly, and I sigh. I could see everyone else was curious about it, even the damn receptionist. After I graduate, in proposing to Aquino, Kuroka, and Rennie. After that, I don't know the time frame, but ITLL being Viled and Graphia Ophis too. They've been with me the longest, so I guess that would make sense. As for the rest, timing, I guess. Hey, what about me? We literally just started dating. Sarah falls, she does a weird gesture and winks at me. They started to ask me weird questions the rest of the night. Jean Skyward. Back here again, huh? I look around the white world. It's been a while since I was last here. So I get a dream tonight, huh? I wonder what I'll see. The white void around me suddenly changes into my old home. I was in my old room. I see my old self sitting on my bed reading a light novel. It's high school DxD, how ironic. The room was relatively normal. A desk with a computer and with a chair. A bookshelf filled with normal books, manga, and light novels. I walk over to it and could see that up to volume 21 was officially translated to English. I wonder what year it was. It's 2031. So only up to that volume got translated? Or did I not buy them all yet? From the looks of it, I was reading volume 11 and was crying. Oh, it's that part. I feel awkward now, slam. A woman around 58 in height, black hair in an unswept style, sharp green eyes, and she was wearing makeup. She wore a professional-looking black and gray business suit. Ma, you're home? What about He's in the kitchen. Sorry to say, hun, but we'll be leaving fair another business trip. We'll be gone for 2 months. We put around 300K in your debit card, sugar. We'll be going now. Our flight is due in an hour. Love yalats. Why, fuck, she's gone. The woman quickly left the room as the past me sighed and puts down the light novel. He looks out the window. I also join him. We were on the second floor. We could see my past parents getting into a taxi and driving away. My past dad nods at me while my mom waved at me. She looked stressed, but cheerful. This was strange. Contour said they were neglectful, narcissists, whatever they were. This didn't seem like that. Hell, my past mom looked quite caring. Dad looked like your typical tough business guy. But I understand the neglectful part since they did just leave again. But 300K? Holy shit, we were loaded. The past me grabs the novel and leaves the room. I follow him as he goes down the stairs, into the kitchen, and start preparing. Dinner, for what I saw outside, the sun was setting. Huh. They were after 3 months away, and now they'll be gone for 2? Dysfunctional family much? Ding ding, I heard what I assumed was a doorbell. The old MES expression perks up as he quickly leaves the kitchen for the front door. He opens it, and a girly Aoife. Hey, I'm here. Did your folks leave? Yeah, again. Same old. They're gonna make dinner. Are you staying? It was Aoife. She had bright red hair that internally fades to orange. It looks like her entire head is set aflame. Yet cool blue eyes tell another story, one brought by tenacity and strength. Since I was 61 in my past life, she was around 57. Yes, please, chef. The past me picks her up and carries her into the kitchen. They were laughing. I didn't really take a close look at past me, but past me had short black hair and narrow, black eyes. They had dark bags under them. Past me really looked tired. He wears a red jersey jacket that has white stripes on its sleeves over a black V-neck shirt and light brown pants. I follow them back into the kitchen. When I get there, Aoife was holding the light novel as past me started to cook dinner. Are you rereading the entire light novel series again? Are you waiting for the rest of the volumes to be delivered? Yep. I mean, the Shin volumes are nearly done, and I'm pretty hyped about them. I do read them online, but you never know when they'll shut down or something. Better have physical copies on hand, just in case. You could always borrow mine, you big goof. Aoife also read that stuff? She didn't look the part, an otaku, a weeb. She puts the book down and hugs past me from behind while giving him kisses from behind. That's dangerous, And this isn't hentai. The scene around me started to change. It started slow, but started to get faster. The scene changed to that of my old school. I was in the locker room for the seniors. I look around and see me. I looked worse off here. I had earphones in a corner of the room, while looking at my phone with a dead look. I look at the wall beside the door, and on it was a picture of Aoife, and below her picture was RIP with the dates of her existing birth to death. The room the students looked sad, Ryan. My past best friend was looking past me with concern, but didn't approach. I mean, if you saw past me right now, he would look pretty unapproachable. A giant scowl on my face, exuding a fuck-off energy. Totally edgy, hey. What class do we have after lunch? The guy beside past me asks. Past me glances at him and shrugs. Double history and biology, then we go home. Cool. Now, that was awkward. The scene changed again. Now, past me was walking. He was still in a school uniform. So he's probably going home. Thud. Something hit past me. It looked like a crushed can of Coke. He stops and turns around to see that it was two guys and a girl. The two guys were glaring at him, the same as the guy. You're the reason she's dead. If only she wasn't dating you. She got the cancer from you. We tried so hard to make you two break up, but you kept on going out, fucking loser. The two girls were brunettes. The left one had green eyes while the right had brown. The guy was bald, and he was still in secondary school. My condolences, dude. Also, I don't think you can pass on cancer like that. Teenagers can be so cruel and stupid. I look at past me as he didn't even react. He just briefly looked back at them and kept on walking. Don't walk away, you inbreed. The bald male shouted. He then runs towards past me and starts beating me. Past me didn't fight back. Why? Did I hate fighting? This is so petty. Past me didn't cause her death. It was cancer. Why the hell would they blame me? No, they probably didn't have the right outlet. Also, they don't look too right in the head or emotionally mature, so they took it out on me. The living former boyfriend? Huh? This honestly looks like a movie, but people have killed and hurt others for far less. An example of this was the school shooter who killed a bunch of kids in an elementary school in America. Her reason? I don't like Mondays. This livens up the day. The scene changes again, this time a full view of the hospital room the past me was in. He looked older now, less angry than the two scenes I saw before me. He looked content with a smile that told he was ready. A doctor then walked in. He had a grim face on. He brings a chair over and sits beside his bed. Mr. A, I don't know how to deliver this new to you, but just give it to me straight. Doc, what's wrong with me now? Past me, interrupts the doctor. He sighs and nods his head while taking off his glasses. You have a heart disease, ischemic heart disease. It's the term given to heart problems caused by narrowed heart arteries. When arteries are narrowed, less blood and oxygen reach the heart muscle. This is also called coronary artery disease and coronary heart disease. This can ultimately lead to a heart attack. It's silent. The people that have ischemia without pain, silent ischemia, they may have a heart attack with no prior warning. Additionally, you have SCLC or small cell lung cancer. It's a fast-growing type of lung cancer. It spreads much more quickly than non-small cell lung cancer. SCLC is the most aggressive form of lung cancer. It usually starts in the breathing tubes, bronchi, in the center of the chest. Although the cancer cells are small, they grow very quickly and create large tumors. These tumors often spread rapidly, metastasize to other parts of the body, including the brain, liver, and bone. Mr. I don't. Let me die. I don't want treatment. Boo past me didn't look at the doctor at all. He kept staring out at the window, his expression never once changing. It looked like he already accepted his fate. ITLL need chemotherapy, right? I would rather not. I like my hair. Possibly radiation too, right? I had my suspicions of SCLC, but didn't have anything concrete. But today gave me that confirmation. Let me guess, I'm at a point that's far too gone, right? Do I have like a year to live or something? You're at the extensive stage. With treatment, we can extend your life to 7 or 11 months, but yes, most will succumb to it in a year's time. Heh, then let me die on my own terms. I don't want to be bettered in or stuck doing chemotherapy before I die. That's not cool at all. Databeo, the doctor, who had a grim face, cracked a small smile. Looks like he understood the Naruto reference. What a weeb. I like this guy. Shine. Are the dreams over genes skyward? I wasn't expecting that. Expecting what, partner? I explained to Drake and the rest of what I dreamed of and what happened. I finally was given a little bit about my past life, what I died off. Why refuse treatment? I don't know. I mean, I can't really change what I did in the past, especially to a world that's long gone. I can assume that I had gotten better, got past the depression, or at least the deep one. Made up with some friends, Ryan. But you ultimately were still depressed. Huh? It's an easy way out, Cuntoir. Answer. No, you didn't want to burden your parents with the bills, as well as make your friends and family go through the agony of seeing you deteriorate with the treatments. In your mind, you didn't want to go out with them, seeing me still happy. A smile on me before I get yeeted into the void. Sounds like what you would do, partner. Maybe, good morning the fuck is she doing here? In front of me was Demeter. She probably sneaked into my room. She was laying on top of me. Her breasts were huge. Are they bigger than? Demeter-sama. Demeter-chan is bold. It's too early for this. We were outside. We had finished eating breakfast, and what I had to deal with this morning, she was again teasing me. Why? I don't know. We'll get her back. This is some serious deja vu vibes. I'm getting like Penemu. I'm not repeating that and go to that final island. That's where they keep the wildlife and food they eat. While the harpies do eat the flying fish, since it's in abundance, they have the more normal supernatural wildlife at that island. However, it's quite dangerous since those can fight back. Only the skilled and powerful harpies go there. Irina will have some trouble, but everyone else should be fine. I'll protect her. It should be good training too. Let's go. This was my last stop here. I want to see what it's like. Also, the animals there range from middle class and up, probably up to high class. Griselda was ultimate class. The rest were still of the same rank. Yes. Boyin senpai. I nod and start to fly in that direction. Demeter kept her grip on me, so she maneuvered herself into my arms and had a teasing smile on her. Why are you doing this? The teasing. You even sneaked into my room last night. Do I need a reason to tease someone? I might do this to everyone, generally, and personally, yes. I would think so. She crossed her arms and puffed her cheeks up. Aren't you too old for that? Well, whatever, you just look like the type of person to be teased. Well, to me anyway. So what did I do? That's a first. She didn't say anything else, but we soon approached the island. Interesting. The island had a continuous dark cloud above it. There were also some droplets of rain starting to come down. It was also quite windy here. Below the ground was ocean bluegrass. Some parts were light purple, but it was mainly ocean blue, unlike the other islands where the grass was green. To my right was a small patch of red-maroon crystals. So this is where they get them. This whole island is one giant red crystal. The stranger thing is it regenerates, so they never run out. I believe this form because of how this realm was made. It's an item that even intrigues us gods. Is that so? I could see some large animals' supernatural variants. A boar, a goat, and so on. There was quite an abundance of them, but how do they procreate so fast? If they're being hunted down at a steady rate, I know that typical pregnancy for these animals only lasts up to 7 days. They also grow and mature a lot faster around 7 days to reach full adulthood. That's why their supply of food won't ever run low. Harpies are the #1 exporter of food, and Little Olympia next are the elves, since their fruits and vegetables are quite delicious. On the first island, I saw a little farmland, so that's the normal variety. And this is the supernatural side. Huh? Where maybe they had a taste of human food and wanted to recreate it? I nod and land on the island. The girls listened to Demeter's explanation as they landed beside us. Jean, after today, where are you going? You only have a few days left before the tournament starts. Lamia elves, and then south to the orcs and minotaurs. You're in luck. He'll go with you to the Lamias. The elves are on the way there too. May I suggest you go to the elves during the night? Their home looks incredible at night. A warning with the Lamia's home, its architecture is influenced a lot by Japanese architecture. The elves' home at night? Also, the buildings at the Lamias are like Japanese buildings. That's interesting. So maybe the leaders of the Lamias is an otaku. All right, I appreciate it then, Demeter. Let's go explore. A-B-A. Bad doggy. Zong. Zap. Boom. A large wolf-like animal was attacking Irina as she had flown back up with her wings. She summoned a whip made out of light as she started to hit the wolf with it. The wolf wasn't too bothered by it, but did suffer some bruising. It growled and lunged towards Irina. She flew up higher and summoned rings made out of light. They started to grow larger and spun. She then threw them at the wolf. As the rings got closer to the wolf, they expanded and then shrunk in size. They wrapped around the wolf. The wolf started to struggle, but it had trouble in breaking the light rings. Irina then summons a light spear. She grips it in her hand while slowly making it bigger. Take this. For the sins you committed on me. Amen. She threw the light spear at the wolf, piercing it in the head, killing it. It was a good match, both of them at middle class. She comes back down and gives us a thumbs up. Good job, Irina. Yes, job well done. Irina. Griselda and I praised her, though it seemed like she wanted to say something else, but held herself back probably because Irina initially panicked. I pat both of them on the head and began our exploration. The island was medium in size. It had a lot of trees and a small underground system, though the underground was abundant in the red-maroon crystals. The rain and wind had picked up earlier, so that's why we had gone underground. There weren't any animals down here, just a lot of the red crystals. However, the rest of that island was interesting, nearly like the one in Tir Na Nog, but not entirely the same. Certain parts of the island had different soil types so that some plants, vegetables, and fruits could grow. But it didn't have the different temperatures, but the harpies did put some spell over them, so that's how they managed to get the more unique food into their menus. The girls had gone deeper into the cave we found. Irina and I stayed back since they wanted to know if the rain stopped. She lost in the rock-paper-scissors they played, so she had to stay behind. She was in a bit of a sad mood because of it. Hey, Irina. It was still raining heavily as we watched through the entrance of the cave. She was leaning against me while messing with her light powers. Do you know anything about Griselda's past? Irina stops playing with her light powers and looks at me blankly. I couldn't read her expression, and she didn't have any emotion right now. I was curious about this since I knew about her hell many more characters as well. Serafal, Penemu, Yasaka, though I heard parts of it from her recently. All I know is she serves as Zenovia's legal guardian and swordmaster. They were part of the same institution, but apart from that, nothing else. I don't know a lot. I doubt Zenovia knows much either. You'll need to ask her yourself. But knowing most exorcists had the same enough background, either orphan or joining because of a tragedy that happened to them involving the supernatural, then there are rare cases of someone joining because of family, right? Or maybe they just wanted to. Irina looks a bit surprised and chuckles. Maybe. Step-oh. Hey, Griselda, didn't know you got here. Irina, and I look at her as her usual smile was there, but the others weren't with her. I could feel them still deep within the island's underground system. Yes, I just came back. Liar. I felt you earlier but didn't say anything. That's why I brought the topic up with Irina. She approaches us and sits beside me. Irina, if you want, you can go down and join the others. Really? Yes. Thank you, boss. They'll see you in a bit, Jean. Irina immediately jumped up, happy to be able to explore the place, a heart of an adventurer. She quickly left, as the only sound that could be heard were her fading steps and the rain outside. You know, I can sense the auras of everyone around the world with some exceptions. Yes. We fall silent as she scoots over to me. I turn my head to look back outside. While we could have just left the island or kept exploring during the rain, we found this place and saw that it went deeper. That's the only reason as to why I'm here. Do you wish to know? If you don't mind telling me. Then wait until you gain more of my trust. Sure, it'll work on that. We only met a handful of times, and even then we didn't get to interact much. But we do have a few days left here, and I would like to think we became better friends thanks to it. Well, I did declare that I was interested in them. Also, the fact that I'm kind of not really the de facto leader of heaven thanks to what I did to the system up there, as well as creating Altaria to help them. If and when they get stronger, it'll probably pull her back from there. Gabriel is already the strongest heaven has, not including Altaria. If the rest can go up, then we were back on the main island. We spent a few more hours there. It was dusk now, and we were going to go back to Little Olympia and continue on our journey during the night like what Demeter recommended. I also took some fruit and vegetables from there, since I think they'll go great with some of the things I'll cook when I get back home. Maybe even add it to the menu for my future restaurant? Forgive me, I wasn't able to accommodate you better, nor was I able to see you much, Jean. We were by the gates of Harpy Heaven, the Queen Fennel, and the other Harpy, Aelola. I don't get why you're apologizing to me. You have your job as queen. We were just tourists. I was busy looking for a new king. I have had many applicants. You apply? What the fuck? I thought someone just goes out to find a guy, and well, it just goes from there. But application forms? I wonder what it looks like then. I recommend Jean, sorry. I have to decline. That was too fast. Demeter recommends me, and I shot that down instantly. While I don't mind having a harpy in my harem, I don't want hundreds to thousands of them. That would be a bit too much. And your current number of 47 isn't? You said it yourself. Drake, current number, it will increase further anyway. Thank you for letting us stay here. They'll make sure to come back in the future. Goodbye for now. Yes, please come here again. You too, Demeter. Who, of course, I always do. Bye-bye for now, Chapter 8, Part 4. Elves, Artemis, and Lamia's Little Olympia. Gene skyward, we had teleported back to Little Olympia, and it was still busy as ever. Even at dusk, they were still hard at work, probably because they can get some drinks at night. Should we have an early dinner? If we get hungry later on, I could just buy extra food and store it away with my space magic. They don't know about my inventory, so they'll just use that, though I did give them the same function, but with the rings. Yes, please. I'm hungry. All that exploring worked up an appetite. Seraphal and Irina nodded their heads simultaneously, looking at each other before laughing. The others didn't have any problems with it. All right, how about Tahami's restaurant then? They make delicious food and are at affordable prices. I can afford to pay, so anywhere is fine for me. Often, the prices and amount of food on the plate at some of those expensive restaurants just feel insulting. Some are basically non-existent. I want actual food, damn it. That's what my restaurant's motto or policy will be. Top quality food at affordable prices. They'll be on par with five-star restaurants without the over-the-top, stupid prices. Wait for me, Kuo, wait for me, world. Sure, it's a comfy and cozy place. Hermes brought us there after one brief meeting once. He and his parents are nice, the girls agreed. So we started to walk over there. Hermes is seen carrying boxes, planks of wood, and other materials to people around the city as we make our way there. He saw us and gave us a friendly peace sign before getting back to work. At least he's enthusiastic about it, ho ho ho, if it isn't Gene. How was your trip to the Harpies? We suddenly come across Kronos with Poseidon and Zeus. I was surprised that they weren't being surrounded or crowded, though they probably frequently visit this place, so it shouldn't be too big of a deal. It was fine. I didn't really get to speak with the queen, the same with the sirens. A god and goddess were responsible for that. I glance at Demeter and deadpan to Kronos, who both let out a short laugh. My apologies, Gene. I was just checking up on her that day. It was pure coincidence. So, was I, but I'm coming with you to the Lamias, but we'll be making a pit stop in the elves' village. Now that I think about it, why are elves here? They're usually not in this mythos. They originally came from different parts of Europe. So, the elves here are of different heritages. Some English, Irish, and Norse elves and whatnot. That's why you'll see elves there with a variety of hair colors. They're not just blonde. Zeus answers my question. I see, that makes sense. But why did they leave? Maybe I can just ask them when I get there. But it'll probably have to wait till tomorrow. I wonder if they've been contacted by, look at Kronos, and he winks at me. Anyway, we're planning to have dinner at Tahami's care to join us. I shall fetch Hera, and we'll join you. Poseidon and Kronos agreed to come with us. Zeus disappeared and then reappeared in a flash of lightning with Hera in tow. She greets us with a wave, and we continue on our way to Tahami's restaurant. Tahami brought us back to the same table as last time, but it did not have enough space, so I just expanded the table and the area around it. I said it would be permanent and would be on the house. How has your time here been, Gene? I hope everything has been well for you. Yeah, it's been mostly pleasant. Not much trouble, so I don't really need to do anything, of course. We deal with them as soon as we find out. The ones you should look out for are the more rowdy gods and goddesses here. You should know who they are, no? I nod. Yeah, Hermes warned me about them when I first got here. I haven't felt them doing anything so far. They'll also trust what Hermes said about them being warier of me since I threatened them. These are the type of villains that are cautious, but are also prone to being arrogant. They'll eventually slip up. If not, then he'll just end them when the time comes. I wonder if they've heard of Black Alice from Hermes? They'll bring it up once our food arrives, and that didn't take too long since Tahami came back with our dinner soon after. He placed them one by one until he was done. We dig into our food, as everyone seemed quite hungry. I look around at everyone, and they're eating, so I also start eating. The girls were chatting lightheartedly, the same with the gods. Everything was quite calm and normal. Question. The four gods look at me. They seemed curious about what I had to ask. Zeus nods and waits for me to continue. I put a sound-canceling barrier around us. Black Alice. That name made them all frown. It looks like Hermes didn't say anything to him at all then. All right, I nod and tell him what I found out and what I told Hermes. As I spoke more and more, I could see the look of disbelief appear on all their expressions. I do not believe you would lie about something like this, Jean. How are you sure? Shrugging, I'm willing to share some things with you, Zeus, but not everything. The man just nodded, as he didn't push for it. It looked like he understood what I said. Let's go with my subordinates found out about it. I had them spy on one of their members and found out that way. A half-truth. Then, very well, Jean. I will discuss it with the saner gods and goddesses here. I may consider signing the alliance if that she really is alive. I didn't think that Black Alice put so much fear in Zeus of all people. I wonder what happened. I know Hermes told me the story of what happened, but it was mostly from his perspective. Would you like to know what happened on my end, Jean? I am curious about it. Zeus lets out a chuckle and closes his eyes. Kronos, Hera, and Poseidon had complicated smiles on their faces. I doubt they want to remember that day either, and I just moved ahead and asked for a retelling. Am I insensitive? Zeus then began to speak. It was an ordinary day in our realm. Our people carried on about their usual business. As the gods, we were aware of Typhon's rumors, but we didn't think he would act on such an outrageous claim. He wants to overthrow us and claim Mount Olympus for himself. For what? He never specified a reason. But then he came into our realm at night and began attacking us while leaving the humans alone. An initial firestorm, multiple of them, wiped out a few towns and villages towards the south. Typhon has weather manipulation skills at an unbelievable level. He used it very well. He flooded the west. That's how the home of the Sirens came to be. It was just a moderate lake before, and now he wiped out the North's landscape. You saw the ravines, cliffs, random drops, and destroyed landscape. Yes, many of the trees in the east were also torn down and destroyed. A very prominent tree the elves planted there long ago was destroyed in the attack. While we are in good relations with him now, the damage was done over there. Elves, Lamias, and most inhabitants of the east hate him. Little Olympia was also not safe. You see most of the surroundings here. It's mostly empty. A few ruins here and there, many open field with trees there. He wiped it all out. This place was much larger than what it is now. It was as if hell had entered our world. He came alone, and I faced him alone. I ordered the rest of the gods and goddesses to evacuate and protect our citizens. When I look back at it now, it may have been foolish. I nearly lost my life during the battle. Typhon was much stronger than I anticipated. Hera and I had 5 children in total. 4 are alive today, while the 5th died during that time. Ares, Apollon, Eileithyia, and Hebe. Hera was pregnant at the time. My fight with Typhon got too close to where Hera was, and something happened. Darkness, tentacles, and an overwhelming sense of dread briefly engulfed the area. It came out of Typhon, but once it was gone, Hera felt empty. What? Darkness and tentacles? Don't tell me. She even messed with them when I wasn't here? What? Why? For what reason? I close my eyes and try to look into the future. Jean-chan. What did you do to Eros baby? Huh? Hera. That Greek goddess? That thing was quite tasty. Typhon was, how do I say this, my test. I put him to sleep forcefully and gave him a very small amount of power. He turned around and challenged the Greek gods after. What a fool, huh? She ate it. After that I went to Azrael, and you know the story and why. Oh, you're with the Greek gods right now, huh? You were told the story? Greek fetus divine energy is quite something. It felt spicy. I wonder why. I never looked into it. What is wrong with this? I look at Azathoth as the eye was closed. Really? You're willing to turn a blind eye? Fucking hell. I seriously do not want to meet the other outer gods if there's nasty or more evil than her. Don't worry, Jin-chan. Our babies will be adorable. Don't worry, once you evolve, just take over and we can rule. She's a loss cause you're the first thing I'm erasing and replacing when I evolve. She's way too irredeemable. I shake my head and leave Jean. Sorry, I was thinking of something. So, shat happened after Hera felt empty? Zeus nods and sighs. She knew she lost the baby. It's been a struggle for her. But we hadn't tried for another since. She is afraid it may happen again. Zeus stops eating and holds Eros' hand under the table. She was also just zoning out while eating. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up any unpleasant memories. After I defeated Typhon, much of our realm was destroyed or on the brink of destruction. But what we didn't expect was for another monster to show up, and it called itself Black Alice. She began to wreak havoc. I was already quite weakened by my fight with Typhon, so I had to accept the aid of my fellow gods, and even some of the denizens offered to help. It was like an all-out war. Black Alice had raw power, but she was still quite inexperienced. She relied too heavily on her raw power and techniques. We fought back with strategies, tactics, and of course our own powers. We had many casualties, but in the end, we prevailed while we thought we did. However, if what you said is true, she may be stronger than what we are now. We are gods, so we don't train, but if she drank that blood stronger than the heavenly dragons in their prime Cows Brigade, that terrorist group seemed like trouble, but I didn't think it would get into this kind of trouble if she's the leader of this newly formed faction and still bears hatred for us. Our pantheon may don't go in with such a defeatist attitude, Zeus. You're a powerful god. While you may not be in the top 10 strongest, you're still powerful. You did beat a much more powerful Typhon, and even kept fighting Black Alice when in a weakened state. I know you said you would think about it, but seriously consider joining the Alliance. With the other faction's help and me, we can prevent that from repeating. Here, I snapped my fingers and summoned a small box with a green button in the middle. It had all the documents in them. Tap the button and the documents for the Alliance will appear. You said you'll be discussing the Alliance with the other gods and goddesses, right? Just read this over with them. I see. My thanks, Gene. Huh. Who would have thought a youngster like you would try cheering me up? You're still too young for that, boy, but again, thank you. Now then, let's move on to more cheerful topics. Oh boy, here he goes, Gene. Do you do crazy stuff with your harem? Smack. Hera immediately smacked him after he asked me such a bizarre question. I could see some patrons looking at us now. In the end, he's still a pervert, never changed geezer Zeus. Dinner was over, and it was still quite early in the evening, around 7. Therefore, we still had some time to travel to the elf town or city, whatever it was. I was outside with everyone else. I paid for the meal and tipped Tahami again. He was crying and grateful is no big deal, dude. Thank you for the documents and for paying for our meal, Gene. I wish you luck in your journey. Yeah, no problem. Just tell me your decision when I get back for the final day, before or after the tournament. Zeus nods and looks at Kronos. Kronos, join me. I wish to discuss this first with you, Apollon, Hera, and Poseidon. I have time. Ho ho ho, good luck, Gene. I wish you the best of health, Gene. After saying their goodbyes, they left in a flash of lightning, courtesy of Zeus. I was left with the girls, and we fall silent for a few seconds. That was heavy. I didn't even get a chance to speak. Poor Hera. Whatever, know we know who it was, right? You did become silent, Gene. Seraph's expression took on a serious expression as she glanced at me. She even lost the charm part of my name, but yeah, we do know. I nod as she comically stomps her foot. Moo. When I get stronger, it'll kick her tentacle ass with the power of a true magical girl. Demeter, who was still with us, looked confused. I lightly chopped Seraph's head and glanced at Demeter. She sees this and puts her hands over her mouth. What am I going to do with you? Tentacles? Don't worry about it. Let's get moving. You said the village town or whatever will be a lot better looking, right? Yep, carry me. I'm tired she didn't wait for a response from me and jumped towards me, so I instinctively caught her. I shook my head and flew into the sky. The rest followed, but they were strangely silent. They were probably just processing what was said. The fetus eating part. Fwash, the wind and air were much colder at night in this realm. Much like what Zeus and Demeter mentioned, new trees were growing here. They weren't normal trees, well, not all of them. I could feel some sort of magic coming from them. The wind feels nice, it really does. Demeter Sama. Will the elves let us stay in their village? Demeter, still in my arms, had a rather content smile on her as the wind blows into our faces. I will agree with her, though, and say it does feel pleasant. It was also agreed upon by the girls, but only Irina voiced her opinion. They sure will. While they hate Typhon, they want to turn away a traveler because of their history. They want to be as accepting as they can, Their current leader and previous one have the same mindset. Previous leader? Did they die? Yes, during the attack of Typhon and Black Alice. Their last queen died. Once she did, the previous king stepped down from the throne and they elected new ones. The new queen is quite young. However, there is no king at the moment. The queen is quite picky on who she wants as king. She wants certain standards to be met. She just looks up to the previous king too much, like what Terence and Hermes said. The elven village has a queen and king, so both male and female elves reside there. They're also quite diverse, apparently, so I look forward to meeting them. Well, if the previous one was so good, it only makes sense to try to have the same standard, right? You'll soon see turn right into that mountain. There are larger trees there. That's where they are at. It was still quite far away, but yeah, I could see it, even the darkness and moonlight. There was a large tree, but it seemed normal, nothing special about it. The same with the trees surrounding the elves' home. But I could feel something in the middle. It wasn't too strong, but there was magic coming from it. KSHHH. KSHHH. That's quite a drop, and only a small bridge to connect this land and theirs. It's deliberate. Can you feel it? There's a large barrier around their home. It keeps unwanted guests out. Anyone they deem as an enemy can't enter, of course. If they're much stronger, then they won't have any problems getting in. A barrier. Huh? I guess that event put a scar on them too. At least they're taking precautions too. I suddenly feel like I passed through something. It had to be the barrier. Before I passed through it, it looked like I was entering into a large forest with very tall trees. Once we got through the barrier, the quaint village below us was quite a sight. They were made from the same woods that surround their quaint village. The roofs were mostly A-frame style, and a few were gable-veilleur roof-styled. Many of the windows were circular or rectangular in shape. The walls were dark green, in color the same wood type as the trees that surrounded their village. Not all the structures were wooden, as there was some kind of middle area that was mostly made out of stone, the same with the buildings at the background. They had a strange blue glow that was dim. There were also small rivers and bodies of water around the village. As to where they came from, I couldn't see. I would guess it's somewhere beyond this barrier on the outside. Since it was nighttime, the area was quite beautiful. I'm not sure if it's because of the trees or the barrier doing something to this place, but it gave off a mystical vibe, if you get what I mean. I could feel something else here. It felt like fairies, Ariels, or spirits. Did they live alongside the elves? What's that in the middle? I can't answer that. Ask the queen tomorrow. Well, meet them, and well, stay at that cozy in Demeter Points at a building to the top right of the village. A house that was built into a literal tree. The tree was also quite large. That's the inn? That's a first. Even the one in the fairy kingdom wasn't built into one, or the one in the land of heaven. Falls the queen. Should be over there. Let's fly over following her instructions. I fly over there with the girls. I don't think we can explore much tonight. Probably just stay in the inn and then sleep. As we approached the inn, we could see a lone female elf there. After we flew down, she had a calm smile on her face as we stood in front of her. Though she looked a bit sleepy, the elf queen has long golden hair with a pink ribbon that keeps a portion of her hair in a plait, and eyes with dark blue irises and pink clover-like pupils. She has a rather large bust. Her outfit has an olive green and pale yellow cream color scheme. Greetings, Goddess Demeter. Forgive me. I'm quite tired. I'm the queen of this small village. I am Amaryllis Ismene. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Hi. Amachan am here with the Harem Dragon Emperor. Ow. Hey. Donita Gudesu. I'm sorry. I lightly chop her head. I do not want to be called that. Amaryllis looks at us with amusement. We shall continue this tomorrow. Your accommodations are already in order. With that, I bid you a good night. The queen smiles at us before walking down a path past us. We watch her walk away and disappear from our sights. Now that I'm here, I can feel something underneath us. I felt more elven auras down there. Did they make an underground portion of their little village? Seraphal stepped into the inn first while I was pulled by Demeter. Once inside, the place was quite cozy, with branches that formed a small area to rest and sit on, a small tree stump for a table. A single reception area with a male elf. He had medium light blue hair, gray eyes, and he wore a butler uniform. He opens his closed eyes and nods at us. He reaches for the keys behind him and makes them float to me. I grab the 2 keys. 2. I glance at Demeter as she's pretending to ignore me. I nod at him and hand the other key to Penemu. Suddenly, small green orbs appeared. Please follow those orbs. They will guide you to your room. The male elf informs us, and we begin to follow them. The orb then ascends up a short flight of stairs. Once up there, the orbs split off. One veers right, and the others go left. I looked at my key, and it had a small number that said 11. I looked at the doors in the hallway, and the right was numbered 15, while that last door on the left was 13. I go left, and Penemu and Irina turn right. 2 doors down was my room. Push it open, and it was simple, one large bed, and the typical things you would need if you were staying in an inn. The bed sheets were blue with purple leaves as designs. It's a little different from the ones in the fairy kingdom. It is? Oh, right, these guys weren't with me. I nod. I then explain my experience there and how the realm was. It was quite a unique place. Though all the places I've been have looked like something out of a fantasy book or anime. You guys sleep. I want to check out something. After Valerie and Seraphal protested, Demeter agreed with me. And with the power of a goddess and her persuasion, they went to sleep. You better come back soon. I will, Valerie. She wasn't convinced, but Demeter gave me a knowing smile and winked at me. I shook my head and left the room. I quickly headed downstairs and left the inn. The receptionist didn't even question me. I leapt into the air and flew to my right. There were some large trees behind the buildings, but I felt something, so I kept flying. There were no elves out since I felt them all in their homes. As I broke through the large trees, I saw a large field beyond them. I could see some training dummies. Is this some sort of training field? I mean, it would make sense because of what happened with Typhon. Looking at the dummies, they had small holes on them. I fly over to one of them and land in front of it. I touch it. It was made out of the same wood as the trees around me. I suddenly felt someone approaching me. What are you doing? This voice, I didn't think she would be up right now. I turn around and see Artemis. I guess she was here, probably helping with this archery training. I was curious, so I came over here. I didn't expect to see you here, Artemis. She didn't answer me, but glared at me instead, trying to see if I was lying or whatnot. While glaring at me, she sighs and then summons a bow. Do not act like we are friends, Red Dragon Emperor. But since you are here, let us have a friendly competition. Competition? What's with the hostility? She looks like the Artemis of Damachi, but whatever. I doubt she would accept a no for an answer, so I wait for her to continue. I hear a low rumbling behind me, and a bullseye appears. I'll make it simple. A bullseye will award you 10 points. If you hit any areas that are yellow, it will be 5 points. Red will be 4, blue 3, black 2, and white 1. We each will have 5 shots. Whoever has the highest points wins. I looked at the bullseye, and it was normal. There had been no magic or tampering with it. Sure thing, but if I win, you will answer my questions. If you win, you can request anything you want. That's one hell of a wager, lady. Are you that confident in winning? Also, I don't think that's fair on your part. If you win, I just have to answer your questions. But if I do I get to ask for anything? Silently, she points at a red line that I hadn't noticed before. I guess that's where we'll be firing from. It was around 120 meters away. Isn't the one in the Olympics just 70? She's pretty hardcore in her own way. Can the elves here even hit it? No, that's stupid, of course they can. There are some holes in those dummies after all. We go over there, and she goes first. Artemis creates arrows out of her own divine energy. She aims and hit, ta. I watch her fire arrow after arrow as it hit the bullseye. After her 5 shots, she had 35 points. She seemed kind of angry for missing the last one. She steps aside and gestures for me to go ahead. I don't have a bow, I guess I'll make one now. The bow I created is a matte black, Western-style straight bow. It's a simple design, no need to be fancy. I could see Artemis giving it a strange look. I just shrugged and created an arrow with my own energy. I take aim, hit, ta. I guess I win. All my arrows hit the bullseye. Seeing as how I didn't exactly want to answer her questions, I didn't want to lose. Artemis was clearly frowning, not liking the results. One more time. Sure. So we played another round and another, and you get what I mean. I kept winning, and she kept getting more frustrated. She didn't show it, but I could tell from her emotions. This dragged on for a total of 10 rounds. I won them all. Artemis finally put her bow away and sighed. She looks back at me with a glare. Anything, but I will not sleep with you. You are aware of my vow. Do I look like I just want to throw myself at any woman I see? I have standards and my own morals. I may want a harem, but why are you attacking? Screw it. Bring it, you slur. Do not fret. Drag and name are just playing a game of tag. I don't think attacking someone is considered tag. Ruderers speak, Red Dragon Emperor. What do you desire? I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large, a number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda. That makes sense. She has no idea what I was referencing. My bad. Please don't look at me like I'm insane. I swear I'm not air. Why are you here? I am close to the elves of our realm. I help train them in archery and swordsmanship. Why are you asking? Because that's what I desire. I just asked the question. She had a look of disbelief on her face as she stared at me like I was pulling her leg. I'm sorry, lady, but I don't really have anything I desire since I can just make most things come true if I want and I'm not lying. You know I do not accept this. Please suggest something else. Bunoth. Fine. Lady, why are you making things more complicated than they have to be? Oh, I know. Why did she keep her chastity in this world then? Since he'll assume that it has nothing to do with her being a child of Zeus, or whatever, why did you make your vow? Artemis seemed to slip into thought as she closed her eyes. I could feel her emotions soaring, but I wasn't sure which was more prevalent, hatred, anger, or rage. Well then, I guess she doesn't like men? Athena and Ares. One of Zeus' sons. Ares tried to court me for many years, but I was not interested. So, he tried to assault me once, but it did not end well as I fought back. He's much stronger than me, but men do have weaknesses after all. I pretended to change my mind, and when he got close to me, I attacked his weak spot. He was in a lot of pain. Fucking hell, lady, though I don't feel sorry for the guy. But hearing you say that, I'm more surprised that the guy was able to come out of it intact. Athena. We were once friends, but she has romantic feelings for Ares. So, when he started to try to court me, our relationship turned foul. When she found out what I did to Ares, they started to conspire. She started to reconnect with me, and I genuinely thought that we were starting to be friends again. But then I was drugged, and when I woke up, I was chained up to a wall with Ares and multiple other men I did not recognize. They tried to. I fought back as much as I could. But I was lucky since Zeus and Apollon had been suspecting Ares of plotting something against me since our last incident. So, I was saved that day. That's why we have limited interaction. I hated being in the same room as them, even during the time I met you. So, Zeus basically gave Artemis a restraining order, probably the same with Athena. Wait, then or yes, it's as you suspect. The two of them are now lovers, mocking me or goading me on whenever they see me, even though they can't get close to me. However, like his father, he's quite concupiscent. Unlike his father, though, he acts on it to anyone and everyone he likes. Whether it be Athena, myself, or other women, he doesn't care. Athena is not bothered by it. I do not know why. That is why I took my vows. I hate men. I can tolerate them. Zeus, Poseidon, Kronos, and Hermes. Those are the ones I'm in frequent contact with. There are more that I can tolerate, but the rest I want nothing to do with. Ares is the Zeus of this world. I'm not sure if that's irony or not since he's his son. So, and not on the list yet, huh? Well, we'll work on that then. I see. Well, thanks, and sorry for having to share your reason with me. I didn't think it would be that dark, Artemis. I'll head out. Good night. Do you truly wish for nothing else? Even if you asked, I would have nah, I'm good. I don't force women into my harem. This isn't just about a concubine or anything like that. I love them all equally. Anyway, see you tomorrow then. Even if I'm slowly becoming known as the middleman, Red Dragon Emperor, and probably a giant pervert for wanting a harem, I don't care. Let them think that. I'll prove them wrong on it once they meet me. But you are one. Okay, I know, but it's only to my lovers, all right? And to the women you're interested in. Okay, fine that too. But I am not that bad. I flew away while arguing with these two. I felt Artemis gaze on me as I left. Why are you still up? When I landed back in front of the inn, Demeter was outside, sitting on a large root of a tree with her eyes closed. When she heard me, she opened it and smiled at me. How was it? It was fine. She was a bit hostile, but we're fine. I beat her in a friendly archery competition. Demeter faked a surprise, and I rolled my eyes at her, She giggled to herself. She walks over and stand beside me. You know, I'm surprised that Artemis tolerated you that much. She had questions she wanted to ask me. If she won the competition, I would answer them, but I won, so I asked her why she made her vow. Also, maybe she tolerated me because I was invited here and am also the middleman. I have the three great powers, the Irish gods, and the West UK faction as my allies. Demeter nodded and hummed. It would be dumb for most of them to attack me. Although they cannot do anything against me, the threat posed by those I am friendly with or in an alliance with is widely known. I believe that the three great powers alliance, as well as the Irish joining hands with the three factions, is spreading now. Yasaka's will also start a spread eventually. They'll probably snag a deal a lot sooner than I anticipated since Black Alice is involved with the Greek mythology. Oh well, let's go to sleep. She grabbed my arm and dragged me back inside. This woman just takes things at her own pace. Next day. Oh dear, what is this hard shape poking me from below? It has a nice view. I'm hungry, let's go. I had woken up with a certain stiffness that she pointed out to me. It's a natural phenomenon. Let's move on. Shall we? I feel a tug on my right arm and see Valerie was also awake. I gave her a look and she points to her lips. Confused, I kiss her. She blushes and shakes her head. That's not what I meant. Blood odometer hadn't gotten off me, but I ignored the weird rubbing by her. I give some access to Valerie to my neck, and she leans in to bite me. She does her thing, and after a few seconds, she licks it and gets up. That's the first time I've seen that. Valerie-chan, are you a vampire? I haven't told them about Valerie, so I might as well. I tell Seraphal what I did and who Valerie is. Demeter started to laugh while Seraphal looked stressed. Do you have any idea of the implications of what you did? We may want to form an alliance with them, both the Teeps and Carmilla faction. You know, business mode. Seraphal had arrived, and she was scolding me. Yes, I am aware of what I did and the possible implications. I mean, they're still likely to ask for Gasper. They'll just be missing Valerie. But I understand why you did it. They hurt Valerie-chan, and that's unforgivable. Which is it? Woman, your personal feelings or business? I finally pulled Demeter off me and set her on the bed. Breakfast, huh? I wonder if the elves here are vegetarian or vegan. Oh, don't worry about that. You'll see soon enough. Demeter answered my question in a vague manner. I shrug and leave the room followed by them. I wanted to see what kind of breakfast. Well, I still have the food from last night. The food that we were served for breakfast was a combination of both. Apparently, a lot of the elves here are omnivores. They consume both vegetables and animals. Even though I spoke briefly with the guy who brought us the food, I believe they usually eat vegetables and fruits more. However, eating animals like fish is not out of the question. Since we're guests and they sometimes have travelers coming here, they have other meats prepared for such an occasion. But even without the meat, the dishes they served with just the vegetables were quite good, and from what I was told, they're really good. I wonder what they have in it. Oh my. Irina happily cheers while eating her second serving. She had a mix of vegetables and meat. She wasn't too picky. That's probably due to what she used to eat while being an exorcist. Everyone else was in agreement, and the chef who made it looked relieved as I gave him a thumbs up. Ama-chan is probably waiting for us. Let's hurry up and meet up with her. They'll take you there, so don't worry. We quickly finished our breakfast. I gave the chef a small tip of 5,000. Irina was disappointed since it ended so quickly. She was slowly turning into a glutton. At this rate, it'll be Kuroka, Shigeon, and Irina. We were outside, and the place had elves out everywhere. There were kids running around too. Demeter was greeted by them. It seems like she's popular here too. However, we got strange looks. This place looked quite picturesque, even in the daytime. As we approached the stairs, we passed the center of the village, and it looked as if a ritual would be conducted there. It was surrounded by pillars, however. No one was currently there, but it did have a strange feeling to it. Once we got up the stairs, another elf was waiting there, a dark elf. The dark elf has brown skin, pointed ears, and silver hair. She looks like a girl around the age of 39 years old. She has violet eyes, and her light lavender hair is long, waist-length, which she tied in a sleek ponytail style, with side-front bangs. She is moderately muscular, but still has a curvy figure with large breasts, slender waist, and legs. Greetings, Goddess Demeter. I trust this is the middleman. How do you do? I am Nienna. the queen's personal bodyguard. Please follow me. She is waiting. She turns around to stand on a platform. We follow her, and once we are all on it, it drops down, so there's an underground section. The platform falls down with no change in anything as we're just surrounded by walls of rock. Then wow, there's a city underneath. There indeed was. And a small glowing light at the center. It looked like it was underneath the ritualistic place at the center of the above city. Perhaps those two are connected somehow? I'm surprised, though. There were very large trees here. Some of the houses and buildings had been built into them. The bridges were giant roots from the trees connecting the land to one another, while the higher elevations had wooden bridges probably made by them. Both the above village and our underground city are our homes. Only elves of this realm, or anyone that has been given permission, may use this platform to go down. This was created by our previous queen and king. Elves, fairies, and spirits live here. You may have sensed them while you were there last night. The building to the right background is where the queen currently resides. The building in the middle is where the elders and the queen hold discussions. The one to our nearest right is our library. This holds more of our history, while the one at the surface holds just some of it. The buildings here are mostly made out of stone, but they do keep the color scheme of the roofs as purple. However, they're much rounder in shape. The lights here were powered by magic, just like the surface, but the magic density here is denser than it was on the surface. Are the gods aware of this? Yes. I turn to Demeter, and she nods. I saw a lot of plant life and insects around the place, as well as white mist or fog. In addition, there were waterfalls surrounding the area, as well as some bugs buzzing around. The platform eventually stops. Nienna steps off first, followed by us. She starts to walk away, and we follow her. Is there anything beyond here? Just trees, plants, and a training area much like the surface. Why? Oh, just wondering. It wasn't a very spacious city. There were more houses and buildings around it, but I couldn't feel any other life outside of this small city. There were a few elves here walking around and doing their own thing. But what did she mean by elders? Do old elves assist with decision-making? The queen looked a bit young, so I would assume the older one would help in the decision-making. Maybe even the past king? How do we get to the castle? Just as Irina asked, we come across another platform. It's like the ones in the land of heroes and giants. ITLL probably take us there, or just teleport us. Nienna stepped onto it, and it didn't do anything. We got on it too. We were suddenly teleported in front of the entrance of the castle. There were two guards, another dark elf, a male, and a blonde elf who was also male. They saluted Nienna and let us through. Across this bridge is another section, mostly a housing district. It is small, and you'll need to turn right from where we first descended from. It also has a small marketplace, as we live off the fish and plants down here, much like the surface. Nienna explained as we walked through the castle. Colors used mostly were purple and green, with the occasional yellow or blue, but it wasn't overly fancy either, like the one in Harpy Haven. There were a few pictures of a female elf and male elf, probably the past rulers. Upon arriving at a door, we enter it, and inside we find Queen Amaryllis Ismene. She was wearing the same thing as last night, but she didn't look as tired this time. She smiled at us after we arrived. Nienna joined her at her side. Amachan were here. I swear this goddess is just friendly with everyone. Welcome to our quaint village. Red Dragon Emperor, Goddess Demeter, and Seraphal Leviathan. Did she know about Seraphal? As I glanced at her, she didn't seem to react much. She's probably used to it. This may seem sudden, but please hear out my request, Red Dragon Emperor. Please grant me my heart's deepest wish. Irina and Valerie started to have a coughing fit. Even Nienna had a completely dumbfounded expression on her, as she was staring at Amaryllis like she grew 3 extra pairs of breasts. Even Demeter was taken aback by the request. Seraphal completely short-circuited as this request came out of left field. I am aware of you seeking a harem. Isn't this a prime opportunity? I will stream my queen. Stop. Amaryllis grabbed her clothing and was about to rip off her own clothes when Nienna rushed to her and restrained her. I was expecting some kind of serious request. Well, I mean, this is serious in a way like, why does she want to be pregnant? May I know why you wish to be impregnated? Are you really considering it? Demeter, Valerie, and Seraphal snap back at me. I shake my head. I just want to know her reason. There has to be a reason for this. Why doesn't she just ask another elf? Or someone else in this world, as you know, when the last queen died, the past king stepped down and has entered his retirement. I have been searching for a new king since I took up the throne. However, every candidate that has been put forward has been lacking in some areas. So, I came to the conclusion, if a strong man gives me a child, I can raise that boy to become king, find him a lover, and they can take over for me. I thought of her as a smart and wise woman when I first met her, but does she have a screw loose up there? Also, am not that smart. Would probably have average kids Queen Amaryllis. The elders have said that if you become pregnant, you will have to marry the one who did that to you. That sounds even better. Red DRA, I decline. I don't want to be confined here, sorry to say. I also still have a lot of things to do in this world and another. Places to go, people to meet. I can't marry you and be locked here. The girls had a look of relief. Please trust me a little more. I won't just accept something like that. If that's all, well, get going. We need to get to the Lamia's W8. Very well, we don't need to get married, but please consider romance with me. I smile at her and teleport back to the surface. Red Dragon Emperor. I teleported back to the top of the staircase. Below us was Artemis. It looked like she was heading our way, but stopped. Artemis Demeter left my side and hugged Artemis. She looked a bit uncomfortable, but also hugged her back. They speak for a bit, and I turn to the girls. You know, I'm thankful the elves I met in Ireland didn't react like that. Okay, they didn't really interact with me much, but still. She was quite pushy. She looked very dignified and proper last night. Who knew being single that long will make you like TH? Ow, ow, ow. Sister Griselda, why? Ow. I'm Sully. Valerie makes a comment on the queen, as the girls agreed with her. I agree with her. What just happened destroyed my image of her. And Irina. Don't say those kinds of things when you're with women who have been single for most of their lives. Griselda had reached over and started to lightly squeeze and stretch her cheeks. Irina had tears in her eyes. And they get along. Jean, want to go take a look? Artemis is training the elves on archery again. Artemis seemed a lot less hostile today. Maybe because of what happened. Or maybe because of Demeter. Whatever the case, I didn't mind going. Sure, we were at the same spot I was with Artemis last night, but this time there were multiple elves everywhere, some training in swords and some with bows. They all varied in height, color, hairstyles, males and females. Clap, clap, all right, everyone. Let's continue from where we left off yesterday. Artemis had all the elves present, and they answered her enthusiastically with a yes, teacher, which was pretty interesting. Did she make them call her teacher? She also doesn't seem to mind speaking with the male elves, though she was a lot sterner with them. Someone else, another elf who looked like she was helping with teaching the class, was here. Artemis goes over to her, and they speak for a little bit. They laugh and in separate ways. The young female elf, with a long, luscious lime green hair that reaches to her knees and has light green eyes and pointy ears. She wears a princess vest with different shades of green, lime, and mint. Her skirt is also the same color. She had 2 scrolls attached to her belt on the left side. She wore black fingerless gloves, except for the index finger, which was covered in both hands. She had a very unique-looking bard's hat with a red feather on it. The bow she had was also unique, as it was also in the shape of a harp. She sees me looking at her. She gives me a small wave and smiles. That's Rena. Artemis had come back to us and probably saw me staring. She continues. She's a powerful elf. She's mastered the use of the bow, is a martial artist, has a high mastery of wind manipulation, plant manipulation, and uses the power of song and music. She can create music that can help her allies or damage her enemies. She's a 1 in a million geniuses to be born. She can also form contracts with spirits, but she can also naturally use spirit magic. I believe she's a hybrid, a half-elf and half-spirit, or perhaps a demigod. An elf-god hybrid. I felt her use divine energy once. That's quite an extensive list, but yeah, you're right about that. She's a hybrid. Elf-spirit hybrid. How can she use divine energy? I don't know, but she's at the peak of ultimate class. I see Artemis wave her over. She happily does so and joins us. Yes, Rena, this is the middleman and his companions. Nice to meet you, middleman. Imrina, I saw you staring at me earlier. Did I look that strange? You just look familiar. Sorry for staring. Jean, by the way. I believe she's from a game from my old world. She does resemble one of her job paths. I didn't expect to see her here, though. Though she was just a normal elf, and in that path, she does use music and spirits to fight. Nice to meet you, Jean. Well, you'll get back to teaching them. Rena quickly left after greeting the others of my group. Artemis gives me a strange look, but doesn't ask me. I wonder what Rena's deal is. If what was said from before is true, then she may not have come from here originally. Demeter is the place where the Lamias live. Far from here? From how fast we usually go, well, reach it in an hour. More if we take detours or stop to look at the scenery, which is mostly trees, plant life, and other remnants of the past. Let's leave in an hour then. I doubt that the Queen will give up that easily after we leave abruptly. Artemis again looks at us strangely. Demeter explains what happened while giggling. The goddess of moon, hunting, and archery just shook her head disappointedly. Hot idiot. I swear ignore it. I will speak with her. I knew her parents. They died during the attack of that thing and Typhon. Oh, Black Alice. Huh. All right. They'll leave it to you, thanks. Demeter whispers to the shocked Artemis as she nods understandingly in the end. She doesn't speak about it anymore, and I look at the other girls as they go around speaking to the elves. They were quite friendly. Well, get going then. Sorry about this overprotective idiot. I awkwardly look to the side as Valerie and Penemu apologize to Artemis and Rena. Hee, don't worry about it. It's sweet that he cares about you all that much. He did not kill anyone, just glared a lot at them. It's fine, no harm done, well, physically at least. Not too long after the girls started to help the elves, in particular the males, they started to get hit on. I tried to ignore it at the start, but they tried to get touchy-feely with them, and I released a bit of my aura, scaring the shit out of everyone. Anyway, they stayed away from me and stopped doing it. I got a call from Rennie, and Aquino almost immediately, I guess I let out a bit too much that they could feel it. Kuroka was with Aquino, so she spoke through the transceiver. The Queen didn't appear, much to my surprise. But I'll leave that stuff to Artemis then. We thanked them open last time before flying away and out of the village and barrier. Onwards and upwards then. Demeter, what can you tell me more about the Lamia's place? Their leader is called Alice, ironically enough. But she's a nice Lamia. She likes eating mostly. Reading books, she's what you call an otaku. That's why the buildings in their home are mostly based on Japanese architecture. They're also quite horny. Why did you shout that? There were multiple complaints beside and behind me. The only one who took it in stride was Penemu. Demeter giggled to herself as Irina and Valerie were flustered. As we kept on flying, I could see very large trees in the distance. There were a lot of them as they stretched across the area in front of us. It's the forest of giant trees. Those were planted a very long time ago, before the attack by Typhon and Black Alice. Miraculously, they didn't get destroyed. Nothing really lives there as far as I know, but that could have changed. I check out the entire forest and couldn't feel anything in there, no life of any sort. We enter it, and we had to occasionally move around since there were a lot of trees in our way. I looked below, and there was a road in this forest. There's a road down there. Did someone carve it out? A long time ago, Zeus foresaw that it would be used, so he ordered a road to be built through it. Let's lower our flight path then. We'll have an easier time since we won't hit trees down there. Following my instructions, we fly closer to the ground. And being down here was quite something. I felt almost tiny being surrounded by these trees. There's also a constant breeze here. Didn't know where it could come from. I did a scan this earlier. Beyond this is a little jagged valley, and past that is their city. A lot of their city is built into the cliffs and mountains, but of course not all of it. There are normal houses. If I'm honest, it's probably the third largest city in the realm, before the attack in Little Olympia. The city of the Orcs and Minotaurs is the largest currently, built around a large mountain and open field. Interesting. So the largest current city is south, the second is east. I can guess that's the same with the population, though I doubt it since the previous places had very small populations because of their species being limited. We finally break through the forest after spending around 25 minutes in there. Once we did, I looked back, and it's still quite a sight to behold. I turned back and increased my speed while flying up higher. I could see beyond the valley, and the Lamia's home was interesting. It's like what Demeter said. It looked very much like Japanese architecture from the older era. The one building that stands out is the Japanese castle-like structure. I could see that a large wall was encompassing it. The same with the outer part of the city. The roofs were black, while the walls were white with red pillars of wood as supports. There was a small pathway that connected the castle and the inner city to the outer one. In the outer part of the city, there stood a large statue of a lamia. It was female. We fly past the valley, as I didn't see or feel anything there that was important. Maybe they used it as a sort of defense when and if they were attacked. Though Zeus did say this place was peaceful. We land in front of a giant torii gate and were their female lamia guards. They wore silver armor on their top half, while they had skirts to cover their bottom half, not including the tail. Demeter-sama, welcome. Is this the middleman? Queen Alice has been early waiting for your arrival. Please come through. One of the lamias speaks up and easily lets us through. Demeter spoke with her for a bit before joining us in the city. Once we got inside, we could see lamias walk slithering around. Like any other city we've been to, they were just doing their usual business, living their life. Follow Me Demeter was the guide again. Since she's close to the lamias, she took us around the outside city. There were some food vendors selling, well, food. But what stood out to me was there were so many fucking adult-oriented places. It's like every other damn building. I kept getting catcalled by female lamias, some even exposing themselves to me. I've had Valerie, Seraphol, and Irina just slamming their hands on my face to try to cover my eyes. Hey, boy, why not here? Want to touch them? Feel them? Look at my lamia body. Lamussi? What the heck is wrong with you? Lamias are like this. Deep breaths, Gene, deep breaths. This is how they are in this realm. Just calm yourself, damn it. Hiss mine. Look, Seraphol shouted back as she grabs my hand and forcibly pulls me toward her. She glared back at the lamias who started to encourage her. Squeeze, squeeze. I, on instinct, squeeze her chest, making her moan. She immediately turns red and swats my hand away. You did this. I didn't do it. You squeezed her, though. Shut up, Lamussi dragon. Boom. Bang. Bang. Crash. Emma mine too. Excuse me? Valerie-san. Valerie goes to where Seraphol was and does the same thing as her. But instead of me instinctively squeezing her breast, I accidentally poke her nipple. Hiya. Valerie slaps both her hands onto her mouth, looking horrified with herself. She also turns red like Seraphol, and the both of them fall back as they ashamedly walk behind us. Did the lewdness and perverseness of this place amplify, or something? What's up with this all of a sudden? Demeter just laughed at me, while Griselda, Irina, and Penemy said nothing, but had those kind of smiles on them. I didn't do those on purpose, you know. We'll get to do that to all of you in the future. Just you damn wait. Hee bonk. I felt someone lightly hit me on the head. I could see Griselda much closer to me. The smile she gave Irina was directed at me. Behind her, Irina was shivering, and her face was pale. We finally reached the entrance to the inner city. We stood outside the door as another pair of lamia guards pushed it open for us. Having Demeter made this a lot easier. I gotta thank her later. We enter, and we were inside the inner city. While it was much smaller, the shops here seemed a lot fancier and bigger. The population was also around the same as the outer city. I don't think this place is divided by some sort of ranking system, but probably from wealth. I could clearly see that there were more brothels here. Even still, some female lamias gesturing to us seductively. One of them waves to me, and I do yank. I was pulled away by Demeter. I could tell that she was getting annoyed. Oh, why? Her mood was going downhill quite fast since the lamia women had been greeting me more and more. She was fine with it at first. She increased her pace as we were practically jogging now. We got a few weird glances, but nothing too lingering. In front of the castle was a large water fountain. Demeter pulls me forward again. We get to the door, and she pushes it open. Once inside, there was a lamia waiting for us. She has a long, white serpentine body descending from her waist with long waist-length silver hair. Her upper body is humanoid, shapely, and lithe with large, bright red eyes. She wears a black mesh skin suit under a strapless, white cup bralette. At her neck is a posture choker, white with gold accents and red gems to match the rest of her outfit. Her sleeves hang low on her shoulders and spun around her like a shawl. She wears a black skirt with a red, black, and white tunic-like fabric over it with white panels on her hips. Atop her head is a nurse cap. Her tail end has red and gold cuffs. Welcome Demeter-sama, Midleman-sama. Queen Alice is waiting for you. Hi, Kathasia-chan, we're here and ready to meet that otaku queen of yours. The Lamia, named Kathasia, shows a strained smile. While her lip twitched, she nods and starts to slither away. We follow after her, and another Lamia came out of her room and joined us. Oh, it's Gina-chan. The new Lamia called Gina has medium-long blue hair, light skin, and brown eyes. She has blue wings, with their base color the same as that of her short, pointed ears. She has a long blue snake tail with yellowish plates across the bottom, contrasting with her predominantly blue color scheme. I can see the thin black strap of her bra over her shoulders. She wears a white, feminine top with a black frill across the top. The sleeves sit very low on her arms, and her cleavage is emphasized. She wears a short skirt with the same design scheme as her top. Demeter-sama, welcome. I'm sorry, I was just here to hand this to Kath. She seemed a bit nervous. She glances back and sees us, her eyes widening. Then she suddenly bolted away. She slithered away pretty quickly. Demeter looked at us as she giggled. Kathasia just sighed and shook her head. She's shy around males. She hasn't seen many in her life. So don't be too offended, I nod, and we wordlessly kept on going. The inside of the castle was what a carbon copy of the old Japanese castles in Japan. Mostly made out of wood. With its typical design structure, this Queen Alice really went all out. Huh? There was no carpet or anything, just wood floors, wood walls with some stone, a wood roof. Everything was a different shade of brown, as well as the occasional red, gold, and blue. Most of the doors were screen doors as well. The lone exception was the outside. We eventually arrived at another normal door, and it was medium in size. I could feel two auras inside. Was there a king here? Calm yourself. Alice BB, but they'll be here soon. You're the queen. You have no time to be like this. Do you want me to make you your favorite snack? I could hear two voices beyond the door. Both were female, so no king then. But the other presence almost felt familiar in a way. Kathasia pushed the door open, and we all stepped through. Once we were in there, the queen stiffened and straightened herself on her throne. Queen Alice had long, straight white hair that goes all the way to her waist, the yellow eyes of snake. She has two pink flowers on the side of her hair. She wears a black skirt and black bra top. Both have gold-red ornaments on them. Above her forehead was a red mark that looks like an eye and vertically positioned. On her face, arms and body were strange-looking tattoos. She looked like Alice from MGQ. Beside her was a kitsune. Wait, what? The kitsune girl has radiant orange fur with white tail tips and brown fox ear tips. She wears a red and white miko kimono with a beige apron tied with a red ribbon and traditional Japanese geta. Her eyes are an ombre shade of yellow to brown. I am Aliphi's Fateburn III, but you may refer to me as Alice. I am the sea-current queen of this city. Welcome you, Demeter-sama, Midleman-sama. Why is she so nervous? I am Senko, her attendant. It's nice to meet you all. It's been some time, Demeter-sama. The kitsune bows to us. So, she has an attendant too? I look around the room, and it was relatively normal. Unlike the rest of the place, the throne room was made in a more Western style. She probably wanted an actual throne to sit on rather than just sitting there. Jean Skyward, middleman, and all that. Nice to meet you, Aliyah. Alice proceeded to shriek and lunged at me. I was mostly confused, so I didn't move. She then hugs me while wrapping her lower half around my body. I'm a big fan. Why? Can I have you sign my shirt? Please autograph it for me. Excuse me. Alice Senko looks at Alice with a calm look, but she was exuding quite a lot of pressure, making the current queen flinch. Well, maybe she's at least peak ultimate class 2. Alice lets me go and goes back to her throne. She was a blushing mess and coughs in her fist. Forgive me. Thank you for visiting our city. While it may not be much, we do have a lot of brothels. I'll be honest with you, the only thing this place provides are Lamia brothels, and that's about it. Losing her queen attitude and vibe, she lays it out in a blunt manner. She sighs again and leans back on her chair. How long has she been ruler? She seems young and not that mature. Yet, making the entire city look like old era Japan is a bit allow me. Yes, the main attraction is Lamia brothels and the Lamia women. The queen chooses one king, and this entire city becomes his harem. Now, not all the Lamias want that, and that's fine. They may choose another mate, however. They have to leave. Leave? Like as an exiled? That's pretty hardcore if that's the case, yes. The Lamias currently here are descendants of just one man and the previous queen, while others are from the first queen. Alice is no exception. Lamias that want families will join his household. Those that don't remain companions and wait for travelers to come here and visit, or go out to be exiled and live their own life. Incest is quite common here. Most of those travelers are nothing special, so when they become the harem king in here, they do feel quite special. I have served the last two queens, Alice's mother and her grandmother. What about the ones in Little Olympia? I did see quite a few of them in the red light district. Are there exceptions, or are they exiled? Or are those descendants of the ones that were exiled? There are exceptions, but I would assume most of them have left and have been exiled. We wish them luck and good health. But those are the rules set by the first queen. The exceptions sometimes venture out to do business with the other races, or in Little Olympia, of course. We won't stop them from trying to seduce anyone or try having fun. Okay, so what about you then? Why is a lone kitsune here? I know that look, young dragon. I am here because I was saved by the first queen. I was here on a little journey around the supernatural world. I had made it to this city when that attack happened. I wanted to repay her, but I grew fond of this place, so I decided to serve them. It's been a fine life. I see. So, just serving them because of a lifelong gratitude. Huh? I can see that she has a goodish relationship with the current queen, as she's quite obedient to her now. To expand on the earlier question, brothels and our prostitutes are the main attraction. However, we have one of the best hot springs in this realm, only second to the muscle brains of the South. Next are the views. You can see the forest of giant trees from here, as well as our Lantern Festival. It's to celebrate our past and current queens. It's a monthly thing. There's one happening tonight, actually. Please do stay. We just release magic-powered lanterns into the sky. They will eventually burn up and vanish. Our massage parlors are also quite good, both normal and the relaxation kind. We are also growing in the otaku culture side, if that's what you're interested in. Alice is quite fond of Japan and has adopted many things over the years to the buildings, food, clothing, and parts of their culture. She's what you call a Japanophile. Yeah, I'm aware of one. I interrupt Senko as she lets out a laugh and nods her head. She stops talking and looks at Alice, who had turned into a human. I know transformation magic. I can turn myself into a human. How is it? Is it to your liking, Jean-sama? In her human form, her blue-purplish skin had turned into a peachy pink color. Everything else was the same, except her lower half now had legs instead of a tail. Her boots had her eyes by the knees and by her feet. She was looking at me rather expectantly. I'm not too sure in how to respond to her. She looked pretty in both. You look beautiful in both your forms, I guess, Thud. She fainted. Her eyes had become completely white, and she was breathing heavily. You have acquired another simp. Well done. HAAA. Kathasia, go and show them around the place. They'll deal with this EDR queen. Yes, Senko-sama. Please follow me. I forgot Kathasia was here with us during all that. I guess that's a normal enough scene here. We leave the room. I take one last glance at the passed-out queen, who Senko was shaking her head at. It's been around 100 years since Alice took up the throne, and she's still quite childish. But shall eventually grow, though. It's partially your fault, Jean. My fault? How? I haven't even met her until today. Demeter sees me with a confused look and continues. It's because of what you're doing. Who's crazy enough to try and unite the entire supernatural world? That's almost unheard of. Even in the human world, that's impossible. You're like the knight in shining armor, or the superhero trying to make the world a better place. It's not like that at all. I just have knowledge of the future. Well, it's vague at best now, since a lot has changed. I also changed a lot of its course. Also, peace is best, right? We can all just relax and go through our lives not worrying about wars or big conflicts. I feel like a broken record, but no true utopia or the perfect world will be ever achieved. Even when I do unite everyone, there will always be a group who's unsatisfied. They'll rebel or start their own terrorist organization, and the cycle repeats again. Like the never-ending fight of good and evil in comics, unless you take the supreme tyrannic or dictator route like an injustice. God's among us, and even then, in the good ending, Superman loses, but when he does win, is it really peace? Is it really freedom? Whatever action he sees or deems evil will be stopped. So you need to watch your actions so as to not arouse that suspicion of his. And even then, acting too carefully can fuck you over too. It's like living life in a minefield. How's that fun? Is that so? I just want to spend my days relaxing with my lovers. That's the only reason I'm uniting everyone. So when trouble arises, I can just let you guys deal with it unless I'm needed. Demeter looks at me before laughing to herself. The lazy dragon emperor. I'll admit that does sound enticing. A world that's mostly peaceful, huh? We can achieve our own dreams without worrying about war or some sort of conflict. We got outside, and Cathasia guides us around the place. Just outside the castle was a souvenir shop with very explicit souvenirs. Even those places aren't safe. Now that I look around more past the sexual stuff, there are some lanterns and other festival-like items around the place. Are those fireworks? Yes. We don't use many, but we do launch some after the lanterns have all vanished. I see, I guess that's fine. One last big bang before closing for the night, right? But this is a monthly thing. Should it be a yearly thing instead? That seemed a lot of work. We've been trying to change it to be a yearly festival. It lasts a week, and tonight is the last day. It's usually towards the end of the month, but was pushed since you were invited here. So, in the reason for it happening sooner? I'm sorry, I'll try to convince Alice, since she's apparently a big fan of mine. We leave the area and go to another. There were a few fancy shops. Some were selling old antiques of, well, anything really. From the window, I could see old items of all kinds, swords, toys, even an old clock. For the next few hours, we went to every nook and cranny of this city, both inner and outer. A few notable areas were the hot springs. While we didn't go in them, we planned on tonight, after the festival. There were also the massage parlor, the biggest one in the city, but we didn't go in either. The Lamias, they didn't mind doing male or female, so the girls opted out of it. They did have a museum, and we went in there to learn a little bit more about their history. A short version of it is that Alice's grandmother came from somewhere in Europe. They didn't specify where, but they came here once the Greek gods first formed it. Alice's grandmother, set out east and found this area. It originally looked like a normal Victorian town, the same as when Alice's mother was in control. But a lot of changes happened when Alice took over, especially the changes in building structure, culture, and the like. Most Lamias took it in stride and didn't mind it. They were quite happy that they were able to experience and learn new things, taste new foods, and the like. There were a lot of shops that had Alice figures, both the current and previous queens. However, there weren't any for the previous kings because, as it was mentioned before, they were mostly used for their seed to impregnate the Lamias. In the museum, there was a last little tidbit they added at the end of the information booklet that was given. It was a new rule that Alice created. It caused quite a stir a few years ago. It was a requirement for her to get a man, the next king. It also explains their dwindling numbers, as it makes it harder for the queen to find a man for all of them. The requirements are as such. 1. The man has to be stronger than the female, so they have to be stronger than Alice. I checked her out earlier, and she was high-tier ultimate class. Just below Senko. I would assume that she's been training her too. 2nd, the man in question must wish to be married to the female. So, they don't just force them anymore. Interesting choice there, Alice. Finally, the last place we went to was above the city, actually. From there, the view was quite incredible. While it wasn't official, they planned on making it a tourist spot in the next few years, but they haven't gotten around to creating a path to walk there. Nighttime, we were at a little restaurant we found near where we were staying at. Well, we were informed that we were staying in Alice's castle. So, we were having dinner right now, before going back. There were a lot of Lamias out right now, as they were beginning to let some lanterns float into the sky. We were watching all of this through the window by where we were eating at. Everyone was enjoying the food, since it was just regular Japanese cuisine. It was also cooked quite well. It's pretty. This will never get old. Will we be able to let some lanterns float up? Yep, I bet Alice Shawn will have some ready for us. Irina was satisfied with the answer as she turns to Griselda. and asks if she wanted to let some go. She agreed and looked forward to it. Penemu had been silent for quite some time now. I wonder what's on her mind? She sees me looking at her and shook her head. Sure thing, you'll wait. We have 3 days left before the tournament starts. Are you going straight to the south after this? 3 days, huh? I'm not sure, maybe. If we're done over there after tomorrow, then we'll have a day left. So we can just relax in Little Olympia waiting for it to start. It'll probably have a little meeting with the gods too about the alliance. Is it quicker to fly here to the south or teleport back to Little Olympia and then go from there? Teleport back and then fly from there. The terrain over there is relatively plain. The orcs and minotaurs have destroyed the remaining surroundings to make travel over there easier. They're a very welcoming bunch. They have a lot of parties for now reason, you know? I see. Then we'll teleport back in the morning. After that, the girls will probably ask for an hour break. They'll go tour Little Olympia on my own then. We should finish up soon. Everyone should start to let their own lanterns float into the sky. I do want to see it in full view. So Irina started to devour her food at a faster rate, but started to choke. She was handed a drink by Griselda and was scolded. She let out a sheepish laugh. We were at the same spot for the future tourist spot. Alice, Senko, and Kathasia were with us. Alice had given each of us a lantern and said we should release them all at the same time. We apologized earlier, saying she didn't have time to make a custom one for me. She really didn't need to, but I appreciated the thought. Alice was back in her Lamia form and was waiting eagerly for the time to do it. She wanted to do it at 11 at night. Exactly time slowly moved forward until now. She happily shouts. We all let go of our lanterns just then. Everywhere in the city of the Lamias, probably hundreds of lanterns started to float into the sky from multiple points around the city. The night sky suddenly turned into a yellow-orangish color. Almost like a fake sun just appeared in the sky. The girls were looking at it in awe. The same with Alice, even though she's probably seen this so many times already. It's the little things, Jean. Enjoy them while they last. Not everything is forever after all. Yeah, enjoy the moment with whoever you're with, because someday you'll say goodbye to them. I felt someone hold both my hands. It was Seraphal and Valerie. It's beautiful. Let's come back here again sometime in the future, Jean. I agree with Valerie-chan. Let's bring more people with us. The future, huh? Sure thing. I'm sure everyone would enjoy this little scene. Maybe we can recreate this in Kuo. I could suggest it to Rias and Sona. They probably won't be against it. Sure thing. Let's all come here again together. A few minutes later, all the lights in the sky that were coming from the lanterns vanished bang. Bang! What replaced them were fireworks. They varied in size and shape, but they were quite a spectacle to see. Alice had brought some sparklers with her and was slithering around while they were on. She really did act like a kid. Senko watched over her with affectionate eyes, almost like a mother watching her child grow up in front of her eyes. I couldn't sleep. Valerie, Demeter, and Seraphal were all fast asleep. It's been around 2 hours since the final day of the festival ended, and it was around 1 in the morning. I had left my room where I was staying in Alice's castle. Everyone in this castle was asleep except for one. It was Penemu. I followed her aura, and she was by a little veranda. Our rooms were on the ground floor, and it was like any typical Japanese-style bedroom. I stand beside her without saying a word. She was looking out into the distance. There were a lot of clouds blocking the view, but we could see a shape of a mountain in the distance. I couldn't feel anything over there, so it's just a regular mountain. Couldn't sleep? Know something bothering you? Maybe okay. Looks like she won't be giving me straight answers then. So we just stood there in silence. How do I even approach this? I don't know much about Penemu, both in this world and in the books. She's an unknown to me. Hey, Jean. Do you like this world? Huh? What kind of question is that? Of course I like this world. If I didn't, I would probably have left near the start of my reincarnation. I've met a lot of people and experienced many things. It would be weird if I didn't like it. No. W what? No. What the hell does that mean? You do not mean that. Fully yet. Because I really, really love this world. Even with all its faults and flaws, but I know nothing can stay unchanged. Fun times, happy times, they can't possibly remain the same. Our times together, they'll all slowly fade away. Even still, I love it. I love this world. I love everyone in it, even when I fell. I wanted to help people help the humans. Is that such a sin? Penemu wasn't talking to me, was she? Just find them. Yeah. She finally looked over at me when I responded to her. She had a confused look. I look at her with no change in expression and continue. Just find new fun and happy things you can enjoy, even if it's by yourself or with others. We're part of the supernatural world. We have extended lives. I'll have to say goodbye to my human friend somewhere down the line. But even still, I don't regret becoming friends with them. They're too dumbass, but they're too dumbass that stick with me and make me laugh. I've only known them for a few months, but they're good dudes. Nothing is forever, but that doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Just enjoy the moment and find new things to enjoy in the future. Geez, what's with you all of a sudden? Being all emotional. Did he just give a satisfied sigh? Joe, if you're listening and let me look into the funo. I tried. Penemu beside me starts to giggle to herself. It slowly turned into a fit of laughter. Though that was a rare moment of vulnerability that she showed me, did she trust me a little more after our time here? I'm still young. Even with the combined ages, I hope someone like her will rely on me more in the future. She eventually stops and wiped a tear from her eye from laughing too hard. You're trying to cheer me up? Im flatat, Jin. But it's too early for you to do that, but thank you. Let me give you a little advice too, Jean. I barado a brow and look at her strangely. It's not as bad as Azazel said. Though you're on the road to recovery, it's a lot faster than I anticipated too. Jean, you may already be aware of this, but life can bring lots of hardships. But it's always important to keep in mind that there are people around you who care for you and are willing to help you through whatever you're dealing with. Yeah, I know. Over the course of the few weeks, I've already realized that. I have the girls, my friends, and family through the Gremories and Hymajimus. I can't mope around forever. I need to move forward. Good. Shut up. Let me have this moment to myself, damn it. I know. I'm aware. Heh. I'll tell you my answer in the future then. I don't have a definite answer to your question, Penemu, but it'll definitely give you one, so just wait a little bit. Is that so? Then I hope it's the same answer as mine. It's getting late, and I'm finally tired. Good night, Jean. Penemu starts to walk away before I can answer. I watch her slowly disappear. What's up with her? I can't really read her most of the time, but she felt at ease at the end. Her emotions had been in a bit of a frenzy since we were in the Elven village, but I didn't say anything. Next day, unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to use the hot springs and only used the baths in the castle. I made it a point to use them the next time I come here with whoever I do come with. Alice was sobbing. I wanted to stay a little bit longer, but I had one last place to visit. Like Ireland, I'll visit these places again. I feel like there are more things I could find out, like how her grandmother and mother died. The other Lamias I met too, the same with the other races. I feel like I just touched the surface with them. Jwin Swama. He'll come to visit in the future, Alice. Stop crying, Senko was beside the Lamia, Queen shaking her head. She floats up and pinches her ear. Ow, 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 ow. Imzovi. Ow. Seeing a queen reduced to this was quite a sight. I reach out and pat her on the thud. You shouldn't have done that. Senko deadpan at me. Alice had fainted again. If me calling her beautiful made her faint, then physical contact would probably do the same thing to her. I hope she gets over this, otherwise being friends would be next to impossible. Duly noted. Anyway, we'll get going then. Thank you for the hospitality. Come back anytime, Jean. I nod at Senko as we wave to them one last time before leaving. Gina and Cathasia were also there to see us off. Little Olympia, is it just me, or is it even busier? When we teleported back to Little Olympia, there were even more people around us. They were all carrying something, or just working on something on the street. I could feel that Hermes was running around the entire town. Poor dude. FWSHHH. Just the man I was looking for. Jean, come with me, please. Huh. Chapter 8, Part 5. Minotaurs, Orcs in the Tournament of Power. Little Olympia, Jean Skyward, huh? Hermes grabbed my arm and tried to pull me away, but I stood my ground, and instead he fell flat on his face. He hurriedly gets up and faces me again. It's urgent, Jean. Explain. Hermes sighed and nodded. Hephaestus. She needs help making a few things. I can't go into detail here. She's up on Mount Olympus. Hestia is there for encouragement. Anyway, please just go there. Her home is beside the destroyed tree. Remember that? Does she need help with something? Seeing how it's drawing closer, It's probably something or other for the tournament. Yeah, Ido. All right, he'll go there happy with my answer. Hermes quickly left, probably still busy with whatever he was helping with. I turned back to the girls, and they nodded at me. We were about to ask for another hour break. Let's make it 2. Valerie spoke for them, and they agreed with her. Sure, stay safe, all right? They nodded and started to leave. Valerie, Serafal, and Irina continued on their way. Demeter was looking at me. Jean, I won't be able to come with you to the south. I have some things to do. I've been neglecting them because I didn't want to do them. It's for the festival. Hoo-hoo, what an irresponsible goddess. She literally ran away with us to avoid work. She walks over to me, holds both my hands and lean into my right ear. She then blows at it. She pulls away and winks at me. 2 can play at that game, Demeter. She lets go of my hands and starts to walk away when I grab her arm and pull her back to me. She lets out a small, surprised yelp. Griselda and Penemu were the only ones left, so they were watching the entire thing go down. I brought our faces together as she looked confused. The closer we got, she slowly blushed, and then I lightly headbutt her. Ow! She pulls away in a bit of a huff and lightly glares at me. She puts her hands on her hips while giving me the look of, why would you do that? That's 1 for 1, Demeter. I was teasing you. No physical violence. Jean's a bad boy. He'll leave now. Demeter quickly left after calling me that. She looked at the 2 women leaving and shook her head disappointedly. Penemu just had an amused look while Griselda kept her usual composure. That was quite something, Jean. I did something similar to you a long time ago. I shrugged and Penemu rolled her eyes at my answer. True, but it was a lot less violent, though it was more comical than anything. She just overreacted after so. What are you 2 planning to do? They look at each other for a few seconds before nodding to each other. Man, they all have gotten a lot closer in such a short period of time. It's honestly weird. Meanwhile, I'm here moving at a snail's pace. Well, come with you. Go with me. I don't mind, but will there be space up there? I hope the inside of her home has some kind of spatial magic to expand it or something. Hestia is also there, and who knows who else is there? Maybe another god? Sure, let's go then. Scenic or instant? Scenic. I began walking away after hearing their answer, but they quickly caught up with me and walked alongside me. We bob and weave through the crowds of people busy running around the town. We eventually arrive at the Tower of Heaven and go in. We took the elevator all the way up to the last floor and walked through it again. There weren't as many people here as I initially thought, though I suppose only a limited number of beings will take part in the tournament. It is called the Tournament of Power. We walk up the stairs, and the guards let us pass when we get to the platform. We stand there and get teleported to Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus, we immediately started walking at a faster pace than the first time we were there. I didn't feel too many auras here, but Hephaestus was definitely here, as was Hestia and Aphrodite. Didn't expect that. There was an additional aura at her home. I wasn't too familiar with it, but shrugged it off since it wasn't the aura of a god, but of a human. We quickly walked through Mount Olympus. We didn't really say much, except for pointing out some things that may have slipped us during our first visit. We go up the stairs and walk past the giant tree stump. To our right were 2 houses. I could feel Hephaestus in the house to the left, so the last house here. When we knocked on the door, we didn't hear anything. I looked around and found some weird lever. So with no other options left, I pulled it, and a large whistling noise could be heard inside the home. In no time at all, the door opened with Hestia there. Oh, just like what Hermes said, welcome, welcome. Come and join us, Jean. Hestia welcomes us in. We step inside, and she closes the door. She skips away, and we follow her. The inside of her home was much larger, so she did use it good. The hallway had 5 doors, 2 on the left and 2 on the right. The final one was in front of us. Hephaestus' home was quite plain. Royal blue carpet on the floor, white walls, and lights powered by magic. I could probably clap and they would turn off. The doors were painted red. Hestia enters the last one on the right, and we quickly follow after her. Once inside, I closed the door behind me. The room was the living room? Well, it looked like it. Hestia was over by a bookshelf. She pulls a book and a hole in the ground appears. I glance around the room. Before walking down there, the girls quickly go after Hestia. There are 3 couches in total. They surrounded a single coffee table, and around the room were hooks with some hammers and other tools hanging from them. There were 2 glass windows, another bookshelf with what appeared to be real books, and a few plants and vases on the ground and hung on chains. There was a desk with a chair and some documents on there. Maybe this was her office instead? After checking this place out briefly, I headed to the hole that appeared. There were stairs that led down, and I could hear the girls speaking to one another. I walked down, and it looked like the rest of the home, except for the carpet. It was actually just white stone. Upon arriving down there, I could see it was a large room. There were more tools, weapons, and armor lying around, a giant table in the middle, with other smaller ones scattered about. Anvils, hammers, and 2 forges. Hephaestus, Hestia, Aphrodite, Griselda, Penemu, and an unknown female were standing around the large table as they chatted away with one another. Hestia spots me and starts waving at me, prompting all of them to look my way. Hephaestus was sweating, and she wore her usual outfit with the exception of her top, which was just a plain white tank top. Since she was sweating, it was sticking quite closely to her body, so I could see her curvy body a bit better. The unknown woman was around 170 centimeters, or 56 tall. She wore a sleeveless kung fu jacket, thick trousers in the tight area, gaiters, sandagasa, and her hair was worn in a Chinese braid style. She carried a long spear on her back as her weapon. "Hey, you needed some help?" "Yes, thank you for coming, Jean." The woman looked at me confused, so I put out my hand for a handshake and introduced myself. "Jean, middleman, nice to meet you." "Oh, the middleman. Imkanami Minajava. Nice to meet you." She enthusiastically shook my hand. "Managawa? Like Natsum Managawa? Wait, are these 2 related somehow?" Kanami-san, are you perhaps related to Natsum Managawa?" "Uh-huh. Yes, I am. I'm her older sister. Who would have thought I would meet her boyfriend here? We texted a few days ago, actually. We look nothing alike, though. I guess I got my dad's hair, but we both got our mother's personalities, though. I see I haven't really asked about Natsum's family situation, but to think she had an older sister who's also part of the supernatural world. Even though I'm the older sister, Natsu is a lot more reliable than me. She's at a job and works for Grigori. I'm just wandering the world, trying to find a place for myself. Oh, they'll be participating in the Tournament of Power. Before I could respond, I hear Hephaestus cough, interrupting us. We look over at her. She was a bit annoyed. Kanami laughed nervously and apologized to her. "Sorry, but Hephaestus-sama, please let me get a new spear." Kanami bowed deeply to her. Hephaestus sighed. Seems like they were discussing getting Kanami a new spear then. So, she uses a spear? Looks normal to me. And she doesn't have sacred gear. She's a bona fide human. What surprised me was that she was peak high class and was about to break through ultimate class. When I first met Natsum, she was already ultimate class. I guess the younger sister was the overachiever. However, maybe just on the side of the supernatural. Kanami gave me the impression that she excelled at school, but after that kind of fell flat. Maybe it was a lucky break for her that she became involved in the supernatural world. I already told you, Kanami, I'm too busy with all the things I have to get done for the tournament. You'll have to use your spear for it. I can create it after the tournament when everything's settled back down. Then why not have the Red Dragon Emperor do it? From the rumors we have heard, he seems capable of many things. He's helping you with your job. No, why not let him make her spear? Hephaestus shot down Kanami again. Aphrodite jumps in and suggests that I make Kanami's spear instead. I don't mind since she's Natsum's sister. The things I make usually end up being things that can destroy many things. Let's just take a look at her spear. He'll consider it. Let me see your spear, Kanami. She was confused but complied. She handed me her spear and I examined it. Item: Kanami's weapon. No name, set durability. 1,360 10,000 effects. 1. Flames. The weapon can ignite itself and produce high-quality flames. I see, so that's why she wants a brand new spear made. Why not just have this repaired? Unless she wants a god-class weapon made by Hephaestus. Sheesh. It's not a bad spear, but it really needs to be repaired, unless you just want a new spear. Yeah. That spear has been with me for a long time now. We've been through a lot, but I think it's time for a new one. Unless you can do something about that, then I'll repair it and upgrade it a little. But tell me this. Where did you get this spear from? Most weapons I've seen don't have the ability to produce anything by themselves. It's usually through magic or other means that it can be imbued with something. I did the same thing with Shigen's whip. I think I bought it in Germany when I was in the country. Some old farmer in the countryside said it was just a spear his great-great-grandfather made. I paid him around 200 euros to take it off him. He was more than happy since he didn't care about it. To be able to purchase something that's like a family heirloom, how charismatic are you? Kanami didn't think much about it as she tilted her head, confused by my reaction. Well, whatever, let's just repair and upgrade it, nothing too outrageous though. I'll look at the spear in my hands, so it'll start there first. It will have infinite durability. If your weapon breaks, it's a total loss. Next, it'll change it from a normal spear to one that grows with its user. It'll also soul bind it to Kanami Minagawa. Finally, those flames will also be able to evolve. While this thing won't be an official sacred gear, it's close to it. It can gain more effects as the user grows and wants more things from themselves and the weapon. Item: Kanamis weapon. No name set durability. Effects. 1. Evolving flames. Flames of evolution. These flames will grow and change to the wielder's desires. The stronger the desire, the bigger and more drastic the changes that occur. Done here. I finished repairing it and upgrading it. The spear had a small change to it. There was a small dragon carved into its wooden shaft. The flame symbol appeared on the pointed head, and both were red. Kanami looked at it with starry eyes, seemingly unable to wait. She twirled and spun it around before tapping the top into the shaft onto the ground. She had a very satisfied look on her face. I'll guess that you like it then. Yes, very much so. Thank you, Jean. Kanami puts away the spear and hugs me. I awkwardly stood there as the girls watched on. Pinemu grinned at me. I could feel Hephaestus getting more irritated. Why? Can I have your number? I didn't get a chance to ask for it from Natsu. I nod, summon a piece of paper, and hand it to her. Happy with this, she bids us farewell while leaving the room. I felt her running through the hallway and out the door. Those two are really sister, huh? While Natsum isn't as energetic as her older sister, it does come out from time to time. So, what do you want me to do? Ting, ting, ding, clank. Are you sure you haven't done this before? I'm sure after being shown by Hephaestus on how to do the basics of blacksmithing, I was hammering away at a plate of armor. I had a few other tools with me, but I was still shaping it with the help of the forge. Pinemu was asked to keep track of everything that was done, the materials, tools, etc. Griselda was helping me. Hestia and Hephaestus worked together. Hephaestus did all of it, while Aphrodite and Hestia encouraged her in their own way. According to Comptoir, I could just create an omniversal class item with one hit of this hammer. Now, making those for the general populace wouldn't do anyone good. This was the fourth thing I was making. I had created some smaller things earlier. A dagger, a shield, boots, and now a plate of armor. This thing can at least take up attacks from a high-class being. Anything below it won't pierce or damage it. What was most impressive was that Hephaestus had produced 7 things in such a short time. It was all high-quality stuff too, nothing half-assed or half-baked, as expected of the goddess of blacksmithing. Even in the heat of this room, Griselda was fine, as was Pinemu since I had upgraded their stuff as well. The other 3 were sweating: Hestia, Aphrodite, and Hephaestus. Hey, why are you 3 okay in this heat? You brought up a very valid point, Hestia. Explain yourself, Red Dragon Emperor. Even Hephaestus stopped working to look at us strangely. I chuckle and tell him what I did to our clothing. Do that to me. I want my clothes to cool me down. They'll let you touch my boobs if you do. I didn't mention the other upgrades, only the temperature ones. Also, I don't mind doing it, it's just temperature upgrades. Also, that's sexual harassment. No, thank you. I don't require that kind of compensation, but I'll do it since you've been quite kind to us since we got here. I put my hammer down and walked over to Hestia. I touched her dress and upgraded it. Almost immediately, she had a look of relief on her face, and she started to squeal at herself. I glanced at Aphrodite, and then turned to Hep. Wait a minute. Please put on me too. W, is it the way I spoke to you when we first met? T, that's how I normally speak. I'm sorry, please. That Sundara. High and mighty act she was performing crumbled immediately. Does she really want the cooling effect that badly? I mean, I was just teasing her a bit. Now, she looks like Aqua complaining, ahaha, her true self showed up. Why do you even bother with the act? It just happened that way. Jean, please. I sigh. That was the first time she called me by my name. She's only called me Red Dragon Emperor or Middleman so far. When I walked over to her and did the same thing, she experienced immediate relief. I walk over to Hephaestus, who was waiting there patiently. I stood in front of her and put my hand on her shoulder. I felt her tense up a bit. Does she hate? Why are you embarrassed? She was getting warmer the longer I was touching her, so I just did it and stopped. Partner. No, I know, but like, why? It doesn't make sense. I just helped her out on a whim since I wanted to see what was underneath it. I literally didn't do anything special. She's overreacting. Thank you, Jean. No problem. An hour and 40 minutes have passed, and we had gotten a lot of work done. Hestia, Aphrodite, and Penemu had gone upstairs to get some food ready. It was still early in the day, but since we worked up an appetite while working, they offered to. They can cook, right? I mean, Hestia and Aphrodite, I'm fairly certain Penemu can. It would be stranger if she couldn't. It's edible for the both of them. That's not reassuring at all. Hephaestus. What do you mean it's just edible? I mean, I want die or get food poisoning, but Jesus. They'll just have to eat what Penemu prepared if you're a real man. Eat that crap those two made too. Then I welcome you to come out here and eat it for me. Oh, what was that, Albion? You want to fight? All right, let's go. I said, no such thing, fight, coward. Bang. Food's ready. Come up here. The time of reckoning has come. I sigh and leave my tools there. Well, they're Hephaestus anyway. We go upstairs and Hestia poked her head out of the first door to the left by the entrance. We followed her in, and the room was quite spacious too. It was mostly the same, but had the kitchen and dining room in there. Penemu appeared stressed as she sat in a chair with her hands on her face. I walk over to her and put a hand on her shoulder. She looks up with an exhausted expression. How'd it go? If you eat what they made, you will die. They're not that bad. Both goddesses shouted back, a bit angry with the low evaluation of their dishes. I take a look at the table, and why is it purple? Why is there some sort of ominous smell coming from it? Why is that one alive? Is that squid? We take our seats as I stare at the weird food prepared by Aphrodite and Hestia. Penemu pushes a small dish she made towards me. I have a taste of it, and it's pretty tasty. It's good? Of course. I made it after all. Me next taste my food, fine. Thank you for your sacrifice, Jean. Griselda patted my back as I let out a sigh while I was outside of Hephaestus' home. 5 minutes remained until we had to leave for the south. The meet-up time was rapidly approaching. Now you may be wondering, how do they taste? One word, awful. If I wasn't immune to poisons and other crap, I would have gotten food poisoning or died. That's how bad their food was. Penemu, on the other hand, well, it was great. For world peace, I must eat shit food. You're exaggerating again. I chuckled and looked back at Griselda. She looked confused. Hey, you can cook, right? If you and Irina plan on moving to Kuo, can I have a bit of taste? You're aware of me wanting to open a restaurant, right? I'm not sure if my cooking will suit your tastes, but I do not mind. If and when we do move, then I shall make something for you. Enough flirting. Let's get going. You already told them we were leaving earlier, right? Thankfully, Griselda agreed to it, but we were interrupted by Penemu as she looked a bit irritated while leaving. Yeah, I did. What got you annoyed? It's nothing. Just those goddesses refusing to accept cooking advice. Let them be bad at cooking. Not that I care. Penemu started to walk away before we could respond. I didn't know she was that passionate about cooking them. Maybe I can have her join my restaurant in the future. I'll ask her about it before this trip is over. Little Olympia, when we got to the meetup spot, the girls were already there. They were in a cheerful mood as they were happily conversing with each other. Though it's weird, Seraphal is the oldest out of all of them, but Valerie seems to be the one leading them. Yo, are you guys ready? We reach them, and I greet them. They respond with a nod, and we fly up into the sky. South Orcs and Minotaurs, I don't know how long we'll be there, but if we only spend a day there, then we'll have time for ourselves before the tournament. Let's go then. We've been flying for the last few minutes with the same scenery around us, which was just plain fields and trees. We did go by some old ruins of old homes and the like, but nothing of significance was there. Since Demeter wasn't with us, I had to rely on myself for this one. I wonder if Kronos is over there? He did say he had good relations with them. It's so plain. There's nothing here, Irina complained in my arms. She had asked me to carry her since she was tired now. I didn't believe that, but I didn't mind. Both Serafal and Valerie giggled at her when she did ask me earlier. Well, we were already told on what to expect. We just need to travel further to see any change. Like those in the distance. Eh? Irina was looking at me, but when I pointed out what was in front of me, she turned around and I could see her eyes widening in front of us. Unlike the previous scenery were large rocks that went as high as the clouds, it looked like they were damaged during some kind of battle in the past, probably during the attack by Typhon and Black Alice. I could feel some auras around those rocks. I didn't think anyone would make this place their home. I fly down. The girls were confused, but follow after me. I landed by one of the rocks and found only a few more auras like it. I let Irina down and jumped towards where the auras were. When I landed there behind one of the large boulders, it was a goblin. When they noticed me, they were a bit startled. Human? What is human doing here? I summoned the boosted gear, and they nod. Ah, Red Dragon here. Welcome to Little Village. As I looked up and behind them, I could see a small settlement here with a few small houses made of wood. More were made of stones, rocks, and probably boulders scattered around here. Hello, you're a tribe of goblins, right? Why did you pick this place to live in? Near food and water sources. Rock's good shelter and peaceful. Discrimination. Makes sense. There's already a lot of discrimination against goblins. Thanks to the media, folklore, and well, yeah, they are not seen in a positive light. Goblin Slayer, eat your heart out. These guys range in size, height, and build. Some are large and round, some small and thin, and others were large and muscular. Even the females were like that. They all possess green skin, with pointy ears and noses. Rags cover their lower private areas, and for females, their chests as well. I am served as leader of this tribe. From behind one of the goblins came a medium-height goblin, who had a more humanoid shape and had better speech than the one I was talking to. He was a bit grayish in color. I wonder what that meant. Jean, Red Dragon Emperor. We do not have much to offer, Red Dragon, but please feel free to look around. I nod, and the girls and I go into their little settlement. It was mostly practical, since they said there was a source of food here, probably from the water, so fish. But I did see some cattle around. They were in a fenced-off area. While they didn't have much, I could feel that the majority of them were happy. But how do they get those cattle? Since I am the most human-looking goblin, I go to Little Olympia to sell some of our fish that we catch. I bought 2 cattle a long time ago, and we've bred them. These are their descendants, you could say. But we can eat fruits and vegetables since we didn't have much luck in the beginning. I have been chief for around 27 years now. My father was longer. My father was a goblin, while my mother was a human. That's why I look like this. I'm more surprised that they didn't reject you, though. They probably saw value in you, so you could go into the town and get things. It seems they're not too dumb or barbaric here. Where are you headed off to, Red Dragon? Further south, to the city of the orcs and minotaurs. I see. I wish you luck, Red Dragon. He didn't seem to have an opinion on them. Did they ever interact? They're fellow monsters after all. This place is a bit sad. They'll help them then. I crouch down and touch the ground. I make it more fertile so they can grow things easier. I flash step towards the water source. It was a small to medium-sized lake, and there were some fish in it. There was a small hole near the bottom, so that's how they got here. We'll make a pump for them then. Placing an invisible pipe into the ground, I flash step back to the village. I create a pump and place it into the ground. Once there, I connect it to the pipes. I add some filtration so they won't be drinking crap water. A pump, so you can get water from here. You won't need to go over there to get water. To drink, though, you'll need to still head over there for food. Speaking of food, they had cows and sheep, so I summoned some chickens and ducks for them. These ducks will go live by the pond. I've added magical filtration to the pipes, so it won't affect you that much. The goblins were in disbelief. I don't blame them. We just met, and I helped them so much. They were in need and didn't seem like a terrible bunch. This also didn't take too much from me, so it's no problem. Anyway, those chickens and ducks are magical, so they'll produce eggs at a faster rate and also grow faster. Just keep an eye on them and try to keep their population to a minimum. I made your land much more fertile, so you can grow pretty much anything here now. Well, get going. Good luck. I started flying again, same with the girls when, Thank you, Red Dragon. We will never be able to repay you for this kindness. The other goblins started to bow and kneel before me. Please don't do that. I just wanted to help you. That's all. I don't need some kind of cult to start. It's fine. They'll visit again someday, so just do your best. Bye now. I flew away with the girls as I heard them saying goodbye to us. Irina flew beside me and eased herself into my arms. Look at you being Mr. Good Boy. That sounds weird. Irina around 40 minutes passed again as we kept on flying. What surprised me was the weird terrain change that we passed by. After the Rocky Mountains where the goblins were living at, we came across a few short lakes and streams of water. There were any creatures living there, but it seemed serene and calm. Past that was a bunch of small destroyed ruins, probably remnants of the past. There were also no value there, so we quickly moved past it. After that, to the right of us was some sort of mountainous village. I zoomed in with my eyes, and I saw a lot of webs, probably some kind of arachnid civilization. We didn't stop there, since we already had a tight schedule. We'll come back and visit another time. To the opposite side of it was a sea of lava. There were some drakes there, but no dragons. I wonder why. However, some of those drakes were humanoids, and some were normal drakes. They didn't have noticed US, so nothing happened, but I did see a lot of male drakes, very few female ones. Once we were past those areas, it was just plain fields again with the occasional tree and rocks that was until I saw in the distance. There was a large structure in the distance. Another tower-like structure could be seen that were in the clouds. This was the city, and it was huge. What the hell? From where I was, the buildings looked like they were made out of orange or redstone. On top of the castle was a flag. A few of the buildings had fires. Perhaps they were a source of light. Below those large structures were smaller buildings, probably the housing and shopping districts of the city. Around the city were also mountains, but they looked untouched. However, the land before the city was mostly green. Where did they get the orange stone? There were no guards or anything. We got closer and closer, then we landed at the entrance of the city. When we did, there were some orcs and minotaurs there just going about their day. They stopped to stare at us. They were interesting as they ranged from green, orange, gray, and other colors, as well as sizes and height. Some of them appeared to be humanoid as well. This place was quite diverse. There were also hybrids too. This place was interesting. After the initial shock, they just carried on with their day. They have gods and goddesses here. Our arrival shouldn't be that shocking. In what seemed to be the middle of this area was a little lava fountain. Much like a waterfall, it was slowly spewing out lava. It was so hardcore, Irina says, while the others agreed. It was unique. I'll say that much, but not the weirdest thing I've seen. Ho ho ho, you finally arrived, young one. An all too familiar voice came out of one of the buildings. It was Kronos. He was here, and lucky for us, he could just help guide us around. He walks over to us and waves his hand. Kronos-sama, I didn't expect you to be here. I'm always on the move, little Leviathan. Now come with me, Jean. The king and queen, as well as both the princesses, eagerly await your arrival. I've hyped you up even more than before. This damn geezer. What the hell did you tell them? Also, 2 daughters, huh? By the way, what's this place called? It's interesting. It may be a bit cliché, but I expected it to be a bit more forest-wide, or at least simpler than what I'm seeing now. This place is called Minda Akrur. I don't know why, but Minda means knowledge, wisdom, and Akrur means who is not cruel. I don't know how or where they came across those words. I certainly never told them it. A city that is knowledgeable yet not cruel? Maybe something like that? But aren't orcs and minotaurs all about strength and power? I'm not saying that all people have a desire for knowledge and wisdom. Maybe they wish to be seen more than just for their power and strength. Ho ho ho, perhaps that may be it, young Griselda. If you wish to know the true reason, you should ask the current rulers of this city. Those fires on top of certain buildings, what do they mean? As we walked through the streets of Minda, Akrur Kronos was stopped every few blocks by orcs, minotaurs, or hybrids as they wanted to speak to him. He's popular, and for what I could tell, it's for good reason. He's a gracious and outgoing god, almost like that cool uncle or grandfather you sometimes see, and introduces you to some cool stuff they found or got. Why is she here? Nix, I could feel her aura, and it was in the castle. She just teleported in Kronos. Nyx is here. Do you know why? Nyx? How do you know? I felt her teleport in. She's in the castle right now, and probably talking to the king and queen. Kronos frowned, but didn't seem too bothered by it. Is this a common occurrence for her to do this? I mean, gods are generally free to do what they want to a certain degree. Evil gods like her, well, they don't care. So they have more freedom. We'll find out once we get there, so hurry up if you're that curious. One last thing, what are those fires for? A symbol of strength to them. When Typhon and she attacked, these fires are what kept the Minotaurs and Orcs warm at night, a symbol of their tenacity, and shows that they can get through the toughest of times with the smallest of embers. Also, just some lighting around their city. Ho ho ho. That sounded so cool until you had to add that last bit. Even if it's true, couldn't you have just stopped at that point? After that, we sped up our pace as I want to figure out why Nyx was here. Kronos probably saw how I was, so decided to speed up too. I did see more of the city, even with that goal in mind. I only saw 2 brothels along the path we took, unlike the numerous brothels back in Lamia's city. But other buildings are the same, food shops, vendors, and a lot of weapon and armor shops. Though that makes sense, as they're mostly known for their physical strength, and now for their willpower. I saw a few library-like places. Are there certain orcs or minotaurs who want to branch out? They did rename their city to that name after a few more minutes of walking upstairs and being stopped by Kronos. We arrived at a drawbridge. 2 guards were there, an orc and a minotaur. One of them pulled on a lever, and the bridge lowered itself as they saluted Kronos with their weapons. Once it was down, I summoned and desummoned my boosted gear. I could see the excitement in their eyes, as they had no problems in letting us through, even though we already had the okay thanks to Kronos. Is this even castle? I asked everyone as they stared at the place in shock. The inside of the castle didn't look like one. It was more, I guess, barbaric. Weapons, armor stands, crates, and other objects littered the entrance room. It was large, so a lot of random crap was everywhere. Inside some of the crates were ammo, and more weapons like bows, crossbows, axes, javelins, and the like. I also felt some staff members and wands in a few of them. Feels like they're ready to go to war at any time. Add magic and weapons, and these guys are already quite powerful. They were born with superhuman strength. This time, no one was there to greet us, but Kronos did start a walk in a direction. And my god, the halls were also filled with random crates, or weapons that don't seem like royalty anymore. It's more disgusting than Zenovia's room back when we were both exorcists. She did clean, but her room did get thrown back into a mess really quickly. Irina muttered to no one in particular, but then shivered as Griselda looked at her with sharp eyes. Is that why whenever I stepped into her room, it was like a pigsty? Irina nodded furiously at the question asked by her boss. Kronos laughed at their interaction while Valerie patted her shoulder in trying to comfort her. Irina and Valerie started to talk quietly to each other as we walked through the very clustered hallways of the castle. Why don't they have maids or servants to clean this place? Well, I guess no orc or minotaur wants to be the servant. How the fuck did royalty come to exist? Do they fight over the place? The strongest in this city? Or is this a previous generation kind of thing? As I was lost in thought, we eventually stood in front of a large door. I could feel 5 auras in there, one of them being Nyx. Kronos finally pushed the doors open. Oh, my if it isn't old man Kronos and Jean Red Dragon Emperor Daddy. What the fuck is she saying? We barely interacted, no. She's just trying to go me on. Well, it ain't working. Queen Shalur, King Kurtuz, Princess Kara, and Princess Ruka. This is Jean, the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. I've told you much about ho ho ho. Kronos introduced me to them as he laughed to himself. Nyx stood there smiling and staring straight at me. I could see that the girls saw this and were looking at her funny. Jean Skyward, nice to meet you all. The king was staring at me. If looks could kill, his glare could. But after a few seconds, he lightened up and started laughing. The King Minotaur had brown skin, with smoke scars, and he was wearing gladiator-like clothing. Blue demichari and brown arm guards adorned his appearance. He had hooves on his lower half. He had long gray hair tied in a ponytail, with the tied part being brown in color. He also had light blue eyes and a light blue feather on the right side of his head. He had 2 white horns with blue ornaments attached to them. He had a small chin-strap beard. The queen was dressed kind of strangely. She's a typical green orc, muscular. She had short, messy black hair, white eyes, and a cross-shaped scare that ran across above her nose and her left eye. She wore a black shirt with a green apron on her, as well as black jeans with brown sandals. She had a black choker around her neck. Princess Kara is a very tall, dark-skinned woman with very large breasts. She resembles her parents well as she's quite muscular. Her hair is short and dual-colored, white in the front and dark brown in the back, and usually hangs loose. As a minotaur, she has a pair of large, upward-facing horns on her head, cow ears, a cow tail, and her legs have hooves instead of feet and are covered with fur. Princess Ruka is an orc girl. She has pointy ears, hooves for feet, and a pig's tail. She looks nothing like her sister, as she's slim and a lot more feminine. She does not look like the typical orc, adopting the Gyru cultural trend. Ruka has long blonde hair dyed pink at the tips. She has light green skin, blue eyes, and long pink nails. She's wearing a ripped-up white t-shirt, a pink sports bra, jean shorts, bracelets, pink sunglasses, and pink upside-down heart earrings. So you're Jean. We're glad to meet you, lad. Welcome to our city, Minda Akrur. The Tournament of Power is coming soon, right? Are you participating in it? He asked me excitedly. I looked at Kronos and Nyx, as both had different reactions. Kronos just laughed without really giving me an answer. Nyx shrugged and licked her lips. Another horny woman has arrived. I am in danger. I'm not personally fighting, but one of my subordinates is. They're quite powerful, so whoever does win can fight them, as sort of an exhibition match. It should provide a worthwhile challenge for the winner. You have subordinates? Huh. Now I'm quite excited. Should I particize smack? No, you will not. We already have Kara participating in this, as well as others in our city. You will not participate. King Kurtuz was quickly denied by his wife and queen with a smack to the head. The king clutches his head as if in pain. He looks back at the queen with a hurt expression. The queen just rolls her eyes at him. Anyway, Kronos has already told us of your plans. Feel free to explore our wonderful city. There are many areas where you can participate in legal fighting. However, those who are participating aren't allowed, since we want them to be ready for the tournament. They can train in a controlled environment, in orc and minotaur gyms, or even hybrid gyms. We don't want them getting injured before their big day. There hasn't been a winner in those for our town in years. We hope to win this year, especially my daughter. Haha smack. This time, Kara was the one to smack him. She was blushing and was embarrassed by her father, who was bragging about her. Ruka was just chuckling to herself. This family is pretty relaxed, nothing like royalty. Anyway, gotta. Ruka, please show them around. Come back here, as we will have a feast tonight. We already have an inn for you and your companions to stay the night in. All right. Please follow us. We know this city like the back of our hands. Kara flexes her right arm while Ruka stands beside her. They walk past us and go towards the door. Nyx, we must decline the invitation, but thank you for the offer. Ah, is that so? Then I'm done here. Bye-bye. Nyx disappeared again, and I couldn't feel her anywhere in the area or the realm. She must have left it entirely. I look at Kronos as he shakes his head. He's probably staying here then. I nodded and followed the two princesses. Once we were back outside, they greet the guards, and we start walking through the streets. Princess Kara, why do you want to participate in the tournament? Just call me Kara. My reason is simple. I just want to test myself to see how far I can go. If I win, then great. I can choose one of the gods or goddesses to train me. Valerie was the one to ask the question, and she gave a very admirable reason. Just to test oneself? To see how strong they are in a fair and relatively safe environment? I wonder why Ruka doesn't feel the same way as her sister. Then, Princess Ruka, why are you not participating? Like what Kara said, just call me Ruka haha. Isn't that obvious? I'll be snapped like a twig. I don't look like a typical orc, do I? While I exercise, I don't do it as much as my parents or sister. I just want to maintain a slim body. Am more of the new type of orc that's emerging brain over power? Or the combination of both? I answer for her, and she turns around and nods at me. Yes, I want to combine both. If I can enchant myself with magic to become stronger, as well as use my physical strength for being an orc, Wouldn't that mean it'll reach newer heights? Not to mention the spells I can cast. Sis Ruka has been obsessed with it since she found out years ago. Mom and I are supportive. It took Dad a while to be, but he eventually did. That's why he brags about us as much as he can. The two sisters high-five each other as we continue walking. As we pass some shops, they explain to us what they are and what they do. That building in the distance is the largest training facility in our city. Anyone can enter and join, but you have to be serious. For blocks down from it is the new gym, which is also popular. It's the type that Sis Ruka goes to. The Brain and Power Gym. Use magic and your natural strength to get stronger. Our first stop is the gym, since Kara is quite popular as the princess and as a person in general. We get in quite easily. We meet the owner, and she tells him they were just touring the place, and he didn't have any problems with it. The inside was quite large. Different sections trained different parts of your body. A few training benches, dumbbell sets that were filled with some sort of magic. Pull-up frame and bar, treadmill, stationary bicycle, rowing machine, and even a ring of sorts. Possibly so the members can fight. The ground was soft and hard at the same time. It was weird. Kara explained that if you fell, it would recognize it and would soften so that the impact will be lessened. When you're just walking around or working out, it's tough. Apparently, the mage, orcs, and minotaurs were responsible for it. That's probably why there isn't much conflict between them, since they benefit from one another, so they can coexist easily. Dawn. We had left the gym, and after checking out the other one, which looked the same, but had an emphasis on learning magic and less training equipment. We were walking around another part of the city. It seemed a little rundown, sort of like a bad part of the town, but we were assured that there wasn't anything like that here. We heard some sort of hitting noise, and when we turned to look, it was two people hitting each other. One of them was a typical-looking minotaur. Brown fur body with a bull's upper half and a human lower half. The other was an orc who was a giant green, bald, muscular giant. The two of them were beating the shit out of each other. Do we step in and stop them, or watch? While these sorts of things aren't illegal or looked down upon, not many do it since there are many facilities in this city to do them at. But you do need some income to be able to join them. But they aren't that expensive, so they may have known each other and probably planned this out. The buildings around here appear quite decent, even in a bad part of the city. They look the same orange or red walls with orange or red roofs. A few fences here since that area looked like a sports ground of sorts. Yeah, it's basketball. I didn't know this place had normal human sports that they played. I could see two hoops in there. Oi, what you two doing? Kara finally shouted as the two stopped what they were doing and looked up and towards us. They were a bit startled and quickly stopped fighting. Suddenly, they rushed to us and became a bit sheepish. Sorry, Princess, we were just preparing for the tournament. You know how it is. The ones participating can't fight unless in gyms, but we're a bit too poor to go, so Kara and Ruka sighed and nodded. They're quite level-headed princesses and understood their reasoning. I also didn't sense they were lying. I understand. Try not to get caught by anyone else, and also be careful, all right? Yes, ma'am. Kara was satisfied with their answer and left with the girls. The two walked back and started to spar with each other again. I ran up to the girls to catch up. We were taken around the city for a few hours, but there weren't many places they could bring us since this city mainly focused on getting stronger, whether that's physically or in a new way. But they did take us to the library and teach us a bit of their history. Long story short, their mother and father are from different backgrounds, and a few years ago, around 30 or 40, they became the new king and queen, and it was as I thought through combat, a small tournament here. Whoever won, they had to be female and male. It didn't matter which was which, they would become the new king and queen. It will repeat when those two step down. Kara and Ruka are not guaranteed to succeed their parents. If they want to, they have to participate like everyone else. Unlike other royal families, they don't have maids or the like. They do have cooks, though, so that's one perk they have. That's why they invited us earlier for dinner. There were other kings and queens of the past they mentioned, but what stood out to me was that they were mostly hybrids. Hybrids like the Sirens had more advantages in this city, due to hybrids getting the benefits of both orcs and minotaurs. They're born stronger and are generally looked up to since birth. That's why hybrids are stronger than only orcs or minotaurs. These two, Kara and Ruka, are hybrids, so they were already stupidly strong since birth. Both trained at their own pace, Kara focusing more on the physical department and Ruka in both. It also said that they had to rebuild their city after the attacks of Typhon and Black Alice. However, it didn't mention the name Black Alice, but it did say some other monsters attacked. They also explain why they have fires above certain buildings. After the attacks, those buildings remained intact, so they decided to use them as symbols. It was night, and we were in the dining room of the castle. King, Queen, and the two princesses with us. On the table was a lot of food, mostly meats, different kinds, but mostly meat. There were a few fruits and vegetables, but like I said, meat. Go ahead and eat, Jean. His harem. Enjoy the food that was prepared. Without further ado, he dug into a share. It was quite a spectacle to see him just eat it all like a savage, barbaric beast. The queen, while still a bit wild, she tried to eat a little bit more modestly. She was already blushing because of her husband. Kara was trying her best, but eventually succumbed to her natural instincts and started to devour her food like her father. Ruka looked fine and was eating normally. This was such a weird sight. Griselda, Irina, and Penemu were a bit stunned and stopped eating. Valerie wasn't too bothered by it, since she was used to watching Kuroka eating like that. I was surprised that Serafal was fine with it. I took a bite, and it tasted well normal. They don't seem to be picky eaters. I wonder where Kronos went. He was not in the city anymore, because his aura had left as we toured it. Jean, join me in our open-air bath behind our home. We built it a few years ago. Kronos will be joining us. He had something to take care of. Something pertaining to an alliance with you? I wasn't told of the details. It's really spacious out there. Girls join us too. After dinner, we were invited to the open bath by the king and queen, and I looked at the girls, and they didn't seem bothered, so we headed there. Sure thing. Excellent. We shall have manly discussions. Okay, now I'm not too sure what the hell are manly discussions. Segs? I feel like Drake is becoming stupider by the day. You need to lighten up a bit. Albion. Stop being so rigid all the time. We could be wise dragons when needed. However, I would rather sleep, relax, or do something I want rather than just being a pissant. I just can't keep up with your energy. They cut the link, as they're probably planning to have a civil conversation. I didn't expect that from Drake just now. Open bath men, I was last in as both King Kurtuz and God of Time Kronos were already in the open-air bath. I was checking out my room with Serafal and Valerie earlier. It was normal plain is the best way to describe it. Nothing special, just the typical king-size bed with lights that could be turned on and off with a clap. But they were different since they were torches on the walls instead of the ones on the ceiling. Yeah, I was scolded by Valerie for clapping like a monkey. Ho ho ho. Jean, cool me. Don't say it like that, it sounds weird. I do go over there and sit down. We were across from each other. The bath was in a circular shape. At the north side was King Kurtuz, to the east was me, and west was Kronos. We could hear the women on the other side, mostly giggling to themselves. Kronos, I heard that you may sign an alliance with me and the others. Yes, Zeus and I had discussed it that night with Hera and Apollon. We have no quarrels with it. We will be discussing it with the other gods and goddesses tonight. It will be put up to a vote. Even those gods will have a say in it. But I am confident that we will win, so there's a very high chance of us joining whatever the large alliance you want to create is. Right? I haven't thought a name for that alliance. Should I just stick with the DXD alliance? You know, referring to this world, the Draconic Dais. How does the DXD alliance sound? DXD? They both repeat, and I nod. DXD refers to our world, the Draconic Dais. Since two of the strongest of our world are dragons, it makes sense, right? Are you referring to the dragon god of infinity? Ophis? But who is the second dragon? He wasn't aware of Irene. I thought they were, Interesting. Given the possibility of this alliance, I will tell him. I nod and tell them of Irene, or Great Red's existence. They were quite shocked. The dragon of dragons? A true dragon? And has powers over dreams and illusions? Also, on par with the dragon god of infinity? I'm quite surprised that I wasn't aware of its existence, though it is in the dimensional gap. I didn't tell them that both of those dragons were in the necklace around my neck. But it's fine for now, I don't want them being too shocked. Anyway, Jean, do you plan on being a parent in the future? Curtuz decided to change the conversation and did it quite loudly, making the girls on the other side go quiet. I know your plan, dude. But whatever, yeah. Though since I have an extended life, I don't plan on being one anytime soon. Probably far in the future, unless one of the lovers asks for one, then I don't mind. Ho ho ho. Good answer. The two of them proceeded to ask me more and more obscene and lewd questions. Some I answered, some I didn't. The other side became completely quiet after they started asking those questions. A few days later, the day of the tournament. Well, get going then. I'll see you all there. Yes. See you there, Jean. We had spent the next few days in Mindau Kruer instead of going back. We participated in a few activities, such as a public fighting tournament. I didn't. But Irina tried to. She was suplexed by an orc and was knocked out. Penemy gave it her best shot, but only finished fourth. The tournament was mostly about physical strength, so no magic. So they didn't have a good time, especially Irina. We were going to teleport back to Little Olympia. It was around 10 in the morning, and we had to go and find seats in the Coliseum, though I feel like we'll be getting VIP seats. I nod one last time to the orc and minotaur rulers and left. Little Olympia, I knew you would teleport here. I just didn't think you'd be away for that long, Jean. Hermes with Hestia was waiting for us at the spot we teleported back to. I gave him a strange look, and he laughed it off. We're here to pick the VIPs up. Look over there. That's where we'll be watching the matches at. Hermes points in a direction, and we follow it. A lot of the residents of Little Olympia were heading in that direction. I wonder how many participants are expected to be there. What the fuck? They were all en route to the gladiator-style Coliseum. You can't see it, but there's a VIP booth for gods, goddesses, and guests we take with us. You better dress up, Jean girls. It's a special occasion, after all. Come, we'll be teleporting to that place from Mount Olympus. This event usually lasts the whole day since there are a lot of participants. You don't limit it? Of course not. That would be silly. The longest it has lasted for was 3 days straight. It was a fun time. We all just drank, ate, and watched a lot of fighting. Jesus Christ, dude, I'm glad this one will only last a day. Then we follow Hermes and Hestia back to the Tower of Heaven and back to Mount Olympus. Get dressed in there. Girls, you do have clothes, right? Yes, we do. We had to dress up during a fancy dinner a few nights ago. Hermes nods and walks away, dragging me with him. I don't need a changing room, you know. I can just snap my fingers. I know you could just put clothes on, but this is about the alliance. We were originally planning to tell you after the tournament, but Zeus changed his mind. You'll be meeting all the gods and goddesses again. So be ready, some are quite not all for it. You know who already. That's about that. All right then. Hermes lets go of me, and I start to walk by myself. I snap my fingers and wear my black suit. We silently walk back to the meeting room. Once we got there, Hermes nods to me and goes in first. He quickly goes to his seat, and I enter. All the gods and goddesses I met that day were there, including a very, very pissed-off-looking Ares and Athena. The other evil gods were also there and didn't look too happy with me, with the exception of Nyx, who was smirking quite widely. Welcome back, Jean. I hope you're excited about the upcoming Tournament of Power. Hermes may have already told you on why you're here. Yes? Yeah. Zeus nods as he looks around at his fellow gods and goddesses. Then, without further ado, we, the Greek gods of Mount Olympus, have agreed to the alliance of the three great powers, Kyoto and the Irish gods. We put it up to a vote, and the ones for the alliance won. If anyone else has any objections, then SPE, I fucking object. Ares jumps up and interrupts Zeus. His glare on me intensifies. Right now, he's pretty weak and useless since I took away his powers. No. Moving on, anyone else? I wave him off, pissing him off even more while Hermes was holding himself back from just laughing out loud. Athena gets up as well. I also object. Your reason? One of his lovers attacked a god. Is this woman retarded? It's called self-defense, since your boy toy tried to literally assault Valerie in her sleep. She woke up in time, so nothing happened, but that doesn't change the fact that he still tried to, you imbecile. It was self-defense. Mr. God of War sneaked into Valerie's room and tried to assault her. Though, that may not be the first time that happened, right, Athena? Her eyes widen as her gaze changes from mine to Artemis, who had closed her eyes after I said that. She looks back at Ares and silently told him to sit down. That incident was probably known to all of them, so they can't really defend themselves there. Anyone else? Well, I could tell that the evil gods did not like it. They kept silent. Seeing as no one else objected, Zeus stood up and summoned the documents I had given him a few days ago. He floats down and hands them to me. I go over them and confirm that he had signed the right places, so I guess my first trip to this realm had me make an alliance with the Greek gods. I guess Black Alice had a hand in that. In a way, I have to thank her before I erase her from existence. Thanks. We should be the ones thanking you, Gene. Now then, let's make our way to the Colosseum in Little Olympia. All the gods get up from their seats and float towards the door. I stand aside and watch them go. Hermes, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Demeter, and Hestia join me. Zeus, Poseidon, and Kronos lead the rest away. When Hades, Erebus, and Nyx stop by in front of me, we stare at each other. I look forward to our next meeting, Red Dragon Emperor. Watch yourself, dragon. Do not court my sister. Boo, in reality, I am the one courting him. Hades left after saying that, followed by Erebus and Nyx. They're very wary of me, as I felt a lot of hostility from Hades and Erebus, though I feel like Erebus' current reasons are because of Nyx. I barely interacted with her, dude. There are 0 reasons for courting her right now. You sure do have a lot of fans, Gene. Probably. Afterward, I store the documents in my inventory and follow up on the rest. The other 4 gods join me as we talk about the time I spent in this realm. Did you get those things done, Hep? Yes. Thanks to your help, it sped up the process. Thank you again, Gene. As we approached the rooms where the girls were changing, I knocked on the door and was told to enter. When we entered, they were wearing the same clothes as they wore the night before, when we ate at the fancy restaurant below the Tower of Heaven. Looking sharp, are you guys ready? Can't wait to see some fights, OSU. Demeter walked over to Irina and helped her fix her hair. Once that was done, we left the room. Hermes took the lead and brought us to a room we hadn't been into before. There was just another platform with a lightning symbol inside. We stood on it and were teleported away. Once it was done, we were in an unfamiliar room. In front of us was a wide glass pane. There were also multiple chairs in a row. The gods that had arrived before us were already seated. Geez, Zeus, why did you not inform me of the middleman being in our realm? I hear a very feminine voice resound throughout the room. I look over and see that Zeus has his hands up in a protective manner. A woman looked at him disappointedly. And mother, please, I just slipped my mind, that is all. Oh, please, don't lie. You're just scared Gene will try to add her to his harem. You be his son-in-law or something, then, huh? Ho, ho, ho. Zeus snapped his neck back to Kronos and glared at him, prompting the god of time to laugh even more. He's the one with the black suit, Amalthea, to the right of you. In Greek mythology, Amalthea, or Amalthea, is the most frequently mentioned foster mother of Zeus. So that's Zeus' foster mother, huh? She's quite pretty, I'll admit that. She had golden blonde hair that hung down to her waist and cerulean blue eyes. She had silver grayish colored horns on her head. She wore a classic white toga with a golden bracelet around her neck and on both her arms. She also had a cute hair clip on the right side of her hair. Amalthea turns to her right, and we make eye contact. Zeus looks mortified as we stare at each other for a few seconds. All the gods and goddesses in the room were looking at us in silent anticipation. She slowly walks over to me and stands in front of me. I'm Gene, Red Dragon Emperor, and Middlema. Chew without warning. Amalthea goes on her tiptoes, leans forward, and kisses me. I was a bit too stunned at the act to do anything. She then invaded my mouth with her tongue. What the fuck is happening? Finally, coming back to my senses, I grab her shoulders and pull her away from me. Zeus had fallen on his ass out of shock. The other gods and goddesses were amused by what just happened. Kronos and Poseidon had shit-eating grins plastered on their damn faces. Whom I approve, Zeus. He shall be your new foster father. Doom. Excuse me? Lady, we just met. You just kissed me and told me that I am what now? Everyone else was too stunned to speak or do anything. I could even feel the confusion of the evil gods as they stared at Amalthea in disbelief. Lady, I don't just add anyone to my harem, you know. Then I shall work on getting your affection. It will take time, but I believe I will succeed. Now then, let's all take our seats. Amalthea answered in her usual tone, left me, and sat down, leaving me to look at everyone beside me and shrug. I decided to pick a seat away from her since I had no idea what she would do. Partner, you're a goat fuck thud. Comptoir. Answer. He's taking a nap. Guys, chill. Anyway, Valerie and Griselda sat beside me. Seraphol and the rest sat beside them. Behind me was Hephaestus, who had become furious. She was still frowning and glaring at Amalthea. The lady in question just smiled back at her. Hep, calm down. I understand you like me, but calm down. Zeus coughs into his fist, seemingly having recovered from the shock. The tournament should start soon. The participants should be running through last-minute checkups before we start. Zeus was awkwardly looking at me and Amalthea. He felt complicated about the whole thing. I don't blame him. I just met her, and she assaulted me. I didn't feel any malicious intent, so my true infinity didn't activate, or I didn't manually activate it either. Are you okay, Jean? That was a bit of a shock, huh? Griselda asks beside me. I look at her, and she still had a look of shock on her. I nod at her. It wasn't too big of a deal. I'm fine. I was initially a bit shocked, but I'm fine now. Let's just enjoy today. Oh yes, Jean. Have you chosen your subordinate you'll be sending out for the exhibition match? Yeah, I have. They'll be ready. A few minutes later, it finally started. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 34th Tournament of Power. An announcer's voice resonates throughout the area, and both crowds of beings that were inside and outside the stadium go wild. There was some sort of blue hologram screen in the sky. I would guess this was the case outside the Colosseum, too, since not everyone could fit in here. Without further ado, let the Tournament of Power begin. An hour had passed, and the fights were interesting. I mean, the crowd loved it. Some were actually interesting to watch, as they were evenly matched, while in some other fights the other fighter clearly dominated. There haven't been too many notable names that popped up. Our next participant is from the West, in a small little village. A monkey yukai. He is Jojo. From one of the doors came out a monkey yukai, and it definitely was Jojo. It was his first match in this thing, and he had a serious expression on him. His opponent comes from the southwest, a small little town full of rabbit yukai. She's quite well known throughout our realm. A great fighter, and has participated before, and is the fan favorite to win. It's Kurosagi. From the opposite side came out an attractive young woman with long blue hair, red eyes, and the distinct rabbit ears unique to her race. Her regular attire consisted of a black collar with white frills, a black double-breasted thigh-length vest, a red mini-skirt, black stockings supported by garters, red shoes, and large wrist cuffs, all lined with white frills. Kurosagi means black rabbit. Interesting. Oh, it's Jojo Kun. He's finally made his appearance. Yes, though we came across a monkey yukai village when we traveled west. Irina began to cheer on for Jojo, even though the announcer just said that Kurosagi was the fan favorite to win this time around. I also agree with Penemu. How do we not see their town? Was I too distracted by what I saw after meeting Jaja's village? Doom. The fight had started. What was surprising was that Kurosagi's hair had turned bright pink, and she got into a stance and readied herself for Jojo. Both fighters were in a large square-type arena. You didn't necessarily need to win by knocking your opponent out, and that's how some previous fighters fought. While not a favorite by the crowd, it's still a good strategy. FWSH. Jojo disappeared from his spot and appeared beside Kurosagi. He followed up with a straight punch to the bunny girl's face, but with very minimal movement. Kurosagi shifted her some of her weight, caught Jaja's punch, and threw him to the ground. Ack! He let out a pained cry. But Kurosagi wasn't done, as she jumped into the air and landed back on Jaja's lower half, causing more pain to the monkey yukai. It was a bit surreal to see this. Jojo was 93 and Kurosagi was at best 57. But the crowd as loving it as many cheers and shouts resounded throughout the stadium. It seems she got even stronger, that Kurosagi. She may win this year, Zeus comments as Poseidon and Kronos nod along. I could see Ares was looking at her like a piece of meat to conquer. Seriously, dude? Doom. Dawn. Crash. Jojo pushed himself off the ground, but Kurosagi caught him quickly as she hit him with a barrage of punches and kicks, all hitting him on vital areas of his body. The large Yukai fell to the ground face first, seemingly unconscious. Oh no, JoJo winner. Kurosagi. The crowd went wild after the match. There were a lot of cheers for her winning this year, since her bigger rival wasn't participating. I wonder who that is. Irina sounded sad for the guy. We did briefly know him, so I sort of shared the same sentiment. But the stronger or smarter one will win this tournament. We can't really do much in that regard. There was still Kara that was participating. I wonder who else is going to appear from the places we went. Hey, who's the rival? Another rabbit Yukai. We do not know why she isn't participating in this tournament, but she came close to winning the last one. Her name is Vera Hermes. Answer from behind me. Another rabbit Yukai. Huh? I wonder what she looks like. Squeeze. I feel a pinch to my left side and see that Valerie hadn't taken her eyes off the arena, but had pinched my arm. I just wanted to know what she looked like. Valerie, is that a crime? Another hour passed with some good and one-sided matches that took place. There was a short break to get some food or go empty your bowels. I didn't expect this, but apparently it will keep happening depending on how long this takes to finish. The girls went out to buy some food and drinks. Valerie can teleport them to and from this place, so it wasn't any problem. Ares and Athena were whispering amongst themselves while sometimes glancing at me, even during those 2 hours of fighting. It consisted of mostly empty threats, cursing, and plans of ambushing me either in my home or before we left. Athena suggested on targeting the girls, but Ares quickly shot it down since he had a weird feeling. Smart guy. The shadows would have murdered you if you did, since they prioritized their safety. I didn't give any instructions to the Shadow Knights about keeping anyone alive if they attacked them. Amalthea was speaking with Zeus and Hera. She kept glancing at me and Zeus sighing. I didn't listen in, but I could more or less tell what they were discussing. You're going to get some food for yourself, Jean? Demeter had come to sit beside me while the others were gone. She had been energetically cheering on everyone that was fighting earlier. I glance at her and see she had nothing either. How about you? You don't seem to have taught She pulled out a bag of popcorn out from her cleavage. How does that even work? She opened it and offered me some. Well, it's food, so why not? I reach over, boing. She removed the bag of popcorn and put her chest there instead, so I ended up grabbing a handful of goddess titty. Ho ho ho. I look over to the other side, and apparently we were the center of attention. All of them had just seen me reach for this goddess. I sigh and pull my hand back. On second thought, never mind. Kronos was laughing to himself as Amalthea nodded and seemed to take note of what just happened. Please don't get weird ideas into your head just because of Demeter. Also, don't go to her for some weird advice. Aren't you older than Zeus? Why do you need advice? Don't you have a husband or previous one? Shouldn't you be knowledgeable about this kind of thing? Apart from raising Zeus, other myths suggest you raise the other gods and goddesses too. Now, don't mope. Here, you can have some this time. I'm not joking. She brought back the bag of popcorn. I quickly got some using speed she couldn't follow. She blinked, and I already had a handful of popcorn in my left hand. Yeah. She looked stunned as I kept eating my little share. I read you little shit. You were going to do the same thing again. I had a smug look on me as she huffed beside me and just decided to eat the popcorn instead of teasing me. 1 for me, 0 for Demeter. I'm pretty sure it's a draw at this point. No, 42 minutes passed, and the matches had resumed a few minutes ago. Now fighters can back out if they want at the last minute, so quite a number of them did once they found out Kurosagi was in the tournament, so it cut the number by a huge amount. Ha, cowards. Whoever decided to quit after witnessing the power of others are nothing but cowards. Put yourself out there and test yourself. How will you know your limits? Ares went on a little rant. While I do agree to what he's saying to a certain extent, just because they forfeited doesn't make them cowards. I think they just know their current limits, but I may be wrong. Oh, it's Kara. Irina pointed to the right side of the arena, and it was indeed Kara. She had come out with some gauntlets on her hands that went up to her arms. She didn't mention using gauntlets during our time in their city, but we never did outright ask what she used when fighting. All she said was, I use my fists, or something along those lines. There were also no rules regarding if you could use weapons or items, so there were a few other contestants that used swords, daggers, axes, staffs, and other unique weapons. A human man entered earlier. He had what he called paint magic. He could paint whatever, and it came to life. though it was tied to his own power and mana. His creations were as powerful as he was. Also, each time he used it, a significant amount of his mana was consumed. It was interesting to watch until he lost mana and was practically beaten down. Kara's opponent was a hooded figure, but once they stepped into the ring, the hooded figure took off their robe. It was Kanami. Oh, so it's her first match against Kara. Oh, no, who do I cheer for? Interesting matchup. Kanami versus Kara, who will win? Kanami brought out her spear and spun it around before pointing it at Kara. Kara punched her gauntlets together as both women had confident smiles on their faces. Let the match begin. Kanami Managawa, let's do this. In front of me was to be a young Minotaur girl. She towered over me by quite a lot, but I have been traveling and training for the last year for the next tournament here. I also got a gift from Jean Cohen. I want Luz here. Dashing forward, I quickly closed the gap between the female Minotaur, and as she was caught a bit off guard and sent a punch downwards, I quickly dodged it. Dumb! The ground where I once was had a small crater. What a destructive punch. She isn't even trying yet. Those gauntlets are also amplifying her power. I have to be careful. If what Jean Cohen said was true, then this spear will grow with me. Dance flames. Flames engulfed the entire spear. They seemed much stronger than before. Did these flames also grow stronger with me? Interesting. Amazing. Jean Cohen is amazing. I felt myself grow a little more confident. The young Minotaur became wary as she had gone into a defensive stance. Then I'll go to you. Dash. Clang. Clang. I quickly dashed behind her and swung my spear down. But she turned around quickly and blocked my attack. I did another, but was also blocked. This girl is stronger than me. Interesting. As expected of your race. But I won't give up. I want to catch up to my little sister. Clang. Clang. My spear wasn't getting through, so extend. Flames. The flames that cover my spear then burst forth, hitting and covering my opponent. Did I get woe? The flames disappear as she violently shook them off. She didn't look hurt, just a few burn marks here and there. My turn. Dawn. Gua. She practically teleported in front of me. My stomach hurts. Her punch felt heavy, powerful. What is this crash? Slide thud. Winner. Princess Kara of the Minda, a cruel city. Jean Skyward Kara was powerful, a lot more than what her rank suggested. Kanami never stood a chance, or was she just caught off guard? But one move was all it took, and she won. Kanami was currently unconscious as she had been punched quite hard into the stadium's walls. Kara bowed to her downed opponent and left the area. What looked like the medical staff rushed to her and brought her with them. Will Kanami be okay? She will be. The medical team is top-notch. No fighters will die today. Griselda seemed concerned, but Hestia answered her concerns with an upbeat tone. If she's that confident, then she'll be fine, physically. She seemed like a tough girl to crack mentally, so she should be fine. We'll check up on her before we leave if she's still here. A few more matches happened, and we were nearing the climax. It was the quarterfinals. So the game after this is the semifinals, and then the finals. Kara, Kurosagi, and 6 other participants were left. Kara was up against a bird yokai. Kurosagi was against a human magician, and the others were against one another. Kara and Kurosagi won their matches and advanced forward to the semifinals. In the other 2 games, a creature that looked like the jack-o'-lantern won his match against his opponent. The last one is a humanoid black wyvern. The next matchups were jack-o'-lantern guy versus Kurosagi and Kara versus the black humanoid wyvern. These seem like tough matchups for the girls. Their opponents look intimidating and strong. Who do you think will win, Jean? Hermes from behind me asked. Truthfully, I don't know. The jack-o'-lantern thing is at least ultimate class. The same with the black wyvern. Kara was also ultimate class, but the way her opponent is, she's at a disadvantage. He uses magic, and she's a physical fighter. It didn't seem good for her. Kurosagi and the wyvern were also going to be an unknown. Both of them dominated their matches so far, so I can't tell who'll win. Both are also ultimate class. It can go anywhere. They're all good fighters. And we all became quiet as the match with Kara and Jack-o'-lantern started. Kara, I stood in the arena once again. I felt many eyes on me. My family's also part of that. My people, too. I have gotten this far. I have proven my strength. If I fall here, then so be it. But if I can keep going forward, then I can keep testing myself. I received these gauntlets from my father. Apparently, Sisruka made them. I was against using them a long time ago, but as I grew older, I grew to love them. It was made by my sister, after all. This jack-o'-lantern fellow looked quite creepy. He wore a dark purple pointy witch hat. He had a pumpkin head with green eyes that looked into your soul. He wore a battered and torn-up magician's robe, brown gloves, and shoes. He had a red cape behind him and was holding onto a small lantern that glowed. Begin. The fight started. I dashed forward. I didn't know how this being fought or what they could do, so I wanted to get the first strike in. Once I was in distance, I sent a right uppercut his way. But to my surprise, he didn't move or flinch. He was smiling at me. Doggone. Doom. Ugh. I felt something heavy hit me in my gut, and I was launched backwards. I punched the ground, trying and stopped myself from being thrown out of the arena. I looked back at my opponent, and they didn't move, but was grinning at me. Is that a shadow? Some sort of black, shadowy hand had come out of the ground. Is that what hit me? Does he control darkness? This might be a problem, but I want waver. Let's go all out then. Doom. Bang. Oh. The being let out a surprised, yet happy yelp. I had appeared and disappeared from my spot. My right hook sunk into his stomach and sent him backwards. But he also stopped himself with a wall of shadows. He was about to go out, damn. Hee. You're finally taking this seriously, young hybrid? Then allow me to respond in kind. I am Pack, by the way. The being called Pack covered himself in his own darkness. It slowly morphed into clothing. Armor his previous attire had changed, and he was wearing a darkened version of it. Almost like a scale mail balance break of the Red Dragon Emperor. No, I just copied the idea and came up with this. Here I come, many shadows like spears and tentacles appeared around me. I could also feel something behind me. They quickly were approaching. Time to use these gauntlets to the fullest, sis. H-A-A-A. Bashwum. Gum. I spun around in a circular motion and released fire and ice from my gauntlets. Yes, these gauntlets were imbued by fire and ice crystals that were found in this realm. They were rare, and when Sisruka found them, I expected her to use them for herself. Her multi-purpose staff, but she used them on this instead. The attacks from the darkness were destroyed. Then call these my own balance break, the true power of these gauntlets my sister made. Here I come, Pack. I cover my left gauntlet with flames and the right with ice. I dashed forward towards Pack as he sent another wave of attacks towards me. I launched another fiery punch at his attacks and destroyed them. My passion, my pride, and the hopes of my people are what push me on, as well as my own test of strength. If you don't match these, then you can't hope in winning, Pack. Panicking, he sent out another wave of attacks, but I used my ice attacks to freeze them too. I then increased my speed, appearing below him. Damn it. I have no choice but to shit. Too slow. Dawn. I punched Pack with my right gauntlet, hitting him on the stomach and freezing his lower half. He couldn't move anymore due to the ice and damage from the punch. I followed it up with a left uppercut covered in flames. Pack was sent high into the air. His shadow armor also broke and disappeared. I jumped up as he was already had a grin of defeat on him. Well done, Bam. Crash. I kick him in the gut, sending him flying into the stadium walls. Even with those looks, he was still an admiral warrior. A good sportsman. You have my respect, Pack. Winner. Gotta. The crowd around me cheered loudly. I raised my arm up in victory. Mother, father. Cease. Watch me. It'll take definitely win the finals. Gene skyward. Now I wasn't expecting that. I did feel some magic in those gauntlets earlier, but I thought they just enchanted the impact strength on them. I didn't think Ruka put actual magic in them or something else powering those. He'll ask Kara about it at a later date. Impressive. That young hybrid from Minda Akrur had a lot of potential. I would like to train her, Zeus comments while stroking his beard. I never would have thought he would take interest in a disciple of all things dumb. Whoa, that was fast. Irina sounded even more excited. I looked back at the arena, and the match between Kurosagi and the Black Wyvern was over. What her hair had turned black. Instead of the pink color, I mean it makes sense since her name is literally Black Rabbit. Is this a form above the pink one? I guess we're going straight to the finals. Then I was kind of excited to see what the Black Wyvern could do. Yeah, I agree with Sarah Fall. That Kurosagi is a lot stronger than she looks. She had a pink form that she used on everyone else, but used the black form to instantly win against the Wyvern. Did she see him as a worthy opponent? From the left side, the Princess of Minda, Akrur. She has done very well for her first time participating, making all the way to the finals. She has shown great sportsmanship and ability. To our right side is the famous Kurosagi. This is her fourth time making it to the finals. She was thwarted many times in the past, but perhaps this may be her time to shine. She also showed a new form. She only had the pink one over the years. Is that her trump card? This is the finals. Both fighters seem ready. Begin. Caras chisa formidable opponent. I can't take this easy. They'll go full power from the start. I quickly approach my opponent. This Kurosagi is a known participant. Uremine. I sent a full-powered left hook covered in flames towards her stomach. Dum. Wag. Don. 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 Kurosagi had turned into her black form. Her ears and hair had turned black. Her red eyes also glowed as she hit me with a barrage of punches. Heavy. They're heavy. Each hit felt like she was hitting me with her entire weight and being. I slammed my fists into the ground to stop myself from being knocked out of the arena. That was too close. I looked back, and I was inches away from falling out. If you're not coming, then I will. I blocked her kick with one arm and sent a punch to her with the other. Dang. Was that a spear? She summoned a spear and blocked my punch. She didn't use a single weapon during her battles today. I quickly sent a kick to her side. She again blocked it with her spear and jumped backwards to the middle of the arena. I dashed towards her. I can't let up now, even with the difference in strength and experience. Don, down, clang, don, don. I was on the attack as Kurosagi blocked all my attempts at hitting her. She didn't even look that bothered by my attacks. I jumped back and punched the ground. Flames erupted from it and hit her from below. How's that? Interesting, well done. A sort of barrier had covered her. She had the spear in front of her. It's what probably produced the barrier. What do? I haven't used much of magic in my life. I should have taken Sis Ruka on that offer when she did. I will when this ends. The strength I have plus whatever magic she can help me with should help me in the long run, but I can't dwell on that right now. It'll go out with a bang. With everything I have. Bring it, Kurosagi. I'll experiment, even if it means I blow myself up. I put my hands together and try mixing both the ice and fire I have. It started to expand. Work! Damn it! Fire and ice started to erupt from beneath me. Kurosagi looked a bit surprised, so she dashes towards me with the spear pointed at me. HAA! I slam both my fists down into the arena ground as a pillar of ice and fire erupted from it. It was large and devastating. But Kurosagi had covered herself in another barrier. Wait, does this mean she can't attack? I dashed behind her and prepared to PU are naive. However, it wasn't a bad plan. You just assumed that I couldn't attack when I used the barrier with a spear, but I can, once the barrier is up, I can attack with it around me. My attacks just passed by through it. Kurosagi lifted her right leg and brought it down on my head. Doom. Crash. HA. I can keep going. My whole body hurt. The last person I fought that was this powerful was my mother and father. Did I get too overconfident in my victories in this tournament? Or was this person who has participated in many of these just that overwhelmingly strong? You should quit while you're ahead. I don't want to hurt you anymore. As the Princess of Minda Akrur, I can't fall here. I came into this tournament to test myself, to see my current limits, and go beyond them. That's right, that's why I am here. It doesn't matter if I win or lose. I'm just here to test myself and nothing more. Win or lose. I gain experience and find what my current flaws are, and I did during this and the past match. So I thank you, Miss Kurosagi. Princess, do your best. You will. The crowds were cheering me on. I can't disappoint them. Either here I come, Kurosagi. I charge forward with my right fist clenched tight. I see. You at least bear the will of your race. That's something praiseworthy, young one. Dumb. Everything went black. Jean, skyward winner. Kurosagi. The crowd was already in a stir with a little speech from Kara, but they went even wilder after Kurosagi won the match. It was pretty one-sided as Kurosagi dominated the match, even more so when she pulled that spear out. That spear, I felt divine energy coming out of it. I also took a look at it from earlier. It said, Divine Spear of RA, and one of Kurosagi's titles was the Spear of the Sun God RA. Ha! Who would have thought I would come across someone from the Egyptian mythology here? Why is she part of the village, though? Is she undercover? Or is she a former spear of Sun God RA? Is she in hiding? So many questions, yet so few answers. Zeus gets up from his seat, and the window in front of us disappears. He floats to the middle as the crowd goes silent. Winner, Kurosagi. You are the winner of the 34th Tournament of Power. What is it you wish of? Nothing. Perhaps in the past, I would have wished for something. However, I do not anymore. Is it possible to give it to the young warrior, Kara? Zeus looked a bit stunned, like the crowd as they began to murmur to each other. Zeus then lets out a chuckle. If young Kara has no problems with that, then I don't see a problem with it. However, there is one last thing left in this tournament. Zeus looks at Kurosagi and then at the confused crowd of people. He looks back at me, and I jump out and float beside him. This is the Red Dragon Emperor and Middleman. And as of earlier today, we the Greek gods have decided to join in the alliance of the three great powers, Irish gods, and the Kyoto Yukai. As to why he is here, right now, we will hold an exhibition match with one of his subordinates and the winner of this tournament. How does that sound? Kurosagi? The crowd was stunned, but began to cheer. They were excited about the alliance and also about the extra fight they'll see. I am fine with that. I would have wished to fight the Red Dragon Emperor instead, but if it's one of his subordinates, then I trust he picked well. I would hope so. Anyway, I landed on the ground as Zeus and Kurosagi stayed in the air. I had already chosen Husant a few days ago. She also volunteered before I went to sleep on those nights. My ring glows, and out came Leanne. She was already in her armor and didn't have her helmet on. I look at her and nod. She does the same. Well, I leave Kurosagi to you, Leanne. Yes, leave the young one to me. Leanne summoned her lance and swung it down. It created a large updraft, making Kurosagi's eyes widen. She then lands on the ground as the two of them stare at each other. Let's get back then, Zeus. This should be interesting. Once we got back to the VIP booth, the gods and goddesses that were staring at me. Jean, who was that? Leanne Samlot, one of my subordinates. Hestia asks me who she was, and I answer her plainly. She huffed a bit. That's not what I meant. Why did she come out of your ring? That's a secret. Get more friendship points, and you'll find the answer. Hestia sighed and gave up since I wouldn't tell her. The evil gods were looking at me with even more curiosity and were even warier because of the question, does he have more in there? Would come up, right? I just grin. They'll all find out at different points in the future. For now, let's see how this goes. The Spear of Sun God R.A. versus Leanne Samlot, the Lance Maiden. Leanne Samlot, I was informed of this tournament of power by Jean earlier in the week. I had no problems with fighting in it. I was curious about what kinds of warriors would be in it. I was quite surprised when Jean informed me of this young bunny girl Yukai, who also has a title called the Spear of Sun God R.A. If one has such a title, this should be formidable, especially her black form. Oh, we have an extra match here, folks. A special match. An exhibition match. Kurosagi versus mysterious subordinate of the Red Dragon Emperor, Leanne. It seems both fighters are ready. Let the exhibition match begin. Kurosagi immediately turned into her black form, as well as summoned her spear, the Spear of R.A. Tang. Clang. Dang. Dang. Such a wild spearmanship. She was using more force than earlier. Kurosagi disappeared from my sight and started to run and dash around me. To the untrained, she will look like a blur, almost like she was teleporting around. She was ultimate class in her pink and normal form. In this form, her black form, she is peak Satan class. HAAA. She appeared above me and summoned flames. The flames came out of the spear. Those weren't any normal flames. They were flames produced by the god of the sun in the Egyptian mythology, flames used by R.A. himself. Did he imbue it into that spear too? The flames made of a god came down on me, but I swung my lance at it and destroyed them. Unfortunately for you, My powers are above that of typical gods of this world, Jing. You still have much to learn, young Yukai. While I had appeared behind Kurosagi, as she wasn't able to follow my movements. It has been mentioned that she has lost many times before and has reached the finals 4 times in a row, perhaps looking for something, wishing for something. Did she purposely lose in those previous attempts? What about the rivals she has? Did they hail from the same species in Egypt? Kurosagi began to turn around, but I hit her on the back with my lance. I didn't use too much force since I did not need to kill her. Crash! Boom! When the dust settled, Kurosagi stood up. She was clearly injured, and most hit by that would usually stay down. But she stood up. She was glaring at me. What drives you forward, Kurosagi? I am my master, creator, and husband. Jean would like to know too. I glanced at him, and he had that look on him. Down, down, down. Fwash. Boom, boom. Kurosagi came back up as her spear and my lance clashed. The strikes of the 2 weapons created large gusts of wind and shockwaves. I could feel her anger, but she was controlling it and was becoming faster, her techniques sharper. One interesting fellow. She summoned 6 red-orange, glowing fiery balls behind her. Then they all flew towards me, another use of the flames of RA. I pulled my arm and lance back and quickly did stabbing motions. All of them hit the glowing red balls, destroying them. Kurosagi seemed even more shocked. Did she not expect me to destroy them? Next, she created tornadoes out of flames, which is quite dangerous as the crowd could get hurt. I could see the crowd become nervous too. I shall end this. Bang! I appeared behind Kurosagi and used a little bit more strength and hit her on the side of her stomach. The young girl crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. She did not move or get up from that. I finally land on the ground too. W winner. Elian. Wow. She took out the winner with such ease, like she was toying with her. Do not be hasty, young Kurosagi. Whatever is troubling you, you will move past it in due time, like my husband. Jean Skyward, I guess that's that then. That means we'll be going home soon also. My summer vacation is ending soon. Damn it all. All that's left is fighting Scat Hack for the duel she wanted, as well as the rating game between Sona and Rias Ho Ho Ho. Eager on leaving Jean, Leanne came back up as she passes through the window. She stands in front of me and nodded before going back into the ring. They were looking at me, but I just shrugged. After the award ceremony, when Kurosagi woke up, she declined the invitation by the gods. The same with Kara, which was surprising. She said that she already knows of her own faults and wishes to get that wish when she can do it on her own violation and power. So, in the end, no one is going to be trained by the gods or goddesses. But the crowd and God were satisfied with the fights they saw. When it all calmed down, I went over to check on Kanami, but she had already left. I didn't feel her aura anywhere in the realm. I guess she was already fine and left, or didn't want to be seen by me because she lost easily with her brand new spear. Does she have some kind of complex? Whatever her reason was, she's already long gone, so I can't do much there. They'll just ask when the next time I come across her. Time had passed, and it was around 5 in the afternoon. The sun was beginning to set in this realm. I was by the gates of Little Olympia with Hermes, Hestia, and Hephaestus there to see us off. Zeus was dealing with other things after the tournament, so he couldn't join them. This is goodbye for now, Jean. Do come back, you hear? Obviously, Hermes, I didn't get to see everything this place has to offer. The bunny yukai, the wyverns, and those spider girls near the south. Also, I still need to speak to their leaders more with a limited time frame. I can't get to all of them. Haha, is that so? Then I look forward to it. I shook hands with him. While a bit two-faced, he generally means well, so I have no problems with it. Most of the time, he's just mischievous. He'll probably deal with Ares, Athena, Eris, Hecate, and 8 at different points in time. They became more interested in me. After Leanne came out, they obviously didn't feel her powers, since it was much higher than theirs, though this should have alerted Hades. I'm curious about what his next move was. I waved to them one last time before I left with the girls. My time in this realm meeting the Greek gods was over. Black Alice who would have thought a fool such as that thing would join us. His grudge against that young boy is quite something, and for the petties of reasons beside me was Promestine and her 4 creations. the next dolls, as well other high-ranking monsters in Yukai. The Monkai Association was created by me, Black Alice, after being revived by an unknown god. I was given more blood and became stronger. But I'm not foolish, so I waited and got even stronger. Once I found out about the terrorists called Cow's Brigade, I started to make my own little faction, and then I merged with them. This has been hundreds of years in the works. I won't fall that easily. I'll get my revenge on those stupid old Greeks, backstab this stupid organization, and then be the ruler. We had our newest member. While he is weak, he had some interesting information for us. So if I take this vial, it'll get stronger. If you can withstand the pain and not die, then yes, your power will increase. Promestine answered the little weird Yukai. He immediately took it without hesitation. I wonder if he's brave or stupid. Maybe both. He started to convulse on the ground while clutching his throat. Oh, did he die? Doom. Ha ha ha. This power, yes. With this, I can get my revenge. The weird kangaroo Yukai had a very strange grudge against this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. That was the sole reason for joining us. He wanted power, he had information, and we accepted him. Hoo-hoo, then welcome to our organization. Kangaroo-san, pleased to be here. He had a very wide grin on him. I liked it. Chapter 9, Part 1, Azazel Dream and Scat Hack. A few weeks later, Mount Olympus, Hestia. It's been a few weeks since Jean has been in our realm. Things have gone back to normalcy since the Tournament of Power ended too. However, there's another problem at hand. My longtime friend, the goddess of blacksmithing and divine smith, Hephaestus. While I was at her home, she was acting like a love-struck woman. I'm happy for her, but at the same time, it seems very strange. The calm, collected, and serious Hephaestus has been left in this state. She didn't have a modern phone before Jean left, but she dragged me with her to the human realm to buy a phone for herself. I helped her set it up, and the first thing she did was put Jean's number into it, load it up, buy a plan, and start texting the guy. Hermes and I have been communicating with him too, but she's a bit excessive, I think. Hephaestus had finished doing some orders for the armor and weapon shops in the Tower of Heaven. We were in the dining room as she sat on a chair, giggling to herself, and waiting for Jean to respond to her, Hep, let's go out and enjoy the day. She barely acknowledged me, having a grin forever plastered on her face. However, when out for business or just when we were somewhere together, it's the usual calm face and demeanor from her. Is this how love affects people? Such a strange thing. Since I didn't have anything to do, I decided to head to the kitchen and practice my cooking. That comment from Penemu annoyed me, and I also felt sorry for Jean. He looked so uncomfortable eating mine and Aphrodite's dishes. Therefore, I vowed to get better and show them. I wanted to start out making something simple. So, I was making an omelet. For some strange reason, it became purple. Am I just naturally terrible at cooking? No. Hestia, fight on. You can get better. Just a lot of trial and error. Yeah, that's it. I looked back at Hephaestus. She had her eyes closed, hugging her phone with a happy smile. At least one of us is having a good time. Ireland Dublin goddess Danu. Ain, why are you here? You know why Jean's mentioned you in our chats, and that he'll be coming back to Ireland because he has to fight Scat Hack. It was on my mind. I've also been in touch with him. I am currently working in one of my flower shops in Ireland, primarily the one in Dublin. I do have employees, but since I'm here for the day, I gave them the day off. Ain had waltzed into the shop with her usual attitude. She was looking around the shop, taking glances and sniffing at different flowers. Did you know? Jean got into an alliance with the Greek gods a few weeks ago. Our own Gaelic alliance, and now the Greek gods alliance have spread throughout the supernatural world. She looks back at me with a smirk. What does she mean by that? I know his name will spread across the supernatural world. That's only natural. You seem confused. Let me elaborate. THAT means he'll have more eyes on him. Not just the gods and mystical beings, but also women. He is also known as the Harem Dragon Emperor now. What kind of title? Is Jean fine with that? No. Knowing him, he'll most likely embrace it with open arms. That means his harem will keep on growing. Didn't you say the two of you are intertwined by fate? How about others across the globe? Do you think you're the only special one? From the conversations we had with Valerie and Ophis, I am aware that he loves many women and how he feels about them. But how does that relate to me? Are you really intending to ignore the intertwined by fate thing, Danu? For the past hundreds of years, you refused to be found by anyone until he came along, and bam. You let yourself be found, and even showed up to the festival. Ain looks at me with a frown and sighs. I do not know. I'm just compelled. Perhaps Jean is just another primordial god? But that doesn't make sense since he has the boosted gear, maybe a demigod. But I did not feel any divinity from him welcome. Just then a couple came into the store and started to look around. Ain glances at them and smirks. She is also a mystery. I know of her tragic past and how she hates men, even her own offspring from many years ago. What is she planning with Jean? She has acted like a typical teenage girl. You have been wandering Ireland for many years, barely staying in one place for too long. Keeping everyone at arm's length. Why change now? I have my reasons, Danu. We've heard of many Red Dragon Emperors over the years. Jean seems interesting, right? He also has a harem. I want to see the real him. How he really is when pushed, like how most men are. How he really is. Not every man you come across will have ill intentions. And not just men, but people beings in general. Well, I'm leaving now, but I'm expecting to see him within a week. I'll be sparring with Scat Hack after all. By now, goodbye. I watch Ain as she leaves, the young couple still looking around my shop. Does it still haunt you after all these years, Ain? Once a happy goddess of summer, wealth, and sovereignty, as well as love and fertility, those events changed you drastically. I can understand where your pain comes from. A once bright and happy goddess was reduced to a bitter and vengeful one. I hope Jean proves you wrong. It doesn't reflect your name bright, glow, joy, radiance, splendor, glory, and fame. Regardless of who does it, sexual assault is never right. Excuse me, can we get these? I look over at the couple as they point to Easter lilies. I smile and walk over to them. How many would you like? A bouquet, perhaps? Underworld, Grimmery territory, Jean, skyward, a few weeks have passed since I visited the Greek gods, and a few things have happened. Scathack had asked me about our duel over the past few weeks, so I promised it would happen this week. There were only 2 weeks left before the raiding game that would happen between Rias and Sona. Everyone has been busy at work, and their mastery and control have shot up even more. I would say they won't have any problems in the upcoming raiding game unless Sona came up with a decent enough plan to hinder them. Or it just wastes time since I think there is a time limit for it. They did fight Draig, who is a few ranks higher than some of them. But they'll just have to be creative about it. Natsum and Shigen also moved in a week after my visit to the Greek gods. They already get along with everyone in the home, so it wasn't too big of a transition. However, since a lot of them are in the underworld, they'll need to wait until summer is over. What surprised me was that Griffin and Poe were in my home a lot. Those two said that they wanted them to be a bit freer since in Grigori, Azazel didn't want them out and about. I didn't mind, and it's like having pets around the place. I've also received a few text messages from a few people, namely Hestia, Hephaestus, Hermes, Rosweiss, Goddess Danu, Ain, and Suzuka. The Greek gods were just checking up on me. Okay, 2 of them were Hephaestus wanted to, chat, and we had done it the last few weeks. I didn't think me getting rid of that defect in her I would make her fall for me. But I guess that happened, so it'll work from there then. I received updates from Hermes and Hestia on how their realm is taking the alliance, and there was a lot of support for it. There were some that were against it, but Zeus quelled those by mentioning the name Black Alice. I don't know if that was the right call or what, but he's the leader, so whatever. Hermes also did tell me that Ares was getting a bit sneaky, the same with Athena, though now that I think about it, she fell off somehow. I don't know how though. Danu and Ain were just checking up on me and asked when I would visit the country again. Well, I'm headed there this week, so they're probably planning to be with me when I go there. Rose was complaining to me about her job, as usual. Since that incident happened a few months back, we rescheduled my meeting with her grandmother, so it would happen when the school term starts up again. She was busy with her own thing, whatever that was, since Rose didn't know either. Suzuka also double-checked with me on my plan. You'll need to make contact with the Shinto gods and form a relationship with them. I'm an outsider of the Himejima clan. Shuri and Akino are exiled, so that means fuck all to them. I thought about just using mind control, but I doubt Suzuka or Shuri would like that. Akino didn't care. She thought it would be fun. So, they'll meet up with her before making contact with the Shinto gods. They'll try to get as much info from her, since my own knowledge might mean nothing. I mean, Zeus and Poseidon were surprised, right? Who knows what might be relevant to the Shinto gods? I also plan on getting that alliance with Asgard, though. I might also check out the Egyptian mythology Kurosagi. She had the title of the Spear of Sun God Ra, so I became curious. In the future, I will check it out. I wonder what it looks like and where they live. Apart from that, both the Gaelic Alliance and Greek Alliance became widespread around the supernatural world. This also meant a lot more attention was on me because, well, I was responsible for it. Although Cow's brigade attacks have increased as well, it's in mostly random places so far and hasn't affected any noteworthy locations. They were able to defend themselves, which was good. Ting, ting. Leanne was training Zenobia and Kiba. The rest had their turn earlier and were resting. They were meditating to recover faster. In her casual clothes, Leanne carried her Bakken sword casually, fending off their attacks with it. But she had a look of a proud parent seeing her kids growing stronger. Zenobia was in her scale mail for Grand Chariot, and Kiba was training with his blade blacksmith. Even though those two were working together, and Kiba using his full speed, they weren't pushing Leanne that much. 2 weeks are left. What are your plans, Jean? Azazel was sitting beside me. He was reading something in the Underworld newspaper. I decided to join them here since I didn't have anything planned. Altaria had given me updates during the past few weeks, and things have been relatively fine up in heaven. But Gabriel does apparently visit her quite often. They become good friends, and she asks about me a lot. Gabriel, you can always visit or talk to me through the transceiver, you know. Well, ding. I take out my phone and look at the message sent to me, dude. There's so many hot babes in Hawaii. So many tits. So many thighs. I might have a huge week. It was Kuda, and he was in Hawaii. I got a few texts from him, but I didn't think he'd be in the state of Hawaii. Well, good for him. I put my phone back in my inventory and glanced at Azazel. He had been looking at my phone, and he gave me a thumbs up. This guy. He'll be having a duel with the Witch of Doing Scathe. I don't know what else is happening, but he'll see when it happen, I guess. My see. Then how about the winner of this rating game? I would say Rias. But I don't know what Sona has been up to even if him with Seraphal. She doesn't say much about their training. Gah. Getting the Satan Leviathan in your harem. You probably buttered up some Greek goddesses too, right? How is this relevant? I just mentioned Sona and Seraphal, right anyway. Sona and her peerage fought Drake before I went to heaven and to meet the Greek gods. So, if she plans accordingly, she can just stall for time. Rating games are for entertainment, and you don't also win with brute force power. Yeah, the younger sister of Seraphal is a genius. After all, not many in her generation can be on par with her intelligence. Rias is smart. Sarorg is a balance of the two. I'm not sure about the rest of you. You're above average, I guess. Gee, thanks. But I don't disagree with that. I'm no genius, and any smart crap that I manage to spew out usually comes from Comptoir. The two dragons, or Rudra, or a combination of all of them. I'm just a bit paranoid now and have some safety nets in place. Where are the rest of your harem? I know Natsum and Shigen moved out a few weeks ago. How they been? I mean, they're my home in Kuo. They have lives outside of me, you know. I know Ingvild has been out with her friends quite a lot during summer vacation. Natsum and Shigen are doing fine. Hell, they act as if they've always lived there. Poe and Griffin are out of my home nearly 24/7. I did say they couldn't just bring them out all that often, but it's not like I forbade it. They were allowed to be out in their own rooms or when training. That makes sense, but I think you should have said it like that from what they told me. It sounded like it was outright forbidden apart from when they decided to train Doom. We look over at the field. Kiba and Zenobia were on their knees, defeated by Leanne. She says something to them as they nod. She looks over at us and appears beside me. That never gets easy. I couldn't even sense anything. I would be more worried if you could. Leanne leans against my shoulder. I've been wondering if I should make another being that'll be a suitable sparring partner for her. Maybe the Golden Rakshasa. I don't know, maybe. Time for a break then. Graphia should be arriving soon. As if on cue, Graphia and some other maids arrive with a tray of food and drinks for everyone. The Grimory group flies over and starts taking their refreshments. Good work, guys. Aquino takes a seat on my lap as she happily eats and drinks away. Chiron and Asia looked a bit annoyed by her actions. Spoil me, feed me, Aquino demanded, making me chuckle. I take the snack from her and feed it to her. She lets out a gleeful groan as she closes her eyes and puts her head on my shoulder. I've been back for the last few weeks, and Akino no, the girls are still acting like I was missing for hundreds of years. They try to get me to spoil them every chance they get, not just the ones here, either. It also includes everyone else in my home in Kuo, while I glance at Kiba and Gasper. Those two, included too. I did hear that Corian Andrealphus, Sarorg's bishop, has been becoming a frequent visitor of Gasper. Rias knew, so she didn't mind, but Gasper was a bit wary of her. While he wasn't hostile, he just didn't feel comfortable around her at first. A few suspected her to be here to spy on them, but that was quickly thrown out the window. The rest of the peerage saw that she mostly spent her time with Gasper. At first glance, she might seem like an Oju-sama type of character, but she's a lot more caring than you would think. I even saw her a few times as I stayed here the last few weeks. She gave me thankful looks and nods anytime she got. Anyway, Gasper started to loosen up a bit in her presence. She's even made the guy blush and be flustered at times. I brought Valerie here for those few times. She was happy for him, though I don't know if any of his feelings are romantic yet. She's definitely not giving up that easily. She has forced him to be more confident or courageous, as she sometimes drags him out to places with a lot of people. She's doing my work for me. I'll have to thank her for that. One thing in particular that Coriana and Valerie share is they don't mind Gasper cross-dressing. I approached her about this, and she didn't care if he wore girls' clothing or guys. More power to her. I guess meanwhile, Kib Jean Senpai. Feed me too? No. Speak of the devil, and he will appear, dude. I want feed you. Anyway, he's been, I don't know, weirdly affectionate towards me. Just like that, though I think he's just having fun, alright, Jean. Surzex, the four Satans want to speak to you. Just, general stuff. Maybe even thank you for the work you did. Owen? Any time today would be convenient. Why would they need to thank me? I'm doing this for my own reasons, Well, whatever. I could go meet Seraphal during this, so it's not all bad. Can I bring someone? Or do I have to attend by myself? Official business, so by yourself. Unfortunate, but today, huh? I have nothing to do, so I might as well go early and see what's all about. Then, I tap Akino on her back as she looks up at me a bit upset. I'll head out now, so I can have more time later. She did not like that. She clung to me harder while aggressively rubbing her head against my chest. Azazel let out a chuckle and shook his head. Come on now, Akino-chan. I'll be back soon. I'm pretty sure Surzex said he won't take much of his time. Slowly but surely, Akino took herself off me, still looking displeased with it all. All right, let's resume training in a few minutes. All right, Jean. What the hell did you do to Penemu? Huh? She's been acting strangely after getting back from the trip you guys went on. Did you put the moves on her or something? No. I would say Penemu and I have become slightly closer friends, but nothing past that. We had a short bonding moment, but apart from that, we've been normal. No. Azazel shrugged at my response. Whatever. They'll deal with it or check on her sometime in the future. How about you? I don't mind. Anyway, they'll get going. They'll see you guys soon. I'll walk over to Graphia and give her a kiss before leaving. Lilith. Current Satan territory. Lilith. The current capital of the Satan territory ruled by Surzex Lucifer. It has one of the most advanced hospitals, which is named Seraphal Memorial Hospital. During the demonic beast riot, the city came under attack by the Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky created by Annihilation Maker, forcing an evacuation of the city residents. I would like to take a look around here in the future. Nevertheless, I wanted to get this short meeting completed as soon as possible with the Satans. After finding their auras, I quickly flash-stepped toward them. Like any major city, it has shops, bars, and other businesses all over the place. There were many devils walking around doing their business. No passerby saw me unless I stopped for a second to look at a particular shop that caught my eye. But as I mentioned, I was in a hurry, so I didn't stay for too long. There was a very large building that was unmistakably the place where the Satans are currently. It had their auras, and it was huge. I quickly got there, and I stopped in front of the steps up to it. Sighing, I decided to slowly walk up it. I was a bit surprised that there weren't any guards or a giant gate to this place. The last time I was here, Seraphal was the one who teleported me into a room in there before I met the others for the first time. Therefore, I had no idea where I was back then. Even though this was their headquarters, it was surrounded by normal buildings. They're quite relaxed, I guess. When I got to the top, there were guards positioned there guarding the place. They noticed me and started pointing their spears at me. I summoned the boosted gear. They stopped their motion, gnawed, and put their spears down. Ah, the Red Dragon Emperor. The 4 great Satans are waiting for you. Please go ahead. You guys thirsty? Hungry? They seemed a bit stunned, but both replied that they were thirsty, so I nodded and summoned 2 bottles of water. I gave them both one and continued on my way. I heard them thank me as I continued. The inside of the building was quite interesting. I didn't really pay much attention to it last time either. It was rather simple and sleek, while also giving the vibe and look of royalty, if you get what I mean. There were smooth stone walls that were bone white, purple carpets on the floor, and African black wood furniture such as tables, chairs, and couches. Not to mention the chandeliers above me. I walked up to the receptionist, who was a female devil with black and gray hair that was in a bob cut. She had yellow eyes and was wearing a professional suit. She looked at me as I summoned the boosted gear. There weren't any other devils there except for her. She smiled at me and gave me directions. Near the reception desk, there was a flight of stairs. I took them, and of course the last floor was mine. I didn't think I was up that high. Not wanting to delay this further, I stepped up all the flights of stairs until I arrived at the top. After arriving there, I took the left, then the right, and I returned along the same long hallway. I quickly moved down the hallway and arrived at the door. Knock, knock, enter. Surzek's voice prompted me to open the door. Once inside, I saw the 4 Satans and Astery. Seraphal starts to wave at me when she stops suddenly and assumes a serious expression. I shake my head at her as Surzek chuckles at her. Sup, y'all need me for something? So hello there, Jean. Surzek tried to greet me the same way when Astery put a hand on his shoulder, making the Lucifer's mouth twitch. It makes me wonder who is in charge of their marriage, Satan Lucifer or the wife. Yes, we would like to extend our thanks to you for getting quite a number of alliances during your summer vacation. Though, did you get enough time for yourself? Yes, I had time. I mean, those were basically trips I embarked on across the world, so it wasn't all a waste. I met some people, made new friends, so I didn't really see it as a terrible thing. I didn't expect Surzek to worry about me, no. It makes sense. They already see me as part of the family, I guess. It makes sense for him to worry and also to keep up positive relations with me personally. We've had some discussions through magic circles. The attacks of the Cows Brigade have started to increase. After all, you also informed us of a brand new faction within them. Yes? Yeah, the Monkai Association, mostly made up of monsters and yokai. Azazel told you I told him, right? I did find out more since their leader is Black Alice. She had a run-in with the Greek mythology years back. I'm sure they know about that since I relayed all of that to Azazel a few weeks ago. He set up a meeting with these guys, and they should be informed. Yes, we know, though, who is strong enough to just resurrect powerful beings, just like that? Or do they have some kind of tool for it? Azazel should know more about it, but he's not entirely sure yet. He has his speculations. Whatever it isn't it, since Nyarlathotep is responsible. He's probably thinking of his Sephiroth Grawl. Valerie has one of the 3 because she managed to get a subspecies balance breaker with it. Jean, Ajuka calls out my name, and I turn to look at him. There are rumors of you and the Witch of Doing Scathe having a duel soon. Is that true? May we know why? I didn't think he would be all that interested in that, but sure, why not? I don't know. She just felt my power and wanted to test me. I guess. I mean, the fight with Thor and summoning Drake are also the reason she wants to spar with me. I guess. I see. So, anything else you need? If not going to go, I start to turn around when Falbium calls out to me. I stop and look at him. Jean Skyward, you met my granddaughter, Iriuka? Oh, he's asking about that. The other Satans look at Falbium strangely, as he's not one to talk about his personal life. I nod. Yeah, I visited Latia, and she was there. We spoke for a bit. Falbium nods and doesn't say anything else. What the hell was that about? I look at the other Satans, and they shrug. I do a quick head gesture indicating I want to leave, and they nod. Looks like they had nothing else to say to me. Well, see you guys around then. I turn around and leave while waving my hand behind me. As I reach the door, Sarah Fall tackled me from behind, and we tumbled out of the room. I closed the door, just in case. Hello to you too, Sarah. Need something from me? Don't you guys have more stuff to discuss? It's fine. I'll be quick. I turn around, this woman. I think I've spoiled her too much in the last few weeks. Anytime she was free, she would either spend it with Sona or me. She's always clinging to me and wanting to be spoiled, much more than those young bonk. I'm still young. Anyway, magical girl Levi Tan wants to kiss Chu. I inwardly chuckle and kiss her. I pull away, and she seems satisfied. She cheerily says a line from a show and heads back into the meeting room. Ding. I guess today won't be a relaxing day. Then I pull my phone out of my inventory and check it. The text message was from Rennie. Jean, can you please come home? We have some visitors. Visitors? Wanted to find out who those were. I teleported back to Kuo. Japan, Kuo, Skyward Household. I teleported directly into the living room. The girls were there. Ingvild and Shigen were chatting with each other, and Po was sitting on Shigen's lap. Valerie and Natsum were speaking with one another, and Rennie was by the doorway. Ah, Jean. Welcome back, so they're outside. We all know them, so I nodded and headed for the front door. I could recognize the auras. They got here a lot faster than I anticipated. I opened the door to find Irina and Griselda standing in the front garden. Jean Senpai. Hello, Jean. They both greet me, and I invite them in. They come inside and go to the living room first. Whoa, when did you upgrade your house? It wasn't this big last time we were here. At the start of summer vacation, if you come to the living room, we can talk about why you are there. They both nodded, and we went over there. The girls looked up for what they were doing. Rennie was already sitting on the couch and patted her spot while staring at me. I inwardly chuckle and join her. Irina and Griselda sat on the couch beside us. So, you're both transferring in? Yes. I'm going to be in. The second year. Surzek's Lucifer Sama managed to get me into Asia and Zenovia's class. And he'll be one of the school's nurses. I heard the previous one retired because she was near the retirement age. Michael Sama didn't have any problems with this since he wanted some members of his faction to be here. Originally, it was only Irina, but I guess he trusted Griselda to be here too. Roygun was the school nurse. I wonder if we'll have to in the future. That's for the future. For now, these two need to pick their rooms, so you guys want to live here? Didn't you offer this to us, Jean Senpai? I chuckle. Yes, I did. But I just wanted to make sure that they really wanted to live here. It's quite chaotic at times. Yes, I did, but I wanted to double-check if you're fine living here. It could get a lot rowdier when the girls are back from the underworld after the summer break. We're fine with that, Jean. I see. All right, then. Let's go and pick your rooms, Zoe. If you need them to be larger, I can always expand them. They both nodded, and we went upstairs. We strolled past a few rooms, and then found ourselves in an endless hallway with doors. I just told them to pick any and explained to them what it was, but they both just shook their heads. They each picked one that was across from one another. I offered to help them unpack, but they declined. Jean Senpai, do you really want to see what I wear underneath? How shameless you may have prevented us from falling too many things, but I can't allow that to happen. Yet, Irina teased me while giggling. Griselda explained it in a more logical approach. I did hear that last bit, and I smirked at her. She had her usual smile, but sported a small blush. Since they didn't need help, I headed back downstairs to the living room. Looks like we have new roommates. Potential harem members. They already have the rings, Jean. Natsum quickly corrected me with a smirk as Valerie awkwardly laughed beside her. Shrugging, yeah, I'm interested in both of them, so they will eventually join. What to do? I'm not in a hurry to return to the underworld, and it's barely 1 in the afternoon. Gyu, are you heading back? I felt Rennie hug me from behind and asked me in a sad tone. Geez, if you say it like that, then how can I say yes? No, I'm not heading back yet. I turned back and sit down with Rennie. She decided to use my lap as a pillow and closed her eyes. I pulled out my phone and checked my other texts. There weren't many. Only Kuda complaining about being ignored in Hawaii. Keep trying, dude. You'll get laid, I guess. Suddenly, the grand piano that Shigen requested started to be played, and Ingvild started to sing as well. We all grew silent as we listened to the duo do their bit. It sounded pretty good, but the song sounded familiar, like it was from Doki Doki Literature Club Your Reality. I have no idea if Ingvild came up with it or if that visual novel exists in this world. I did a quick Google search, and it turned up no hits, so I guess it's another original Ingvild came up with. How the hell does she do it? The performance ends, and we all clap. Poe was quietly sleeping beside Shigian during all that. He's a lot more behaved than I initially thought. The same with Griffin. I made a few bird stands for him so that he can just perch on. What's the song called in? Your Reality. I've been working on the lyrics for a while now, but I didn't know what to do with the instruments, I guess. But Shigen can play the piano, so we collaborated. I think it turned out well. I just needed Ingvild Sand to help me with writing the score. These two quickly became friends, even during the 5 years in the Pocket Dimension, because of their love of music, I guess. Though I only knew about Shigen's love of music around 3 years in. Ingvild has an electronic piano in her room, but was excited when Shigen asked for a grand piano. I asked why Ingvild didn't request for one. She was embarrassed and said she might have been ordering too many things. I mean, we have space, so who cares? We also have money too. I looked down, and Rennie had fallen asleep. Geez, how tired was she? Maybe she just missed you? She did say that every time she sleeps with you, it's the happiest experience of her life. Maybe it's true for some of the others? Okay, I get it. I started to lightly stroke her hair and pet her head. The two started up again, but it was a different one. It was the one Ingvild sang to me in the park after Rias's rating game against Riser. Music, huh? Perhaps I can broach that topic with Shigen to get closer to her, and Natsum with her sister. Kanami is in Russia. Why? I didn't know. I just checked her aura around the globe after I got back to Japan a few weeks ago. I spent the next few hours there with the girls. We chatted and just became lazy. Griselda and Irina joined us around an hour later. They both didn't have much to unpack. Nighttime underworld Grimory territory, I usually split my time by spending the night here or back in Kuo. However, I couldn't stay here all the time since not all the girls were in the same place. I slept last night in Kuo, and tonight it'll be here, although I couldn't sleep and was walking around the Grimory home in the middle of the night. Everyone else was asleep except Azazel. I wanted to chat with him for a little bit. I had already located his aura and was making my way to where he was. It appeared that he was in the back garden of the house. I hadn't been there, but essentially it was a giant field with some trees. I didn't bother looking further since I had a goal for being back here. Oh, Jean, what's up? Just wandering. Found out you were awake, so I wanted to talk. Good, I wanted to speak with you too. I wasn't expecting that, but I guess it works out for the both of us. I stand beside him, and we look up at the moon. Even though the sky is artificially made, it's not bad. Did you guys move into the underworld yet? Nearly. We started moving after the treaty was signed. The underworld has a lot of space. After all, we're also a relatively small faction. But we should be done soon. I see. Although it makes sense that it has taken them a while. I mean, with all those things they have at their disposal, research facilities, equipment, and all that nonsense. It makes sense that it would take a while. I wonder where they'll go, though. Did Surzex just give them a random place that's unpopulated? Why wouldn't you create your own reincarnation system? To that, Azazel laughed at me. I already knew the answer, but since I've done a few things differently and fast-forwarded certain things, I wonder how his answer will be. We, the fallen angels, only exist because we pursued our humanly and worldly desires. In reality, we aren't that different from angels. We just have different colored wings. Also, Michael informed me of what you did to the system in heaven. That's the final nail in the coffin, Jean. Fallen angels were never meant to exist. You fixed that. There are only a few sins that pure angels can commit. If more fall for whatever reason, we Grigori will welcome them with open arms. If they're not there to start trouble, that is. I and the other leaders don't see a reason to continue our race. That's why we didn't bother with making our own system. The fallen angels and Grigori can end with us with me. Azazel had a sad smile on his face as he looked back up at the sky. Is that how you truly feel, Azazel? Kind of sad, if I'm being honest. The demonic beast riots will start in the future, and during that event, Grigori will suffer an even more significant loss in numbers. I will prevent that. I made a lot of friends and acquaintances there. Okay, my turn. Be honest with me. Why the hell do you want a harem? This question again, it'll give you the answer I recently gave then. I don't know, but if I have to give you an answer, it's probably because I'm scared. Scared? Azazel looked at me with a confused expression. I nodded. You know, scared of being alone? Scared of not having love, typical shit like that. Where did this come from? Probably because my parents are already dead, and probably me having zero luck with romance back in Ireland. Azazel snorted at my reason. In reality, I have no idea. I experienced that dream during my time in the Greek god's realm, but I still don't have enough information. Don't jin. If you say that, then you're just setting up a flag, Azazel. I said that to myself with Rennie and she. Anyway, I seriously doubt I will. How are you sure? He looked at me again, and I smiled. I covered the small area around us with a barrier and removed my suppression seals. Doom. This represents just 1% of my power, as you can see. I will say this now. I will get stronger in the future, so I doubt he'll die. Azazel, you can rest assured of that. After removing the barrier and putting my seals back on, I repaired the small damage I had made in the area. Azazel had started to sweat profusely. Sorry, I lied. Azazel, I held back a bit there. I didn't really want to kill you since you were standing beside me. I see. Well, regardless, he'll still say it. You do realize how much you mean to those girls, right? I'm aware, however, it's vice versa, Azazel. When I saw that happen to Rennie, I was prepared to end this world and everyone in it. Azazel looks at me uneasily and sighs heavily. After seeing what was displayed only a few seconds ago, I am more inclined to believe you, Jean. But I can only say this about Akino-chan and Lavinia, Rennie, since they're the ones I know more about, but those two are really dependent on you. I'm sure you're aware of that. I don't know much about Lavinia's past, but she wasn't like that when she worked for me in the past, you know? Even after Slashdog and Tobio helped her. So, I was beyond shocked when she started to act like that around you. The big unknown, the new guy, the Red Dragon Emperor of the supernatural world, you already know the reasons for Akino-chan. I felt responsible for all of it, you know? Would everything be different if I didn't call Barricule back that day for a mission? Akino-chan wouldn't have to needlessly suffer. That's one of the things I regret to this day. Seeing her that happy is at least reassuring, you know? Ah shit, why are we being emotional right now? Azazel starts to scratch the back of his head furiously while lightly flustered. He looks at me while I shake my head. There's nothing wrong with guys being honest with one another. As I said earlier, there's zero chance of that happening, so rest assured. Anyway, can you tell me more about Penemu? I mean, after we came back. You're after her too? She's an old hag, you know? Dude, if she heard you right now, she would have kicked her ass. She's interesting, and we made up, so yeah, I'm interested in her. I am. I already gave her the ring the girls have. The same with Griselda and Irina. Is that so? Well, you do you, but to answer your question, I guess Shemhazai said she's been a bit more aloof. Her head's up in the clouds, I guess. What did you do? I didn't do anything. I told Azazel what happened between her and I, and a conversation between Penemu and me in the Lamia city. In the end, he just has a confused look on his face, too. Then, I have no idea what's up with her. She never asked me that question before. Did she have a lover or something in the past? Azazel snorted and burst into laughter. Oh, what? Why are you laughing? Good joke, Jean. Do you know why she fell? Of course you don't. She fell because she wanted to teach mankind how to read and write and give them wisdom. She didn't fall because of what Barricule and I did. She has a deep love for humans, you know. But since she did that, Father thought it was a sin, so she fell. I mean, look at it like this. Reading leads to knowledge. Knowledge leads to thinking. Thinking leads to sin, and bam. She fell. Anyway, she's the biggest virgin I know. She was quite strict with herself and with those around her. I doubt that she kissed anyone at all. Hell, I even tried to recruit her into my harem a long time ago, just to give her practice. You know? Of course, she said no. Huh. Well, whatever. If you're serious, then go for it. She's a grown woman. She can decide whatever the hell she wants. Anyway, im heading to sleep. Night. Good night. Azazel walks back into the Gremory mansion and leaves me there to myself. So, that's the reason she fell? Though I don't think those two are super buddy-buddy, so he won't know everything. HAA. Whatever. Jean skyward this, is I'm dreaming again. This was a lot quicker than the last ones. Is he giving me more? I was in an unfamiliar place, but it looked like a room of sorts. The past me was a lot older too. He was currently on the ground on all fours, and he was shaking. What the he pay? You will. What the fuck? Why did he just scream a pay? Why is he crying? He was bawling his eyes out. Jesus Christ, dude, what is this? He laughed maniacally while still sobbing. Did past me finally lose it? Bang. Bang. Shut the fuck up. It's 11 at night, you dumb cunt. Past me did not stop, though. He just kept on going. He suddenly jolted up and put on a coat and his shoes. He went outside and locked the door. He started to run. Huh. Wait. Hold up. I started to chase him now that I take a look at my surroundings. Oh, this was college. We were in Waterford. I remember. I went to Waterford Institute of Technology. WIT, wait. The way we were going was the wrong way. No, it's night where the hell was past me running to. It was cold. When he was running, his breath could be seen. Was it winter? I take a look around again, and there were Christmas lights. Was it December? I kept following him. As we continued down the road, the streets were empty. We eventually reached the small town and the docks. He jumps over a fence and runs towards the pier. He was still crying, but he was doing it quietly. We finally reached the pier, and he stops. He takes out his phone, puts on earphones, and plays something. His tears started to increase again. Was I bipolar or something? Past me puts his right arm out and smiles shakily. I couldn't hear him. What the hell was he saying? Oh, come on. Why'd you cut this part out? Wait, I can hear him again. He puts both his arms out and seems to be stupidly happy and shouts, "Oh, I've been a fucking idiot. Shit. This degenerate weeb will move on forward with his life. Hey, Waffy, watch me." After past me screamed with all his might, he looked down at his phone. I walked over and took a look. The song that was playing was the High School DxD original soundtrack. Show Yuri, the one where it plays when Issei first chants his Cardinal Crimson promotion. My God, you motivated yourself with that? No, we're missing pieces here. What the fuck? A.T. is going to make a huge fucking comeback. With one final shout, the name was still blocked, but he said his full name. He ran away. I stood there watching him. When all hell did I just witness? Wait, did he just chant the Cardinal Crimson promotion chant before he screamed that last part one heard? Oh my God, I was so cringy. I could feel my own face heat up in embarrassment. What the hell was he thinking? I look around quickly, but couldn't see anyone. Thank fuck no one saw that or heard it. Damn it, past me. What the hell? The scene around me began to change. It changed to Phoenix Park. I was there with Ryan. I was bowing to him and saying some stuff. Ryan was smiling and smacked past me on his back. He looked back up as he puts past me in a headlock and started to laugh. I have no idea what the hell happened, but I'm glad you're back, bud. Sorry for being an asshat the past few years. Ryan lightly punched past me on the head and laughed again. You best be, fucking idiot. You be making Aoife roll in her grave. Right then, let's hit the pub. It's still 5 in the afternoon pub. Past me had a complicated smile, but still let himself be dragged to the pub in Dublin. The scene changed again. No, it was rapidly changing. It showed past me apologizing to several people and reconciling with them. But it has never once shown my parents. Why? It's the white void again. Was that it for now? It took past me a while, but he did move forward in the most cringiest way. I want to tell them about this. I would die of embarrassment. Those two dragons and Rudra would make fun of me. Hell to the no. It was quite entertaining. No. Someone did see it all. I turned around and could see Irene there smiling at me. No, she was fucking smirking at me. Forget about all of it. Make me. We stared each other down before she starts to laugh to herself. You did not hear his chant, did you? Huh, I heard it. He did not chant the same thing Issei Hayata did. He made his own. Perhaps when you finally unlock those memories, you'll use it as your own. I made my own. That's even worse. I mean, I could probably use it for my queen form, but shit. I made one back then. I clutch my head out of embarrassment and fall to the ground. I felt Irene put her hand on my shoulder. I look up as she offers her hand to me. I take it and stand back up. She wasn't smirking anymore, but genuinely smiling at me. I was still blushing since I wanted to punch my past self. Allow me to reveal a line. Use it as you wish. I will become an emperor of all dragons, is what he said before the final line. I will become an emperor of all dragons. pretty pretentious of past me. Maybe it was just in the heat of the moment. Whatever, I sigh and slap both my cheeks. Thanks, Irene, but seriously, please forget about it. I will not. I am the few that can come here and witness these. I was also there for the last one, Jean. Did she see that one? I didn't see her, though. Did she hide herself? Well, whatever, at least keep it between us. Very well, this is ending now. I will see you soon, Jean. Oh, the dream's ending. Chew. I felt her lips on my cheek. My eyes widened. And look at Irene, who had a victorious smile on her. Wait, hold the fuck up, Lady Underworld, Grimmery Territory, Jean, Skyward. I have so many mixed emotions right now. I don't know what to feel, Irene. I know you can hear me. She didn't answer back. God damn it. Is something wrong, partner? No, it's nothing, Drake. Don't worry about it. It's just a minor inconvenience. If you say so. At least I got to see, well, part of it, and how past me got better, and it was through his own efforts, huh? But it apparently took him 6 years. I don't want that. Hell, I don't think I'm as bad off as past me. Hell, that heavy feeling isn't as heavy as it was during the 5 years. Maybe I'm just slowly getting over it. Or whatever, it'll just smack. All right, time to wake up. Kuroka's foot hit me on the face. Most girls were with me right now. The bed felt a bit cramped. Chomp. Nia. Kuroka jumped up after I lightly bit her ankle. This in turn made the rest of the girls wake up. They all looked angrily at her. Kuroka was rubbing her ankle and looking at me with a light glare. Good morning. Don't good morning me, Naya. Why did you wake me up that way? I would have preferred a gentler way. I would have rather preferred that, Naya. Chiron crawled up to Kuroka and punched her in the gut. Kuroka keeled over and clutched her stomach. That would be assault, Kuroka. I won't do that. Ugh. Chiron. So mean to your nays, Sama. I sigh and healed her back up. She instantly forgot about what had transpired and forgave me like I said. I didn't even bite that hard. Sheesh. Another hectic day. A few days later, Japan. Kuo's Skyward household, so we're all ready, right? Today, I go back to Ireland for the sparring match with Scathack. I was bringing Shigyun, Natsum, and Valerie with me. Rennie and Ingvild were going to take Griselda and Irina around town and beyond. They hadn't had time to check it out themselves, as they had to go back to heaven a few times for something. I didn't ask, so they didn't tell. I had made the offer to everyone, and the ones left were these three. But every time they did come back, Gabriel had asked about me, and also said she'll visit soon. Apparently to them, she was quite grief-stricken. I should visit her, just so she doesn't get too sad, or I should talk to Michael about her moving in with me. Yep, guess we get to meet them again. It hasn't been that long, huh? That's true. It's only been a few weeks since we've been to Ireland. ITLL also be the first time for Natsum and Shigyun. I'll look at them one last time before we left. Ireland. Dublin, we decided to meet Danu and Aine by her flower shop here in Dublin. She gave me instructions on the phone, but I'll just search for her aura. The same with Aine. From where we were, they were quite close. We were in an alleyway away from prying eyes, and the two girls were looking around the place, eager to see the country. I chuckle and start walking. They quickly follow. I did take them here before, but it was on top of Cransaig and not down here. Once we were out on the main street, it wasn't too far from where we were. The streets were crowded since it was summer, and the girls had a few glances and a few outright, just staring at them. Shigyun was feeling pretty self-conscious about it. I feel her hold onto my arm as I hear the other two chuckles, making the girl even redder. The two join in and cling onto me, making many guys that were walking past us glare at me with jealously, suck it. Ha ha ha. Jean, what in the world happened? You've been acting strangely the past few days, partner. Is something wrong? Comptoir. Answer. Jean was shown a dream by Azathoth a few days ago. Irene was also there to witness it. It made him embarrassed. Shut up. Don't tell them. Comptoir. I see. Don't worry, partenaire. We'll find out in the future. It is inevitable, Jean. Whatever. Let's just hurry to the shop. It didn't take us long to get there, as it was mostly straight. The shop was before a crosswalk, so in a way it was a corner shop. The four of us go in, and the two of them were there. Valerie and Natsum had let go of me. Shigyun was still holding onto my arm. Then I'll leave it to you, Deirdre. Yes, ma'am. Danu nods at the girl as both she and Aine walk towards us. She gestures for us to step out, and so we do. Once outside, we stand beside the wall. You goddess Danu suddenly hugs me. This makes Ain snicker as she was staring at Shigyun and Natsum. I turned to look at them as both their eyes were wider than I had ever seen. Why were they so shocked? Tug. I was suddenly pulled back by Shigyun. It took her a few seconds to process what she had done before turning even redder and letting go of me. She slowly went behind Natsum and went completely silent. Ah, great harem there, Jean. She's a shy one, huh? Ain giggles to herself while taking peeks at Shigyun, who had her head pressed against Natsum's back. Right anyway, we'll be going to the Land of Shadows. So, we'll be going to Porti. It's the nearest town to the Isle of Skye. From the tech Scat Hack and I exchange, her little realm is on the Isle of Skye. Once there we just, well, she said I would feel it, so you'll just trust her on that. I tried to enter before she wouldn't let me. I guess Scat Hack didn't want to let her? Or is Ain just that weak? No, looking as she's the standard, though even with that raw power, she's probably not that trained. She probably does no basic self-defense, right? If I take into account 2 or 3 of her myths, she has to learn self-defense. I wanted to make sure, so I pulled out my phone and checked the map. Porti is still quite a long way from the Isle of Skye. We'll need to take the 87, and then once we reach a certain point, we'll need to go off-road. But there's a place called Sligaken. There's a hotel there as well as a camping site. But I doubt we'll be there for too long. It's just a quick sparring match between Scat Hack and I. Remember, partner, sparring match, I know Drake. I want just in a quick, she wants enjoyment out of it. So we'll do what I did for Dulio and Sarorg in the past. I put my phone away and tell them I plan to get there, or suggested we just teleport near Sligaken. See, can we take the more scenic route? Shigyun, who was still behind Natsum, spoke up. Valerie and Natsum were in agreement. And I look at the 2 goddesses. I don't mind I get to flirt with Jean a bit more. I do not mind how we get there or how long. I am here to accompany Jean. That is all a bit dramatic there, Danu, but alright, I start walking away toward the same alleyway. Since no one ever uses that place, not even the junkies, I don't know why nor do I remember the reason, but it's convenient for me. I don't feel magic from it, so it definitely wasn't the supernatural at play. Once we arrived there, they all gathered around me. I decided to teleport to the Isle of Skye Candle Company. Visitor Center, United Kingdom, Scotland. Porti, when we teleported there, it was mostly quiet and empty. Dublin was the main city, so it got a lot of traffic, so it made sense that there were already a lot of people there. It was still early, well, by my own standards, it was around 10 in the morning. The building was mostly made out of wood, the walls were red, and the roof was made out of black tiles, I think. We make our way to the front of the place, and there were a few cars parked to the front. I look into the place, but there was only a receptionist, and they looked tired. No one was here, so they'll take advantage of that. I turn to the girls and make them invisible, the same with myself. Once that was done, I gesture for them to follow me. I turn south and stretch a bit. They'll go at a moderate speed. Is anyone not confident in their speed? I knew the 3 girls would be fine. I didn't know much about the 2 goddesses. I assumed Danu was mostly supportive and defensive. Ain is a blank, but she is a wanderer, so I don't know. Me carry me, Ain immediately raised her hand and wanted me to carry her. I nod. I didn't have a problem with that. I will be fine. If need be, I will ask you to slow down, Goddess Danu. Answers me reasonably. I gave her a nod and turned back to the road. I checked the entire path we'll be taking, and there were a few cars on the road. We just needed to avoid them. We'll tell them as we go. This place is pretty. What's that lake called? Natsum points to our left, and there indeed was a large body of water. By the entrance of the visitor center, there was a statue of an eagle. I wonder what its significance is. That's the Loch Porti. Anyway, we'll just need to follow the road. 87. We'll come across Sligaken, and we can catch our bearings there. Ready? I was given a varied number of responses, but they all meant yes. I do one little jump before I started to run. Dwash, I looked behind me, and the girls were keeping up. Ain was in my arms, seemingly not bothered by the speed, so it's all good so far. All around us were mostly bushes, trees, posts, and the occasional wall. I would expect it to be like this since I kind of assumed the architecture is the same as Ireland. We're basically neighbors with a long history, and not much of that was good anyway. I'm curious about the mythos in the United Kingdom too. I wonder if any of them are still alive. A few minutes passed, and our surroundings didn't change, but the girls behind me, with the exception of Danu, as she had been running beside me, that was surprising. I look at her, and she smiles back at me. The girls behind were just chatting and making comments about the place. What do you expect out of this duel, Jean? Quick, but hopefully entertaining for her. Well, I don't have any plans after. It'll probably just take the girls around Dublin or something. They did seem excited to be here. I took them here once, but we immediately went to the Fairy Kingdom. So that doesn't count. I answer Ains' question as we arrive at a spot called Alt Dub Viewpoint. We go to the side, where there was a resting spot. In front of us were several mountains. I don't know the names of these mountains, but they weren't that big. Can I even call these mountains? Or do I call them just large hills? This place was close to Sligaken, so after resting there and checking out our surroundings for a few minutes, we continue on our way. The road here had gotten a little smaller, and there were signs telling drivers to slow down or an accident may occur. It didn't take us long to see a sign saying Sligaken. A little further in front of that was the small town. No, this has to be a village. It had a small park, a slide, swings, and little areas kids would play at. Across from it was the Sligaken Hotel, and beside it was a brewery. Beside that was a grill and steakhouse. If we have time, we can probably have lunch there. We can have lunch there when we're done with Scathack's request. We could take her there too, if all goes well, that is. Yes, please. Shiggin immediately answered. I wonder if her having Poe as a sacred gear increased her own gluttony? From what I remember, Shiggin said her gluttony is a family trait. If she has siblings, I can only imagine the food bill. Thank God I can just create money at will. We follow the road, 863. But we immediately turn left and go off the path. We go to the nearby river called Alt Dirge Moor, since if we follow it, we'll end up at Skye. This place is so serene. The air feels fresh, and the small breeze here, even with the cold weather, it's nice. I put Ain down while the girls talked, and I canceled our invisibility. Ain joined them as Danu, and I walked ahead. I do agree, though. It's nice and quiet. You could see the natural beauty of the place, even if it's mostly mountains, grass, and stones. I could feel something further in front of us, seeing as how Goddess Danu had closed her eyes and was hugging my arm. It wasn't anything that could harm us, but what was it? It didn't feel like a barrier or anything like that. We kept walking until we reached some sort of lake. In front of it was a man. The man is a blue-haired, red-eyed man whose primary outfit is a deep ultramarine, full-body tights covered in runic protections, gray metallic cauldrons, and a metal plate over his lowest abdominal section. He wears his hair in a rat tail that reaches his mid-back. He also wears a pair of silver earrings. He was facing us while grinning. Finally, I thought you wouldn't come here. Ku Chulin? Where's Scathack? I was confused. It was Ku Chulin that was there. And now, Scathack, wait. Did she just send us here to fuck with us? Does she actually live in Dunscaith Castle? That little I should have put that together. Yesterday, Shish sent me to meet you guys here. You could say it was her own practical joke, as weird as it sounds. Though, she hasn't really kept in contact with me for years. Being suddenly called out like that was a bit of shock. Anyway, long story short, they'll be sending you over there, but you guys did get to see a bit of the scenery of this place, yeah? Yes, we did. It was pretty good, but seeing how that castle is quite far away, we'll need to teleport back to Sligaken just to eat. A bit irritating, but nothing world-ending. Is that so? But yes, we did see a lot of it, right? Let's get going, then will you guys get going? Shish just asked me to make the runes to teleport you guys there. Make sure to have some sort of invisibility spell on. I think there are tourists there today. I nod and put back the invisibility back on us. Ku Chulin nods as we step onto the rune circle he had made. Red Dragon Emperor, if you beat Shish today, I'd like to fight you in the future. I can feel it. It's stupidly faint, but the blood in me is telling me to fight you. I hope you grant that request. He's a lot humbler than I thought. He looked excited, but was respectful. I don't mind as long as you ask sincerely and do not demand. Then he'll put some time in the future. Being able to move one's body every now and again isn't a bad thing. Sure, when I have time, here is my number. I summon a piece of paper and give it to him. I'm assuming he has a smartphone. He grins at me. Thanks, I appreciate it. Now then, to that castle you go. He summoned his own Gibalg and tapped the end onto the ground. The runes circle below us brightened, and we were consumed in a bright light. Dunscaith Castle, as soon as we teleported there, I could feel the barrier that Scathack had placed in front of us is a ruined castle on the coast of the Isle of Skye, in the northwest of Scotland. It is located in the parish of Sleat in the Highland Council area and in the former county of Inverness Shire, also called the Fortress of Shadows. The area had a few people walking around, taking pictures, or just admiring the view. Well, let's get this over with. You guys want to look around Dublin, right? Natsum, Valerie, and Shiga nodded. Yeah, I guessed as much. That's the plan. After this, then the two goddesses just smiled at the girls. If you want, we can be your tour guides along with Jean. I don't mind, we're here. You guys ready? We reached the barrier to her realm. I also didn't mind them being the guides. I glanced at everyone. Danu was still hugging my arm, so she nodded beside me. I walked past the barrier of First Land of Shadows. Once we all got in there, I canceled our invisibility. It's so. In front of us was a large, dark land of shadows. The ground, the sky, and everything in between was just darkness. There were shadowy tendrils coming out of the ground. However, in the distance were rocks and a small mountain range made up entirely of shadows. Around us were ghosts around the place, but they didn't do anything. They were just watching us from a distance. If I could describe this place in one word, it would be death. It just was everywhere, and it also felt lonely. Whoosh! A rune circle appeared in front of us, and the lady in question came out from it. She had her usual confident smile on her. Her appearance was slightly different, as she had more armor plating on her. On her body, knees down, arms, and had a little cape on her. She also had her Geebalg alternative by her side, too. Jean, Valerie, Goddess Danu, Ain, and two new partners I do not know of. Welcome to the Land of Shadows, my home. Glad to be here, so want to get to it? Scat smirked and nodded. She turns her head, and the ghosts who were watching us vanished. Even the tendrils around the place vanished. She has full control of this place, huh? So, how do you want to do this? Purely physical? All out with everything? Or do you want to fight Leanne or something? I have been thinking about it since we went our separate ways. I wish to fight you, Jean Skyward. If you could create such powerful beings, how powerful is the one that created them? That thought kept going through my head. I see, that makes sense, I guess. I didn't mind, but keeping it entertaining for her, while also not making her feel insulted, will be tough. Scat seems like the type to like an even fight, and shall probably find out that I'm barely trying when we do. You've caught yourself in a bind, partner. What do you plan on doing? My best, I guess. You've been saying I guess a lot lately. I goon probably. Whatever the case, you'll need to keep her entertained while not outright humiliating her otherwise romance, and any relationship forward will be strained. But I trust Scat to be more logical than some brute force woman. Sure thing, so we're fighting here? I gesture around us, and she nods. She jumps back away from us and stands there. I shake my head and look back at the girls. I guess we're just going to go at it right away. Though there isn't much to explore here, anyway, they'll get going. Just stay back. We'll try not to get you guys involved or hit. Good luck, Jean. Fight. The girls wish me luck as I jump to the opposite side of Scat. I wish to fight the Red Dragon Emperor. Use your armor, Jean. What a demanding woman, but I strangely like it. I wonder how she is when affectionate. Partner. Not the time. Right, my bad. All right, sure. Whatever. Let's do this. Boosted gear. I shout out my sacred gear's name, and the red gauntlet appears on my right arm. Scat who had been standing there, saw it, and started to power up. The area around her started to crack, shake, and be destroyed. She had a very intense and excited look in her eyes. She was ready for this, and wanted it to be fun. Could I classify her as a battle maniac? Wait, I should make a wager. Hey, Scat. How about a little wager? Huh. And what would this wager entail, Jean? Hoo-hoo. Perhaps if you win, I shall enter your harem? I know. I was actually going to ask her to be like a trainer or teacher to the girls, since she has a lot of battle experience. That proposal of hers doesn't sound bad either. No, I was going to ask you to be a teacher to my lovers. I just thought since you've tutored Ku Chulin in the past, you'd be a good choice. You can probably also fight Leanne and anyone else. That interesting proposal. It won't be outlandish to think this is your way of courting me, Jean. But I will accept it. Now, then, enter your balance breaker. I guess she sees more perks to it. I mean, those three Valerie, Shigyun, and Natsum are much more powerful than her in terms of raw power, but she has more experience, so it might be an even fight. She might even win against them, Jean. This will be an interesting fight if you don't end it by taking away her power. Test yourself. Rudra. Enter it. All right, already Shishahem. Drag, let's go. Balance break. Welsh Dragon balance breaker. My full body was covered in the typical red armor. I stood there ready for her to attack. She stood still when ting. Clash. SKRRKRKRKR. She appeared behind me instantly and tried to stab me through the chest. This woman wasn't playing around. She was serious. I don't know if this was a test of my reflexes or what, but she really tried to kill me. Good reaction. Thanks, but try not killing me, please. She didn't answer me, but instead started to attack me with her spear, the Gibalg alternative. Might as well fight with a weapon too. I jump away from her Ascalon. Blade. Scat Hack's eyes brightened even more as the sword Ascalon came out from my right hand. I correct myself midair and push myself back toward Scat Hack. She readies herself tang. Her spear and my sword met, and when they did, a large shockwave occurred around us. The ground beneath her was destroyed and left a giant crater. Scat Hack had a wide smile on her. I could feel her fighting spirit getting higher and higher. Doom! I increase my strength, and she makes a pained face, but the grin never left her expression. I pull away and stand where I landed. I love it, but I know you're holding back for my sake, don't Jean? Show me more. Dang, dang, clang, clang, boom, boom. We disappear from both our respective spots and clash at different points in her domain, the land of shadows. Each strike, each hit, every time we clashed, the area around us shook. Large shockwaves occurred, and sparks flew every time our weapons collide. It felt strange. Most fights I've had after killing Kokobeel and meeting Nyarlathotep, I've ended rather quickly. Even during the 5 years in the pocket dimension, I only trained them, so I didn't put much thought into it. Clang, clang, boom, boom, KWSHHH. It feels like when I fought Thor. Even though I'm holding back, I felt some excitement in me. Scat Hack looked disheveled as we kept on clashing. She got some injuries, but she healed them back up with the power of her runes. That's how she's been able to keep on fighting since I was matching her power. No, I was just slightly above it every time we clashed. While she hasn't hit me once, I have had nicked her time and time again, but I don't want to. Seriously, is she looking to die or something? She's acted differently from her Naciverse counterpart, so I doubt it. Is she just looking for a challenge then? Do not let your mind wander, Jean. Focus. Kaboom! One last clash we made created a large explosion, forcing both of us back. We both landed at opposite ends. Scat Hack then healed herself up again. She spins her spear around before tapping it on the ground. Good, very good, Jean. I haven't sustained that much damage in a very long time, but show me more of what the Red Dragon Emperor can do. She grinned at me and powered up again. Sheesh. All right then. I want fight as an outer god, but as the Red Dragon Emperor Drake. Let's do that. Yeah, Doom. Red draconic aura surrounds my body. Let's use my illegal move Triana then. Sure thing. Scat Hack mode change. Welsh Sonic Boost Night. Change Star Sonic. Armor release. When I shouted that, more of the excess armor from the scale mail to drop and fly to be shed from me. Scat Hack had a dumbfounded look on her face. Yeah, this is new. Get used to it. Here we go then. Gas 'em. I appear behind Scat Hack as she hadn't had time to react yet. I bravado my arm back and punch her on her back. Dawn. Gah. Scat Hack is sent flying. She crashes towards the ground and rolls away for a few seconds before fixing herself. She stands back up and had an even wilder glint in her eyes. Interesting. I haven't seen this before, Jean. Mode change. Welsh Draconic Rook. Change Solid Impact. The previously shed armor pieces come flying back at me. Even more just appear out of nowhere as it slowly built my scale mail into a giant hunk of metal. Scat Hack had appeared in front of me and made a stabbing motion with her spear. Dawn. Dang. BWSHH. My fist and her spear make contact. Another powerful shockwave occurred around us, but KHHH. Doom. My strength was much higher than Scat Hack's, and I sent her flying again. But she quickly corrects herself. Scat Hack jumps up high into the air, and she was staring down at me. With a large smile, her spear started to shine. Wait. Isn't that Ku Chulin's noble phantasm? The shining on her weapon becomes brighter and brighter. She's ready to throw that thing. Drake. Mode change. Welsh Blaster Bishop. Change Fong Blaster. Charge it. It'll feed you all the energy, so just be slightly above that attack. The charging time in this mode normally takes time, but I can completely get rid of it. Scat Hack looked like she was ready to this, should be the finale then. G-Balg versus Dragon Blaster. Valerie Teeps W. What is that? A new form? We have been watching the intense fight between Scat Hack and Jean. The shockwaves and ripples they made in a short amount of time were quite something. This surprised the two goddesses with us. However, we're mostly used to it. Jean modeled those forms after the evil piece system, so like chess. The forms you saw were his knight, rook, and now bishop forms. He hasn't shown what his queen form to us, yet he said he's working on the chant. Incredible. I didn't hear any past Red Dragon Emperors do anything like this. This is pretty exciting, huh? Ainsan seemed quite excited by Goddess Danu. She was praying? No, she would just hold her hands like that. She may be cheering Jean on. Natsum and Shigen were quite casual about this, the same as I. This should be the final clash. Hopefully, Jean doesn't destroy this realm by accident. Those two, they really are relaxed and quite trusting of Jean, huh? I mean, I was too, but though him destroying this place was a bit, it would be a problem dumb. I create a small barrier in front of us to stop any debris or wind from hitting us. Looks like it's settled. Then Jean, skyward G-Balg. Scat Hack threw her spear as a giant amount of divine energy was rapidly approaching me. Ill respond in kind Dragon Blaster. The two cannons from my back fired a large amount of green and red draconic energy blast. I applied a lot more power to it, just to make sure I won this. The two attacks were going collide, boom. Rumble, rumble. Once the two attacks collided, the entire realm of the Land of Shadows shook. The energy that were in those attacks were powerful enough to shake a realm created by Scat Hack. But in the end, my attack overpowered her spears. The G-Ball was thrown to the side as my Dragon Blaster kept on going and hit Scat Hack. But instead of a pained expression, she was still smiling. She enjoyed getting hit. Are you a masochist, Scat Hack? She was glaring at me. You heard that. Boom. The attack finally exploded. The dust and smoke quickly disappeared from their Scat Hack was falling to the ground. I quickly went back to my base form and dashed to the falling Scat Hack. I could feel it. She had no more energy. She used it all up on that attack. Talk about going out with a bang, literally. I caught her, and she had a satisfied smile on her face. She wasn't that badly hurt. She can tank a high-tier God-class Power Dragon Blaster. Then props to her. She's one tough cookie. I started to slowly heal her. Once I landed, I flashed step back to everyone. I exit my balance break and was still holding Scat Hack. How long do you plan on being in my arms? I know you're awake. Scat Hack, I already healed you. Let a lady relax for a moment, will you? I just had one of the most intense battles I've had in a long time. At least let me rest. She opened her eyes and frowned at me. I sigh and shake my head. Whatever, lady, but I guess I won? So, does that mean I win? You'll be a teacher to the girls then. I look at Valerie, Shigen, and Natsum who had strained smiles on them. I wish you all luck. You have no idea how much of a Spartan trainer this woman is. Are you that excited for me to join your harem? Jean? Am flattered, but aren't you going a bit too fast? She was smirking this little. That's not what I mean, and she knew it. What the hell, woman? Should I drop her? You know that's not what I meant. Scat Hack, ha ha ha. I'm teasing you. Jin. Fret not. I will keep romance in mind as I spend my time with you from now on. I don't even know how to respond to that. She was just smugly looking at me. I finally let her down as she stands on her own. She moves her arms and legs, checking everything was fine. Since you're going to be a more regular visitor to my home, let me upgrade your ring. Upgrade? She seemed confused, the same with the other two goddesses. I nod and tell them what the rings that Valerie and the two Slash-Dog girls have are really capable of. They were a bit shocked. Scat Hack had a smile, not her usual confident one, but a normal one as she stared at her newly upgraded ring. Anyway, it still has the transceiver function and all those things. Does this mean you have some trust in me, Jean? Well, yeah, I'd just wager you to be their teacher too, you know. Anyway, we should be done here, actually. I could do the same thing with this place and my home. I did the same thing with Irene and Yasaka. I have experience in this, so it's quite easy now. I create a door in front of me and connect it to an empty room in my home. I turn around and explain what it does to Scat Hack. Interesting. Please move it to that spot since I spend most of my time over there. I look at the spot where she was pointing at. There's a throne made of darkness. Their talk about being a bit edgy. Okay, she's glaring at me. I flash step over there and move the door. Once done, I go back to them. Looking back at it, she spends her time here just sitting there, maybe train on occasion. That's pretty boring, almost like Ophis, just mindlessly spending eternity here. Well, if she spends more time at my home, ITL'll be a bit more lively. She can also fight, spar, and train the girls. I shall accompany you back to Dublin. Are you sure? We're just going to be. I do not mind. I will accompany you. She didn't leave any room for argument, and I shrugged. We had left the land of shadows and went back to Sligakin to eat at the grill steakhouse for lunch. The menu was, well, normal. It wasn't anything special, nor the food, though. It's probably because I ate a lot of it in my past life. Maybe my stomach, my soul remembers. As weird as that sounds, after that, we went back to Ireland to tour around Dublin. Ireland, Dublin, any requests? We can just end the day in Cranside when we have dinner. And yes, I can pay, so don't worry about it. I took a keno there already. In that case, let's go and grab the hold of my arm and started to pull me away. Lady, we're meant to be helping these three around, you know. I tried to protest, but the girl said it was fine. Throughout that whole day, I received a lot of jealous and hate-filled glares. Suck it, idiots. Blame my dragon genes for making it happen. That's how it is in the supernatural world. Underworld Grimory territory, August 15th, another week has passed, and the training by the Grimory group has finally finished. Our summer vacation was also coming to a close. The day that I spent back in Ireland with the girls with the goddesses was interesting, but that's a story for another day. Today is the 15th of August. The rating game is on the 20th. Also today is the Satan sponsor party. I was also invited via Seraphal and Surzex, which means I'll be meeting a few devils today, probably Sarorg, Latia, and all that. It was around 5 in the evening. The party doesn't start until 7, so I have a few hours left. But everyone was busy getting ready. We had to look the part after all. I was wandering around the Grimory estate with my black suit on when I came across Venelana. She was just sitting on a chair reading a book. We haven't spoken much, or as deeply since that night. She gave me a kiss on the forehead. I just feel a little awkward around her. Era? Vinkon, come join me. She spotted me. My fate is sealed. Then I nod and join her. From where I was, the chair looked like a chair, but it was actually a large couch. I sat down beside her. She was reading some devil's book about housewives. It seems like you're ready to go to that sponsor party. Well, it doesn't take eyes too long to get ready, I think. Or I'm just weird. Venelana chuckled as she looks at me, and then at my neck, probably my tie. She then frowned. Excuse me. She puts her book down and leans forward, her hands grasping both my shoulders, forcing me to stay still. She then starts to fix my tie. Am I that bad at, well, tying that thing? Yes. Thanks, guys. Very supportive. Venelana finishes fixing my tie for me. Thank you. I'm just bad at doing that. It's no problem. J. Venelana-sama, Ziatica-sama, is looking for you. A maid interrupts her. We turn around and see a random maid there bowing. Venelana sighs as she gets up. She says goodbye and leaves with the maid. And am alone again. Whatever. I walked around the Grimory home more, since there's still a lot of time left. I was nearing Gasper's aura. As he was in a random room, I decided to check up on him since I was curious. When I got there, he was looking at a big mirror and making faces. Knock knock, Jayasuk, what's up? Jean Senpai. I was just practicing on trying to make a confident smile. I want to make a good impression today. Wearing that? Gasper twirled around as he was wearing a white tank top with a blue frilly skirt. He even had a little ribbon behind his head. Who the hell picked this outfit for him? Yeah, Coriana-san helped picked it out for me. These two have gotten this close. Also, she's really into making him cross-dress. Huh? H.A. Sure, whatever. I don't have a say in this. I see. You two seem to be getting along. Jayasuk. She's the one that's not in Rias' immediate family or peerage or Valerie for you to get along with. I get along with your harem, Jean Senpai. You know what I meant, Jayasuk. I was only gone for a few days, and it turned into this? Such a quick and developing friendship, huh? Or something more? Gasper turned red at what I was implying. You're so obvious, it's painful. Geez, I didn't think my junior would fall this quickly. What did you do to him, Coriana? We're gast friends. We just talk a lot about different things. This is usually after training. You don't need to try to explain it to me, Jayasuk. I get it. I nod along to his ramblings, and this went on for at least 10 minutes. At the end of it, he was out of breath. I put a hand on his shoulder and look at him. I get it, Jayasuk. I then left. Jin-senpai. I was outside the venue, as everyone else was inside. It hadn't started yet, but it was close to it. Not everyone had arrived, though. An example was the Citri group. I was also making sure no random bullshit happened here. So, I was constantly checking out the entire territory we were in. Jin-senpai. When I turned to look towards the familiar voice, Saji was there. Was he the first to arrive or something? Saji, why are you here? Ah, President Sona will be going to the meeting place along with her sister Satan, Leviathan Sama. I came here on my own since the rest will escort them. After that, I inevitably ended up wandering aimlessly around the mansion until I arrived here. This place was big, so I don't blame him at all. Saji took a seat a little bit away from me and spoke while wearing a serious expression. The game will be taking place very soon now. Yeah, I trained. I hope you did. Well, also did an extremely hard menu after you left that day. I see. He put forth great effort in his training. Naturally, it will affect his master's victory or defeat. I'm curious about the results myself. Saji spoke while scratching his cheek. Jin-senpai, do you remember the time when the young devils gathered a month ago? Yeah, what about it? We were serious then. My dream is to become a teacher. All of a sudden, Saji said that with a red face. Teacher? What will you teach? I knew but acted dumb. Even though he was flushed red, Saji answered my question sincerely. President Sona is trying to establish a rating games specialty school in the underworld. It isn't an ordinary school. It's an open school for anyone, and that accepts devils regardless of whether they are high class or low class, aristocrat or commoner. I heard from President Sona that things like discrimination and traditions have been softened in the devil industry little by little, but there is still a part at the root of it all that refuses to accept these changes. That's why the current rating game school only accepts high-class devils from aristocratic families. The games have to be equal for everyone. This is what the present Satan Samus have decided. Though it's equal, the path of the games is far for low-class devil commoners. That's strange, right? Though even a non-aristocratic devil may be promoted to a high-level devil, depending on the method. The possibility shouldn't be zero. That's an admirable goal, Saji. It will be a thorny path you'll be walking through. But seeing how determined you are, I feel like you'll succeed along with Sona. We'll try to help when I can. President has told me that she wants to do something about that. That she wants to teach so that even low-class devils can participate in the games. That's why she'll make a school that anyone can enter in the underworld. President is even studying in the human world as well for the sake of that. To give a chance to the ones who never got into the spotlight. Even if it's just by 1%. Even if it's almost zero. As long as it's not zero, one might be able to become a high-class devil. Saji made a declaration while raising his fist. He was quite passionate about this. That's why I will work as a teacher there. They'll study a lot, fight in a lot of games, and store up various things. They'll become a teacher who teaches about pawns with that. President also said that she wants to help me. Even someone like me may be able to become a school teacher. I've only done stupid things in the past. I've also caused trouble for my parents and was disliked by the people around me. But if it's President Sona, I can see a dream. I will stay by President's side and help her for life. President's dream is my dream. Saji spoke while feeling embarrassed, but it didn't stop him from saying it. He. I kept the fact that I became a devil secret from my mother, but even so, she cried when I told her about my future dream. You become a teacher. She may have said that because it doesn't suit me, but it wasn't bad, the relieved face of my mother. So that was Saji's dream. It's not a bad dream. We just have to strive towards that. Perhaps he may become the ultimate pawn in this universe. I already have my plans for the future in terms of the human world. As for the supernatural, we'll see how things go. He intends to serve his master his whole life. I think that's a wonderful goal, Saji. Become a good teacher. Yeah, it's also for the sake of that goal that we have to beat the Grimoire Peerage. Is that so? Well, good luck with that. Hopefully, after Drake beat you guys, it helped a bit. Yes, we went through my simulations, and have many battle plans and strategies. We're confident. Is that so? Then I do look forward to seeing it in a few days. However, a teacher, huh? I suddenly remembered Azazel. But well, this guy would never be like that. Hopefully. Anyway, he'll go inside, senpai. He'll wait for president in there. A little while later, Sona and the rest of her peerage came. Serafal was missing. Sona also looked stressed. Sona, what's troubling you? It's nothing and good evening, Jean. It was just my one Sama. She put up a fight since she couldn't see you. She was probably forced to go with the rest of the Satans and Azazel. It can't be helped. She's a Satan after all. Now that I look at them, they all look good. They all wore nice dresses for the occasion. I gave them a thumbs up. Looking good, girls. Anyway, everyone is in there including Saji. Once you go in, he'll follow right after. I see, thank you, let's go. They walked past me as I got a few thank yous in return for my compliment. I saw a few lingering gazes at me, but I shrugged them off. I waited a full minute before concluding no one else was arriving. I covered the area with a barrier and went inside. Princess Rias, you've become more and more beautiful. Surzek-sama must also be proud. Everyone was looking at Rias. She had said that they wouldn't be excited, but they were plenty excited right now. I was also somewhat happy, annoyed, and proud of it. I watched from a distance again. This was a devil's party. While I was invited, I was sort of out of place here, so I decided to keep my distance. Jayasuk was wearing his dress, but was a lot more confident. I guess Coriana really did help him through that last bit, huh? Grip Jean. Sarorg couldn't resist coming to me, huh? I turned to face him and grin at him. He does the same, and we fist bump. The rest of his peerage was with him. Coriana had gone over to Gasper, and they started to chat up a storm. Looking good, the same for the rest of you guys. Anyway, you guys should enjoy the party. I'm kind of glorified bodyguard since I'm not really mingling with anyone. Fwahaha. Enjoy yourself too, Jean. I heard you made 2 more alliances over your summer vacation. Yes? Yeah, that's become quite widespread already. Sarorg started to smack me on the back. As he said, hell, go greet some devils. What surprised me was that his queen Keisha Baden had stayed behind and stood beside me. She had a midnight black dress that went all the way down to her ankles. Jean-sama, it's been a while. Yeah, it has, so any progress? Upon hearing this, I could see her slightly deflate, so no progress, huh? And no, well on my end. But Silvatila Stolas, the current heiress of the Stolas clan, she's been coming over to Sarorg-sama's home quite frequently. Silvatila Stolas? That Ho-ONG girl that I saw on the way to Latia. As home? Sarorg, you mean I'm glad, but damn. I glanced at Keisha as she looked uneasy, and I could also tell her emotions were in turmoil. Don't assume things yet, Keisha Baden. They may just be friends, even I saw them kiss. Well, shit. She sounded like she might cry when she said that, fuck, how do I? I inwardly sigh, shit, I barely know you. What to do? I did not know when it started, but it seems like they've known each other for a few years now. Maybe I was oblivious? Or chose to ignore it as she was about to start crying, so I put a hand on her head and started petting her while putting a calming effect on her. She immediately calmed down. Honestly, one of the most useful abilities I have, that concerns other people. How do I say this? I mean, you could always confess your feelings, just to get it off your chest and then move on, or keep on pursuing him and try to make him fall for you. It's your choice, really. I will think about it. Thank you, Jean-sama. She composed herself before bowing to me and leaving to join her peerage. Love, how complicated. Hopefully, though there won't be some kind of cat fight, I close my eyes and let out a sigh. Jean-sama. I hear 2 voices that I am familiar with again. I open my eyes and could see Latia, Astaroth, and Ravel Phoenix staring at each other. Chiron was also there, but she was silently looking at me and ignoring the other 2. It's been a while, Latia. Ravel, Chiron. Do you need something? Why are you over here by yourself, Jean? I wanted to thank you, Jean-sama. Chiron said nothing but came up to me and hugged me. No, she basically wrapped herself around me. Ravel looked a bit annoyed while Latia was already used to it. I'm no devil, so I'm just relaxing over here. And you don't need to thank me, Ravel. WWL, I just wanted to. After my Oni-sama slapped me, it already immediately healed. I am Phoenix after all. I was just shocked, but you still healed me, so thank you again. That slipped my mind back then. Fucking hell, how stupid was I? It's the thought that counts, partner. Don't be too hard on yourself. Yeah, I guess so. Anyway, how's Riser doing? Thanks to you, he's been in low spirits. It seems that his defeat and having Ryusama stolen away by you was a great shock. Well, since he had always relied on his talent and got cocky because of it, it should have been a good lesson for him. Is that so? Well, he was the one who challenged me. I just traumatized him a little. He should be able to get himself back up if not. Then they can probably request for me to help A anyway. I just wanted to say that GG good day to you. With a weird huff, Ravel quickly left. I'm pretty sure she still has things to say to me, but was probably too nervous. Well, I can't blame her. I did beat her brother to near death. Iryuka not with you today, Latia? No, she isn't attending for whatever reason. She has someone else here, someone from the Glaciolabula's clan, attending anyhow. Jean, do you have a menu set up yet for your future restaurant? No, not yet, but the number of foods I consumed over my vacation around the supernatural world was quite vast, so I may incorporate those into my menu in the future. Why do you ask? Latia smiled and summoned a book from her ring, and she hands it to me. I look at the cover and the 500k recipes of the underworld by Latia Astroff. Did she write this herself? Thank you. Latia, this took you some time to write up? Why, yes. And no. I used a computer, so typing it up didn't take too long. I hope that is useful to you. I must get going. She tries to walk away, but I move Chiron to the side and hug Latia. She let out a quiet yelp but accepts the hug. Thank you. It definitely will. I appreciate it. Latia blushes and nods. She then slips away to mingle with the devils. I put the book away into my inventory and look down at Chiron, who had fixed herself again. Chiron, is something wrong? Actually, why didn't Kuroka come with you? She's not part of the peerage. Also, you have special circumstances being the middleman for one Neisama went back to Kuo. I see. That does make sense though, Pokum. Jean-senpai, please take me tonight. I felt like my thoughts stopped there for a second, like that one damn meme of a cat, and its owner putting a pink flower over its head. Then the words the prophecy is true is said, By take me do you mean? She blushes and nods, I see. Well, if she's fine with it, then we'll have space, I asked Akino-senpai, and she trails off. Yeah, okay, I get it, we'll have my room, the Ria's home to ourselves, so it's time to take the younger sister, huh? The Satan greetings went on like normal, and the area didn't get attacked since Kuroka and Biko were meant to do that, but I changed that so it isn't happening. I also didn't feel anyone trying to break into the barrier. Chiron stayed by my side for the rest of the sponsor party. Other devils also greeted me once the word spread that I was the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor. They really tried to butter up with me, but I saw through it all. Rias, Sarorg, and Latia had to stop me at certain points during the night from beating up some devils who wouldn't stop or outright try to harass my lovers. It was a lot more annoying than I initially had thought. And so, the night came to a close. Chapter 9, Part 2, Chiron, Elsha, and raiding game, Underworld, Grimmery, Territory, Gene, Skyward, Lemon. I put a sound plus time dilation barrier around the room. The sponsor party had ended hours ago, and the girls gave Chiron and I space as well. However, Chiron looked a bit envious. Did she and Kuroka talk about this in advance? I wasn't sure, but in front of me was a naked Chiron Tuju. I was naked too. We were currently hugging. She was nervous. That much was clear as her body was shaking slightly. I'm not sure if she's ready yet. But from when I first met her to now, she's changed, though that's thanks to her time in the pocket dimension. She used to be 46, but now she's 56. It's quite a drastic change, and at the time her classmates kind of freaked out. Also, since the Grimmery group plus myself had grown up in age the first time I took them into the pocket dimension, I feel less weird about this. I'm 18 and she's 17 now, but since that time I prevented that from happening. Should I re-enable? Jean-senpai. Sorry, Chiron. I was just wondering if you were really okay and ready for this. You're shaking like a leaf. I spoke with Neisama and Asia-senpai about it, as well as Akino-senpai and Reni-san. I want to spend more time with you. Connect with you, please? She asked in the cutest way. Well, you better not regret this then, Chiron. All right, Chiron. I lean in and capture her lips. She was a bit surprised, but kissed me back. MMPCH and MMCHM. The moments we take to breathe in between kisses were already short, but it felt shorter this time around. Is this because of the atmosphere and where this is leading up to? MMPCH, MMCH. Mulla MNCH. She sought my tongue with hers. They twisted around each other passionately. Her tail was wagging quite excitedly. The sounds of us attempting to learn each other's tastes echoed around the bedroom. Chiron, the way you're moving your tongue right now is kind of intimate. Were you practicing or something? Banana, I wanted to get better. I love senpai kissing me. We break the kiss as Chiron looked flustered and she shifted in our embrace. I use my right hand to hold her close. These also have become bigger. They're a bit larger than when she first entered her Chiron mode. If I had to compare, they should be the same size as Irina's. So be 87? Nia, don't compare my C's. My bad. I pat her on the shoulder, and she lets out a few surprise sounds. MH. Ha-hum. As Chiron closed her eyes and took a deep breath, I reached over and gently placed my hands on her shoulders to comfort her. There, I said softly. J-Jean Senpai. Thank you, Chiron replied, placing both her hands over mine on her shoulders with a grateful smile. She was signaling for me to stop. She was bright red and was looking down. Chiron said, Jean Senpai, are you okay? I'm fine too. Do you want to rest now? She silently nods, and I gently guide her back on the bed. Her head hitting the pillow softly, she looks up at me with a mix of anticipation and a bit of worry. Since she was lying down, I could see her more clearly. Don't stare too much. Even with those words, Chiron let me in. She did this without a single word from me. She was still nervous, but not as much as earlier. Dvits and Dvit. I'm ready. No, I've been ready for a long time now. It probably happened during those 5 years, but tonight my heart and body both want you. Well, if you say it like that, then how can I resist? I nod and lean closer to her, letting the moment build between us. Ung. Ag. A soft sound escapes her. Ever so slowly, I draw closer to her. I'm barely beginning, but I can feel the intensity of the moment surrounding us. Awin ata. Ainingha. Shiona? I'm fine, just keep going. GH. Since she's that determined, I continue to push forward until I go all the way. So that's all of it, right? Jean, you're too big. I can't take all of it. I seriously doubt anyone else has taken all of me, though. I didn't really pay much attention since we were, busy. Sorry, but yeah, I'm all the way inside you now. Jean, I love you. Chiron closes her eyes and curls her body up to reach my face and kiss me. I guess she's dropping the senpai prefix during this time. It feels nice, though. MH, not NHHN. Nah, MMPCH, this wasn't like the kiss we shared a minute ago. It's slow, deliberate, an expression of love without words. I wind my tongue around hers, exploring every sensation of her body I have yet to feel. MMPCH, MNNCH, and NNMMHH, Chiron briefly breaks her kiss. I nod and start kissing her again. Jean. I take it slow since she's nervous, but I do change my approach every few moments to see how she reacts. Though Chiron seems tense perhaps because this is her first time. NNNGH, Ashashefif. Jean. It looks like she's slowly getting used to it, so I try to ease her further. Jean, keep going. Speed much more. I'm used to it now. The slightly pained expression that Chiron had was starting to leave her. Now she had a look of excitement, and she was drooling too. I don't think she even realized it herself. I reach over and place both my hands on her shoulders as I lean in closer. That's it. And more of that too. Yeah. I move at different speeds and angles just to see different reactions from Chiron, and they all were delightful. I loved it. More. Keep going more, Jean. Let loose and come to me. Her voice is loud, yet sweet. Her body trembles with every movement, holding on tightly. It seems like the tension has eased now. I lean in closer with renewed energy. Oh, yeah, I touched her in a way that made her gasp in surprise. She made the strangest face and let out a long, trembling breath. Once she was done, she was even redder and looking a bit scared of me. Chiron. Wait, Gina. And no, not there. I don't want to lose control. Push high. What is this? Jean. You do this Naysama. And everyone else regularly. Well, yes. Oh, they get used to it. But dang, I can't hold on much longer. Was I that excited? Was I that looking forward to being with Chiron? Gah. I felt Chiron squeeze me even tighter as she let out a muffled gasp. W8, Jean, I just please slow, do Chiron, and her eyes widen, and I feel her wrap her arms around me. Her mouth was open. Tongue out, was she asking me to kiss her? Inside, kiss me too. Hold me close, Jean. As I held her tighter and closer, I also leaned forward and kissed Chiron softly. She let out love-filled breaths as we stayed wrapped in each other until Aya. I felt her pull me close again. It was great timing since we were pressed together. It pushed me over the edge. Oh wow. Chiron and I stayed still as the moment washed over us. Her body, which was tense, just relaxed completely. Fwa. Ah, amazing. How long has it been? I slowly stopped as the last moment faded. I kind of scared myself there. It felt endless for a second. I feel Chiron wrap her arms around me and hug me tight. Jean, are you okay? Want to keep going? Yes, sorry about this, Chiron. She smiles at me and shakes her head. She gives me a peck on the lips. It'll stay with you the rest of the night, Lemon. And a few hours later, Chiron was cuddling up to me with a smile on her face. I had my arms wrapped around her waist. Jean Senpai's warm. She was acting all lovey-dovey with me. Though it makes sense, we'd just keep going at it for another 3 hours. That was her limit, and she was tired. I'm starting to think there are different stamina levels for regular activity and other things. If I take into account her rank, then she should last longer. Are you okay, Chiron? We'd just go on for longer after your first time. I'm fine, you worry too much. Jean Senpai, but I love that about you. There are only a few more days left till the rating game. I haven't been there to see them improve that much, but I'll trust Azazel's word for it. They also refused to show me how much they have. They said they wanted to surprise me on the day. Well, whatever, it's up to them. They'll see how much they improved along with everyone else. I'm also curious how the Citri group will handle them. Will Sona use the same strategy as in canon? ISE does not exist here, and I am not participating in it either. Though Saji may still try sucking the blood out of whoever he attaches his absorption line onto, Chiron does confront Saji and another member of Sona's peerage during the game along with ISE. But seeing how much these guys improve, I wonder if anyone will be retired at all. I inwardly sigh. Whatever happens can wait. ZZZZ. I looked back over at Chiron, and she had fallen asleep. I guess we had been at it a little too long. Time to sleep then, huh? I look around and... where am I? It feels like I am in my soul and not in a dream. Yet I am unable to see the two dragons. Rudra or Kuntwar. Why was I dragged into this part of my soul? It's a lot different from what I would have imagined. Yeah, I was expecting a white void or something, but this place was just, how do I describe it? Beneath me was water, but I could walk on it. Above me was a vast, clear blue sky with clouds. It was almost like the place where Kaneki Ken from Tokyo Ghouls was during the first opening, where he sat on a chair. That was it. It felt very freeing. Ada, Finkon, why are you here? Hearing a familiar voice, I turn around and see Elsha, one of the previous Red Dragon Emperors. It was the second time I was meeting her, and beside her was what seemed to be Belzard. Elsha is a beautiful woman with long, wavy blonde hair, which is decorated with a headpiece, and she has light green eyes. She wore a light purple dress. Belzard is a buff, handsome man with green hair and pink eyes. He is fashionably dressed, as he wears a black noble uniform, which has a red cape attached to it. Elsha and Belzard, did you guys call me here? Call you? No, I don't think we did. How peculiar. Elsha tilted her head confused. Belzard stood there with a stoic look to him, but he was intensely gazing at me. I was confused, though. When I upgraded my boosted gear, it was supposed to have cleansed it, meaning all previous hosts should have been removed. No, knowing Kuntwar, she may have left these two for one reason or another, so we'll trust her judgment. As I thought about the reasons why they were still here, Elsha had reached me and put her hand on my chest directly above my heart. She closed her eyes for a few seconds before opening them again. She looks up at me with a content smile and nods. Good. While it's still not quite there, you're learning to forgive yourself and love yourself. While slow, progress is progress, Jean. I'm proud of you. Thank you. By the way, why does this part of my soul look like this? We have no influence over that. It's just you. Me? I was responsible for this? I took a look around again. The vastness of this place was quite surreal. Could it be that it reflects your true nature? Your current name is Jean Skyward. Jean means bright or beautiful, and skyward means toward the sky or moving or directed towards the sky. As you are now, you're surely looking towards a brighter and more beautiful future, aren't you? I never gave much thought to the name I was given by the system before she became Comptoir. Was Azathoth responsible for it? Why did he name me this? Surely I'm close to discovering my past. Name it begins with A for my first name and T for my last name. Jean, Irene wasn't the only one to witness that dream of yours. Do you want to know a bit more about your last name? You were there? When I was forced to remember that cringeworthy thing my past self did, I blushed. But I nod and she smiles at me. Your first name means exalted or strong. It can also be interpreted to mean teacher or mountain of strength. Your surname means ruler of the people. Perhaps you were destined to find your way to Azathoth to us in some way, shape, or form. Exalted, strong, teacher, mountain of strength, and ruler of the people? Sorry, I'm drawing a blank here. But whatever we'll find out soon. You'll be waking up soon, Jean. Time in here is a bit different out there, well, in this part of your soul, at least. Belzard, don't you want to say something to him? Belzard, who had stayed behind Elsha, started walking up to us. Elsha, who had kept her hand on my chest, removed it from there and stepped back. Belzard stood beside her. Grope, grope, suck, suck, paffa, paffu. He makes some hand gestures, click, click, zoom, zoom, Ian. He said that in the most monotone way possible. Also, didn't he do this with Issei when he unlocked his illegal move Triana? But he had a smug look on his face at the end. What the hell? Also, why the Apay Dragon song? Ah, they said they could see my dreams, dear God. They saw that too. It's goodbye for now, Jean. I'll see you soon enough, and that hell no. I'm not letting either one of you go. I already told Drag ID drag you back with me. I'm breaking one of my rules about reviving people. I was beginning to fade away. Elsha had a stunned look on her face, and Belzard had a smug smile on his face. He turned to Elsha, and you know him. Elsha, once he sets his mind to it, he's stubborn and won't quit accept your fate. He'll fight back then. We'll see when the time comes, Jean. But as I said earlier, I like the way you're handling things, Jean. We had more fun watching the active and energetic Jean. Combine that with the current you, and you'll probably have the complete you. Compile 3 days before the rating game Jean Skyward. It's been a few days since I last spoke with Elsha and Belzard. It was strange, I won't lie. Right now, I was in the underworld, but it was quite different. Why? That's because, boom, you still lack fluid movement, the both of you. Make your movement more precise, less strained. The Gremory Peerage was being trained by Scat Hack. She used the door last night and came by for a quick visit. She got acquainted with more of my friends, as well as Irina and Griselda. They were surprised to see her there, but she declared herself their teacher after a few minutes of chatting. She liked the room I picked for her, even though it looked the same as everyone's before they changed it and added their own things to it. Despite all of them having higher raw power than Scat Hack, she was doing well. Middle tier God class versus 2 super devils at the peak and dragon gods at varying ranks. She had to use her runes to heal a few times, but she's been controlling the entire fight so far. To think you would snag the Witch of Doing Scathe just like that, Jean. She even has a ring already. Azazel, when he found out and met Scat Hack earlier, decided to start day drinking for the day. He was on his 5th can, and it was already after 4 in the afternoon. Will he be okay? She's not part of it. She's just a teacher and roommate. For now, it's always for now, Jean. Actually, you're both dense and not at the same time. What the hell is up with that? Drake's mark appears on my hand. I have also been meaning to ask you that, partner. Looks like the Heavenly Dragon, and I agree on something. I have said this time and time again already, but I guess I'll say it again. I feel like a broken record at this point. Valerie, who was beside me, also listened in. Just because I helped or saved you, women in particular, it's not my intention for them to fall in love with me. So, when I help them and they start treating me a bit differently, or better the next time I see them, I don't automatically assume they're in love with me or anything like that. I just assume they're just acting strange or being friendly because I help them. So many lonely men out there presume So just because they receive basic kindness and believe the female is interested in them. But that's just not the case 90% of the time. I've read many cases of it online. Just use your phone right now, and you'll find posts about it all over the internet, no matter how dense I seem. I'm just gauging the situation between us. Case in point, Hephaestus. I helped her with her ID theft, and she started to act differently. I assumed the same thing and left it at that. But she started to text me frequently over the last few weeks, and it's clear she likes me. I have acknowledged that and have begun to text the same way. I'll probably ask her out at some point in the future, probably when I go to the Greek god's realm again, or just visit her there in my free time. So, you're trying to see if they like you, or just like you as a friend, right? If you help a woman and get kindness in return, they're just being considerate. They don't want to sleep with you just because of your previous actions. That kind of mindset is just involuntary celibates. Valerie adds to the conversation as Azazel looks at her. She had her phone out and was probably looking up the word. Involuntary celibates, or incel. A member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually, typically associated with views that are hostile toward women and men who are sexually active. Have you met one yet, Gene? No. In this world, no. I mean, Aquino told me about the thing that happened last year to her about some guy called Chase, or whatever his name was. I don't think I would label him an incel. However, he was desperate for her even after being rejected. But I probably did meet some in my old world. There are many around the globe, whether here or in my past world. It's almost inevitable. So that's how you play it then? I see. We'll keep that in mind then. Drake also made a grunt before his mark vanished, whatever the case may be. I'm not dense. I just refuse to accept that they fell in love with me without properly knowing me first. Love at first sight is rare and almost never happens. Doom! Jaya my skirt. Gasper screamed in despair as his skirt was damaged. Azazel turns back to me and taps my shoulder. All right, Gene. What's with Gasper and that bishop from Saror Bale's peerage? Oh, yeah, it's nothing, just love blossoming. I told him what happened when I went to visit Sarorg the day after the youth gathering. Azazel snorted, but was strangely proud of Gasper. I knew that cross-dressing Shota had it in him. He's just small and hellgrow, so he wants to stay a Shota forever. Azazel of High School DxDEX is anything to go by Diodora Astaroth. Damn him. Damn him. Damn him. What the fuck? How dare that disgusting human, that disgusting lizard, do this to me? I, Diodora Astaroth, had my power sealed by the middleman and Red Dragon Emperor, so my plans are a bit challenging now. I need to kidnap Asia Argento. On my Asia, I want to break you, add you to my peerage, and make you completely mine. That's my way of life. After all, dominating anyone who stands in my way, it's the ultimate pleasure. Asia Argento also has the sacred gear Twilight Healing and shall make an excellent piece for my peerage. However, I haven't been able to use my powers recently. It happened after meeting the middleman during the youth gathering. I didn't do anything to him unless the rumors of his harem, Asia being one of them, TCH. So he sealed them. Diodora. I turn around and see Shalba Beelzebub Sama, one of the original descendants of the Satans. He also hates the current devil system and wants to change it as a whole. I couldn't care less. However, if they help me achieve my own goals, I don't mind lending a hand. Shalba Beelzebub Sama, how can I be of service? I do not feel any power from you. What has happened? TCH, he can even feel that. I might die if I don't tell him the truth, but if I do, I might also die. Quite a pickle I've been put in. Either way, I may perish. I shall tell him the truth. It's that vermin again. You're still useful. Take this. He throws something at me, and I catch it was a tool of sorts. Avetsa of the Rogue Fallen Angels has successfully created her first batch of artificial sacred gears. She has put one of the pseudo-divine beasts within that scared gear. It's called Cathoga, reptilian king of the swamps. The Cathoga is a chimeric creature combining aspects of fish, reptiles, primates, and insects. Its body is quadrupedal with a sloping back. Its backside is covered in muddy green crocodilian scales, and its underbelly has scales that are a pale flesh tone. A row of spines runs down its back and underbelly, on its elbows and heels. Its feet and paws possess long, sharp claws. It has a dark brown mane on the back of its head, and another mane at the base of its thin but muscular tail. The Cathoga's head has two very small, glowing white eyes, exposed gums, angular fish-like teeth, and two pairs of tusked mandibles, a large one and a smaller one below the larger one, bordered by long, coarse whiskers. Additionally, a counterbalance has already been unlocked. It will help you somewhat, though seeing how weak you become. You'll only reach ultimate class with its help. It can use water manipulation, increase strength, and defenses. As I said, it's one of the earlier batches, so there's no way to reach a state similar to Juggernaut Drive or break down the beast. This is enough. With this, I can win. An artificial sacred gear. That woman. If I didn't have this fetish, I would try adding her to my harem. At the very least, try to disrupt as much as you can when the time comes. When Shalba Beelzebub left, I found myself with this new, powerful tool. How lucky I am. It was in the shape of a large tooth. I felt a giant grin spread across my face. Shalba Beelzebub, after I left the heir of the Astaroth clan, Diodora, I went to a different part of the newly established Cows Brigade's base. In the past few months, we have received more vials for our organization. I am not sure how or where they came from, but they provided us with a significant increase in power. Our current leaders of the organization were Rizavim Levon Lucifer, Jibrail, MK Chell, and Izerful, but they have alluded that there may be others above them. These four are above and beyond what I am capable of, but with them, we can make our dreams come true. It wouldn't be a stretch to say they are in the top 10 strongest on our planet. I say even the god of destruction, Shiva, may have some trouble with them. Sacred gear wielders are useless against Rizavim. Our factions within our organization have also increased in the last few months. The addition of the Wizards of Oz, Hexenact, Monkai Association, the Nibiru's Clan, Seekers of Truth, and a new alliance of hell led by Hades. We are more than ready to change this world. Shalba. I heard my name being called out. I turn to my left, and Euclid Lucifuge. We must speak. The day of the raiding game, Underworld, Grimmery Territory Gene Skyward, it was the day of the battle. The raiding game was upon them. They stood underneath the Grimmery home. A special teleportation circle was being used to transport the two peerages to where the fight was going to take place. Azazel had given them a pep talk earlier. I was the only one left with them, while Valerie, Graphia, and Kuroko were with me. They'll need to do the same thing as I did before their match against Riser. All right, you lot. You've been training for this day for the past month. I assume you're ready. Azazel gave you a talk, and probably an informal meeting last night. I don't need to say much more, but I went to Zenobia first. Don't be afraid to use Durandal or Grand Chariot, all right? But since you're a muscle brain woman, try to keep your destruction to a minimum. Zenobia blushes at that and nods. I have been learning to keep the same destruction on a smaller scale. Leanne San and Scathack San have said as much. Asia stood next to her. She had a much calmer look on her. The same for everyone else. This was their second raiding game, but there was still a hint of nervousness in the air. Like everyone else, you grew in power and had much more control than the others. The same with Gasper. Do your best to support everyone. Yes, I moved to Gasper, the guy. He really changed, huh? Due to me, Valerie, and Coriana. I wonder if she'll be cheering for him today? Who am I kidding? She definitely will be, even if they'll be enemies in the future. Jayasuk, I don't have much else to say, but go show them out there how cool and manly you can be. Yes, Jean Senpai. Kibgyu before I could say anything. He grabbed me and hugged me. I didn't know what to think, so I just hugged him back. He finally let me go and smiled at me. That's all I need, Jean Senpai. Is that so? All right, then. Do your best out there. Kiba, a bit surprised by his hug. I awkwardly go to the next person. Chiron beat him up. Yes, short and simple. We connected a few days ago and have become closer. She doesn't like long and drawn-out things, so I kept it simple. While we haven't done it, we have done lewd things. I walked over to Aquino as she was standing there all proper like usual. But she had an expectant look. Aquino, you are the queen, their senior. Guide them and do your best to help. I know your parents and Tobio will be watching. Yes, If the Himejima clan Suzaku and the others were watching, they would be shocked by how much Akino has progressed. Well, Suzaku, not so much. But those old geezers would be. Prove them wrong today. This rating game is being shown to the supernatural world at large. Rias. Gene, I know. I'm ready. We planned and trained. I'm confident we'll take the win today. No, it's not arrogance, it's just pure confidence. We won't be looking down on the Citri peerage. That would be an insult to Sona. We'll fight them at our best while being limited in whatever the rules may be. Good answer. Good luck, and we'll be cheering on for you guys. I pat her on the head as she smiles. I leave them and stand beside Valerie. They all answer with a yes before being teleported away. Now then, let's see how this plays out. Spectator Lounge, Ajin, welcome. I had teleported Valerie and Kuroka back to Kuo as I was the only one permitted to be here, not including Grafia as she's still employed by the Gremories. She and everyone else back home will be watching the rating game on the living room TV. As I got there, Surzex welcomed me, and I saw numerous devils there, but Astery was not there. Seeing this, Surzex continued. Astery will be the arbiter for today's match. I see. Gene boy, it's been some time. It was a one-eyed old man wearing an old-looking hat. He had a white beard that was so long that it seemed to touch the floor. His clothes, rather than being luxurious, also consisted of just a single robe. He held a walking staff, but he didn't have it because he hurt his lower back. Odin, I've been here with the devils and the fallen angel brat. Come here, or they'll bore me to death. At least Seraphal is wearing a magical girl outfit. Bwahaha. I glance at Seraphal as she waves at me. I shake my head. I can't exactly stop her from wearing something so revealing. I walk over with Surzex and sit beside Odin. Seraphal also joins me with Grafia beside her. Someone else was also with Odin. It was Rosweiss. I glance at her and she waves at me. Odin catches this and snorts. Rosweiss, go over to your boyfriend. I can handle myself. Wajin isn't he's. Kia. Odin grabs Rose's shoulders and yeets her towards me, conveniently placing her on my lap as she lets out another yelp. You even have a Valkyrie. Potentially two, Azazel boy. Two. Azazel was glaring at me. What the hell do you mean by two? All I know is Rosweiss, and I are in a good relationship. I mean, Brynhild, she, and I are on amicable terms at least. I'm sorry, Jean'll get to just stay. She turns redder, but doesn't try to leave. I had all eyes on me again. But Odin turns to Surzex and speaks. I heard about it. Isn't it true, Surzex, Seraphal, that your family members are fighting? Geez, making your precious younger sisters face each other, even though they're close friends. You people are so terrible. You really are devils. If she can't break through this much, then her hopes for her future as a devil won't be born. It's already decided that my Sona-chan will win. Each Satan believed that their sister would win. After all, Odin then turns to me and grins. Gene boy, can I ask you a question? A sure shoot. If you were facing Rias as an opponent, who would you definitely remove from the Gremory group? If you asked me this months ago, then I would say Akino, she, is the queen and has the next highest authority within the group. She's also like a big sister to everyone in it. But if we're talking about real-life battles, and as arrogant as this sounds me, though that's next to impossible, tension was a factor in battle. It was often the case that the balance would crumble with a single change in that, and one side would quickly lose as a result. The reverse was also possible. I was an emotional pillar for Rias and the others. The reason for that was already obvious. In the past, dragons were known to attract others. I wasn't an exception to that either. That was a result of people being attracted to the dragon that was lodged inside me, whether that was Draig, Albion, or the outer dragon blood within me. Surzex joined his hands together and spoke with a serious look. Sona will aim for that. He was worried about his younger sister. That much was obvious. Am not there. So shall aim for Akino or Kiba. While Akino is the official ace, that was Kiba's title before I trained them. But I trust that they're much stronger than that, both physically, emotionally, and mentally. That's one hell of a mouth you got there. But I do agree, take out the key pillars of that group, and they crumble. While it's powerful, it has a very large weakness. The game finally started Rias Gremory. Once the circle transported us, we were in a very familiar place. I was inside of some kind of store, It had many tables. I stepped out of this floor a bit and looked around the interior. There was a vast shopping mall there. Familiar stores were lined up within the interior, and there was a glass-ceilinged atrium. Light spilled down through the glass. This oblong shopping mall and this glass atrium, they were the ones that I knew well. I didn't expect that the department store near Kuo Academy would serve as the stage. I say as my family joins me. They were also taking a look around. Everyone, the queen of the Lucifer group, Astery, will be carrying the role of arbiter in the rating game between the Gremory group and the Citri group on this occasion. Asterione-sama. Just like during the battle with Riser, there was an announcer, but I didn't expect Astery Gremory would be the one conducting it. Her introduction is slightly different from Graphia. That time Graphia called herself a servant of the Gremory family. Yet this time Asterione-sama clearly stated that she was part of the Lucifer group. Was it because the quality of the game was slightly different from last time? In the name of my king and husband, Sir Zex Lucifer, I will watch over the battle between these two families. It's a pleasure to be here. To get right to the main topic, the battlefield for today is the department store within the neighborhood of the school Kuo Academy that Ria-sama and Sona-sama attend, which has been prepared within a separate space as the game field. It's a place where we are all familiar, so we have an advantage there. But the same thing can be said for Sona. This department store, which had become our battleground, was a two-story building. It wasn't that big in terms of height. However, it was a long shopping mall across its 2 floors and the atrium, so it was considerably large horizontally. The rooftop was a parking lot. Besides that, there was also a multi-story parking garage elsewhere. Both groups have been transported to their respective bases. Ria-sama's base is on the 2nd floor of the east side, while Sona-sama's base is on the 1st floor of the west side. In order for pawns to promote, please go to your opponent's bases. Our base and our enemy's base were at opposite ends of the department store. We were on the most eastern side of the 2nd floor. The opponents were on the westernmost side of the 1st floor. Around our base, there was a pet shop, an arcade center, a dining floor, a bookshop, and a drugstore. On the 1st floor beneath our base, there was a branch store of a major secondhand bookshop company and a sports supply shop. Over on the opponent's side, there was a grocery shop, an electrical appliance store, a junk food shop, and a general goods store. During the battle, each side would have to respectively head towards the other end of the department. That was simple and clear, but it wouldn't go like that. This time, there will be special rules. Documents on this have been sent to each group, so please check them. A single bottle of the healing item Phoenix Tears has been provided for each team. Furthermore, the time to strategize before the battle is 30 minutes. Contact with the opponent during this time is forbidden. The game is scheduled to start after 30 minutes. Then let the strategy time begin. After the announcement, everyone quickly gathered together. We couldn't waste even 1 minute of this time. The battlefield is modeled on the department store near Kuo Academy, so it's an indoor battle. I said this while looking at a guide map of the department store's interior that was depicted on the dining floor's wall. In my hands, I also had a personal diagram of the place divided into chess squares. We had encamped ourselves in the dining room and were formulating our strategy. An indoor battle. So, the rating game has that kind of battlefield as well. I thought about how each side had a base on the vast battlefield, and how we would have to run around on this field. It was like that during the House of Phoenix battle as well. Rather, the stage was the department store near our school. This was a place we often came to on our way back from school. More than 90% of the students attending Kuo Academy knew about the appearance of the store's interior. Jean, Asia, and I have also come here on our days off. We also looked over the document with the special rule that had been sent to us. The rule this time states, don't destroy the department store, which has become the battlefield. In other words, we can't do any showy battles. I narrowed her eyes. I see. So this is what Jean meant by the rules being in heavy favor of Sona and her peerage. That really is troublesome. A battle of massive attacks has been mostly sealed. Aquino put a hand against her cheek with a troubled face. She gave her opinion after letting out a sigh. Gasper Kun's eyes will not be as effective. There are too many places to hide in the department store. All the goods and products have also been replicated, so there's an overflowing number of objects to obstruct his vision. There is also the possibility of a surprise attack in the dark. It's troubling. This is a disadvantageous battlefield for our special abilities. Because the Grimoire group's forte is to battle showily, we're completely sealed. I believe that we were strong, but everything has completely changed just because of this rule. I shook her head at Akino's words. No, Gasper's eyes couldn't be used from the start. They put in a restriction on it here. The use of Gasper Vlada's sacred gear is forbidden, it says. The reason is clear and simple, since he still can't perfectly control it yet. They judged that it would be problematic if the entire game was spoiled by his eyes going out of control. It seemed that they provided him with sacred gear-sealing glasses developed by Azazel. Since it was made for Gasper's exclusive use, it won't have any particular bad influence on his body. But what they don't know is Gasper has very good control of it now. He's trained with it, after all, though the rest of the Devil Society doesn't know that. It's fine, President. I can fight without it. I can also provide reconnaissance using my bat forms in darkness. Gasper answered with a determined look on him. I'm so proud of him. He's come a long way in a short time. Jean, Valerie, and Coriana have helped in many ways. I won't need to worry about him that much anymore. Yes, we spoke about that last night after Azazel left. We'll leave that up to you, Gasper. Yes, President. The raiding game isn't something you can win simply by having a lot of power. Depending on the terrain and the rules, the battle situation changes radically. Because this is a ground where even devils that lack strength can depend on wisdom and rise higher. It has become popular in the underworld and among the other powers. The rules this time may be disadvantageous to us. However, if we can't make up for this, we won't be able to win and advance in the games from now on. Even a pawn can take down the king. This is not only a basic rule in chess, but also a proverb of the raiding games. In other words, it implies that anyone can win with the proper method. Akino also approved of my words and nodded. That's right. There may be indoor battles like this on true battlefields as well from now on. If that were the case, we wouldn't be able to completely display our power like today. This may be a good opportunity for us. Today's battle is most suitable for getting used to indoor team battles. I look back at the map and nod, let's do this. Then it was the appointed time. We had gathered in the dining floor and were waiting for the starting time. Then, an announcement streamed through the store. It is now time to begin. Furthermore, the time limit for this game will be a blitz style of 3 hours. Then, without further ado, game start. Jean predicted it again. There was a time limit and it was shorted blitz, huh? Your instructions are just as we agreed on before. Kaneko, Yudo, and Zenobia will split into 2 separate groups. Kaneko will advance through the store interior by herself. Yudo and Zenobia will advance forward via the parking garage. Gasper will transform into many bats and do surveillance and reporting inside the store. According to the condition of your progress, me, Akino, and Asia will go by the route of Kaneko. I had prepared the same transceivers that we used on the raiding game against Riser. Everyone listened to my instructions. Now then, my cute servant devils. This is our second raiding game. We won our first. Let's get our second win. Yes. Shiro and Tiju then. Zenobia, let's go. Yes, Kiba. Kiba-senpai and Zenobia-senpai headed out first. They rushed out from the dining floor and headed down the path that connected to the parking garage. According to Kiba-senpai, it was confirmed that there were cars in the parking lot. However, they seemed to be mere imitations. So, charging using the car was apparently impossible. Now then, I was next to leave after Kiba-senpai and Zenobia-senpai. I left the place behind and headed out. I was going to use my powers to the full without causing needless destruction. President's reading was this. She predicted that the enemy would read our movements as following. I would burst into the base while avoiding battle as much as possible, but if I came across anyone, I would eliminate them. The quick-witted Kiba-senpai and Zenobia-senpai would move together and go around back through the parking garage to the base. There they would disturb the enemy's formation and attract the attention of the enemy. Everyone would temporarily pull out and then attack once again. President would also move out at this time. Since we didn't have a pawn, this was our strategy. President assumed that President Sona would read us like this, and so did the opposite instead. I was moving forward just as President Sona, would predict. They would also receive an attack. But our true main offense was Kiba's senpai and Zenovia's senpai. It wasn't a diversion, but a genuine attack. Instead, I would be the feint. Since the opponent would aim at me and send out several assassins, President predicted that the area around the king would be short-staffed. Of course, assassins would also be sent after the parking garage group, but we expected that it wasn't secured that much and would be assaulted by Kiba's senpai and Zenovia's senpai. Meanwhile, we would aim at the king and claim checkmate. I had my cat ears and tail out as I read the flow of spirit around my immediate area. 2 people were heading towards me. At my pace, I will meet up with them in 10 minutes. While we had a time limit, we didn't need to rush and accidentally destroy the place. Above, Tuju-chan will be attacking first. It was Saji senpai. He prepared to attack me while positioning himself for a knee kick. Moreover, there was someone on his back. Dogon. I guarded myself with both arms, and the impact didn't hurt. It felt like a leaf slapping them. The both of them were surprised, but quickly recovered themselves. Jo, Koneko-chan. Saji senpai had appeared. Next to him, the one who had been riding on his back was a girl. A member of the student council. I think she was a first-year student. She often acted together with Saji senpai for behind him. Saji senpai's right arm had a black snake wound around it several times. Its shape was different from before. There had just been a deformed lizard head there before. Did his sacred gear change? Wait, there was a black snake wound around on my left arm as well, and it was connected to Saji senpai's sacred gear. He must have put it on me when he attacked before. I felt my power being sucked, but since I was much stronger than him, I barely felt it. What? Is he sucking out my blood? I frowned. I focused a large and condensed amount of tuki around my hand and chopped it off. Saji senpai and the other member became dumbfounded. Yeah, you can do that. I trained hard to make it even tougher to cut, Sucking my energy and blood is no good. Senpai. Gay. She found out already. Saji senpai recoiled and confirmed my suspicions. The girl behind him shook her head in disappointment and smacked him on the head. You're not meant to confirm it for her. You doofus. Sona Citri Samus, 2 Bishop retires. The voice of Astri-sama resounded through the raiding game field. Saji and the other first year looked surprised. Wait a minute, weren't they meant to confront Gasper-kun? Didn't President Sona predict it? How did they lose to? No offense, but to Gasper-kun. Gaspy is a lot stronger. He doesn't need to rely on his sacred gear. We were contacted and told that Gasper-kun's sacred gear was sealed according to the rules. As such, it was inevitable that he would use his vampire powers instead. He will change into bats and observe the situation within the store. This is what President Sonas thought. So he utilized our base. Your base? That was the grocery store. Saji continued further. First, one of our members moves suspiciously at the Citri base. Then, Gasper-kun, who was doing surveillance, would naturally be interested and follow them, Then, when we showed more suspicious behavior, he would call the other bats he had launched and start to observe with several of them. When all the many bats had gathered, that's when it happened. If something happens to the bats, when all of them are gathered, they revert back to Gasper's body. Near the place where the bats had assembled together was garlic, a vampire's greatest dislike. Our base is a grocery store on the first floor of the west side. There were large quantities of garlic left there. It was supposed to be easy to catch Gasper with that, but they didn't predict that Gasper would be as strong as the rest of us. No, they didn't underestimate him. They just didn't see him as powerful as the rest of us. He did perform well during our last raiding game. So why? We miscalculated. That's all anyway. We have to make up here. Sorry about this, Kaneko-chan. Ruruko, back me up. I want to help President reach the top of the raiding game world. She helped me during a tough time in my life. So, even if we're classmates, even if you're my senpai, you'll be winning this. Rumble. What's happening now? The heck kind of aura is coming from you? Saji senpai panicked and shot another line towards me, but the aura that I was releasing blocked it, and he didn't reach me. Seeing this, they both jumped back far away. Dwash. Don. Gun. Wa arc. I had disappeared and reappeared in front of the other first year. I sent a Tuki-covered punch into her gut. and once she started to fall, I followed it up with a kick to the face. She crashed to the ground with minimal damage. She then disappears. Sona Citri-sama, 1 pawn retires. I was already in my Nakomata level 2 since the start of the game. Saji-senpai. I know you and President Sona have dreams, but President Rias also has hers. We will be the ones victorious today. Shit. He curses and shoots out another line towards me. I swiftly dodge it and close the gap between us. His eyes widen, a wide variety of emotions present in them. Don, ga. I punched him 3 times with my fists infused in 2k, in the middle of his stomach, on his liver, and then on his face. The light in his eyes fades as he lost consciousness. Ko Niko-chan, Saji-senpai, managed to utter before falling to the ground and disappear. Saji-senpai got up. He was badly injured but refused to retire. He was shakily standing on his own 2 feet and had a fearsome smile on him. I want to retire that easily. Kaneko-chan, I have a dream. It's also President Sona's dream. I want to see it happen. I want fall yet. I haven't even done anything. Saji-senpai sent out his absorption line at me again. I dodged it swiftly and closed the gap between us again, but to my surprise, he was already swinging a hook at me. Don. I caught it with one hand and elbowed him on the stomach again. Guha. Not yet. I want fall yet. Kaneko-chan. I want to look cool too. I want girls to like me too. I want to be like Jin-senpai. He was about to fall, but stubbornly steadied himself again. Blood was coming out of his mouth, but that stupid, fearsome smile was still on his face, while tears streamed from his eyes. His sacred gear had already disappeared. AF. He ran towards me with his fist held high. Saji-senpai wasn't going down without a fight. I like this determination, senpai. But it's just a futile struggle. Don. I attacked the same spots again. This time he fell to the ground, completely out cold. Sona Citri-sama, 1 pawn retires. You were really cool, Saji-senpai. I know you'll get stronger in the future. I think Jin-senpai will agree. I look forward and nod to myself. I need to keep moving forward, towards our enemy's base. Kiba-Yudo. It had been several minutes since the game had begun. Kiba-Yudo, and Zenovia Korda entered the multi-story parking lot. We advanced forward while cautiously looking through the dimly lit parking lot. Because we had both encountered a lot of spies in our missions, moving forward like this was our strong point. I walked in front and then, after I confirmed that there was no one hiding under cover ahead of us, I called back to Zenovia behind me for her to move forward as well. We repeated this many times and gradually advanced through the parking lot. The plan was to descend down the car passages on the 2nd floor and go down to the 1st floor. The elevator was also functioning, but we feared being attacked while we rode it down. We had no choice but to advance with the most reliable method. We advanced down the passage from the 2nd floor and set foot on the 1st floor of the parking lot. There was a silhouette before us. Looking closely, it was a glasses-wearing girl with long black hair. I knew her. President Sona's queen, the vice president of the student council, Shinra Tsubaki-senpai. She held a naginata in her hand. That's right, I had heard that she was a naginata user, and she held a considerably high rank with it as well. How do you do? Kiba-Yudo-kun, Zenovia-san. I knew that you would come here. Shinra-senpai spoke indifferently. There were 2 girls at her side, a girl with a tall figure and a slender girl carrying a Japanese sword. The tall girl was called Yuri-san, a rook. The girl holding the Japanese sword was called Meguri-san, a knight. Yuri-san excelled in hand-to-hand combat techniques, while Meguri-san was a member of a clan that made their living on the extermination of evil spirits. I see. So you stationed 3 people at the parking lot, President Sona. She read us well. She had secured this place. She predicted that we would be the ones most likely to attack. Zenovia summoned Durandal to her side. Normally with the special rule we would have avoided using that, but she had been training tirelessly during our break, and she wields it much better. Even during the 5 years we spent in the pocket dimension, however, she focused more on its destructive capabilities. Sona Citri-samus, 2 bishop retires. All the members of the Citri peerage that were present with us, they were shocked. It looked like they weren't expecting that outcome. It seems like we underestimated Gasper Kuin nevertheless. We shall emerge victorious. Shinra-senpai said in a calm tone. The other two also composed themselves. I felt pride swell up within me. Gasper Kuin and I have been training relentlessly during the 5 years, and as well as over the summer. We won't lose that easily. Quash. Zenobia and I appeared beside the rook and knight of the Citri peerage, Yuri-san and Meguri-san. They hadn't caught up to what we did. I summoned a demonic sword and swung it at Yuri-san. Zenobia also swung Durandal at Meguri-san. Gong, Don, KH, HNNNG. At the last second, no, their bodies moved before their thoughts caught up and barely blocked us. Both Yuri-san and Meguri-san were sent away from each other. Shinra-senpai was still standing in place. I nodded Zenobia. We were going to finish this part and confront Shinra-senpai together. I dashed towards Yuri-san. She had managed to correct herself and readied herself. I appeared in front of her again. She sent a roundhouse kick to my face. I easily dodge it by ducking down. Using this momentum, I sweep her off her feet with my leg. I changed the normal demonic sword I had with my holy eraser. I could have started to do something, but I immediately hit her with my sword again. Bang! I wasn't aiming to kill her, but she should have sustained enough damage with that once the dust cleared from the small damage within the area. Sona, Citri-sama 1 rook, and 1 knight retires. It seems like Zenobia took out Meguri-san too. I quickly made my way back to where Shinra-senpai was at when I got there. Zenobia was already confronting her. The two of them clashed, Zenobia using Durandal and Shinra-senpai with her Naginata Tang. Dang! Clang! Zenobia, she was matching Shinra-senpai's strength. She didn't want to end it quickly, she wanted to fight her equally. Why? I tried to move forward, but Zenobia put her left hand out telling me not to help or join. This was a raiding game, but she'll be fine on her own, so I stood back. Sona, Citri-sama 1 pawn retires. Kaneko-chan. So, she beat one of them, but which one? Was it Saji-kun? Or the other pawn that President has? Dang! I looked back as Zenobia had disarmed Shinra-senpai. Her Naginata had been embedded into the wall. Zenobia brought her Durandal up and swung it down onto Shinra-senpai, but she had a smile on her. Sacred gear, mirror of recollection, mirror Alice. A huge ornamented mirror appeared in front of Shinra-senpai. Zenovia's slash continued without stopping and crushed the mirror. Zuun. A wave was released from the broken mirror and attacked Zenobia. Zenobia quickly defended herself with a defensive barrier and blocked the attack. TCH, Shinra-senpai clicked her tongue as Zenobia landed back on the ground. She fixes herself and looks back at us. When this mirror is destroyed, the impact on it is doubled and returned to the opponent. I am a counter user. Kiba Yudo-kun. It was a mistake to send the power-type Zenobia-san against me. But I didn't expect her to be able to react on time. You've trained quite hard, haven't you? Very well. I took you too lightly, forgive me. I will show you what I'm truly capable of. What did she mean? Zenobia released more of her aura. It was condensed and didn't go wild. Then she summoned it. Her sacred gear Carnage Incarnate, Grand Chariot. Zenobia Corda. The aftermath of the events with Kokabeel and Azrael was over. I approached Rias Gremory. She was confused, and I asked her to make me a devil. A devil? Why do you want to become a devil? Perhaps I wasn't as strong as a believer like Sister Griselda or Irina, but after finding out that God no longer existed, I started to question myself. Though something much more spectacular happened after that, yes. Seeing Jean like that was strange, the laid-back, sarcastic, and aloof Red Dragon Emperor who only wanted a harem. The aura he was releasing at that time was sickening. Anyway, please turn me into a devil. I can be a lot freer by being one. I can pursue things I never would have imagined. I also want to apologize to Asia Argento. Also, do you not need more pieces for your peerage? Rias Gremory falls into thinking for a full minute before looking back at me. It is true that I need more pieces for my family. Then I welcome you to it, Zenobia. From this day onward you shall serve me. She pulls out a single piece my other night. I was mesmerized by the sight. The truth, as well, Jean was some kind of unimaginable god. The place he brought us, the pocket dimension. It was a place we could train and gain strength. while honing our skills even further. A perfect place for me. What are you waiting for? Go ahead. I look at Gene. He had an indifferent expression, much like the time when I asked him to move into his home per the request of my new king, Rias Gremory. I would have thought he would be against it, but he gave her and I the okay. Oh, no, it's nothing. I walk away when I felt someone grip my arm. I looked towards it, and it was Asia Argento. Zenobia-san, would you like some help? Even after all I said, you still have it in your heart to be kind to me? How far does your kindness reach? Will it ever stop? I smile and nodded as Asia pulled me away. I turn to look at Gene, and he gives me a small nod. I still need to apologize to you, Asia. Yeah, you're giving this to me? WY, I think it will fit you. Your compatibility with it is quite high. Gene had approached me during our time in the pocket dimension. He offered to give me a sacred gear he created a few months back. He called it Carnage Incarnate. Grand Chariot. I take it. I know you can handle it. Zenobia. He put it on my lap and left. I was just given something unimaginable, though knowing what and who he really is, then it isn't really that unbelievable, is it? Many things have happened since then. Today was my first raiding game with everyone else. I had swiftly bested Meguri-san of the Citri group. She was a fellow night piece. I had finished before Kiba-Yudo, so I decided to confront the Queen Shinra Tsubaki-senpai by myself. I had been careless. I was nearly hit by my own attack, however, since I had held back, so the attack wasn't as lethal, but it did leave a bad taste in my mouth. I had heard from Scat-Hack-Shish that Jean had held back against her in their duel, however. It was at an appropriate level of strength, so I thought I would mimic it here. I didn't want to fight to end too quickly, but we also needed to win. Dragon God class? Knowing I have strength like that is still quite hard to accept, but seeing how I was nearly hurt, I decided to use this. What is that? I had summoned a black short sword, Carnage Incarnate, Grand Chariot. I had experimented with the use of this during my time in the pocket dimension, and unlike Jean, I had managed to activate it without needing to stab it into the ground. I released my wings and float up. I can't destroy the surroundings, and I want to show the world this power the man that I adore made it. After all, I want him to see me use it. Carnage Incarnate, Grand Chariot. Kiba-Yudo answered Shinra-senpai's question. She was confused and looked back and forth between us with a confused expression. Kiba-Yudo didn't answer, but kept silent. I raised the sword into the sky. Grand Chariot. A giant blue, humanoid-looking type beast appeared from the ground behind me. Azure flames also erupted around the beast, and as well as around me, while one of my pupils turned into a shape of a blue star. The beast then dives forward, consuming my entire body. A few moments later, the area around me bursts into a large blue light. When the light disappeared, I was standing there covered in a black, full-body armor with a phantasmagoric defensive film and around my back. I also resummoned Durandal back into my hands. This is the new Longinus gene created a few months back. It's called Carnage Incarnate, Grand Chariot. And it'll end our fight now. Fwhip. Wash. I held Durandal in one hand and forced Shinra-senpai into the air alarmed. She tried to resist, but couldn't do anything. Mirror Alice. She preemptively summoned her sacred gear again, sorry. But that won't work. Shinra-senpai. I flew forward at greater speeds than before. This shocked the queen of the Citri peerage. I held Durandal above my head and swung down as I got within proximity of her. Swing. Great Dragon Shock. Once I was behind Shinra-senpai, the area around us reverberated, and a small yet powerful shockwave occurred. Shinra-senpai looked like she was cut in half, but that was just an illusion. This attack attacked from the inside. She started to fall down. Her sacred gear didn't even properly activate. Did it have some kind of threshold in the amount of damage it could reflect back? I had concluded that that's what her sacred gear did. I may or may not be wrong. I shall ask her about it after this game. Kiba-Yudo stood there and watched the queen of the Citri peerage plunge until Sonath Citri-sama, one queen, retires. The announcement was made, and she disappeared. I land back down and left my balance breaker state. I walk up to Kiba-Yudo as he held his hand up, and we high-five. Nice job. We kept the damage to a minimum. Yes, you too. Though Great Dragon Shock? Did you name that attack after Jean-senpai? Yes, I love him. He had a surprised look on him before chuckling and shaking his head. I see, let's go then. Chiron Tuju Sona Citri Sama 1 Queen retires. It seemed like Kiba Senpai and Zenobia Senpai were successful in their battles. That means only the king was left. It was only President Sona left on the battlefield. Meanwhile, we still had everyone else with us. Kaneko-chan. I heard a voice behind me, and it was Gatsby. He had joined me. We had discussed that if he came across anyone else, he would have to defeat them and then join me. I had gone at a moderate pace so that he could catch up. Offense team, can you hear me? We're now advancing towards the enemy base as well. President Rios spoke through the communication device she had given us. I see. So President had finally started to move as well. The opening and middle stages were over, and we were heading to the last spurt all at once. After taking a big breath, I spoke to Gatsby. Let's go. He nodded, and we proceeded towards the final decisive battle. There was a place that looked like a central plaza in the center of the shopping mall. Surrounded by a circular bench, there was a clock pillar in the center of it. Shoppers that got tired with shopping frequently sat down there. Once we had advanced that far, I stopped walking. We weren't the first ones there since Zenobia Senpai and Kiba Senpai had arrived after that. We waited for Asia Senpai, Akino Senpai, and President Rios. They arrived soon after. We were confused since we didn't see President Sona. Kaneko, can you use your 2K to locate Sona's spirit? Yes. I focused on finding President Sona's life energy. I extended my range to the entirety of the mall, and I found her spectators lounge Jean skyward. This has been quite one-sided, don't you think? Odin says while stroking his beard. I could see a few devils there that I didn't recognize nodding to what he said. However, it was still entertaining. The Citri peerage had a well-thought-out plan, but Rios and her family just smashed it to the ground. I finished the sentence for one of the devils. They look at me and silently agree that's the thing. Power reigns all. Sometimes it doesn't matter if you have a plan. It can all crumble if your opponent or opponent's power is much larger than yours. Sona and her peerage range from low to high class in power, while Rios range from super devil to dragon god class that vary in ranks. That's like ants preparing plans to counter humans, and those humans were about to stomp on them. It really didn't matter if they were higher rank, then this would have been a lot more entertaining. Saji managed to even get a chance to show his cool side in his speech. Even though ISE didn't exist, he still managed to show it, albeit a shorter one. I look at Seraphal as she had a sad look on her. She did want her little sister to win, but I guess the gap between them was far too large at this point. Maybe their rematch in the future will be better. Jean Kuan. Surzex called out for me. I didn't turn to him, but kept looking at the screen in front of us. You already knew this would happen, didn't you? You did train Rios and her peerage, yes? Yeah, and I only trained them during our first term at school. I gave them some advice during the summer, and they mostly did their own training. Seraphal let out a sigh. He did fight Sotan and her peerage before going to meet the Greek gods, so it wasn't all that unfair they fought Draegshan. After all, right, I gave him a taste of what to expect through Draeg. The only thing left for Sona to do was train desperately and also come up with plans. Though from the results right now, it wasn't enough. Doom. Looks like it's settled. It's Sona versus the entire Gremory peerage. She doesn't really stand a chance. Rios Gremory President Sona is on the roof of the department store. Kaneko answered me, and I turned to my peerage. They nodded back at me, and we made our way there. If all goes well then, after confronting Sona, this will be her second win in a rating game. Even though it was mostly one-sided, everyone fought well. I think the deciding factor was when Gasper defeated both Sona's Bishop S. It didn't take us long to reach the roof of the department store. The sky outside was white, empty of anything, because it was within the space of the game. Our remaining 4 members had gone there. In front of us was Sona. She turned her gaze towards us and smiled bitterly. I then asked, Sona, why on the roof? The king must survive until the end. That is the duty of the king. If the king is taken out, the game would be over, right? Yes, I didn't question the profoundness of that. I did not expect Gasper Cohen to win against both my Bishop S. That was when I started to doubt my own plans. Perhaps I should have made more plans. Did you know we fought against the Welsh Dragon Draeg? Yes, I know of it. Jean told us after he came back for Greece. I nod, and Sona let out another bitter sigh. The battle between best friends started. An aura of water gathered around Sona. and gradually formed something. This was no ordinary amount of water. Looking at it, the water seemed to be collected from everywhere within the department store. As expected of the Citri family whose specialty is water magic. I had heard that the older sister's specialty was ice, while the younger sister's was water. In my magic, I carried my own power of destruction, an attack that destroys the opponent. Without hesitation, I fired magic bullets at my friend Sona Citri. The number of bullets was endless like that of a machine gun. The bullets were only about the size of softball, but I could feel the magic of high purity in each shot. It seemed that the results of my own training were showing. I wasn't attacking showily because of the rules. I had confidence in my control, so I decided to make quick work of this. Zabayan. Sona manipulated the water and made it into a wall, stopping my attacks. The instant that my magic hit, the water was also annihilated, but because she was gathering it from the entire building, it was unlimited. Now then, Rias, I shall thoroughly display my water techniques to you. President Sona transformed a large amount of water with magic. This turned it into many hawks that flew in the air, serpents that slithered on the ground, valiant lions, wolves that herded together, and several huge dragons as well. So, she can make this many different things at once. Her magic skill is even greater than before. She's trained a lot too, huh? Just as I wished for, Sona. Smiling fearlessly, I gathered a large amount of power of destruction and started to condense them into small bullets around and behind me. If you weren't strong enough, you will die if one of these hit you. Both of us excelled in the quality of our magic, but looking at it like this, I stood out in power while Sona stood out in technique. Both of us stood ready. Then, the two of us unleashed our attacks at each other at the same time. Resignation confirmed. It's Rias Grimmery Samus victory. Underworld Jeans skyward, well done, Saji. I was sitting by Saji's bed in one of the recovery rooms. The raiding game ended not too long ago, and an after-party was being held by Surzex to celebrate another victory for her sister. I had left saying I wanted to speak to Saji. While he didn't have that epic showdown with Issei during the canon match, he didn't go down in one hit like his partner in this game. To some, it would have looked like an awful and pathetic struggle, but to me, after hearing it from his own voice during the sponsor party a few days ago, it looked pretty cool to me. Even when being beaten up by Chiron, he kept on getting up and struggling for his dream, for Sona's dream. I think that's admirable. But I lost, I probably looked so pathetic. That's not true, Saji-kun. From the door was Surzex himself. Saji looked a bit startled as he walks over to us. He stands beside me with a smile. Surzex took out something and put it towards Saji. This is? Saji was nervously trembling. This is something awarded to the person who excelled and fought the most impressively in the raiding game. Surzex said that while smiling. However, I lost to Kaneko-chan. This isn't a situation where I should be receiving this. Saji grasped the sheets of his bed in apparent frustration and regret. That's true, but consequently, that battle with Kaneko Tuju was quite exciting for the devils watching. Even Odin, a god from the Norse mythology, was impressed by it. Surzex-sama took out a medal from the small box and put it on Saji's chest. You shouldn't humble yourself. Even a devil like you can aim for the top. I'm happy that I can see promising young devils of the future. Devote yourself more. I have high expectations of you. Then, Surzex patted Saji's head. It's fine no matter how many years or decades it takes. Continue aiming to be a raiding game teacher. At Surzex's words, Saji cried silently. His tears flowed down endlessly, and his face became disheveled. Saji, you displayed a gallant figure to a lot of people, because you fought a splendid battle. With that, Surzex started to leave the room. I added into the conversation Sona was brimming with a calm sense of pride. Sona is also surely happy that her prided servant had gained such a huge estimation. Saji fingered the medal on his chest, then wiped away his tears with his hand and nodded strongly. If it means anything, you really did look cool out there, man. Yes, thank you very much. I had left Saji to himself as he asked for some time. I was headed back to the party. As I entered, Rias and her peers were being praised to hell and back. Many were crowding around them. They were trying their best to answer to some questions being asked. They're quite excited, huh, Jean? Odin had joined me with Rossweiss behind him. I shrug and keep on watching from a distance. It's their night. After all, let them have fun. Will you be visiting us in Asgard again? You know, for the Alliance? I glanced at the old Norse god as he had a grin on him. Rossweiss just shook her head at him. Yeah, I will, unless you want to tell me the answer now. Huh, you'll have to wait until you get there, my boy. Now, where would the fun in telling you my answer now? Smack, smack. Odin let out a hearty laugh before smacking me twice on my back. There will be more gods that want to speak with you once you come back for that alliance. But do tell me when, since I need to gather them up. Sure thing. He smacked me again on the back before walking away while laughing and saying he'll be hanging out with some female devils. H.A.A. Rossweiss decided to stay and stood beside me. She was blushing, so decided to hold her hand that made her even redder. It hasn't been too long since our date, you know, hey Rose. We didn't get to speak much, did we? And no, how have you been? They'll be back in Asgard sooner or later, as well as meeting with you, Granny. And how about we go back to your hometown? Since he'll be setting up restaurants around the world at some point, I want to branch out to supernatural realms too. That includes Asgard. But it's in a remote countryside. There really isn't much there, including jobs. It's fine. I could just bring that with me when I make it big. We can even get a 100 yen shop put there. I felt her hand grip my hand tighter. Her emotions were, oi. Rossweiss, come here. Even when he said he didn't need her, Odin called for her. Running our little moment, Rossweiss composed herself quickly. He'll get going, Jean. Goodbye for now. Yeah, this party won't last too long, right? A few days later, it was nearly the end of summer vacation. I, along with the Grimmery group, were by the train station. The girls back at home called Rias and congratulated her. They said we would have another party at home. Well then, Jinkin, I look forward to the day we can meet again. You may return here at any time without hesitation. Think of the Grimmery family as your own family. Rias' father said that as many servants stood behind him. Thank you very much. They'll do just that then. I was smiling bitterly, but Rias' mother, Venelana, also affirmed it. Not at all. Vinkun, please take care of Rias in the human world. Since my daughter can be so selfish, I worry. And mother, W, what are you saying? Rias' face turned deep red. Goo, leave it to me, Venelana. You, I'm also being moved to tears. The future of my family is bright. Zeoticus was crying, and Venelana sighed beside him. Wait a minute, dear. Isn't this where the father is supposed to retaliate by saying something like, I won't give up my daughter yet? Even if you say that Jean Cohen seems to have surpassed my power already. So, isn't it enough already? I think it will be fine even if I settle down soon. Please wait until Rias has graduated from high school, at least before talking about retirement. We won't be getting married anytime soon, you know, not until we both at least graduate college. Rias, send us a letter during your remaining summer holidays. Surzex said that while carrying his son Millikas in his arms. Astri was standing beside them. Yes, Oni-sama. You stay well as well, Millikas. Yes, Riasne-sama. We had boarded the train and were giving our last farewells to Surzex and the others from the window. Since we had already done our homework at the start of summer, we could just take it easy. They'll also be surprised to see Irina and Griselda there, since I hadn't mentioned them moving in. I also had Surzex keep it a secret since I wanted to surprise them. Japan, Kuo Skyward household, eh? Irina. Oh no, grizzled pinch. Squish. As soon as we stepped into the living room, Zenobia spotted her former exorcist partner and exclaimed loudly. She also spotted Griselda, who teleported in front of her and started to pinch her cheeks. Griselda had that smile on her as she looks at Zenobia. I mean Sister Griselda Ding. Who could that be? Get it, Jean-san. We all heard the doorbell ring, and Asia decided to get it Kia. We heard Asia scream, and I flashed step back ready to throw some hands. Asia Argento, we finally meet. Asia was bewildered, and my own rage was starting to come through. How the fuck did this degenerate through the barrier? Oi, I came between them. But the mysterious delicate man questioned Asia with a sincere expression. So, you've forgotten me. We should have met that time. Diodora suddenly revealed his chest and showed a big scar there. It was a deep scar. Asia's eyes opened wide when she saw that. That wound, could it be Asia? Let go, this fuck was the reason you were exiled and kicked out of church. Yes, my face couldn't be seen back then, but I am the devil from that time. Asia became speechless at those words. My name is Diodora Astaroth. That time you weren't able to treat it to the point where a scar wouldn't remain, but my life was saved due to your sacred gear. I started to put my hand out to kill him when Diodora, you're Diodora, aren't you? Rias appeared and recognized him. She looked a bit weirded out to see him here. Diodora tenderly took Asia's hand and kissed boom. I stopped that real quick by increasing the gravity around him and made him crash into the ground. His smug aura disappeared completely as he struggles to look up at me with shock. But he continued to speak. Hey, Asia, I came to meet you. I apologize that I couldn't greet YU at that meeting. But I think the encounter between you and I was destiny. I want you to be my wife. I love you. He had proposed to Asia right in front of me. The hot summer had come to an end, and the autumn that would likely become long would soon begin. I slowly prepared to use Hakai on him as my anger peaked.